Beyond the survivor base, a relentless tide of corpses surged forth, overwhelming in numbers. Inside the survivor base, panic reigned, as cries filled the air amidst the looming catastrophe. Xia Bai declared, "Everyone, remain calm. Allow me to take charge of me. Super Battleship will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Oh my, oh my, oh my." Xia Bai flailed his arms, leaping up from his desk, drenched in sweat and consumed by anxiety. He spotted a swaying girl in the front row and, in a moment of impulsive action, slapped her on the head. The girl, caught off guard, let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the classroom. Wait a minute, a classroom? Xia Bai stood frozen in his place, bewildered by his surroundings. He found himself in a university lecture hall filled with students, and at the front, a middle-aged teacher with black-rimmed glasses glared at him with fury. If memory served him correctly, this middle-aged teacher was Yi Pu, his calculus instructor from freshman year. Moreover, the room was filled with his classmates, and the girl he had just startled was none other than Xiao Lin, the class beauty. So, was he currently in a freshman class? Hold on, something felt off. What about the zombies? Xia Bai recalled vividly that on October 17th, 2018, at 11:17 p.m., a zombie apocalypse had erupted, sweeping across the globe. Under the influence of an unknown virus, over 70% of living beings had transformed into marauding zombies overnight. On the very night of the outbreak, he had narrowly escaped being devoured by a roommate who had turned into a zombie. Surviving the initial chaos, Xia Bai embarked on a grueling 5-year journey of survival, transforming from a mere gaming enthusiast into a seasoned master of apocalypse survival. Just as he had begun to settle into a stable life at a survivor base, true calamity struck when extraterrestrial beings descended upon Earth with unmatched force. The zombie virus was merely their first wave of attack, and 5 years later, when Earth's population and viable resources had dwindled to a critical point, they made their presence known. The survivor base where Xia Bai resided suffered a catastrophic blow, its walls crumbling under siege as zombies flooded in like an unstoppable tide, consuming the entire base. He hadn't even glimpsed the appearance of the aliens before being engulfed by the endless horde of the undead. Therefore, he should have perished, or at the very least transformed into a zombie himself. But now he was reborn? Or was this merely a dream? No, it couldn't possibly be a dream. He remembered every detail of the 5 years spent in the apocalypse. Every companion, every experience. Such vivid recollections could not be fabrications of a dream. Thus, it was undeniable had indeed been reborn. Xia Bai felt a surge of exhilaration if he truly had been granted a second chance. His reverie was interrupted by Yi Pu's stern voice. "What is the matter with you, student? Sleeping in class is one thing, but yelling and striking your classmates is entirely unacceptable. Sit back down this instant." Yi Pu's authoritative tone commanded respect, and he believed that under such pressure, this impudent freshman would surely comply and fall silent. Yet, to Yi Pu's astonishment, Xia Bai did not display the expected remorse. Instead, his face radiated excitement and joy. Then, in front of the awestruck gaze of his fellow students, Xia Bai exuberantly leaped onto his desk and embraced their calculus teacher, exclaiming, "I can't believe it. You're alive! You're alive! This is wonderful!" Yi Pu shouted, "Get back to your seat this instant." In response to the furious outburst, Xia Bai planted a triumphant kiss on Yi Pu's cheek before releasing him and dashing out of the classroom. Just as he reached the door, he paused momentarily and addressed his classmates. "Listen up, everyone. This evening, the Earth is on the brink of a cataclysmic crisis. While there's still time, flee to less populated areas, gather supplies and weapons swiftly. If the apocalypse strikes and you manage to avoid becoming a zombie, seek me out." With that declaration, Xia Bai turned and pushed through the door, striding away without hesitation. After a moment, Yi Pu finally reacted, his voice resonating through the corridor. "I will report you for expulsion if you don't return immediately." However, by then, Xia Bai had already exited the building. Following his initial euphoria, Xia Bai gradually regained his composure. Having survived for 5 years in the apocalypse, he understood the gravity of the situation. He glanced at the time. It was now 9:27 a.m. on October 17th, 2018, leaving him with nearly 14 hours before the apocalypse would commence. While this time frame was not extensive, it was sufficient for Xia Bai to prepare. Time was of the essence. He promptly returned to his dormitory and issued a warning online. Yet he knew that such apocalyptic alerts were commonplace, with countless similar messages circulating daily, diminishing the likelihood of garnering serious attention. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of duty to act, and that alone sufficed for his conscience. Furthermore, before the apocalypse truly struck, he had no means to substantiate his predictions. With that done, Xia Bai began his preparations. Having lost his parents early on, he was now all alone, with no one particularly dear to him. Xia Bai meticulously devised his plans, recognizing that the initial stages of the apocalypse would be the most perilous, with humans and zombies intermingling in densely populated urban areas where safety was scarce. During this phase, cities would become slaughterhouses, and survival would hinge on sheer luck. Even with 5 years of experience, survival was far from guaranteed. Thus, for Xia Bai to endure, he needed to find a sufficiently secure refuge where he could weather the initial dangers of the apocalypse, necessitating supplies and weaponry. With little time to lose, Xia Bai finalized his plans and promptly set forth. However, just as he was about to step out of his dormitory, a sudden, jarring voice echoed in his mind. Black Technology Battleship system has been successfully loaded. Captain Identity confirmed mothership is ready for deployment at any time. System prompt. It is advisable to deploy the mothership in an open area to prevent significant damage to the surrounding environment. Xia Bai.
Chapter 2. The van that resembles a warship. After a moment of astonishment, Xia Bai gradually regained his composure. Drawing upon his years of experience, he tentatively addressed the air system. What exactly is this? This is a primary facility manufacturing module. Through the manufacturing list provided by this system, you can create the necessary facilities by expending energy points. These facilities can only be used by you and those you authorize. Others cannot access them. In other words, this contraption is capable of producing items. Xia Bai pondered for a moment and inquired, what are energy points and the manufacturing list? Energy points are the energy collected by this system. You can gather energy points by defeating affluent energy creatures or by destroying high-energy units. Additionally, you may directly supply energy points to the warship through primitive means such as charging. The accumulation of energy points can be found on the control panel of your warship. Xia Bai was familiar with the warship's control panel. It was the current driver's seat, which, aside from the steering wheel and brake, was adorned with a plethora of peculiar buttons and displays. This was evidently the so-called control panel of the van-like warship. A glance at the screen displaying energy points revealed a balance of 0. The manufacturing list is essentially the technological tree provided by your system. The items you can manufacture are closely related to the level of your warship. The higher your warship's level, the more advanced the items you can create. You can upgrade your warship by collecting energy points. The system was surprisingly straightforward. It was undoubtedly designed to upgrade the spacecraft and forge weapons using accumulated energy points. At this moment, the van state represented the most basic level. However, even at this primary tier, the warship possessed certain operational functionalities. Under the guidance of the system, Xia Bai located the missile launch button. This van could accommodate 2 small missiles, and by pressing the button, he could extend the aiming apparatus. Furthermore, this van was equipped with an emergency escape mechanism, transforming the driver's seat into an escape pod. Xia Bai felt a profound sense of frustration regarding these two capabilities. In comparison, the item manufacturing feature was far more advantageous for Xia Bai. The range of items a level 1 warship could create was limited to the general standards of Earth, yet the categories of manufacturable items were remarkably extensive. Xia Bai invoked the system list and took a glance. Water, food, and even certain essential living necessities could be produced. Remarkably, the level 1 van could even manufacture firearms, albeit limited to handguns. In China, handguns were a rarity. If Xia Bai could possess a handgun at the onset of the apocalypse, it would be akin to divine assistance. Moreover, as long as his energy points were sufficient, food, firearms, and ammunition could be produced incessantly, leading to complete self-sufficiency. The implications of this in a post-apocalyptic scenario were nothing short of monumental. Xia Bai piloted the bread van battleship, transforming it into a mobile armament production line, a bullet manufacturing facility, and a food supply chain. If a first-level battleship could achieve so much, one could only imagine the advanced technologies that could be unlocked at higher levels. Xia Bai noted that ascending from level 1 to level 2 required a staggering 100 energy points. Nevertheless, he found himself overwhelmed with an indescribable excitement. Having been reborn and bestowed with such a system, he was determined to navigate this second chance with greater ease and seize opportunities to reverse the regrets and tragedies of his past life. Chapter 3. The dawn of apocalypse. Employing the most rudimentary method, Xia Bai powered up his battleship and set out to procure supplies. Having lived independently for several years, funding his university education through part-time jobs, he possessed only a few thousand yuan, his entire fortune. Selling his old family home for quick cash was no longer an option. With what little money he had, he ventured out to purchase ample food and essential items. As for weapons, Xia Bai was uncertain whether the energy points accumulated from several hours of charging would suffice to craft a handgun. Thus, he opted to buy weapons instead. He spent over 1,000 yuan on a crossbow, 30 bolts, and a bone knife in his previous life. He had once achieved the remarkable feat of slaying 5 zombies with a single bolt, proving his adeptness with such weapons, which is why he chose to acquire Y in the early days of the apocalypse. Non-awakened individuals were better off relying on ranged weapons, as even with combat experience, Xia Bai's physique was that of a frail individual from 5 years prior, making close combat with zombies inadvisable. Awakened ones, also known as those with special physiques, possessed extraordinary strength, agility, and other gifted attributes. They were the fortunate survivors of the alien virus who had not succumbed to becoming zombies, in his previous life. Xia Bai had not become one of these individuals, and it was unlikely he would in this life either. Regardless of his rebirth, his physical condition had not changed. Nevertheless, the system remained Xia Bai's greatest reliance at this moment. By the time Xia Bai returned to the bread van battleship, dusk had settled in. As he had anticipated, his apocalyptic warnings had gone unheeded, while his actions in the classroom had inadvertently garnered attention, earning him the moniker the Devourer of Teachers. After charging for nearly half a day, the van had only accumulated 2 energy points, far from the 10 needed to forge a handgun. Xia Bai pondered, indeed, as the system indicated, charging is a primitive method, hence the minimal energy points acquired. So, what avenues exist for obtaining energy? Nuclear energy. Yet, there are no nuclear power stations near I-City. Seated in the vehicle, he sent a text to the only roommate in his dormitory who had not been infected, urging him to avoid returning to the dormitory that night. The outbreak of the zombie virus, which erupted just before dawn, caught nearly everyone off guard. Some were even bitten to death by family members while still asleep. Xia Bai initially planned to retreat to a secluded location on the outskirts of the city, hoping to navigate the initial dangers of the apocalypse with relative tranquility. However, now that he possessed this van, he had resolved to alter his course of action. Although the memories of the early days of the apocalypse were 5 years old, Xia Bai vividly recalled that among the various factions of civilian survivors in I-City, one originated from his own school, reportedly led by an awakened individual who once commanded remarkable influence. Xia Bai mused that if he could ally himself with this person at the onset of the apocalypse, he might have the opportunity to establish his own faction. In his previous life, he had merely followed existing survivor groups or fended for himself when none were available, until he was finally taken in by the Shenyang survivor base roughly a year before his demise. He was inspired by the positive atmosphere there and chose to remain, yet ultimately, the base succumbed to internal strife and external threats, leading to his downfall. At that time, Xia Bai contemplated that had he not been an insignificant figure and possessed his own strength, perhaps the situation would not have deteriorated to such catastrophic levels. In this life, having been reborn and endowed with the system, Xia Bai resolved not to be like a stray dog pursued by zombies and other survivors. He aimed to take control of his own fate and that of those around him. To achieve this, he needed to stay within the city, where he could gather survivors and truly capable individuals to serve as his allies. Moreover, should his ambitions materialize into a formidable vessel that traverses the skies, he would require genuine crew members. At the onset of the apocalypse, the city was predominantly plagued by low-tier, ordinary zombies, with high-level mutants yet to emerge. With a battle vehicle at his disposal, if he could enlist the awakened individual from his academy and unite with the military, he would possess the means to realize his aspirations. Thus, Xia Bai firmly resolved to park his van, transformed into a warship, behind a deserted construction site near the school, awaiting the moment the apocalypse would unfold. However, to his bemusement, after approximately an hour of waiting in his vehicle, he began to hear peculiar cries emanating from the grove, unmistakably the sounds of a couple engaged in clandestine nocturnal activities. Xia Bai, sitting there with his crossbow in hand, could only listen in on their intimate rendezvous, hoping that neither would succumb to zombification. For, should one of them transform, the other would likely meet a grim fate. As time slowly slipped away, Xia Bai busied himself, munching on compressed biscuits while conversing with the system. He sought to uncover the origins of this system, questioning why such a phenomenon had manifested in his life. Unfortunately, the system exhibited limited intelligence and remained largely ignorant of matters beyond its functions and the warship. Xia Bai found himself at an impasse. Regarding energy points, he had confirmed through the system that a nuclear power plant could indeed provide energy. But the pressing question remained. Where could he find a nuclear power plant? Apart from these two matters, Xia Bai was diligently attempting to recall the events that transpired at the onset of the apocalypse. That fragment of memory was imbued with an overwhelming sense of dread. However, it was precisely this terror that rendered other details increasingly nebulous. He remembered how he managed to escape from the dormitory and how he dispatched his first zombie. Yet beyond these recollections, his memory was rather scant. After all, during the cataclysm, survival was a struggle in itself. leaving little room for him to contemplate the plight of others in the icy city. Thus, he could only vaguely recall that there seemed to be a formidable awakener at his school, but the chasm between ordinary individuals and awakeners was insurmountable, rendering that person beyond his reach. Consequently, he had no inkling of who they were as time inexorably passed. The moment of 11:17 p.m. on October 17, 2018, finally arrived, as anticipated, under Xia Bai's tense gaze. That instant, a terrifying, beast-like howl suddenly emanated from the distant outskirts of Ice City, shattering the midnight silence and enveloping the city in profound horror. It was then that Xia Bai abruptly recalled that at the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life, it was said that Ice City harbored an extreme mutation that had evolved from a zombie, referred to as the Black Devil. Though Xia Bai had never encountered it, it was a nightmarish entity feared by countless inhabitants of Ice City. Chapter 4. The first drop of blood, a piercing scream reverberated through the small grove. It was that couple. Without hesitation, Xia Bai leaped from the vehicle, gripping a crossbow in one hand and a tactical flashlight in the other, which he pressed against the underside of the bow. He directed his gaze towards the depths of the dense forest from whence the sound originated. There, a woman staggered into view. Barely clothed, her upper body exposed to the elements, she bore a horrific, bleeding wound on her neck, transforming the scene into something reminiscent of a horror film. The nighttime skirmish in the grove was indeed exhilarating. Frightened, she emerged from the shadows of the thicket and, upon spotting Xia Bai, rushed towards him as if he were a beacon of hope, crying out, "Save me! Save me!" However, the response to her desperate plea was a cold crossbow bolt. Although her body appeared somewhat unsteady, Xia Bai, drawing upon the experience from his previous life, executed the shot with unwavering precision. In less than 2 seconds from aiming to firing, the sharp bolt pierced her skull, and she collapsed without a sound, hitting the ground with a resounding thud. She had already been bitten, and her transformation into a zombie was merely a matter of time, thus leaving Xia Bai with no hesitation in his actions. As her body fell, it revealed another swaying figure lurking behind her. That was a true zombie, having been wholly transformed into a monstrous entity the moment the virus erupted, infected by the very air itself. As an individual afflicted by airborne infection, its physique remained relatively intact, albeit with a pallid complexion and eyes rolled back in their sockets. In an instant, it detected Xia Bai's presence, emitting a harrowing sound of laughter from its lips, and subsequently, this zombie broke into a frenzied sprint. Indeed, it was a wild dash. The body of a zombie infected by this extraterrestrial virus not only does not become sluggish, on the contrary, they gain enhanced running and jumping abilities, even exhibiting terrifying singular strength. Even a centenarian, once infected, could transform into a nightmarish entity capable of bounding 3 meters with ease. This encapsulates the horror of this virus. If one were to catch the attention of such a zombie, evading it solely by running would be nearly impossible, in the blink of an eye. This zombie had already materialized before Xia Bai. Were it any other university student standing in this spot, the outcome would undoubtedly be a swift demise. However, this zombie faced Xia Bai. With a resounding thud, an arrow was loosed, striking the zombie squarely in the skull. The creature's body instantly lost all momentum and collapsed heavily to the ground. Mere meters from Xia Bai, he exhaled softly, yet a frown creased his brow. The 2 corpses lying here would undoubtedly attract more monsters through the dispersing scent of blood in a matter of moments. At that moment, from beyond the tranquil grove, screams and wails began to echo in succession. The apocalypse had erupted, and the sudden onslaught of zombies transformed the serene night of the city into a hellish nightmare. Xia Bai retreated, boarding his armored van, and, taking advantage of the chaos outside, prepared to maneuver deeper into the grove. On the first night of the apocalypse, with zombies roaming freely, the majority of people were ensnared by panic. With few maintaining composure and calm in this moment of urgency, Xia Bai found himself effectively alone. However, as he climbed aboard his van, he noticed the energy point display on his dashboard had inexplicably risen from 2 to 4. A sudden realization struck him, prompting him to inquire, "System, do those infected entities qualify as energy-rich beings?" Without delay, he steered his van further into the depths of the woods, yet he himself leapt from the vehicle, armed with a bone dagger and his crossbow, donning a set of simple protective gear he had procured. Securing the vehicle, he stealthily advanced toward the edge of the forest, akin to the green arrow from the comics, utilizing the darkness of the thicket to his advantage. The campus outside was already in pandemonium, and as Xia Bai approached the periphery of the grove, the screams grew increasingly distinct. Some individuals, in a state of sheer terror, shrieked recklessly, utterly oblivious to the catastrophic consequences their heedless actions could provoke on this fateful night. At least 2/3 of the inhabitants of the icy city had succumbed to the transformation into zombies. Among the remaining third, many would meet their demise at the hands of the ravenous undead or fall victim to various accidents and misfortunes. The chaos wrought by this grim scenario would persist for no less than 3 days within the confines of the city. Once the turmoil subsided and the foolish had perished in droves, those who remained would adhere to the survival rules of the apocalypse, and the city would once again return to a state of serenity reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic calm. It would be at that moment that the true end of days would commence. Yet, at this very instant, Xia Bai was on the move. He approached the edge of a small grove, gazing out at the winding path through the trees, where he spotted a zombie, howling and twitching as it meandered aimlessly. Without hesitation, he loosed an arrow that whistled through the air, striking the creature down with a thud, thus claiming an energy point. Xia Bai was well aware of the quality of the arrows he possessed. Piercing a zombie's skull in one shot was already pushing the limits of their efficacy. Therefore, he had no intention of attempting to retrieve the arrow once more. After confirming the kill, he set forth, utilizing the cover of the grove to silently patrol its periphery, hunting down the zombies that wandered near the edges of the woodland. At midnight, few souls would venture into this area. Thus, any who had transformed into zombies would invariably be isolated. After circumnavigating the grove, he swiftly acquired 7 energy points, indicating that he had dispatched 7 zombies, coupled with the 4 he had previously collected. Xia Bai now boasted a total of 11 energy points. Should he choose to forge a handgun with these, he could obtain a standard firearm alongside 10 rounds of ammunition. Chapter 5. The Peerless Master of the Grove. With a sharp cry, another zombie fell to the ground, its body convulsing momentarily before falling still. Xia Bai exhaled. This marked the 15th zombie he had hunted. Including the 2 from earlier in the grove, he had released a total of 17 arrows. Were it not for the support of a battleship, Xia Bai would never have dared to expend such precious ammunition so liberally. However, arrows were among the items that could be manufactured by a Tier 1 battleship, and 1 energy point could be exchanged for 10 crossbow bolts, with ammunition priced equivalently die. In other words, by using a single crossbow bolt to eliminate a zombie, he could potentially reap a reward of 9 arrows in return, an endeavor that was decidedly profitable. Nonetheless, Xia Bai found himself pausing in a short span of time. He had nearly traversed half the grove, arriving at the far side where it bordered a densely populated student dormitory. Here, the number of zombies was vastly greater than that at the construction site. If he were to act recklessly in this area, he risked placing himself in perilous circumstances. Thus, he restrained his movements, standing at the edge of the grove to survey the surroundings. The direction of the dormitory building was indeed engulfed in chaos. The matron dutifully fulfilled her responsibilities, even amidst the pandemonium of this apocalyptic scenario. She did not forget to pull the circuit breaker in a few of the dormitories. The lights remained ablaze, allowing the students within to better perceive the impending threats. For those possessing adequate mental fortitude, this undoubtedly enhanced their chances of survival, as zombies are devoid of vision. However, for those who were paralyzed by panic, facing the undead under the glare of illumination would only hasten their demise. Xia Bai recalled that this area was designated for the female dormitories, where the survival rate for women was notably lower. His gaze fell upon a greater number of zombies than he anticipated. Yet, there appeared to be 1 or 2 dormitories where organized resistance against the zombies was underway. After a brief glance, Xia Bai resolved to withdraw. The sheer number of zombies in this direction was overwhelming. Although he could potentially eliminate 5 or 6 more stragglers, the risk was unwarranted. His crossbow, despite its cost of over 1,000 yuan, was not of superior quality. It would be far safer to return and craft a firearm. At that moment, a school bus suddenly emerged from the depths of the campus, teeming with zombies clinging to its exterior. As the vehicle swayed violently under the weight of the undead, it ultimately tipped over with a deafening crash. Accompanied by the terrified screams of numerous students within, it was evident that this group intended to escape the school by means of the bus, yet they seemed oblivious to the transformation the school had undergone, leaving one to ponder the hellish landscape that awaited them outside. Remarkably, a few capable individuals seemed to exist within that bus. Following the overturning, some managed to break the windows and escape. The first to emerge was a man clad only in undergarments, wielding a fire axe with reckless abandon. Alongside a few others who assisted him, they remarkably forged a path through the chaos, shouting as they rushed toward the female dormitory. Xia Bai, witnessing this spectacle from a distance, was momentarily stunned, pondering whether this was indeed the infamous act of intruding upon the female dormitories. However, the situation for this group was far from promising. Their bus had attracted the attention of a horde of zombies, which surged towards them from both sides with frenzied aggression. It was clear that before they could even seek refuge within the dormitory, they would be mercilessly overwhelmed by the horde. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bai slowly raised his crossbow. Moments later, a piercing shriek echoed as a zombie, lunging at the group, collapsed with a resounding thud. Each arrow he loosed was remarkably precise, ensuring the demise of a single zombie. This skill was honed over 5 years of surviving the apocalypse. Without such preparation, he would not have endured for so long. At the outset, the group of fugitives was entirely oblivious to the existence of Xia Bai's assistance, until a zombie lunged menacingly at the young man clad in shorts, wielding a fire axe. The young man maintained a semblance of composure, swinging his axe in an attempt to slay the creature. Yet he was merely a commendably brave ordinary college student, and whether he could land a blow depended solely on fortune. In that moment, however, his luck was evidently lacking. His axe flailed aimlessly, failing to strike true, and he nearly found himself toppled by the very zombie he sought to vanquish. The fact that the fire axe-wielding young man, as the de facto leader, was momentarily halted meant that the escape velocity of those behind him was severely compromised, plunging the entire group into a perilous predicament. Yet, just at that instant, a cold glimmer sliced through the dense night, swiftly embedding itself in the head of the zombie, instantly dispatching it. The young man with the fire axe was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, he had believed himself doomed. Trembling, he stammered, "What on earth is happening?" At that very moment, another cold flash darted by, sending yet another zombie crashing to the ground. A voice rang out, "Someone is aiding us," and as if in response to this declaration, yet another cold light flickered. This time, the fire axe-wielding young man discerned that it was indeed an arrow, seemingly shot forth from the depths of a shadowy thicket nearby. In the midst of this chaos, one of his companions rushed forward, lending him support. Overwhelmed with fear and astonishment, the young man stuttered, "Goodness, our school possesses a master archer." The fire axe-wielding youth, however, retained some semblance of rationality, raising his arm and calling out, "Brothers, flee! There are skilled allies in the thicket. Follow me. No, follow the arrows for salvation." Xia Bai, positioned some distance away, could not quite discern the shouts, but he continued to release arrows with steady precision. Upon exhausting his stock of arrows, he paid little heed to the unfolding situation. With no more arrows left, any desire to assist was rendered futile, and he began to retreat toward the thicket behind him. He had noticed that he had attracted the attention of 2 or 3 zombies, stumbling awkwardly in his direction. Fortunately, those zombies had yet to fully ascertain his presence. Rather than ambling slowly, they were charging towards him. Xia Bai, having exhausted his options, recognized it was time to withdraw. Out of 30 crossbow bolts, discounting the missed shots and those that failed to find vital targets, approximately 25 or 26 zombies had succumbed to his hand. In terms of energy points, Xia Bai had become instantaneously affluent. Chapter 6. The Creation of Firearms. Chapter 6. The Creation of Firearms. October 18, 2018. 0054.at. This very moment, the Ice City has transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. The sudden outbreak of a zombie virus and the ensuing emergence of terrifying creatures have swept across the city like a relentless tide. The air is filled with the anguished cries and blood-curdling screams. As zombies roam the streets, mercilessly hunting down one terrified human after another, tearing their bodies apart in a gruesome frenzy, and ravenously devouring their steaming, warm organs. Meanwhile, the main thoroughfares of the city are choked with an immovable mass of vehicles. Flames rage throughout the city. Even in the small grove where Xia Bai finds himself, the distant sky is painted a vivid crimson. Retreating into his battleship, after a recent bout of hunting, the accumulated energy points of his vessel have surged to 27. Without hesitation, Xia Bai proceeds to operate the manufacturing facility at the rear, directly investing 2 or 3 energy points to forge a Type 92 pistol, along with its corresponding silencer, 70 rounds of ammunition, and 30 crossbow bolts. While the manufacturing facility of the battleship can produce a variety of handguns, some of which possess far greater power than the Type 92, this particular model is the one Xia Bai was most accustomed to in his previous life. He is intimately familiar with the Type 92's performance and skilled in its use, thus he chooses it without a second thought. In the current dire circumstances, familiarity is of utmost importance, and the firepower of the Type 92 is sufficient to dispatch ordinary zombies. However, the first-level van battleship has limited functionality. Each of these items must be crafted one by one, requiring a considerable amount of time. Fully completing the process demands an astonishing 10 hours. Xia Bai cannot help but feel a pang of frustration. As his battleship is of the first level, he can only view the functionalities of the next tier through the system. The second-level battleship would allow for an increased quantity, variety, and quality of crafted items, seemingly including the ability for low-altitude flight. Consequently, Xia Bai's small goal is to gather 100 energy points as swiftly as possible to elevate the battleship's level. Yet, the energy points spent on firearms and supplies are equally crucial. Without weapons, should he be surrounded by zombies, what would it matter if he possessed 100 energy points? Xia Bai is well aware of this reality. During the waiting period, he wraps himself in a blanket and sinks into a deep slumber in the driver's seat. The battleship is equipped with an enemy alert system that will sound an alarm at the first sign of any dangerous creature approaching within 10 meters. Thus, Xia Bai sleeps with a sense of security. In his previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, he was so terrified that he could hardly eat or sleep, managing scarcely 5 hours of rest over 3 days and nights. But now, he has forged an unyielding mental fortitude and appreciates the importance of adequate sleep, allowing him to rest soundly. His slumber lasts nearly 8 hours. Upon awakening, he finds that the sky outside has brightened. Although the world no longer echoes with the terrifying chorus of screams from the previous night, unsettling sounds still occasionally pierce the eerie silence of the grove. However, the pistol and silencer have been successfully crafted, and a portion of the 9mm ammunition has been produced. For Xia Bai, his means of self-defense are now adequately prepared. He disembarked and conducted a thorough inspection, discovering that on the other side of the thicket, the remains of the unfortunate young couple from the previous day lay where 2 zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, were gnawing on their corpses. Xia Bai approached, dispatching each creature with a single shot, sending them straight to their demise with 2 bullets. At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion resonated from beyond the thicket. It appeared that something had detonated. It must be the survivors from the girls' dormitory. Xia Bai hesitated briefly, gripping his handgun as he once again traversed the small woods, peering towards that direction. Over by the 3 girls' dormitories, a throng of people was emerging, among them the formidable man with the fire axe, whom Xia Bai had encountered the night before. This robust individual had donned a female coat, though it was clearly ill-fitting, leaving it unbuttoned and revealing his oversized shorts beneath. There were only 5 or 6 males, all of whom had followed this man to safety the previous night. The majority of the fleeing survivors were women, presumably trapped in one of the dormitories behind them. Unbeknownst to Xia Bai, they had somehow triggered a significant explosion, clearing a path for their escape, and were now rushing towards the overturned bus from the day before. They attracted a horde of zombies from beneath the dormitory, those terrifying creatures charging forth, shrieking as they surged towards this group. Countless young women were toppled, their anguished cries echoing as they were dragged into the throng of undead, torn to shreds in an instant. The sheer brutality of the scene almost inducing nausea. Yet, to Xia Bai, such carnage was not particularly alarming. His attention was captivated by a woman leading the survivors. She was a university student with her hair tied in a ponytail, clad in black, wielding a fire axe. Though she appeared slender and delicate, she charged to the forefront, even managing to fell a zombie that lunged at her with terrifying ferocity. Remarkably, she seemed unscathed by the encounter, continuing her advance undeterred. In that fleeting moment, Xia Bai was confident that she was the awakened individual he had been searching for within his own school. He had not anticipated that she would so boldly reveal herself before he could seek her out. However, her audacity was astonishing. It was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and she had just become awakened. Yet she dared to lead others to safety, even confronting zombies head-on. Xia Bai couldn't help but feel a tremor of excitement for such a formidable, awakened woman. He wondered if he could persuade her to join him in his previous life. Awakened individuals were the darlings of the apocalypse. Not only did they possess superhuman physical prowess, but they were also immune to the zombie virus. Treated like royalty wherever they went. In the survivor bases Xia Bai had visited in his former existence, awakened beings always enjoyed the best accommodations, highlighting their strength and significance. As such, these individuals often remained aloof, either fierce lone wolves or esteemed guests in large survivor bases. He had yet to encounter one mingling with ordinary people. It is precisely for this reason that Xia Bai, upon recalling that there exists an awakened individual within his school, harbored the intention to cunningly persuade this fledgling awakened being, who, at the onset of the apocalypse, knew nothing, to join his side. However, observing the formidable demeanor of this awakened individual, it appeared to starkly contrast with his preconceived notion of a naive, easily deceived novice at the beginning of the apocalypse. Chapter 7. Survivors of the girls' dormitory. Meanwhile, the awakened individual had already led a group of survivors to the side of the overturned bus. The previous day, the bus had capsized, and many of the survivors had already fallen victim to the zombies, their blood staining the ground. Consequently, A considerable number of zombies had congregated in this area. As this group of survivors rushed to the scene, they found themselves confronting zombies from both the front and the back, while also attempting to right the overturned bus. The situation had suddenly become exceedingly perilous. At this juncture, the original group of around 40 to 50 survivors had already suffered nearly half their number in casualties. Xia Bai understood that this predicament was unavoidable. The survivors were trapped within the dormitory building, facing a shortage of food, and the zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, would only multiply. If they did not seize the opportunity to break free now, they would soon be confronted with an overwhelming number of zombies and insufficient stamina to withstand the onslaught. Thus, their only option was to charge forth. Recognizing this, Xia Bai resolved to abandon his concealment in the thicket. Regardless of the awakened individual's role, it was high time for him to take action. The first night of the apocalypse had passed relatively smoothly, and he aimed to rendezvous with this awakened individual. Even if the latter disregarded him, simply journeying together would significantly enhance his chances of survival. Subsequently, they could regroup with the military and retreat to the survivor base, which had been transformed from the former I-City prison in his previous life. This constituted Xia Bai's entire survival strategy for the early days of the apocalypse. With this in mind, he returned to the depths of the thicket, activated his van, his warship, and sped towards the location of the bus. The momentum with which Xia Bai drove was undeniably fierce. Although his van appeared worn and tattered, it was, after all, a warship. According to the system's description, even a level 1 warship was constructed from bulletproof material and was exceptionally sturdy. Therefore, Xia Bai boldly forged ahead, using his van to clear a path while simultaneously extending the gun barrel out of the window and firing haphazardly. The survivors by the bus, already besieged by zombies and in dire straits, were taken aback by the sudden emergence of a savior, as Xia Bai carved out an escape route through the horde, coming to a steady halt before them. He leapt from the vehicle and fired several shots, taking down a number of zombies. The man wielding a fire axe, who had noticed the direction from which Xia Bai had approached, the very thicket of the school, could not help but exclaim, "Are you the big shot from the thicket last night?" Xia Bai was momentarily taken aback by the question posed to him, unable to comprehend the utterance of his interlocutor. However, he quickly discerned that the remark was nothing more than superfluous drivel, akin to the sound of flatulence. Thus, he retorted bluntly, "The streets are teeming with zombies. Why utter such nonsense?" The man wielding the fire axe, who was a junior, stood dumbfounded by Xia Bai's response. From a strict perspective, Xia Bai should have addressed him as senior, yet at that moment, Xia Bai turned his attention to the awakened individual. She was a delicate young lady, possessing a strikingly exquisite visage and fair skin, yet her demeanor radiated an icy aura that kept others at bay. The copious blood splattered upon her from dispatching zombies only served to amplify her forbidding presence. Xia Bai instructed, "Find a way to right the bus. We must leave promptly." As he spoke, he raised his firearm and commenced firing upon the encroaching zombies. Utilizing his van and the bus to create a relatively secure space, he momentarily diminished the number of zombies they faced. With his marksmanship and the assistance of fellow students, they managed to hold the horde at bay for a time. Indeed, the awakened individual proved to be as formidable as Xia Bai had surmised. In the midst of chaos, she exhibited remarkable composure, directing the axe-wielding man to assist her in stabilizing the BU in less than 2 minutes. They successfully righted the bus, the awakened girl's extraordinary strength playing a pivotal role in this feat. Once the bus was upright, the others hastily boarded, and it soon roared to life, veering toward the opposite side. Seeing this, Xia Bai promptly climbed aboard his van, following closely behind the bus. Although the vehicle's body was contorted, its classification as a mid-sized vehicle granted it substantial weight, allowing it to carve a path through the throng of zombies. Xia Bai, while trailing behind, remained vigilant, sporadically firing his weapon to eliminate the undead surrounding them. For him, zombies represented energy points, crucial for upgrading his van and crafting items. Amidst the turmoil, he even took the opportunity to command his van to manufacture 100 rounds of ammunition. The morning light cascaded gently from the distant sky, enveloping the entire campus. However, the atmosphere was far from the tranquil serenity of a typical day, instead steeped in sheer terror. Alongside the library, a zombie convulsed and swayed, its eyes glazed and its innards exposed. Suddenly, it became alert, as if sensing prey, emitting a chilling, guttural howl as it charged across the asphalt. Yet, after merely 2 strides, it was violently hurled aside by its intended victim, crashing onto the ground, its head striking the curb with a sickening crack, effectively snapping its neck. The bus, its windows shattered and body twisted, thundered past, closely followed by a similarly dilapidated van. The zombies on both sides were drawn to them, transitioning from a state of stillness to one of frantic motion, lunging at them with an almost maddened fervor. Yet, despite their rapidity, they could not possibly outpace the speeding automobile, which swiftly left them in its wake, though they relentlessly pursued. Xia Bai and his companions zipped through the throng of zombies, and he realized that the awakened individual intended to head for the school cafeteria. This was indeed a sagacious choice. In the apocalypse, sustenance is paramount. The greater the number of people, the more crucial food becomes. The outbreak of the zombie plague occurred in the dead of night, and with the cafeteria already closed, it stood to reason that there would be fewer zombies in that direction. If they could leverage their vehicle's speed to shake off the pursuing undead, they would have ample time to procure essential provisions from the cafeteria. In fact, during the initial stages of the apocalypse, most areas within the university remained relatively safe. Due to the unique environment of the campus, coupled with the fact that the zombie virus erupted at night, most of the zombies would congregate around the students' dormitories. Consequently, the number of zombies in other locations across the expansive campus would be sparse and scattered. This is also the reason why Xia Bai, as an ordinary university student, miraculously survived the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life. Chapter 8. The invitation of the awakened Xia Bai's conjecture proved correct. The survivors on the bus were indeed headed for the school cafeteria. Following the lead of the bus, Xia Bai traversed nearly half the campus, ultimately arriving at the vicinity of the campus broadcasting station and the cafeteria. This location was relatively close to the sports field and academic buildings, yet the presence of zombies was comparatively minimal, and the horde drawn to them had dispersed somewhat due to the distance. Upon reaching this point, Xia Bai disembarked, finally confronting the multitude of students from the bus. However, this was not the moment for relaxation. The speed of movement exhibited by the zombies, birthed from the alien virus, was alarmingly terrifying. In order to ensure their safety, they had to first neutralize these undead threats. Xia Bai secured his bone saw at his waist and, weapon in hand, advanced along the side of the bus, facing the oncoming zombies from multiple directions. Observing this, the fire axe-wielding young man, along with a few other valiant boys, stepped forward to join Xia Bai in the impending confrontation. As for the girls, only the awakened female participant emerged, brandishing her fire axe, and joined their ranks. The zombies rapidly closed in, and Xia Bai fired off 3 shots in quick succession. The sound of his silenced 92-style pistol was notably muffled, yet it carried a formidable weight. He single-handedly managed to hold back the majority of the zombies from one direction, while the young man and his companions, despite their courage, lacked combat experience, leaving them somewhat floundering when faced with the undead. Had it not been for the formidable combat prowess of the awakened individual, they might have been overwhelmed by the zombies long ago. Nevertheless, the awakened individual was indeed impressive. Despite lacking any battle experience, the young woman relied solely on her innate strength and reflexes. Together with the fire axe-wielding young man and the others, they managed to steady their defenses, systematically dispatching the approaching zombies. Xia Bai retreated while striking. He skillfully utilized the distance to topple the approaching zombies. Nevertheless, one last zombie successfully lunged towards him, opening its gaping maw in a frenzied attempt to bite into his head. Just then, Xia Bai pivoted his firearm back towards the threat. However, he remained remarkably composed. Faced with such primitive zombies in a direct confrontation, he felt no fear. With the gun not aimed at the creature, he simply sidestepped to the side, swiftly drawing a bone knife from his waist, and executed an upward slash. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp sound, and with all his strength, he severed the zombie's neck in an instant, its head rolling away like a ball, albeit without a significant spurt of blood due to its undead nature. Xia Bai stepped back, realizing that even though he had beheaded the creature, the impact had nearly fractured his wrist. Ultimately, this body was far too frail. He could only blame himself for neglecting exercise in the past. At this juncture, the nearby threats had been largely neutralized, yet Xia Bai understood that it would not be long before a horde of zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, would arrive. Thus, their time was limited. Previously, at least 40 to 50 survivors had surged from the girls' dormitory, but now only a dozen or so remained aboard the bus, which, while disheartening, provided ample space for storing various supplies. As the zombies were dealt with, they sprang into action, heading towards the cafeteria to gather provisions. Xia Bai had predominantly purchased ready-to-eat items, and with a bit of space left in his vehicle, he intended to procure some rice, flour, and oil. However, just as he turned around, a figure stood before him. It was the fierce awakened girl. She looked at Xia Bai and said, "I wish to speak with you." Xia Bai was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in response. Approximately a minute later, in the empty cafeteria, Xia Bai cradled a can of beef and a box of sour milk that he had retrieved from his vehicle, eating while watching the girl before him, waiting for her to speak first. "You can really eat that?" the awakened girl remarked, observing Xia Bai enjoying his meal. The my name is Bai Lan, a third-year student at the Materials Institute. "I don't know you. You were Xia Bai, right? Someone uploaded a video of you with teacher Yi Pu yesterday." So at that moment, Xia Bai was intently staring at the expiration date on the sour milk. He hadn't consumed such a thing since the apocalypse began. Thus, when he spotted it in the supermarket earlier, he had impulsively purchased 3 large boxes, entirely overlooking the notion of expiration dates. Although expiry was of little consequence in the apocalypse, consuming spoiled food could be far worse than enduring hunger. Finally, Xia Bai lifted his gaze, exhaled deeply, and with utmost politeness inquired, "Would you care for some canned beef?" No thank you." After a moment's contemplation, Xia Bai remarked, I never imagined I could become this well known, but allow me to introduce myself. I am Xia Bai, a freshman. From this perspective, I should perhaps address you as senior." Bai Lan replied, "In this current situation, the distinction of senior seems trivial. I would like to pose a few questions to you, if that is agreeable." Xia Bai shrugged, indicating that she was open to inquiries. Bai Lan then asked, "Did you already know that the apocalypse was imminent?" The apocalypse had indeed arrived. Whether Xia Bai acknowledged it or not was inconsequential. However, admitting it would undoubtedly require a plethora of explanations, which would complicate matters further. Thus, Xia Bai responded directly, "If I had known such things in advance, I would have sought refuge in an uninhabited place long ago." "Wouldn't you agree?" Bai Lan, clearly skeptical of Xia Bai's claim of ignorance regarding certain matters, wondered about the origins of the firearms, crossbows, canned beef, and sour milk. How could a university student find the time to procure such items for no reason? Yet, Xia Bai chose not to elaborate, and Bai Lan refrained from pressing the matter. After a moment's thought, she inquired, "Are you like me? You mean, your ability?" The exchange between Xia Bai and Bai Lan was somewhat nebulous. Yet they both understood precisely what was being discussed, Bai Lan's awakened abilities. Upon hearing this, Bai Lan nodded. Xia Bai exhaled deeply and said, "I am not. I merely had a passion for shooting and sports in the past, which has allowed me to perform slightly better than the average person." Bai Lan observed Xia Bai, pondering that the remarkable marksmanship and agility Xia Bai had displayed earlier could not simply be attributed to a mere hobby. Nevertheless, Xia Bai continued, "However, I have a fair understanding of your situation. Your extraordinary strength, did it begin to manifest only after the outbreak of the apocalypse? This is a manifestation of the viral infection you experienced. Albeit a benign one, it did not transform you into a zombie. Rather, it induced a rare and favorable change in your physique, granting you superhuman strength, stamina, reflexes, and even immunity to the zombie virus. I refer to this as Awakener, a new breed of humanity birthed under the scourge of the zombie virus, endowed with exceptional physical attributes, immunity to the virus." Bai Lan displayed a contemplative expression. Xia Bai, however, proceeded to ask, "What are your plans moving forward?" Bai Lan raised her gaze to Xia Bai and replied, "This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. Last night, we received a broadcast from the military. They are currently scouring the city for survivors. They have established exit routes at several major thoroughfares, and the nearest highway exit is less than 3 kilometers from us. Therefore, I intend to gather supplies here and then proceed directly from there to seek the protection of the military. Regardless, remaining in a densely populated urban area is inherently unsafe, so I would like to ask if you are willing to join us." Chapter 9. The Burning Canteen. As Bai Lan reached this point, she offered a somewhat bashful smile and remarked, "If you are unwilling, it is perfectly all right. After all, we are all aware of your capabilities. Without our burdens, your safety may indeed be enhanced." Xia Bai's display of prowess in the grove last night, along with the formidable combat skills he had just exhibited, had undoubtedly left a profound impression on the group. Having survived for 5 years in this apocalypse, Xia Bai's combat experience and abilities were nearly on par with those of genuine soldiers, perhaps even surpassing the average military personnel. However, he was somewhat taken aback. While he was contemplating ways to attach himself to the awakened one's resources, he found that the other party had extended an olive branch to him first. Xia Bai mused to himself, "I intended to cling to your leg, yet you seem to be grasping mine instead." Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement, stating, "In the current situation, the notion of burdens is irrelevant, and no matter how formidable an individual may be, the probability of survival is always greater in a group." Though Xia Bai did not articulate it explicitly, his implication was exceedingly clear. Bai Lan could not suppress a sigh of relief, her expression reflecting her delight. Subsequently, everyone busied themselves with preparations. Xia Bai rummaged through his vehicle for rice, flour, and oil, while others transported a variety of supplies. However, Many of the ingredients available at the school were raw, and some items were delivered each morning by designated personnel. Thus, the actual quantity they could take was quite limited. The reason for not raiding the supermarket within the school was primarily due to the compact size of Xia Bai's university, with the supermarket situated perilously close to the student dormitories, which were currently swarming with zombies. Attempting to gather supplies from that area would be tantamount to courting death. As time passed, the zombies congregating around the canteen gradually increased in number, prompting discussions among the group about retreating. At this juncture, Xia Bai declared, "You all go ahead. I will hold off these zombies for a while and catch up with you soon." The reactions to Xia Bai's decision were varied. Some individuals displayed evident joy, as having someone stay behind to fend off the zombies and shoulder the risk was indeed a fortunate turn of events. However, others expressed anxiety and concern regarding Xia Bai's choice. The man with the fire axe, known as Ho Zhuang, was the first to step forward, stating, "Boss, is that really necessary? While these ghastly zombies may run swiftly, our vehicles can move even faster. They want to catch up to us." Though Ho Zhuang had previously received a reprimand from Xia Bai, he had been thoroughly impressed by Xia Bai's astonishing performance throughout their journey. As a fitness enthusiast, he held the utmost respect for Xia Bai's strength and combat skills. Bai Lan also wished to dissuade him, thinking more long-term. Having such a powerful ally would significantly enhance their chances of survival in the future. Yet, Xia Bai merely smiled and urged, "We must hurry." With that, he strode into the canteen, retrieving canisters of gas and binding them together with ropes, stacking them at the entrance of the canteen. Upon witnessing this, even those who wished to persuade further found themselves at a loss for words. Ho Zhuan harbored a profound respect for Xia Bai's heroic act of remaining behind to assist others. He thought to himself that this was the hallmark of a truly capable individual in a world on the brink of collapse. Yet, only Xia Bai understood that his motives were far from selfless. His decision to stay was spurred by the myriad opportunities to amass energy points, in the confined space, amidst a throng of zombies and surrounded by gas canisters scattered throughout the cafeteria. Xia Bai aimed to draw the encircling zombies towards him and subsequently obliterate them with explosive gas canisters, thereby reaping a substantial bounty of energy points. At that moment, Xia Bai gathered all the gas canisters he could find. Once Bai Lan, Ho Zhuan, and the others exited through a side door, he sprang into action. He removed the silencer from his firearm, then seized a bone saw. With a swift motion, he severed the lock on the main entrance. The door was instantly breached by the advancing zombies, and with a decisive shot, Xia Bai struck the head of the foremost zombie. The deafening gunfire resonated like thunder, causing the zombies clustered outside the cafeteria to jerk their heads in alarm. Emitting cries before surging forward like a tidal wave towards the cafeteria, Xia Bai began to retreat, but the zombies had already poured in, howling as they rushed into the cafeteria. The initial few surged past the gas canisters he had placed at the entrance, rushing towards him. Xia Bai fired several shots, and the leading zombies crumpled under the echoing gunfire. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and the relatively open environment of the cafeteria soon exceeded Xia Bai's capacity to combat them. At that critical moment, he aimed downward and fired twice, detonating the gas canisters. In the same breath, he spun around and dashed away. The explosion roared to life, a fiery blaze shooting into the sky, instantly shredding the bodies of several nearby zombies. Amidst the rising flames, even the bloodshed from the ruptured corpses appeared muted. The explosions were chain reactions. With the first gas canister ignited, the others he had stacked together followed suit, erupting one after another as Xia Bai sprinted forward. He was met with a cacophony of deafening blasts, the scorching heat even licking at his back. That moment, the cafeteria, once both adored and reviled by countless university students, had transformed into a colossal furnace ablaze with flames. When Xia Bai emerged, Ho Zhuan and the others had already restarted the bus, racing away as per their plan. The cafeteria had become an inferno, with explosions reverberating incessantly. Zombies from the campus were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle, rushing into the flames like moths to a flame, becoming engulfed in fire yet still moving, a terrifying sight indeed. Zombies were the most foolish of creatures, and yet, paradoxically, the most formidable. However, as Xia Bai departed from the entrance of the cafeteria, he had exceeded the maximum range for the system to collect energy points, rendering the subsequent demise of these zombies fruitless in terms of energy point acquisition for him. Nevertheless, despite this, the zombies that met their demise in the instant of the explosion, coupled with those that Xia Bai had previously vanquished along the way, brought his energy points to an impressive total of 156. This was sufficient for Xia Bai to upgrade to a level 2 battleship. This endeavor proved to be exceedingly profitable. However, during the upgrade process, the battleship would be immobilized and unusable, making it an inopportune moment for such an enhancement. At this very moment, he was driving at full speed, pursuing the bus where Ho Zhuang and the others were located. Chapter 10. Level 2 Battleship. Outside the school, the number of zombies was sparse, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief. After traversing 2 streets, the bus carrying Bai Lan and the others came to a halt in a narrow alley. Intending to rest, consume some food, and catch their breath to ensure that no significant issues would arise during the remainder of their journey. Meanwhile, Ho Zhuang and his companions ventured outside to search for another bus that was less severely damaged. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Bai concealed his van battleship from view, expending 100 energy points to initiate the upgrade process. System, expend 100 energy points and upgrade my battleship immediately. In addition to the 2 missile slots of the level 1 battleship, it would now feature a 30mm naval gun. Although the level 2 battleship still could not manufacture missiles, it could indeed produce 30mm ammunition. In other words, at this moment, Xia Bai's battleship had genuinely taken on the form of a war vessel, complete with the corresponding weapon systems. Through the upgrade, Xia Bai would also see an increase in the items he could craft using the battleship and energy points. Firstly, the range of basic items he could manufacture expanded, though he still could not create large items or living beings. Secondly, in terms of weaponry, a variety of firearms, including rifles and submachine guns, became available, although missiles remained beyond his reach. This implied that unless he procured missiles from the military, the missile launchers on his battleship would remain useless. However, he could now produce rounds for the naval gun. With 1 energy point yielding 5 30mm bullets, this meant that by the second day of the apocalypse, Xia Bai possessed a true heavy weapon capable of decimating hordes of zombies. As for other discoveries, Xia Bai stumbled upon 2 unprecedented items. Item, Cryobomb. Description: a special grenade capable of instantly creating a frostbitten low-temperature environment. Energy required for manufacture, 10 energy points. Could this be an ice grenade? Item, Extreme Virus Suppressor. Description: capable of temporarily mitigating the effects of most biological viruses. Suppression duration varies between half an hour and 3 hours, depending on the individual's constitution. Energy required for manufacture, 50 energy points. Could it suppress the effects of the zombie virus? Although it is an extremely terrifying extraterrestrial virus at its core, it remains a biological virus. If one were to administer a sufficient quantity of this substance continuously, could it potentially mitigate the risk of becoming a zombie upon infection? With the warship upgraded to level 2, Xia Bai finally beheld something beyond the mundane items he had previously encountered. Setting aside the cryogenic bomb, this suppressor is an entity that absolutely does not exist on Earth. It is imperative to recognize that this alien virus is exceedingly fearsome. During the 5 years of the apocalypse in his past life, there was not a single item capable of suppressing this virus. If this ultimate virus suppressor can indeed fend off the zombie virus, even if only temporarily, it would be deemed a miraculous artifact in the current apocalypse. However, the price of 50 energy points is still somewhat steep for Xia Bai. He gazed at the unremarkable business vehicle before him. He took a deep breath. The ascension of the warship to level 2 signified an increased stake in his survival amidst the apocalypse. Even after 5 years of struggling through the end times, Xia Bai could not conceal his excitement. Yet, he understood that level 2 was merely the beginning. As long as he continued to upgrade, it would herald infinite possibilities. Nonetheless, he cast a glance at the level 3 warship, whose capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. Yet the energy points required for the upgrade were a staggering 1,000, 10 times that needed to ascend from level 1 to level 2. This figure was undoubtedly astronomical for Xia Bai at this moment. However, he remained confident that as long as he did not meet an untimely demise, upgrading the warship to level 3 was merely a matter of time. Currently, he possessed 56 energy points, which he promptly expended, crafting a Type 92 pistol along with a corresponding suppressor and 2 magazines of ammunition. Furthermore, he forged a cryogenic bomb and allocated the remaining energy points entirely towards the production of 13mm caliber machine gun ammunition. The level 2 warship manufactured items at a faster rate than its level 1 counterpart, yet it was still not excessively rapid. The creation of these items would require 11 hours. While Xia Bai waited in a rather disheartened state, sipping his nearly expired sour milk, Ho Zhuang approached, having secured new transportation, ready to embark. Chapter 11. Collision October 18, 2018, 11:24 a.m. Xia Bai piloted his business vehicle warship, sipping on yogurt, dutifully following the large bus ahead. With the massive public transport vehicle leading the way, Xia Bai proceeded with a remarkable sense of leisure. Ho Zhuang and the others had procured a Route 3 bus to replace their previous vehicle. Xia Bai mused that if everyone could have their own small car at this juncture, it might have been more advantageous. However, these individuals were merely university students, and few possessed a driver's license. Even those who did were far from capable of driving in a city overrun by zombies, thus rendering them incapable of operating independently. Previously, a girl who resembled a fairy had sought to board Xia Bai's business vehicle, but he had resolutely declined her request. His warship was not a vehicle to be accessed simply by adorning an innocent facade. At present, it is the second day of the apocalypse, and within this city, the anguished cries of humanity intertwine with the terrifying howls of unknown creatures. In addition to this, sporadic gunfire begins to reverberate throughout the urban landscape. The streets are teeming with zombies, with their numbers increasing significantly on the main thoroughfares. Most of these creatures are grotesquely mutilated, their insides exposed, yet they relentlessly assault every non-kindred being that passes by. Xia Bai and his convoy have scarcely traversed 2 streets when they find themselves pursued by a horde of zombies, with more launching themselves from either side in a desperate attempt to claw through the metal of the vehicles and drag the living within out to feast upon them. As they approach the direction of the highway, the number of abandoned vehicles on the streets increases, many of which are emitting thick plumes of smoke, and some even contain charred corpses. Furthermore, Xia Bai catches sight of survivors trapped within the adjacent buildings, who, in a state of despair, have scrawled desperate pleas for help in red paint on their windows. Some stand by the windows, gazing longingly at Xia Bai's convoy as it roars past below, yearning to call out, yet paralyzed by the fear that such an act may attract more zombies, sealing their doom. However, aside from military personnel or true altruists, no one would dare to take the considerable risk of rescuing them. In this dire situation, those who are trapped face 2 stark choices: to attempt self-rescue or to gamble on luck. The fortunate might encounter military assistance, while the unfortunate may wait in vain for salvation, watching helplessly as the throng of zombies outside their homes swells, ultimately leading to their grim demise. Those with courage may not survive, but those devoid of it are certain to perish. Conversely, there may be a chance to save those who are being pursued by zombies on the street. Xia Bai is not the type to turn a blind eye to those in need. If it is within his means and does not endanger his own life, he would extend a hand. He understands profoundly that while one can survive through sheer cold-bloodedness, such a life becomes hollow when, one day, one realizes they have traversed several kilometers without encountering a single living soul. It is then that the significance of doing one's utmost becomes apparent. To his surprise, Xia Bai's small convoy attracts an unexpected addition. As they drive earnestly down the street, trailed by a throng of zombies, a black Audi emerges silently from a nearby alley, evidently intending to join their ranks. However, as they proceed, the surrounding horde of zombies swells, making their path increasingly arduous. Nearing the city exit, a multitude of survivors congregate in this direction, inadvertently drawing a large number of zombies, thereby clustering them in this area. The bus occupied by the Awakened by Lawn, being the largest, bears the brunt of the zombie onslaught at this moment. Meanwhile, although Xia Bai's business vehicle appears battered and vulnerable, its resilience is extraordinary, rendering it impervious to the zombies' attempts to breach its defenses in the short term. At that very moment, a horde of zombies suddenly emerged at the intersection ahead. The driver of the bus was clearly taken aback, abruptly jerking the steering wheel and veering the vehicle into a narrow side road. Unfortunately, at that precise instant, a convoy was emerging from the alley, and the lead SUV collided violently with their bus, resulting in a thunderous crash that flipped the SUV upside down. The bus, propelled by its momentum, crashed headlong into a storefront on the opposite side. The vehicles behind the SUV screeched to a halt. Xia Bai narrowly avoided a collision by swerving at the last moment. Having witnessed such scenes countless times, Xia Bai maneuvered through the gap created by the collision and gradually came to a stop in the alley. The Audi trailing closely behind him reacted too late, nearly crashing into Xia Bai's vehicle, while the zombies on either side, seizing the opportunity, began to swarm into the alley. Surprisingly, there were no zombies within the alley itself. However, both sides connected to the main thoroughfare of the city, where numerous zombies trailed the vehicles, all previously in a frantic rush but now brought to a standstill. The zombies began to surge into the alley. The convoy near the SUV comprised entirely of high-end off-road vehicles, seemingly belonging to a car enthusiast club. The vehicle involved in the accident was utterly mangled, and there were casualties among the students on the bus. People from both sides emerged to assess the situation, and upon realizing the approaching horde of zombies, their expressions turned pale. Yet, the bus continued to move. Miraculously, the driver had survived and was desperately attempting to reverse. Though he seemed to be caught on something, unable to free the vehicle, if it could get moving, it might carve a path through the throng of zombies. Inside the Audi, a young couple remained seated, neither exiting nor moving, seemingly observing the unfolding chaos, prioritizing their own survival should the situation deteriorate. As the zombies surged from both sides, most individuals had abandoned thoughts of rescue. Among the SUV convoy, some had already begun to shout in panic, "It's over!" On board the bus, a student named Ho Zhuang cried out, "Boss, what do we do?" The current predicament was indeed dire. Zombies surrounded them on all sides, and the streets outside were teeming with even more of the undead. The survivors from both sides barely numbered 30 or 40, insufficient even to match half the zombies, with scarcely a handful of combatants and no substantial weaponry for large-scale extermination. It appeared they could only await their inevitable demise at the hands of the encroaching horde. The majority of students aboard the bus had succumbed to panic, as the chaos had unfolded too abruptly, leaving no forewarning or time to react. Among the predominantly female passengers, several had already begun to scream in terror. However, Xia Bai understood that this was a stark portrayal of the apocalypse. In this chaotic world, circumstances were unpredictable, and without adequate adaptive skills or mental fortitude, one might not even comprehend how they met their end. Chapter 12. Get in the car. In the 12th chapter, Xia Bai furrowed his brow as he observed the rugged men from the off-road vehicle convoy decisively approaching. A group of 5 or 6 brawny individuals, brandishing an assortment of weapons, strode menacingly toward the bus. Ho Zhuang's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The foremost among them replied, "Apologies, brothers. You've collided with our vehicle, and now it seems you must pave a way for our survival." Ho Zhuang, bewildered, responded, "How can we facilitate your escape? It was clearly you who barreled out from the alley and struck us." While Ho Zhuang remained confused, Xia Bai, a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse, quickly discerned their nefarious plan. They intended to slaughter the group of students to lure the zombies, using the chaos to make their own escape. Xia Bai had encountered such ruthless individuals before. Though it was merely the second day of the apocalypse and humanity had not yet completely deteriorated, desperation could drive people to commit unspeakable acts for survival. Indeed, it seemed as if Xia Bai's suspicions were confirmed. The group, instead of confronting the zombies, pressed forward toward the bus. Xia Bai narrowed his eyes. He understood that there was no room for negotiation with such individuals. Without hesitation, he drew his 92-style pistol, the metallic click echoing ominously as he chambered a round and disengaged the safety. Raising his weapon, he fired without uttering a single word. His aim was true, and the shot shattered the skull of the man who had spoken, causing him to collapse in silence. Yet, to Xia Bai's astonishment, the remaining assailants, seemingly undeterred by the sudden violence, quickened their pace and charged at him. Intent on overwhelming him in a frenzied attack, these individuals, emboldened enough on the second day of the apocalypse to contemplate the slaughter of several people, certainly possessed a formidable mental fortitude. However, Xia Bai's resolve was even stronger. He immediately fired a second shot, and the second man fell with a resounding thud. In that moment, the remaining assailants finally froze. Xia Bai coldly declared, "Now, drive away and scatter. Perhaps there is still a chance for survival. But anyone who harbors thoughts of attacking me will find no mercy. I will ensure that you all meet your end before the zombies arrive." At that moment, fear gripped the members of the off-road convoy as they regarded Xia Bai with a newfound terror. They exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of reluctance and dread, before they began to retreat towards their vehicles. Compelled by the pressure exerted by Xia Bai, he recognized that these were indeed dangerous individuals. When his first shot failed to subdue them, he had realized the necessity of his second shot. If he did not assert dominance, they would not hesitate to butcher everyone in their vicinity to attract the zombies. The individuals on the opposite side are also numerous. If a conflict were to erupt, chaos would ensue, and the hordes of zombies would surge in unchecked. In such a narrow alley, it is likely that very few would survive from either side. Xia Bai has struggled for 5 years in this apocalyptic world. He is neither an unequivocal hero nor a definitive villain, for he acts solely according to his own moral compass. When the opportunity arises to save lives, Xia Bai will do so. Conversely, when it comes to taking lives, he will not hesitate at this very moment. Not only are the occupants of the off-road vehicle rendered speechless, but even the students on the bus are terrified, their previous screams reduced to mere gasps of horror. Over there, Ho Zhuang is mumbling, seemingly wanting to say something but at a loss for words. In a country like China, where gun control is stringent, firearms possess an immense deterrent effect, and the act of shooting someone is enough to instill dread. The young couple in the Audi, completely paralyzed by fear, hastily reverse their vehicle, oblivious to whether they can escape, and plunge headlong into the throng of zombies, only to be swiftly engulfed by the relentless mass. akin to ants swarming over the car's exterior. The situation is deteriorating rapidly. Some zombies have already breached the alley, even ascending onto the bus. More zombies are converging in droves. Xia Bai, unwilling to waste any more time with this group, realizes that without a swift exit from this predicament, regardless of who might prevail over whom, they will all ultimately become the zombies' next meal. He fires a few erratic shots, dispatching several of the most aggressive zombies, and makes his way towards his business vehicle, the Battleship, if the bus could break free. Perhaps its size and momentum could carve a path through the horde, but if that does not happen quickly, his only means of escape lies with his battleship. However, Xia Bai's battleship is relatively small. While it can maneuver, whether it can forge a path remains uncertain. Moreover, exposing his battleship in front of so many people could undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. Meanwhile, the bus remains hopelessly stuck. Returning to his business vehicle, Xia Bai prepares to forcefully break through the encirclement with his battleship. Just then, he hears a sudden commotion from the direction of the bus. Instantly, he lifts his gaze and is astounded by the scene before him. It is Bai Lan. This seemingly delicate girl has just leaped from the vehicle, delivering a powerful kick to a zombie. She then grasps the rear of the bus and, with sheer determination, begins to pull it backwards. Remarkably, she is able to move such a large vehicle. The metal of the bus contorts under her grip, and her hands are sliced and bloodied. Yet she perseveres, successfully extracting the bus from its trapped position. Xia Bai gasps in disbelief. This is the formidable power that awakens within those who have transcended their limits. Bai Lan takes a half step back, her hands marred by several deep cuts, blood streaming from them in an instant. However, at that very moment, a dull gunshot rang in her ears, the sound alarmingly close. Even Bai Lan, taken by surprise, instinctively recoiled. Beside her, a zombie lunging towards her collapsed to the ground in response. Bai Lan took a deep breath and turned her gaze towards the direction of the gunfire, only to see Xia Bai standing before her, extending his handgun directly to her. "Dio, you know how to use this?" he inquired. Bai Lan lifted her head to meet the eyes of the individual standing before her. The expression of this awakened girl was notably pale, revealing the turmoil beneath her seemingly calm exterior amidst such chaos. Although she appeared composed, it was evident that she was, after all, an inexperienced young girl. Yet, there was no time for psychological reassurances at that moment. Xia Bai sighed, pulling out a carton of yogurt from his pocket and stuffing it alongside the bullets into her embrace. Though not fear. Fear serves no purpose. Just think of how people on television handle firearms. It's quite simple. Just aim and fire, ensuring the vehicle's forward momentum. If you feel anxious, drink the yogurt. You may not have the opportunity later. And remember, do not hand the gun to anyone. If you panic while holding it among a crowd of ordinary people, you could endanger everyone. Did Bai Lan comprehend the gravity of Xia Bai's words? Who could say? She merely nodded as she gazed at Xia Bai. An inexplicable sense of admiration welled up within her. He suddenly appeared rather cool. Xia Bai, with no alternative, felt compelled to act. The bus needed to break free. And without a weapon, it was futile. He gave the awakened girl a push and declared, "It's time to act. Get on the bus." At that moment, the bus began to turn slowly. As Bai Lan fully boarded. The student at the wheel shouted loudly and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The massive bus shot forward like a cannonball. Chapter 13. Who dares to collide with me? The situation unfolded more smoothly than Xia Bai had anticipated. The driver, whose identity remained a mystery, exhibited remarkable ferocity, showing no hesitation in the face of the horde of zombies, flooring the gas pedal and charging ahead. Bai Lan and the axe-wielding man, along with others, defended against the zombies surging from all sides to ensure the bus remained upright. The bus's high windows provided a relative safety for launching counterattacks. In contrast, Xia Bai's business vehicle was at a disadvantage. Surrounded by a dense mass of zombies, merely opening a window could result in him being forcibly dragged out. Indeed, one zombie had already climbed atop his vehicle, battering the roof with frenzied blows, emitting a cacophony of howls, its entrails flailing before Xia Bai's window. Meanwhile, a couple in an Audi managed to attract a significant number of zombies, their car crumpling under the weight of the onslaught, leaving no doubt that the two inside were irrevocably deceased. The convoy of off-road vehicles had now caught up, closely trailing behind Xia Bai's group, moving in tandem. They navigated through the ocean of zombies for what felt like an eternity, 3 long minutes. Afterward, the bus surged ahead, breaking free from the wave of zombies, its speed abruptly increasing as it propelled forward. The vehicle belonging to Xia Bai trailed closely behind, followed by a convoy of off-road vehicles. The zombies encircling the cars emitted terrifying howls as they lunged forward in a frenzied pursuit. Yet, No matter how swiftly they moved, they could not outpace the automobiles. The distance between them only widened with the passage of time, and shedding their grasp seemed merely a matter of time. However, at that very moment, Xia Bai's vehicle suddenly jolted, as if it had been forcefully shoved forward a considerable distance. The vehicles behind him had collided with him. It was the off-road convoy, evidently intent on seizing this opportunity to exact revenge on Xia Bai. Xia Bai's eyes narrowed dangerously. Through the rearview mirror, he glimpsed an off-road vehicle accelerating towards him, while two others flanked him, closing in from either side. He could even discern a man in a red cap from one of the vehicles, sporting a mocking smirk. The intentions of this group were unmistakable. They aimed to overturn Xia Bai's vehicle. With zombies in hot pursuit behind them, should Xia Bai's vehicle sustain damage, it would spell certain doom as the undead would swarm over him. At that very moment. On the bus ahead, Ho Zhuang was the first to notice the anomaly. As he glanced back to gauge the distance between the zombies and himself, he saw Xia Bai being besieged by 3 off-road vehicles. Among these, Xia Bai's business car appeared notably shabby and dilapidated, and it seemed merely a matter of time before it would be overturned. Nowadays, most business vehicles were merely encased in a thin layer of metal. How could they withstand a collision with an off-road vehicle? Ho Zhuang seethed. These bastards. With that, he grabbed his fire axe, planning to hurl it at the off-road convoy. But at that moment, Bai Lan intervened, saying, "Stop." Ho Zhuang exclaimed urgently, "We can't let them overturn Xia Bai's car." Bai Lan shot him a glance and replied, "Are you certain you can hit them? If your axe lands on Xia Bai's vehicle." Ho Zhuang's expression changed. "Then let's get out and deal with them." Before Bai Lan could respond, a girl in the corner suddenly stood up, declaring, "Stop the bus, I disagree." Ho Zhuang turned his head, glaring at her. "If it weren't for Xia Bai, those guys would have already attacked us." The girl retorted, "The zombies are right behind us. If we stop now, are we all to perish alongside him, just because he saved us? Do we owe him our lives?" At that moment, another girl also stood up, stating, "I also disagree with helping him." Soon, a chorus of low murmurs arose within the bus, all echoing the same sentiment. Ho Zhuang's face flushed with anger as he looked at Bai Lan, clearly hoping she would intervene. However, Bai Lan glanced at the crowd in the bus, silently lowered her head, and gazed at the handgun Xia Bai had entrusted to her, remaining uncommunicative. Yet at this moment, Xia Bai did not feel he required any assistance. 3 off-road vehicles encircling a dilapidated business car seemed an utterly lopsided confrontation. However, Xia Bai's business car was far more than just an ordinary vehicle. In the fleeting moment when 2 vehicles flanked from the sides, Xia Bai, caught in a hurried pace, abruptly slammed on the brakes. His business vehicle, resembling a battleship, came to a jarring halt, colliding heavily with the front of the trailing SUV. The 2 vehicles, one surging forward and the other coming to an abrupt stop, engaged in a collision akin to a meteorite striking the earth. The SUV was immediately overturned, while a warning system blared in Xia Bai's mind. "Warning. Your battleship is under impact. Current total damage, 27. This 27% represented the extent of damage Xia Bai had accrued from his reckless journey since leaving school at that moment. Having toppled the vehicle behind him, Xia Bai pressed the accelerator to the floor. The battered business car surged forth like a rocket, veering sharply to collide fearlessly with another approaching vehicle. The SUV's door was instantly warped by the impact, causing it to lose balance and careen into a streetlight. Meanwhile, Xia Bai's seemingly mundane business car remained unscathed. In that instant, he caught a glimpse of the SUV driver's expression, as if he had encountered a ghost, silently questioning how his vehicle could be sent flying while Xia Bai's appeared to have merely brushed against it. Was that truly a business car? Warning. Your battleship is under impact. Current total damage, 30. Having overturned this individual, Xia Bai swiftly pivoted to collide with another vehicle. Once again, the outcome was predictable. The SUV he struck contorted and lost its equilibrium, while his own aging business car endured without a scratch. In that fleeting moment, the 3 SUVs that had encircled Xia Bai were reduced to mere wreckage, leaving only 2 remaining. The owners of those vehicles, witnessing the chaos, were seized by terror, abandoning their fallen comrade and hastily navigating into nearby alleys. Desperate to distance themselves from Xia Bai at that moment, they realized they had unwittingly kicked against an iron plate. They could never comprehend how 3 rugged SUVs had failed to withstand a mere junky business car. What they were up against was a formidable battleship. Xia Bai, unfazed, retrieved a bottle of sour milk, nonchalantly sipping it while continuing to drive. Meanwhile, on the bus ahead, Ho Zhuang was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, the boss is truly a boss. A beast." A business car effortlessly toppled 3 SUVs. His tone suggested a sense of personal achievement, as if he had accomplished it himself. The very individuals who had previously refused to assist now bore expressions rife with complexity. Chapter 14. The road out of the city, the bus line 3, occupied by Ho Zhuang and his companions, was already battered, speeding along with zombies scattered around, their appearances terrifying. However, before they could amass into a formidable horde, they posed little threat to the swiftly moving vehicles. At the dawn of the apocalypse, the majority of the zombies in the city were scattered and disorganized. When they eventually coalesce into a tide of the undead, it will herald a true catastrophe. This is the 37th Armored Division. We are currently scouring the Ice City for survivors. Our main force is advancing towards Jiangbei Park. Survivors in close proximity are urged to await rescue and refrain from reckless actions. Simultaneously, we have established an evacuation route at the highway exit of Ice City and have deployed armed forces. Survivors from other districts should expedite their departure from the urban area. Repeat. Xia Bai listened to this broadcast. He exhaled deeply and raised his head. From his current vantage point, he could already discern the silhouette of helicopters hovering in the distant sky. The unmistakable and distinct sound of gunfire reached his ears, indicating that they were nearing a zone under military control. Once they exited the city, perhaps true safety would be within reach. In his previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, when Xia Bai sought to leave the city, the highway had already been completely choked, and the military had withdrawn beyond the city limits, taking refuge in several survivor bases on the outskirts. Consequently, he had been part of a disordered survivor team that emerged from the wilderness, and he was oblivious to the conditions on the highway during the second day of the apocalypse. However, he recalled that during the first couple of days of the catastrophe, the efficiency of the city's inhabitants was remarkably high, largely because the zombies had yet to form a massive horde, resulting in a higher survival rate and relative safety. This was also the reason Xia Bai chose to follow the military along the highway. He continued to repair his warship with the scant energy points he had left while pressing forward. After crushing a zombie and turning off this street, what lay before Xia Bai was a torrent of fleeing vehicles. Although this was still the outskirts of the city, it led directly onto the highway. Countless survivors were trapped in their vehicles, while zombies lurked at the edges of the street, interspersed among the cars. Military helicopters roared overhead, and not far away, infantry fighting vehicles rumbled down the sidewalk, providing suppressive fire against the zombies that mingled within the traffic, launching attacks on both vehicles and humans. Various models of vehicles were haphazardly mixed together. Some had their windows smashed by zombies, with the occupants brutally slain inside, leaving their vehicles incapacitated in the road and significantly impeding the flow of traffic. Furthermore, the multitude of zombies infiltrating the fleeing convoy, alongside those emerging from all directions, drastically slowed the vehicle's progress. In the midst of this chaos, new survivors continuously converged from the outside, while others faced vehicle malfunctions. The situation on the road leading out of the city resembled the most congested times on the streets of Beijing, with progress akin to that of a snail, often requiring 5 to 6 minutes to cover a short distance. Additionally, there were numerous survivors without vehicles, desperately running amidst the traffic, knocking on windows in hopes of securing a ride. Xia Bai, however, realized that the military's manpower was insufficient, or rather, that the influx of survivors was overwhelming. In the City of Ice, the population exceeds 10 million at this very moment. At least 70% of these millions have transformed into zombies, while the living still number 2 or 3 million. Concurrently, through military broadcasts, these survivors are strenuously gathering towards this location, creating a bottleneck that renders movement nearly impossible. Most of these survivors, converging from all directions, are accompanied by zombies. In stark contrast, the military's main force is stationed in the northern bank of the river, with only a regiment or even fewer present here. Their struggle against the attracted zombies to ensure the safety of the convoy has proven exceedingly challenging, and maintaining order within the convoy is an even greater ordeal. Xia Bai has never quite understood why the military has committed such a substantial force to the northern bank. However, as he is not affiliated with the military and lacks connections to any high-ranking officials, he remains oblivious to their strategic intentions. Nonetheless, despite the military's apparent constraints, they have successfully obstructed the vast numbers of zombies at various intersections, allowing only a few, or perhaps those survivors who were infected before joining the convoy, to infiltrate and cause chaos. Even so, for the majority traversing this perilous road at this moment, it remains exceedingly treacherous. The zombies, intermingled with the survivors in the convoy, could shatter any car window at any instant, seizing the opportunity to devour some unfortunate soul in the military's moment of inattention. These survivors, even as they gather here, are engulfed in an extreme state of anxiety. Here, cars, people, and zombies are entangled, a path leading out of the city, a road to escape, yet also a pathway to death. Xia Bai observes a zombie leisurely advancing from the torrent of the outbound convoy, while the survivors in the adjacent vehicles gaze at the creature in sheer horror, fearful that it might suddenly pivot and lunge at their car. Fortunately, amidst these survivors, a military armored vehicle approaches from the opposite direction. A soldier leans out, and with a single shot, obliterates the zombie. The convoy's progress resembles that of a snail, and while Xia Bai sips on his sour milk, he is abruptly jolted by a loud thud close at hand. A bloodied figure crashes against the edge of his driver's window, pounding with bloodied hands. Please, please, let me in. Let me in. Xia Bai gazes at the horrifying bite mark on the man's neck, shakes his head, and silently looks ahead. The man's eyes, now slightly glazed, exude an overwhelming will to survive as he repeatedly batters against the window. His voice a desperate wail of entreaty. He may not even realize he has been bitten. However, Xia Bai shows no intention of opening the door. As the convoy inches forward once more, Xia Bai presses the accelerator, propelling them ahead. The man seems to finally grasp that the person before him will never permit him entry. He utters a garbled curse and stumbles away from Xia Bai's vehicle, his steps increasingly faltering. Yet he continues to curse, condemning everything in this world. However, at that very moment, a dull gunshot suddenly rang out, and a spray of crimson erupted from the man's forehead as his body fell heavily to the ground. His face contorted in a grotesque expression until his last breath was a soldier from the armored vehicle behind who had fired the shot. Chapter 15. Mealtime October 18, 2018, 16:36. The glow of the setting sun unfurled across the sky, painting it in a shocking shade of scarlet. The convoy attempting to exit the city came to a complete standstill. According to military reports, it seemed that the road ahead was obstructed by a tide of corpses, and the forces were devising a solution. However, this escape convoy was exceedingly long, and Xia Bai found himself in the middle section. From his vantage point, he could only see vehicles stretching before and behind him, yet he could hear the distinctive wails of the zombies emanating from the front. These cries melded into a cacophony, resembling the mournful roars of a mountain tsunami, rendering the blood-soaked sunset even more terrifying. Such sounds could only arise from a massive horde of the undead, a phenomenon Xia Bai had heard countless times in his previous life. Yet this was his first encounter in this one. He speculated that perhaps the surge of zombies from the suburbs or outskirts had blocked the highway exit. Indeed, Xia Bai had been following the convoy for over 2 hours and had yet to catch sight of the highway's exit. However, he had anticipated this scenario. Given the current circumstances, it would be unreasonable to expect swift progress. If he attempted to exit the city alone, he would face even greater risks by following the other survivors and the military. The pace of their journey would inevitably slow, for there are seldom solutions that are entirely satisfactory in this world. The blockade on the escape route plunged the survivors in the latter half of the convoy into a peculiar state of panic. At the onset of the apocalypse, many people's instinct was to remain in place, and the most terrifying aspect was indeed this stagnation. Especially at this moment, with zombies still lurking around the convoy. The fear became all the more pronounced, of course. Those with vehicles fared slightly better. However, those without were in a state of disarray, desperately seeking help and rescue. The military's armored vehicles could not accommodate additional survivors, compelling them to seek assistance from those with available seats. Yet, few were willing to allow strangers into their vehicles under such dire circumstances. Who would dare to travel with the unknown? Xia Bai also adhered to a strict policy against sheltering others, but he noticed that the bus belonging to Bai Lan and her group had taken in a few stranded survivors. Xia Bai initially thought they would merely pause for 10 minutes at most, confident that the military's firepower would soon clear a path. But to his surprise, night had completely fallen, and the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed in a cacophony, with the convoy still firmly ensnared in place. Showing no sign of movement, panic was silently growing within each individual's heart. Xia Bai was among the few who remained truly composed. Upon realizing the convoy had halted, he began to contemplate whether he should eat something. At that moment, a knock sounded on his car window. Bai Lan had approached, though he did not know when. Xia Bai opened the car door and looked at her. The awakened individual first returned the firearm to Xia Bai. Xia Bai was somewhat taken aback and remarked, "This is the first time I've seen someone return a weapon." Bai Lan responded, "This belongs to you, and besides, I am not particularly adept at using it. Only in your hands can it reach its utmost potential. Wouldn't you agree?" Xia Bai smiled gently and said no more, accepting the 92 style pistol back and securing it at his waist. He inquired, "Your visit must not solely be for the purpose of returning the gun. Am I right?" Bai Lan nodded and began to say, "I wanted to, however." Her words were abruptly interrupted by Xia Bai, who exclaimed, "Ah, by the way, I was just about to have a meal. Have you eaten yet? Let us discuss this over dinner. I had a bit of bread earlier, no matter. You should eat something too. Here, have a box of yogurt." Bai Lan stared in astonishment at the yogurt that was forcibly thrust into her arms, momentarily speechless. What she did not foresee was that when Xia Bai mentioned eating, he truly meant a meal. Right before Bai Lan's eyes, he skillfully kindled a fire beside the business vehicle and began boiling rice that he had brazenly pilfered from the cafeteria using a pot similarly acquired from there. Bai Lan was utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, in the midst of a fleeing convoy out of the city, many individuals carried supplies, and in such circumstances, no one dared to disembark. If hunger struck, they merely nibbled on whatever they could find. Yet here stood Xia Bai, directly igniting a fire to cook rice, and the dexterity with which he transitioned from lighting the fire to setting the pot and adding the rice was simply astonishing. This was, of course, a vital survival skill in a post-apocalyptic world. If one could not even manage this, there would be little hope for survival. Xia Bai's actions immediately captured the attention of numerous survivors. Some scoffed at his audacity, cautioning that such antics might attract zombies. Would it be Xia Bai consuming rice, or the zombies consuming him? Conversely, for those lacking sufficient provisions, Xia Bai's blatant cooking of rice was an irresistible temptation, particularly when the fragrant aroma wafted through the air after the rice was cooked, stirring their desires. Just then, seemingly without intention, Xia Bai drew his gun from his waist and placed it on the ground beside the pot. Upon seeing the firearm, those who had been tempted fell silent. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. People had not yet reached the point of desperation where they would dare confront a gun for a meal. Bai Lan, however, was already in a state of disbelief. She said, what if zombies? Fear not, our vehicles are closely packed. Even if zombies were to approach, there would only be one or two at most. We could easily react and dispatch them. So long as we avoid splattering blood onto the food, there should be no issue. As he spoke, Xia Bai rummaged through his business vehicle and emerged with a pair of chopsticks, a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, and 2 vacuum-sealed salted duck eggs, returning with a grin. By the way, what was it you wanted to discuss with me? Bai Lan lifted her head slightly, gazing at the person before her, unable to suppress a sigh. This fellow truly had a peculiar way of instilling a sense of reassurance. She pondered for a moment and said, I wish to inquire on behalf of everyone. Given the current situation, it seems our convoy will remain immobile for the foreseeable future. What should we do then? Just wait, I suppose. Xia Bai's tone was rather nonchalant as he handed a salted duck egg to Bai Lan, awaiting his rice to cook. The fragrant aroma of rice had already begun to waft through the air. Bai Lan took a moment to inhale the scent. Truth be told, although merely 2 days had passed since the apocalypse began, she felt as though a century had elapsed since she last beheld cooked rice. Even the salted duck egg and Lao Gan Ma appeared remarkably enticing. Steeling herself, she continued, what I mean to say is, if the situation were to deteriorate to the worst possible outcome, what if? Here, she lowered her voice slightly, her tone tinged with anxiety, what if the military were to abandon us? What should we do then? Chapter 16. Something has happened. Xia Bai had not anticipated that Bai Lan would pose such a question. In his mind, the idea of the military forsaking their group was not entirely implausible, yet he felt indifferent to the possibility. At this juncture, relying on the military was merely a matter of chance. To survive in this post-apocalyptic world, one ultimately had to depend on oneself. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from voicing this sentiment and instead remarked, Do you see that convoy over there? He gestured towards a sizable convoy situated diagonally behind them, comprising 2 Land Rovers at the front, followed by a procession of commercial vehicles and large trucks, the contents of which remained a mystery. Flanking this convoy were 2 armored personnel carriers providing protection. Once Bai Lan turned her gaze in that direction, Xia Bai added, that is likely the convoy of some important figure or research facility. As long as they remain here, our chances of not being abandoned increase. Bai Lan cast a glance and indeed, that convoy stood out among the haphazard assembly of survivor vehicles, instilling a sense of relief within her as she exhaled a breath of tension. Although she was an awakened individual, she was still an ordinary university student. Despite her efforts to appear rational and composed, it was nearly impossible to avoid feeling disoriented in the face of such an apocalyptic reality. At that moment, Xia Bai's rice was finally cooked. He lifted the pot lid, and an alluring fragrance wafted forth. Just then, a howl echoed from the other side. A zombie, dragging its severely contorted legs, was swiftly making its way through the gaps between the vehicles towards them. Xia Bai raised his hand and fired a shot. The creature fell lifelessly, its brains and blood splattering across the ground. Fortunately, it collapsed at a distance from their cooking pot, sparing Xia Bai's meal from immediate ruin. Despite the blood splatter nearby, Xia Bai was still able to pick up a disposable paper cup he had prepared as a bowl and began to serve himself. On the other hand, Bai Lan's complexion paled slightly. She had scarcely tasted the fragrant rice, unsure whether it was due to embarrassment or the presence of the zombie nearby. Xia Bai, however, relished his meal to his heart's content, and after bidding Bai Lan farewell, he returned to his vehicle, locked the doors, and prepared to seize the opportunity for a brief respite. As soon as he closed his eyes, he heard someone knocking on his car window again. Xia Bai opened his eyes to find a plump, somewhat greasy middle-aged man standing outside, wearing a broad smile as he gazed at him. Noticing Xia Bai turn his head, the man knocked on the window once more, signaling for him to lower it. What on earth does this fellow want? Xia Bai hesitated momentarily, but eventually lowered the window slightly. The man leaned in, revealing half of his face, and said with a grin, "Ah, young brother, I am Huang Jingfu from Hebang Group. I noticed you seem to have fired a gun just now. Didn't you? Hebang Group?" Xia Bai felt he had heard that name somewhere before, though his recollection was vague. Regarding the man's question, Xia Bai saw no reason to conceal the truth and simply nodded. Firearms do not require secrecy. They serve as a deterrent, dispelling many unfounded thoughts once others are aware of their presence. Furthermore, the military's regulation of such weapons has become quite lenient. Xia Bai boldly retrieved his gun, and the military personnel merely turned a blind eye. Seeing Xia Bai nod, Huang Jingfu's smile grew even brighter. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired, "How about this, young brother? Would you be willing to sell me your gun?" Sell a gun? This man had clearly approached him after witnessing the discharge, as acquiring a firearm in these times would be extraordinarily advantageous for anyone. However, Xia Bai furrowed his brow slightly. Huang Jingfu, misinterpreting Xia Bai's expression, chuckled as he pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket, cautiously presenting it. He lifted a corner to reveal its contents, 3 gold bars. Xia Bai glanced at them, shook his head, and replied, "I'm not selling my gun. You should seek elsewhere. In this apocalyptic world, gold stands as one of the few universally accepted currencies beyond mere supplies. In a past life, 3 gold bars might have swayed Xia Bai, but now, armed with a cutting-edge battleship system, he could create anything he desired, rendering such material wealth unnecessary. In contrast, the value of the gun he had painstakingly crafted with considerable energy and time was far greater. Upon hearing Xia Bai's refusal, Huang Jingfu appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting that 3 gold bars would be insufficient. Nevertheless, his smile remained intact as he proposed, "All right then, young brother, how about 6 gold bars? I can also offer you a place in my convoy. Though Hebang Group isn't a publicly traded company, we do have our own team of over 20 people. I can assure you that you will never have to worry about food and drink." Living comfortably in these dire times, such was pure nonsense. A man who needed to rush out to buy a gun could hardly guarantee anyone's safety, and the notion of living without concerns for sustenance? Surely, this individual had overestimated his ability to persuade. Xia Bai shook his head, stating, "You should leave. I'm perfectly fine here, and no matter what price you offer, I will not sell my gun." With that, he had no desire to continue the conversation, promptly raising the window, signaling his firm resolve. Thus, the smile on Huang Jingfu's face gradually faded. The flesh on his face twitched slightly, and after a moment, he spoke, "Young man, when the mountain does not turn, the water will flow. Just don't come seeking anything from me." Xia Bai completely disregarded this individual, settling into his driver's seat and gently closing his eyes to rest. His physical condition was exceedingly poor, necessitating ample time for recuperation. Observing this, Huang Jingfu could only grit his teeth and turn away. The entire fleeing convoy remained ensnared in this location. Xia Bai sat in a state between slumber and wakefulness for an indeterminate amount of time. Yet the convoy showed no inclination to move. In the darkness, an unsettling silence enveloped the convoy, occasionally pierced by the distant sound of gunfire and the wails of zombies. However, from the farthest point at the front of the convoy, the cries of the undead seemed to grow increasingly distinct. After roughly 2 hours had elapsed, Ho Zhuang dashed over from the front of the bus, urgently pounding on Xia Bai's car window, exclaiming, "Boss, boss, something's gone awry." Xia Bai opened his eyes, lowered the window, and looked at him. Ho Zhuang's face was ashen as he declared, "Boss, a grave situation has arisen. The army up ahead is unable to hold back. The zombie tide is surging towards us." Chapter 17. The horrific zombie tide. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Xia Bai stood atop the roof of his business vehicle, gazing ahead. Approximately 200 meters in front, flames soared skyward, illuminating the frantic figures of humanity fleeing in all directions. Yet, what truly captured attention was the terrifying horde of zombies traversing through the flames. These horrifying creatures converged from all sides, coalescing into an unstoppable wave of terror on the main road ahead, tearing apart the fleeing humans and trampling over the scattered vehicles as they surged backward. The air was filled with the deafening sound of gunfire, with shots ringing out from every direction, while overhead, an armed helicopter swooped low, following the tumultuous tide of the undead, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that rained destruction upon the ground, stirring a tempest of blood and carnage among the zombies. However, this onslaught proved futile in halting the relentless advance of the horde, which showed no fear of death. At this moment, the zombie tide was indeed unstoppable, yet the armed helicopter hesitated to deploy its air-to-ground missiles. Xia Bai understood the reasoning behind this. The military was apprehensive about inflicting mass casualties on the fleeing survivors. Nonetheless, Xia Bai was acutely aware that failing to intercept the horde would result in far greater loss of life, given the current state of the road being entirely blocked. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance. The apocalypse had only just begun. Even with the knowledge that it was the right choice, few could genuinely bring themselves to launch indiscriminate missiles at both zombies and innocent civilians alike. However, with the speed at which the horde advanced, it would not take 5 minutes before they would be engulfed at their current location. The zombies, spawned from an extraterrestrial virus, possessed remarkable mobility. If an effective interception of the large-scale tide could not be executed, the unimpeded horde would be sufficient to overwhelm the surviving forces. Anyone who stood before such a colossal wave would meet only a dead end. I have heard it said that the momentum of the zombies is overwhelming. They have abandoned our side of the barricade in favor of ensuring the safety of the survivors who have already made it onto the highway. Ho Zhuang's face turned ashen. Since the outbreak of the horde, not even 2 minutes have passed, yet the prior tranquility has been utterly shattered. The air is filled with cacophonous sounds. Although the tide of the undead has yet to arrive, panic has compelled the trapped survivors to frantically take action. It is clear to all that remaining here is tantamount to waiting for death. A small car, wedged against the side of Xia Bai's vehicle, also sprang into motion, but regrettably, the congestion on the highway was too severe. The moment the car moved, it collided head-on with Xia Bai's vehicle, nearly causing Xia Bai, who was standing atop his car, to fall. The driver of the small car, evidently in a state of utter panic, shouted in desperation after crashing into Xia Bai's vehicle, "Get out of my way!" Xia Bai paid him no mind, his gaze scanning the surroundings until it settled upon a convoy protected by the military. Positioned diagonally behind his business vehicle, at that moment, the convoy was maneuvering, led by 2 armored vehicles that were forcibly clearing the path by crashing into several private cars, making a beeline for a gas station situated off the highway. Xia Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he leaped down from his vehicle. Meanwhile, the owner of the small car, witnessing Xia Bai's silence, became increasingly frantic and rammed his vehicle into Xia Bai's car once more. Unfortunately, the distance between the 2 cars was so minimal that, despite his efforts to accelerate, he could not gain speed. The impact merely caused Xia Bai's car to rock slightly while the bumper of the small car was left crumpled. The driver, evidently driven to despair by the chaotic scene unfolding before him, began to act hysterically. Having encountered such individuals frequently, Xia Bai turned to Ho Zhuang and commanded, "Get in the car. We must prepare to charge out. Reverse with me. Can we really break through?" Ho Zhuang questioned, his confidence wavering regarding their ability to escape in a matter of mere minutes. The highway had devolved into utter chaos. Some were moving forward, others were reversing, some were colliding with one another, while others abandoned their vehicles in a frantic flight. The air was thick with the sounds of collisions and screams. The horde had yet to arrive, yet pandemonium reigned in such a scenario. It seemed that fleeing on foot would be the most viable option for escape. Xia Bai retorted, "Abandoning the car won't help you outrun the zombies." With those words, he climbed into his vehicle and ignited the engine of his business car. He first reversed, causing the vehicle behind him to sway, then sharply turned the steering wheel, crashing into 3 or 4 cars beside him, successfully redirecting his vehicle. Observing this, Ho Zhuang gritted his teeth and sprinted towards his bus in short order. Their bus also began to move, yet it appeared that some remained unconvinced of their ability to navigate through the congested roadway. Several university students disembarked, joining the throng of others abandoning their vehicles in a disordered escape. However, within that brief interval, the forefront of the horde became increasingly visible from Xia Bai's vantage point. At present, Xia Bai pressed the accelerator to the floor, utilizing the formidable physique of his battleship to crash through a multitude of abandoned vehicles obstructing the road, charging towards the outer lane. The bus carrying Bai Lan and the others closely followed in the wake of Xia Bai's warship, reversing diligently to keep pace. Although Xia Bai had never met the classmate at the wheel, it was evident that he was a remarkable individual. Even in such chaotic circumstances, he managed to maintain control while reversing, trailing Xia Bai with unwavering precision. If the roles were reversed, Xia Bai could not guarantee he would drive with such proficiency. Meanwhile, the owner of the small car that had just recklessly collided with Xia Bai stared in disbelief at the dilapidated business vehicle beside him, which, like a tank, had forcibly carved a path through the throngs of undead. The expression on his face was nothing short of fascinating. Wow, what a tough guy, the owner thought, as his countenance transformed dramatically in mere seconds, from a state of frantic despair to one brimming with the will to survive. He ceased his shouting and cursing, promptly restarted his small car, and closely followed behind Xia Bai. At that moment, the tidal wave of corpses had already engulfed the front half of the congested street, their numbers exceeding Xia Bai's estimations, amounting to thousands. From a distance, it appeared as a vast, black tide, an endless surge intent on consuming everyone in its path. Military helicopters continued to circle overhead, broadcasting to all survivors present, "Please rest assured. We will not abandon anyone. Ensure your safety, and we will spare no effort to rescue all of you." Chapter 18. The monster, however, Xia Bai was not the only one contemplating the necessity of following the military's protective convoy. Numerous vehicles and survivors were converging towards this direction on the roadway. The military's protective convoy had already entered the gas station, strategically positioning 3 trucks at its perimeter to encircle the station, forming a barricade against the zombies, leaving only a gap in the center. 2 infantry fighting vehicles occupied this opening, firing upon the undead while allowing the survivors trailing behind them to enter. It was evident that, regardless of the identity of this convoy, the military had no intention of truly abandoning the survivors. They were still devising ways to provide protection for those who followed them. Xia Bai was the first to dash into the gas station, soaring between the 2 military vehicles, with the bus carrying Ho Zhuang and the others closely behind. Once inside the gas station, now encircled by the barricade, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces illuminated by the distant flickers of flames, reflecting a mixture of hope and uncertainty. The convoy that had entered first, under military protection, had already come to a halt. It was at this moment that Xia Bai noticed the emblem of thorny flowers emblazoned on the side of their vehicles. If he recalled correctly, it was the insignia of the Shihuang Group. Shihuang Group, a colossal publicly listed company originating from the northeastern region of China, has expanded its industrial reach across the entire nation. Initially founded in the realm of real estate, the company has, over time, diversified into various sectors and fields as its scale has grown. However, it comes as a surprise to Xia Bai that the individuals protected by the military are, in fact, from Shihuang Group. The representatives of Shihuang Group quickly disembark, dividing into 2 factions. 1 group of men clad in black safeguards 5 or 6 individuals as they proceed towards the supermarket adjacent to the gas station, while another contingent begins to fortify the vehicle barricade, encircling the gas station. 1 man in a suit even ascends to the roof of a vehicle, shouting to the throng of survivors streaming in, "Brothers, the situation is dire. I shall be brief. We cannot outrun the zombies. Our only option is to await military rescue. However, before the military arrives, the horde will undoubtedly descend upon us. I need your assistance. I urge everyone to bring their vehicles to the perimeter, parking the trucks in a line, and piling any unnecessary debris beneath them to seal off the gas station." An increasing number of survivors flood through the gas station entrance. Some, upon hearing his words, immediately spring into action, reinforcing the vehicle barricade, while others, already in a state of panic, abandon their vehicles and rush towards the nearby building. Outside, the horde has already surged over the roadway, a massive throng following the sounds in a frenzied rush, pursuing the fleeing survivors towards the gas station. Xia Bai leaps from his vehicle and gazes outward. At this moment, the last batch of survivors remains, mostly unfortunate souls without vehicles, being relentlessly chased by the horde. From time to time, 1 or 2 individuals are violently knocked down, experiencing the true essence of life and death at breakneck speed. Just then, an armed helicopter swoops in, unleashing a torrent of gunfire from approximately 3 stories high, assisting in halting the advance of the horde and enabling the survivors to successfully stream into the gas station through the opening in the vehicle barricade. As this final group of survivors enters the gas station, a prepped Chinese cargo truck swiftly moves in, completely sealing off the last exit. At this very moment, the gas station is entirely barricaded by vehicles, forming a formidable wall that keeps the zombies at bay. Inside the gas station, the number of survivors has exceeded 200, and with the presence of vehicles, the space has become exceedingly cramped. As the last group of survivors withdraws, the armed helicopter ceases its fire and gradually ascends, clearly preparing to withdraw. Yet, at that instant, before the gaze of many within the gas station, a dark shadow suddenly lunges from the rooftop of a nearby building, striking with lightning speed. Its massive form clings to the body of the armed helicopter, violently shaking it and extending its claws to forcibly pull the occupants from within. The helicopter begins to sway perilously in the sky, descending lower and lower until it vanishes from the visible range of the gas station. Moments later, a deafening explosion reverberates as the helicopter crashes. The gas station was enveloped in an eerie silence, which lingered for a moment before someone quivered and inquired, What is that thing?" Unfortunately, no one ventured a response. The sole individual aware of what it was, Xia Bai, showed no inclination to speak. He merely turned his head in silence to gaze at Bai Lan and the others who had also disembarked and were approaching him. Xia Bai's countenance darkened. That was an extreme mutant, a creature birthed from an alien virus, manifesting as a more advanced monstrosity due to mutation. Although this being was also spawned from the zombie virus, it was significantly larger, more agile, and formidable, wielding immense destructive power, making it a true harbinger of doom for survivors. Encountering such a creature in a post-apocalyptic world, one would face almost certain demise without heavy weaponry or sufficient manpower. Their convoy, of this scale, might withstand a horde of zombies, yet it stood no chance against such a beast. Once that extreme mutant set its sights on their formation, it could easily rend a breach, allowing the horde to surge in, transforming their convoy from a protective shield into a colossal cage capable of ensnaring them alive. Chapter 19. Inside and outside the gas station. After a brief, oppressive silence, the gas station erupted once more into a cacophony of chaos. Humanity is peculiar in this way. When zombies and monsters loom perilously close, visible to the naked eye, they may grasp the essence of silence and tranquility. Yet, when a barrier, even a simple convoy, stands between them and the threat, it grants a semblance of psychological solace, fostering a sense of security. While many were astonished by the brute strength of that extreme mutant, which had just wrenched a helicopter from the sky, they believed that even such a creature might struggle to breach their current formation. Thus, within the confines of their vehicles, they felt justified in exhaling a sigh of relief. The military personnel within the two armored vehicles numbered merely a handful, totaling around 10.1 vehicle remained stationary, with no one disembarking, while the soldiers aboard the other vehicle were fully deployed, comprising 6 individuals divided into 3 groups. One group advanced toward the supermarket, another set about calming survivors and inspecting the gas station's interior, and the final group ascended to the top of the convoy to survey the surroundings and eliminate any zombies that might infiltrate their ranks. At that moment, chaos erupted from the direction of the supermarket, as several groups of survivors, upon entering the gas station, immediately rushed toward it in pursuit of supplies, leading to direct clashes among themselves. This commotion drew even more attention to the supermarket's presence. Everyone recognized the critical importance of resources in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, despite the conflict, several parties continued to press toward the supermarket. Even with 2 soldiers hastening in that direction, the situation was deteriorating rapidly in the blink of an eye. Over 20 individuals had gathered there, their shouts drowning out even the sound of gunfire. Ho Zhuang, who had just reunited with Xia Bai, couldn't help but ask, "Boss, should we go and grab some supplies?" Xia Bai cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Have you finished the provisions you brought from the mess hall?" Ho Zhuang was momentarily taken aback and said, "There is still quite a bit, but you must be implying that having more supplies in an apocalypse is better, right?" Xia Bai replied, "Leaving supplies for 5 to 7 days is sufficient. Spending excessive time scavenging for resources, can you guarantee that you'll survive that long? Even if you do manage to survive, can you assure that no unforeseen circumstances will cause you to lose all the hard-earned supplies? The absence of supplies does not necessarily equate to death, and having supplies does not ensure survival." Ho Zhuang paused slightly. However, upon further reflection, he found Xia Bai's argument to be profoundly sensible. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had faced numerous challenges. While they had devised several plans, unexpected occurrences had outnumbered them in this world. Fraught with zombies and peril, no one could guarantee a smooth journey or absolute safety. Xia Bai continued, "Of course, I am not suggesting that stockpiling supplies is wrong. But at this moment, there is no need to frantically compete with these people for such trivial items." He turned his gaze towards the individuals congregating near the supermarket, perceiving them as utterly deranged. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. No matter how crucial supplies were, such desperation was unwarranted. Moreover, outside, a horde of zombies was advancing, and an extremely mutated entity could attack at any moment. Even if they managed to see something, it might ultimately lead to their demise. Xia Bai inquired, "How many of you are left?" Bai Lan inhaled deeply and replied, "We lost 5 or 6 during the chaos. And now, counting me and Ho Zhuang, there are only 7 of us remaining." Xia Bai felt a twinge of melancholy. That old adage rang true. The farther one runs and the longer one survives in an apocalypse, the fewer companions one retains. Bai Lan's expression was also grim. When they first emerged from the girls' dormitory, there had been over 30 individuals, yet now. But she steeled herself and looked at Xia Bai, asking, "What should we do next?" Xia Bai scratched the back of his head, pondering, and asked, "Have you eaten?" Bai Lan. Ho Zhuang. Time passed inexorably, the night illuminated by flickering flames in the distance. The skirmish at the supermarket was finally quelled as military personnel and security forces from the Shihuang group joined forces to restore order amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the zombie horde began to assault the outer perimeter of the vehicle barricade, causing it to sway. Military personnel set up a machine gun atop a truck, unleashing a heavy barrage. What truly calmed the survivors was the incessant updates relayed through the military radio, signifying the ongoing advancement of rescue teams. People realized that the military had not abandoned them, instilling a glimmer of hope that brought a measure of tranquility. Nevertheless, a sense of unease still lingered among the majority. Bai Lan and Ho Zhuang were sent back by Xia Bai to have a meal, while he took action, seeking a vantage point. He climbed atop the vehicles forming the outer ring of the barricade. Squinting into the distance, he was searching for the presence of the extreme mutated entity. Soon, Xia Bai pinpointed the location of the monstrous creature. The entity was positioned neither too far nor too near from Xia Bai and his companions, clinging to the top of an overturned BUIT tour at the bus's exterior, akin to a mole devouring ants, as it extracted survivors from within to consume. The survivors inside were likely long deceased. With a single, sharp claw, it could easily yank out a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, shoving it into its mouth, blood gushing forth. A sight most terrifying. This creature was approximately 4 meters in length, its body adorned with a dense, black, scaly armor. Apart from its limbs, any semblance of human characteristics had nearly vanished. Its eyes had transformed into linear slits, and a tail swayed slowly behind it, undulating in rhythm with its feeding. However, Xia Bai noticed an array of charred wounds along the left side of the creature's body, indicating they had been inflicted recently, likely from the helicopter it had dragged from the sky. The explosion of which had evidently affected it as well, yet the zombies flanking it paid no heed, bypassing the creature without contention over the bloody feast. The military personnel, too, displayed their shrewdness. Despite the creature's presence, they exhibited no intent to fire upon it. Xia Bai's gaze, however, bore a weight of concern. The rarity of extreme mutants was comparable to that of awakened individuals among humans, yet a crucial distinction existed. This creature possessed both sight and cognitive ability. In other words, should it take notice of the gas station, it would inevitably charge over. He felt compelled to alert the military. If only they could eliminate the creature before it stirred. Just as Xia Bai pondered this, a sudden noise erupted from behind him. Turning around, he beheld the suited man from the Shihuang group, who had somehow managed to ascend to his location unnoticed. Chapter 20. The fluctuating human heart. The man was clad in an elegant suit, adorned with a luxury watch that Xia Bai did not recognize, and he sported polished leather shoes, presenting an air of uprightness and meticulousness. His handsome features suggested he was in his 30s. A visage typical of a successful individual from the pre-apocalyptic world, a figure idolized by countless gold-digging women. Yet, such an appearance in this grim setting struck Xia Bai as rather incongruous to that moment. The line of vehicles surrounding the gas station effectively segregated the zombies from the humans. However, from atop the vehicle, looking down, the writhing mass of corpses and living beings seemed indistinguishable in the darkness. The horde of zombies was assaulting the barricade of cars, and few dared to ascend at such a perilous time. Xia Bai turned his attention to this individual, somewhat taken aback. The suited man glanced outside, his gaze lingering for a moment on the mutated creature beyond the throng of zombies, before shifting back to Xia Bai, a smile gracing his lips. "I am Yichiji, the head of security for the Shihuang group." Upon observing the man's attire, Xia Bai initially presumed him to be some sort of manager. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Xia Bai. Why?" Ichiji repeated the name thoughtfully. "Xia Bai. Have you served in the military before?" Xia Bai shook his head. "Why?" Ichiji remarked. "Your courage is indeed commendable. Not only do you dare to venture alone to the pinnacle of the vehicle formation, but you also maintain a considerable distance from the military's established firing points." Xia Bai replied, "Aren't you here as well?" Ichiji retorted. "Ah, but I am quite different." He smiled and glanced at the horde of zombies below, those grotesque creatures surging from all directions, drawn towards the military's firing positions. launching a fierce assault. However, I did see you wielding a firearm earlier. This fellow named Ichiji spoke in a convoluted manner, wrapping his words around like a tangled ball of yarn, which caused Xia Bai's impression of him to plummet. Generally, those who spoke in such a fashion were either complete fools or individuals brimming with ulterior motives, both of whom were hardly likable. Consequently, Xia Bai furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What, do you wish to purchase my gun?" The West Wilderness Group would certainly not come to buy Xia Bai's firearm. They had ties with the military and could not possibly be lacking in weaponry. Xia Bai's question was merely an attempt to prompt the other party to clarify his intentions swiftly. Ichiji, perceptive to the undertones in Xia Bai's words, chuckled and replied, "I am certainly not here to buy a gun. I merely wish to inquire if you would be interested in joining our West Wilderness Group." Xia Bai regarded him with a silent gaze. "Why?" Ichiji continued. "Our group is well known. Even now we maintain a collaborative relationship with the military, enjoying their protection throughout, and we possess resources unimaginable to other survivors." Xia Bai asked, "Why extend an invitation to me?" Ichiji answered, "You exhibit remarkable bravery and proficiency with firearms, far surpassing the average individual. We seek only those who are of value. What do you say? Are you interested in joining the West Wilderness Group? This is a splendid opportunity. Although we are amidst an apocalypse, we rarely extend a hand to outsiders." The West Wilderness Group was indeed a reputable organization. Had this been before the apocalypse, Xia Bai would have considered it an unattainable dream job upon graduation. However now, Xia Bai smiled and remarked, "If you had come to invite me at a different time, I would have certainly regarded this as a great opportunity." "Why?" Ichiji queried. "What do you mean by that?" Xia Bai turned his gaze towards a nearby grotesquely mutated creature, ravenously gnawing on severed limbs amidst the wreckage of an overturned bus, and said, "You must also realize that this vehicle formation cannot hold for much longer. The military claims they will complete the rescue by tomorrow noon at the latest, but that may not be the latest time. It could very well be the earliest. Yet, before that monstrosity could tear through our defenses, exposing us to the onslaught of the undead. So, you are not recruiting, but rather seeking cannon fodder. Should the situation spiral out of control, individuals like me, hastily summoned, could easily be sacrificed in place of your core personnel, thereby maximizing the safety of your team. In this scenario, a substantial survivor convoy is desperately seeking recruits, seemingly more sincere the less they inquire about others' backgrounds, which appears increasingly suspicious in her previous existence. Xia Bai naively served as cannon fodder for such endeavors, joyfully swept into a major survivor group during a crisis, only to realize that she and the others were merely expendable, ultimately sacrificed when danger struck. Why? Ichiji's expression momentarily froze, and after a brief pause he stated, "You have misunderstood my intentions. I genuinely seek assistance, but with no ulterior motives." Xia Bai chuckled softly, glancing towards the grotesquely mutated creature in the distance, remarking, "It is about to devour that entire vehicle of people. Although this entity possesses a degree of rationality compared to zombies, it is no different from them when it comes to its insatiable thirst for human flesh." Ichiji's countenance shifted slightly as he asked, "Are you suggesting that it is about to launch an attack on us?" Xia Bai shook her head, replying, "I apologize if my words were somewhat narrow-minded, but I truly have no intention of joining any other survivor groups at this moment." Why? Ichiji paused by the car door, smiled, and said, "No worries, if you change your mind, feel free to seek me out." With that, he stood up, clapped his hands, and jumped out of the vehicle. Once he was out of Xia Bai's line of sight, someone from the chaotic crowd of survivors approached, saying, "Boss, we've gathered 5 or 6 individuals, but they are all ordinary people, barely capable." Why? Ichiji nodded, acknowledging, "My attempt was unsuccessful." The individual looked surprised. "He turned you down? That's unexpected. Our Shihuang group is the dominant force here, with military backing. Is he out of his mind to refuse our alliance?" Ichiji replied, "Caution is wise. However, it matters not. Shaoli should have also recruited several individuals. Arrange them in a vehicle, facing outward, remove the brakes, and provide them with 2 guns. It doesn't matter whether they are ordinary people. In critical moments, if they can hold off the zombies, that suffices." The individual nodded in understanding. At that moment, Ichiji seemed to recall something and suddenly stated, "By the way, this matter must not reach the military or that group of bookworms, understood?" The individual nodded but hesitated before saying, "But, boss, isn't what we're doing a bit inhumane?" Ichiji glanced at him, sighed, and asked, "If sacrifices are inevitable, do you think it's better for you to die or for someone else?" The individual paused, shook his head, and fell silent. Why? Ichiji then patted his shoulder, saying, "In these times, to survive longer, one must not regard others' lives as valuable." Chapter 21. The Failure of Persuasion, Seeking Support. Chapter 21. The failure of persuasion at that very moment. Atop the line of vehicles, Xia Bai was rising to his feet, making his way towards a makeshift stronghold established by the military amidst the convoy. There were 6 individuals in total, divided into 3 groups, each stationed at one of the 3 cardinal points to intercept the relentless tide of approaching zombies. The thunderous gunfire drew a multitude of the undead to these 3 points of defense. The zombies emitted horrifying howls as they frantically assailed the barricade. As Xia Bai approached, the 2 soldiers failed to notice him at first, until he crouched beside one of them and spoke. "Brother." The soldier suddenly snapped to attention, his bloodshot eyes widening in recognition of Xia Bai. Had he been a zombie, this soldier would likely have opened fire in an instant. They were the most pressured group amidst the chaos. The soldier stared at Xia Bai for a moment, swallowed hard, and said, "Retreat. Return to the convoy. This is no place for ordinary people." Xia Bai shook his head, saying, "Have you seen that creature over there?" He pointed directly at the grotesquely mutated being feasting nearby. The soldier turned to glance, and upon realizing that Xia Bai referred to the 3-meter-long monstrosity, his expression shifted slightly. "Please, descend immediately to a safe area." Still shaking his head, Xia Bai insisted, "You must first eliminate it." "Kill that thing? Are you out of your mind? It has no intention of attacking us. Do you wish to bring about the demise of everyone here?" The soldier, under immense pressure, was clearly on the verge of emotional collapse. He asserted, "Get down now, to a safe zone. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." "No," Xia Bai replied. "If we do not strike first, it will attack us. It possesses an extreme hunger akin to that of the zombies. Once it has consumed its current meal, it will undoubtedly seek out another target, and we, gathered here, would be its prime choice. Why then? It will be too late." Unfortunately, the soldier seemed to disregard Xia Bai's words entirely. "Return to the safe zone at once. This is not a request, it is a warning. You are endangering the safety of hundreds of survivors here, and I have the authority to shoot you on sight." Xia Bai fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and prepared to approach another stronghold in hopes of persuading someone else. However, as he took a step, the soldier reiterated, "Please, vacate the top of the convoy immediately and return to the safe area." Gazing into the soldier's blood-red eyes, Xia Bai finally sighed and began to walk towards the edge of the convoy. The soldier took a deep breath, seemingly regaining a measure of composure, and said, "I apologize. This is the order I have received. Rest assured, we will ensure everyone's safety." After a brief silence, Xia Bai looked at the soldier and slowly replied, "Thank you." The soldier chuckled, turned his head, and resumed firing at the zombies below. At that very moment, Xia Bai had come to the realization that he could not persuade the military personnel to launch a preemptive strike against the severely mutated creature. He was not their superior and had no way to substantiate his claims. Even if he proclaimed himself a reborn individual, it was unlikely that anyone would believe him. Xia Bai leaped from the line of vehicles and quickened his pace toward his armored business vehicle. Chaos continued to erupt among the survivors, who were trapped in this place. Amidst the gunfire and the howls of the undead, their emotions grew increasingly fraught with anxiety and restlessness. Of course, in addition to those venting their agitation, there were others who had retreated early to corners, trembling and even sobbing quietly. Beyond these 2 extreme types, there were a few rational individuals who believed they should utilize this precious time to ensure they remained in a state of absolute safety should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Yet, few truly grasped what actions they ought to take, and those who did were mostly busy forming alliances, striving to increase their numbers. While they did not necessarily harbor the same intentions as Yichiji, seeking to use others as mere fodder, their underlying thoughts were quite similar. The more members in their ranks, the greater the likelihood of survival when the zombies came, adhering to the principle that a friend's demise does not affect the survivor. Xia Bai even spotted Huang Jingfu, the greasy middle-aged man, who was currently standing atop a sedan, expounding a plan for escape and zealously rallying survivors. Bai Lan and her companions, complying with Xia Bai's earlier instructions, had dutifully consumed some food but were nonetheless infected by the tense atmosphere. Upon seeing Xia Bai approach, they rushed toward him. Bai Lan appeared relatively composed. As an awakened individual, she possessed the confidence to remain calm. However, Ho Zhuang seemed utterly frantic, almost unable to stand still. He looked at Xia Bai and exclaimed, "Boss, you've returned. I heard that the military is on the verge of collapse. Everyone is in a state of panic, trying to find their own way out." Xia Bai glanced around and remarked, "Where's the other person?" Previously, there had been 7 individuals on Bai Lan's side, including her and Ho Zhuang, but now only 6 remained before Xia Bai. Bai Lan replied, "Xiao Xiao went with that man named Huang Jingfu. She said their group has a better chance of survival." Xia Bai nodded in acknowledgement without further comment, simply stating, having 6 people is fine. The situation is indeed precarious, but there is no need to rush. Abandon that bus. Go check above for anything useful and bring it all to my vehicle. If anything unexpected happens, we can make our escape in my car. Ho Zhuang interjected, boss, shouldn't we recruit more people? Clearly, he was also inclined to follow Huang Jingfu's example and expand their group. However, Xia Bai had no such intentions. For him, the fewer people on his side, the better. Thus, he shook his head decisively and said, rest assured. Ho Zhuang still appeared somewhat skeptical, yet throughout this journey, he had developed an unprecedented trust in Xia Bai. Upon witnessing Xia Bai's insistence, he nodded in agreement, saying, I shall heed the leader's words. Being addressed as leader always made Xia Bai feel somewhat uncomfortable in that moment. Ho Zhuang and the others promptly returned to their bus to organize their supplies. However, just as they arrived, a commotion erupted nearby, seemingly stemming from a conflict with another group. Chapter 22. The conflict. When Xia Bai arrived, Bai Lan and her companions were engaged in a heated dispute with another group. Xia Bai recognized this other faction as a band of survivors recruited by Huang Jingfu. In just a few minutes, the unrest had attracted a considerable crowd. In this era, even the slightest disturbance could swiftly draw the attention of numerous survivors, all fearful of missing out on events that could plunge them into peril. Before Xia Bai could push his way into the throng, he heard Huang Jingfu's distinctive voice resound. You have so many supplies here, enough to fill your bellies, while we have people on the brink of starvation. How can you be so heartless as to refuse to share even a morsel? Accompanying this oily, middle-aged man's words, a stir arose among the group behind him, and even those flanking Huang Jingfu's faction joined in the uproar, evidently drawn by the prospect of supplies. Bai Lan, standing at the entrance of the bus, remained relatively composed and replied, we have no supplies to speak of. However, scarcely had her words left her lips when Huang Jingfu pulled a girl from their ranks, sneering, no supplies? You recognize her, don't you? Yi Xiao, she escaped from your school alongside you. She has already spoken the truth. You looted your school's canteen and made off with a significant amount of supplies, yet you claim to have none? Is it not your own selfishness that prevents you from sharing? The girl, identified as Yi Xiao, was indeed the same one who had previously abandoned Bai Lan and the others, believing that aligning with Bai Lan and Xia Bai was no longer her best option. She had directly sought refuge with Huang Jingfu, who was then actively gathering survivors. Evidently, it was this girl who had informed Huang Jingfu about the supplies on Bai Lan's bus. Initially appearing somewhat embarrassed when dragged out, Yi Xiao, upon hearing Huang Jingfu's damning words, resolved to speak out. Bai Lan, I am grateful for your rescue from the school, but you are left with so few people while hoarding so many supplies. Do you not find it morally reprehensible to withhold them? At this juncture, Bai Lan and her companions were thoroughly branded as deceitful and selfish. Ho Zhuang, known for his straightforward nature, could no longer restrain himself upon hearing this. Grasping his fire axe, he declared, I have supplies, and I simply do not wish to share them with you. What are you going to do about it? Upon witnessing the fire axe held by Ho Zhuang, Yi Xiao instinctively recoiled in trepidation. However, Huang Jingfu remained unfazed by her apprehension. He sneered and remarked, what is the matter? Do you still intend to strike us? My fellow brothers and sisters, we are all in the same boat here. If the zombies breach our defenses, none shall escape. Yet, this group of university students, these cultured ruffians, possess resources they cannot possibly exhaust, and instead of sharing, they wish to confront us head-on. I refuse to believe they truly dare to harm me. With that, the stout middle-aged man boldly advanced, rallying his companions to charge forth. His strategy was evidently to seize a moral high ground before launching a direct assault. This tactic proved highly effective. At his command, over 30 individuals surged into action, both Huang Jingfu's men and the onlookers who had gathered, displaying expressions of exhilaration at the prospect of seizing valuable supplies. After all, snatching resources from human hands often proved far simpler than pilfering them from under the noses of zombies. Just as Bai Lan's face betrayed a flicker of panic, a deafening gunshot rang out from the crowd's periphery. Xia Bai had removed the silencer and fired a shot into the air. Instantly, the throng fell silent. The nearest individual, a frantic woman intent on pushing her way into the fray for supplies, let out a scream and bolted. Xia Bai, gun in hand, swept his gaze across the crowd, prompting a collective retreat. Unlike Ho Zhuang, who wielded his fire axe as a mere bluff, Xia Bai emerged from a veritable sea of corpses and blood, his gaze imbued with a fierce intensity that left no doubt he was a person capable of pulling the trigger at any moment. Consequently, every individual caught in his line of sight hastily withdrew. Amidst the crowd, Bai Lan felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon recognizing Xia Bai's approach. For reasons unknown, she had come to believe that as long as Xia Bai was present, no problem was insurmountable. In her eyes, he had transcended the abilities of an ordinary awakened individual. Had Xia Bai been privy to her thoughts at that moment, he would likely have been utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, he strode confidently into the heart of the assembly, casting a glance at Huang Jingfu, who glared at him with gritted teeth. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bai declared, "From a strictly logical standpoint, these supplies rightfully belong to me, and they are merely assisting in their preservation and transportation. Therefore, I am willing to allocate a portion of these resources." His statement took Bai Lan and the others by surprise. Yet, Xia Bai continued, "However, it must be noted that these items were procured through our efforts, and we cannot share everything. I trust that everyone can understand this." As soon as his words fell, a voice from the crowd chimed in, "That is certainly reasonable. We are not thieves." Xia Bai smiled and replied, "Very well, let us first take what we need, and the remaining supplies can be distributed at your discretion in times of despair." The nature of discourse has irrevocably shifted. The distinction between mere reasoning and genuine deliberation has become blurred. As long as Xia Bai expresses his willingness to share, the crowd will refrain from causing a commotion. However, should he resolutely refuse to part with anything, they would undoubtedly surge forward, leaving nothing behind from the supplies on the bus. Xia Bai's generosity stems from his intention not to take all the resources with him. He aims to abandon the cumbersome vehicle, and his business car cannot accommodate too much. Thus, a selection is inevitable. His earlier invitation for Bai Lan and the others to return was to retrieve essential items while discarding the superfluous, and at this moment, he merely capitalizes on the current situation. He gestured for Bai Lan and the others to board the bus and gather supplies, then turned his attention to Huang Jingfu, stating slowly, "I am willing to share my resources, but under one condition. I shall only share with those who are genuinely in need." As soon as Xia Bai concluded his statement, the crowd erupted in discontent, their voices filled with lamentation. Noticing the glint of mockery in Xia Bai's eyes, Huang Jingfu sensed something amiss. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Xia Bai interjected, "I believe those who claim to lack resources. But as for you, Mr. Huang Jingfu, you do not appear to be among them." Huang Jingfu's expression stiffened as he retorted, "What do you mean by that?" "How forgetful you are," Xia Bai replied, "not long ago. You were willing to part with 3 gold bars to purchase a firearm from me, boasting about how following you would lead to a life of luxury." "What luxury?" "I was merely jesting." Huang Jingfu stammered, "Oh, but I clearly observed your willingness to exchange 3 gold bars for a gun. Surely, you cannot be on the brink of starvation," Xia Bai remarked. Huang Jingfu's eyes darted momentarily before he declared, "Who saw me using 3 gold bars to buy a gun? We are bereft of supplies for our next meal. Do not slander me." His strategy was astute. He had discreetly made the proposal to Xia Bai, and apart from the two of them, no one witnessed the transaction. As long as he denied it, Xia Bai could do nothing. Yet, Xia Bai had no intention of forcing Huang Jingfu's admission. Merely reaching this point was sufficient. He glanced at the myriad survivors around him, saying slowly, "I have already laid out my resources. Keep your eyes peeled, and do not allow those who have already filled several vehicles with supplies to snatch away the life-saving items I am willing to share." In that moment, the crowd's gaze towards Huang Jingfu and his followers took on a subtly charged quality. Huang Jingfu understood that Xia Bai was merely igniting the envy of the wealthy among them, and given the circumstances, everyone desired fewer competitors for resources. Who cared whether one truly possessed supplies? Xia Bai gazed at the individual before him, pondering, "You may wish to ensnare me, but do not expect to reap any benefits. Your time here will be in vain." Regardless of the circumstances, Xia Bai remained unfazed, as the dimensions of his business vehicle, a behemoth of sorts, were limited and could not accommodate an excessive amount of cargo. Thus, he had initially intended to relinquish a portion of his belongings, and the current situation was fortuitously aligning with his plans. However, Huang Jingfu held a different perspective. He glared at Xia Bai with gritted teeth for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. He thought to himself, "Although I may not gain anything substantial, the one who ultimately incurs the loss is Xia Bai, for he is the one truly sacrificing resources." Of course, Huang Jingfu's thoughts bore little consequence to Xia Bai. To Xia Bai, this individual was merely a trifling nuisance, akin to a bothersome fly. His genuine concern lay with the extreme mutant lurking outside, poised to launch an attack on the perimeter of the vehicles at the gas station. Should that creature breach their defensive formation, a horde of flesh-eating monstrosities would inevitably swarm in, rendering survival a daunting challenge, and any material possessions would lose their significance, if one could not even sustain their existence. A truckload of supplies would be rendered utterly useless in the brief span of time. Bailan and the others had completed their arrangements and disembarked from the bus. Bailan had discerned Xia Bai's intentions and thus remained silent, refraining from uttering a word, while Ho Zhuang still appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet, Xia Bai said nothing further, leading the group in the direction of his business vehicle. As Xia Bai departed, those survivors who had long coveted the resources sprang into action, fiercely competing amongst themselves, and Huang Jingfu's group was inevitably overshadowed by a greater number of other survivors. As they distanced themselves from this throng, Bailan cast a lingering glance at Yi Xiaoxiao, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately chose to turn away, following Xia Bai instead. Yi Xiaoxiao, however, observed the retreating figures of Xia Bai and his companions, a flicker of animosity glimmering in her eyes. At that moment, Xia Bai and Bailan, along with the others, made their way back into the confines of their business vehicle. The second-tier form of the business vehicle, when disguised, bore no significant differences from an ordinary vehicle aside from the operational panel on the driver's side. Its interior remained indistinguishable from that of a conventional business vehicle. The initial item manufacturing facilities were cleverly concealed, making it difficult for anyone to discern its true nature. Coupled with its somewhat dilapidated exterior, it appeared even more unremarkable than a typical business vehicle. Yet, only Xia Bai understood that this so-called business vehicle was, at any moment, capable of transforming into a craft with ground-skimming flight capabilities. Admittedly, to refer to it as a warship might be an exaggeration, but the survival capabilities and safety it afforded Xia Bai in this apocalyptic landscape were invaluable. As the others entered the vehicle, a palpable restlessness pervaded the atmosphere, with everyone but Xia Bai exhibiting signs of unease. Xia Bai, seated in the driver's seat, idly toyed with a blue spherical object, roughly the size of a palm. This object featured metallic ends, while its central portion displayed a translucent quality, revealing a luminous blue energy sphere quietly suspended within. This is precisely the frozen bomb that Xia Bai crafted using 10 energy points. According to the instructions, its method of use is similar to that of a grenade. It detonates 3.5 seconds after the pull ring is disengaged, creating a frigid explosion zone. The system's description of its power lacks detail, but this weapon may well be a specialty of the system, as Xia Bai has never encountered such a cold grenade in reality before. After such a prolonged period, the items crafted from the battleship's manufacturing facility have mostly been completed, yet Xia Bai refrained from producing any further items. The reason for this is, of course, due to his insufficient energy points. Since joining the convoy out of the city, Xia Bai has scarcely slain any zombies. The repairs to the battleship also consumed a considerable amount of energy points, leaving him with merely 7 remaining. 7 energy points are hardly sufficient for any endeavor, so it would be wiser to conserve them for emergencies should any unforeseen circumstances arise. However, despite Xia Bai's intentions, he is acutely aware that if a crisis were to occur, he likely wouldn't even have the chance to utilize those 7 energy points before meeting his demise. After all, the current speed of production at the primary item manufacturing facility is still far too slow. Achieving simultaneous combat and item production is nearly impossible, and due to the lack of immediacy, energy points are difficult to employ in the heat of battle. Xia Bai has 2 plans. First, should a horde of zombies breach their defenses, he will directly engage them with the battleship. If the convoy is only torn at a single point, he may be able to rely on the battleship's cannons to hold the line, provided he is not fighting alone. Second, he will retreat with the battleship. If he lacks trustworthy and equally capable allies, he will have no choice but to flee. Chapter 24. Lethal Beings, October 18, 2018, 11:52 p.m. Xia Bai heard a howl that pierced the cold night air. Those seated in the business vehicle, including Bailan, were jolted awake. From the moment the howl echoed, it did not cease, swiftly approaching the convoy's direction, accompanied by the more intense sounds of machine gun fire. Several fire points established by the military above the convoy were all firing in unison towards the same target. If, at that moment, Xia Bai could stand atop the outer perimeter of the convoy, he would clearly see a massive black figure cleaving through the dense throng of zombies, barreling forward under the barrage of 12mm machine guns, like a black cannonball that caused the entire convoy to tremble. Subsequently, this extreme mutant extended a pair of lethal claws, and with a single upward sweep, it effortlessly overturned a truck along with 2 military soldiers stationed at the fire point above, all while countless horrified gazes bore witness. The seemingly indomitable convoy was thus torn open by this creature, allowing a torrent of zombies to surge in from behind it. The weapons mounted on the armored vehicles on either side unleashed their fury simultaneously, while a soldier from the military recklessly drove a rugged off-road vehicle headlong into the fray, attempting to seal the breach. This soldier, fully cognizant of his impending demise, nevertheless charged fiercely towards the tide of corpses. Resolved to use his own life as a barricade in a state of panic, he propelled forward, letting out a thunderous roar to bolster his courage. It was a scene of harrowing intensity. Only Xia Bai leapt from his vehicle, piercing through the throngs of terrified onlookers as he bellowed, "Come back!" Only he understood the futility of such a sacrificial endeavor. Xia Bai had once confronted these abominations directly, and in the absence of heavy weaponry, any individual who dared to engage would find only death awaiting them. He vividly recalled an encounter with a group of over 50 survivors in a post-apocalyptic world, where they had faced an extreme mutant creature, annihilating nearly their entire contingent in a desperate bid to slay the beast, comprised of individuals whose combat prowess rivaled his own. Yet at this moment, no one heeded Xia Bai's desperate plea. Each person clenched their fists, fervently hoping that the soldier would successfully block the gap, allowing the military's firepower to push the undead back. However, in that instant, the dark monstrosity suddenly leapt into action, refusing to retreat as it faced the speeding vehicle head-on. With a thunderous crash, the creature halted the vehicle in its tracks, crushing the front end with a force that seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds, shattering the windows and splattering blood within. The soldier, bloodied and battered, gritted his teeth and drew his firearm, unleashing a futile barrage of shots at the creature before him. Soon after, the beast raised its hand high, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the vehicle's roof and the soldier within Xia Bai's eyes. This was a scene that struck deep into the heart. The soldiers guarding the convoy may have appeared rigid, yet they were men of true grit. Regardless of the era, those who dared to stand against the tide of the undead, or even the most extreme of mutants, whether they ultimately lived or perished, were remarkable individuals. Even if they failed and met their end, no one held the right to judge their actions. Yet, at this moment, very few shared Xia Bai's sentiment. For many present, this was a sight that sent shivers down their spines. The prevailing thought among the majority was one of despair. "It's over, we must flee." Such reactions were entirely understandable. In the early days of the apocalypse, survival and elimination were paramount, and people's instincts drove them to seek safety from peril rather than confront it. In a previous life, Xia Bai had felt the same, and he understood all too well that in the face of overwhelming panic during the apocalypse's onset, few could turn the tide. The notion that stirring words could ignite courage to combat the undead was utterly implausible. At that moment, people surged toward the direction away from the zombies, even attempting to move vehicles aside to carve out an escape route. On either side, military infantry fighting vehicles continued to unleash a torrent of fire. Yet their numbers were already sparse. With such losses, the living became even fewer, further emphasizing their entrapment within the buildings. As the breach was widened, a horde of corpses surged in with frenzied intensity. In an instant, before the tide of the undead could overwhelm the defensive line formed by the vehicles, panic had already shattered the fortifications here. Xia Bai felt a pang of sorrow for those who were perishing. He gazed at the military firing points on the flanks, and after a moment of silence, he resolved to take action, and no matter the cost, the extreme mutant creature must be eliminated. Others might be unaware, but Xia Bai understood all too well that if that monster were left unchecked, none of the survivors here would escape unscathed. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to board the vehicle and activate its combat mode. However, before he could settle into the driver's seat, a loud bang echoed through the air. A bullet grazed his shoulder, striking the open door behind him and ricocheting away. Xia Bai was taken aback. He had never anticipated someone would fire at him at that very moment. He swiftly turned to see a young man with a flamboyant hairstyle, resembling a member of a punk rock group, brandishing a firearm and standing not far from him, gazing coldly in his direction. Upon noticing Xia Bai's glance, the young man smirked with an icy grin and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger for a second time. This time, Xia Bai recognized the danger, ducking just in time to evade the shot. From the first bullet, he could discern that the assailant's aim was not particularly precise, yet at such close range, their accuracy remained alarmingly high. The young man was accompanied by 3 or 4 others, all adorned in similar punk or flamboyant styles. Only the young man wielded a gun. Despite his lack of skill, his shots were ruthless. Just as Xia Bai ducked, a third bullet was fired, and this time, he could not avoid it that moment. Half of a figure emerged from the business vehicle, grasping Xia Bai's body and pulling him inside. It was Bai Lan, who had sensed the danger and acted promptly. Yet, the young man was merciless, firing faster than before. Even though Xia Bai had managed to close the door just in time, Bai Lan let out a scream. Having been struck, as Xia Bai finally settled inside the vehicle, he heard the young man coldly declare, "I only want your vehicle and the supplies within it. If you cooperate, I won't take any lives." Clearly, this group had come seeking the supplies Xia Bai had previously retrieved from the bus. Amidst the onslaught of zombies and the rampant destruction wrought by the extreme mutant, how could these individuals still have the audacity to rob others? At that moment, Xia Bai looked at the group standing outside the vehicle, and an uncontrollable fury welled up within him. Chapter 25. Just now, it seems someone shot at me. The situation within the cluster of vehicles was spiraling further out of control. An endless tide of zombies surged through the breach, trampling over the flames on the ground, transforming into an unstoppable wave of darkness that lunged at everyone. The survivors had already descended into chaos. Those closest to the breach had been swallowed by the horde, while those in the middle were rendered helpless, and those at the rear were desperately attempting to carve out an escape route from another direction. The two armored personnel carriers of the military swiftly became the targets of the grotesquely mutated beings, the cacophony of gunfire compelling the dark and fearsome creature to lunge towards them. While it may not have been capable of tearing through the outer armor of the vehicles as it would against ordinary ones, it could effortlessly extinguish the lives of the frail humans within. In less than a minute, it had already destroyed one armored carrier, rendering it completely incapacitated for battle. Simultaneously, Xia Bai found himself obstructed by a group of survivors. Bai Lan had been shot in the right arm, blood gushing forth, and was promptly taken to the rear by her classmates. Yet, confronted with such a grievous injury, they were momentarily at a loss, holding Xia Bai's well-prepared first aid kit without knowing how to proceed. However, Bai Lan remained remarkably composed. Her complexion was pale, but her gaze was cold and resolute as she instructed, "First, control the bleeding." Xia Bai glanced over, assured that Bai Lan could manage the situation, and then disregarded the raucous yellow-haired individual. Turning to Ho Zhuang and inquiring, "Can you drive?" "What should I drive?" Ho Zhuang replied at that moment. The yellow-haired man, realizing that Xia Bai was ignoring him, felt a flash of anger. Outside, the horde of corpses surged forth. They needed to seize supplies quickly. Therefore, without hesitation, he fired his weapon, intending to eliminate Xia Bai first to see if this group would comply. However, the yellow-haired man did not anticipate that his shot would not only fail to kill Xia Bai but also would not penetrate the dilapidated van's cabin, merely leaving a shallow mark on the windshield. A punkish companion of his exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? Is it bulletproof?" Inside the vehicle, as the pilot's seat faced forward and the co-pilot's seat faced back, the gun's position elevated, transforming into a formidable firepower turret. Witnessing this scene, not only were the yellow-haired individuals outside left in stunned silence, but even Ho Zhuang and the others within the vehicle were equally astounded. A lean young man murmured, "Am I dreaming?" Meanwhile, Xia Bai pressed a button, and thereafter, he pulled the control stick upwards. Amidst the humming sound, the vehicle gradually ascended to a height of 3 to 4 meters above the ground. Maintaining its hovering stance, system prompt, "Your warship has been activated. All systems are currently functioning optimally." System prompt, "The primary anti-gravity engine has been activated." System prompt, "You are in a state of ultra-low altitude flight." System prompt, "You are at the current maximum flight altitude, 3.67 meters. At this moment, amidst the chaos, the rising warship undoubtedly commanded the most attention. Behind the convoy, Xia, retreating with his own team, turned to witness this spectacle, his expression contemplative. However, from his vantage point, he could not discern who was piloting the warship. The vehicles, which had been deceived by him to carry those survivors, now surged into the horde of corpses at a terrifying speed. In this very moment, the unfortunate souls within that vehicle only then realized they had been duped by the Shihuang group, cursing and shouting in desperation. Yet, at this instant, they found themselves encircled by a dense mass of zombies. No matter how vehemently they cursed, they could only fulfill Qi's sinister wish, sacrificing their lives to buy time for the convoy of the Shihuang group. Simultaneously, Xia Bai abruptly stood up from his driver's seat, pushing the bewildered Ho Zhuang into the driver's position, exclaiming in a rush, "What is happening? Once we all survive this, I shall explain. For now, you need to help me operate this thing. It's akin to playing a video game. If you wish to stay alive, you must act quickly." This was a battleship, not a fighter jet. Although it may appear similar to an aircraft at first glance, its firepower and operational systems were distinctly separate, requiring two individuals to manage them effectively. Ho Zhuang, somewhat dazed, was uncertain whether he was more terrified by the zombies or the sudden appearance of this battleship, stammering, I can't. You should do it." Before Xia Bai could respond, another individual volunteered, "I'll take the wheel." Xia Bai was taken aback by this unexpected offer. The speaker was the previously mentioned lean young man, who declared, "I was the one driving the bus earlier. Leave the Thunder Fighter to me." Xia Bai had previously admired the skill of the one driving the bus, not realizing that this extraordinary driver had been right beside him all along. However, what astonished Xia Bai even more was that amidst all the chaos from the school to this point, this individual had managed to survive thus far. What remarkable resilience! Yet, with zombies and extreme mutants looming nearby, there was no time for idle chatter. Xia Bai promptly stated, "All right, you take the wheel, and we will strike whoever I direct us to." System prompt. Do you wish to temporarily transfer battleship piloting rights? Yes. The lean young man promptly settled into the driver's seat, gripping the control stick and exclaiming with excitement. Following this, Xia Bai took his position at the artillery station, which was slightly elevated above the ship's body, allowing the operator to observe the surroundings through 360 degrees of bulletproof glass. As he settled in, he grasped the cannon's control handle and directed a cold smirk toward the group of individuals on the ground, remarking, "Did someone just shoot at me?" At that moment, under Xia Bai's command, the 30mm cannon slowly rotated, targeting the group below. Instantly, the individuals, including the one with the yellow hair, were stricken with terror and fled in panic, never imagining that a dilapidated business vehicle could suddenly transform into a battleship. Might there be some who would critique this? Yet, in terms of a battleship, while the captain may be capable of fulfilling multiple roles, as the scale expands and evolves, there will be a necessity for true crew members. After all, it is the amalgamation of the vessel, the captain, and the crew that constitutes a battleship, is it not? Chapter 26. Have aliens arrived? The gap in the vehicular blockade has been utterly torn open, and a horde of the undead has engulfed a substantial portion of the gas station, blending human survivors with zombies amidst a cacophony of panic shrieks and anguished wails. In this very moment, a terrifying and pitch-black extreme mutant is ruthlessly tearing apart the 2nd Infantry fighting vehicle ahead. The gas station is engulfed in chaos, each survivor desperately seeking an escape route. Yiqiji's Shihuang group is the first convoy to break free, their members maneuvering around the vehicles on the opposite side of the gas station to surge forth. However, outside the gas station, the area is teeming with zombies. They seized the opportunity to rush out, but before the second convoy could follow suit, the undead surged through the opening, severely hampering the survivors' escape and trapping a large number at this critical exit point. Huang Jingfu is among those trapped here. Earlier, he had rallied a group of over 30 survivors, equipped with 5 or 6 vehicles, intending to break through alongside the leaders of the Shihuang group. Yet they nearly found themselves overturned by the suicide vehicle prepared by Yiqiji. Observing the vehicle plowing into the horde of zombies and the multitude of panicking survivors aboard, the greasy, middle-aged man suddenly grasped the unfolding circumstances. In that moment, he even contemplated whether to deceive others into following such a reckless path. However, Huang Jingfu swiftly abandoned this alluring thought. Such a strategy might work for Yiqiji, but it was beyond his capabilities. As an ordinary survivor, his only hope for survival lay in solidarity. Sacrificing others would only push himself into the abyss. Yet, as he surveyed the sea of zombies, an icy chill enveloped his heart. His gaze fell upon the aircraft rising in the distance, and amidst the shock and disbelief, he yearned to board it amidst the chaos, unaware that this vessel was the warship of Xia Bai, with whom he had unresolved grievances. Even if he could not board the aircraft, following in its wake would suffice. However, before Huang Jingfu could act, he was horrified to witness the sci-fi-like aircraft opening fire. To his shock, the first targets were not the zombies, but a group of punk-styled human survivors. A barrage of 30mm rounds rained down, reducing them to fragments even more mangled than the zombies. Huang Jingfu was struck with terror, while a trembling subordinate beside him exclaimed, "Brother Huang, that's definitely aliens." Initially, Huang Jingfu had not considered this angle at all. In the apocalypse, the undead are the undead. What connection could there be with aliens? Yet, upon hearing his subordinate's words, Huang Jingfu found himself increasingly convinced of this notion. The aircraft had appeared suddenly, in the midst of the chaos. He had failed to notice the changes in Xia Bai's warship. And such a massive object could not possibly have been present at the gas station before. It had likely just arrived. Moreover, its design bore no resemblance to any earthly technology. The most crucial point was that this entity, upon its emergence, had unhesitatingly opened fire on the survivors. If this aircraft were operated by Earthlings, how could it possibly shoot at survivors amid a zombie-infested landscape? Huang Jingfu, increasingly consumed by this realization, found that the flying object resembled an extraterrestrial spacecraft more and more. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his face, glistening with oil, turned as pale as a ghost. Witnessing this, his underling trembled with fear. Stammering, "Brother Huang, what shall we do?" Gazing at the flames, zombies, and alien spacecraft outside, Huang Jingfu gritted his teeth and declared, "We shall blow up the gas station and send these extraterrestrials and zombies flying into the sky, carving a bloody path." His subordinate was taken aback, exclaiming, "But there are so many survivors here." "To hell with the survivors. All that matters is that we survive." Meanwhile, aboard Xia Bai's battleship, the fervent shout of Ho Zhuang echoed, "Let us finish off these bastards." With his straightforward disposition, he watched as Xia Bai unleashed a barrage of bullets to eliminate the yellow-haired foes. Even as a mere spectator, he felt a surge of adrenaline and excitement. The lean man at the controls clutched the joystick tightly, his face alight with exhilaration as he remarked, "These people deserve to die even more than zombies." At the rear of the battleship, Bailon, with the assistance of two other girls, managed to staunch the bleeding temporarily and performed rudimentary treatment on her wounds. However, her complexion remained alarmingly pale, and under the current circumstances, extracting the bullet was impossible. Meanwhile, at the artillery position, Xia Bai exhaled slowly only after confirming the last of the assailants had been shot down. The entire operation, from firing to eliminating the group, had taken less than 10 seconds. Those who had once been so arrogant were now shot down in their frantic flight. Even though they possessed handguns, against the might of the battleship and its cannons, their only option was to flee. In truth, even without firing a shot, these individuals would have ultimately succumbed to the zombies due to their lack of vehicles and supplies. Yet, Xia Bai was incensed by their presence. It was such beings that caused many instinctively surviving individuals to meet a gruesome end. Presently, with Bailon wounded, Xia Bai had also missed the opportunity to collaborate with the military against the zombies. The influx of zombies through the breach had reached a catastrophic level, already engulfing half the gas station, rendering any defense utterly futile. Just then, the lean young man at the controls suddenly cried out, "Boss!" Xia Bai swiftly turned his head to see, amidst the flames and zombies, an extremely mutated creature leaping high, its target being their very battleship. Panic erupted among the crew, but Xia Bai had anticipated this. His battleship was too conspicuous, having just fired its weapons. The cannon fire roared like thunder, drawing in a horde of zombies, and this mutated creature would inevitably be attracted as well. While he could disregard the zombies, since they were currently at a height of over 3 meters, making it difficult for the zombies to ascend, the mutated creature could leap to heights of 4 or 5 meters effortlessly. The artillery of this warship is capable of a full 360-degree rotation. Xia Bai swiftly maneuvered the turret, aiming it directly at the grotesque aberration. In the next instant, a torrent of flames erupted from Xia Bai's machine gun, while her voice reverberated within the confines of the ship. "Turn it around, kill it." Meanwhile, the attention of the crowd, captivated by the extreme mutant, failed to notice that Huang Jingfu was dispatching a group towards the fuel aircraft and tanks. Chapter 27. Explosion, Seeking Support. In this chapter, the 30mm caliber machine gun possesses the power to effortlessly shred a living being into fragments in an instant. Yet, when fired upon the extreme mutant, it merely erupted into splashes of blood, forcibly knocking it down from the sky. The creature began to sprint across the ground, circling the aircraft with astonishing speed. Even with Xia Bai and the slender young man operating together, the bullets struggled to keep pace. A volley of rounds decimated the surrounding zombies, yet they barely grazed the monstrous figure. Amid the surging tide of corpses, the density of zombies was overwhelming. Under the machine gun's fire, several were on the brink of being obliterated in a brief span. The energy points displayed within Xia Bai's warship skyrocketed to over 100. However, Xia Bai realized that such a strategy could not persist. Each 30mm bullet consumed 5 energy points, and her reserves were limited. Not much had been produced during the initial crafting, and the current level of the ship's manufacturing facilities was inadequate to swiftly replenish ammunition. If this continued, she risked exhausting her bullets before the extreme mutant was vanquished. Thus, at this critical juncture, Xia Bai suddenly commanded, "Stop." The slender young man was momentarily startled but promptly complied, stabilizing the warship in midair. Almost immediately, it became apparent to everyone that Xia Bai's turret had ceased fire. Concurrently, the extreme mutant, which had been dashing at high speed, abruptly halted. The few shots Xia Bai had landed had left its flesh torn and bloodied, and it now stood not far from the front of the warship. Xia Bai understood that although the extreme mutant originated from the extraterrestrial zombie virus, it was fundamentally different from ordinary zombies. It resembled a beast, endowed with acute senses and a degree of intelligence. At that very moment of Xia Bai's ceasefire, the creature seemed to sense a change, its body slightly arching, poised to strike with lethal intent, its eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. The onlookers, including Ho Zhuang, gazed at Xia Bai in confusion, uncertain as to why she would halt fire at such a pivotal moment. Xia Bai, however, took a deep breath and grasped the cryogenic bomb. At that instant, the extreme mutant lunged forward, its form erupting like a bolt of lightning, charging directly at the warship. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Xia Bai flung open the turret's top cover, extending half her body out, and amidst the gasps of her companions, she launched the cryogenic bomb. A singular object traced a flawless parabola through the air, landing steadily beside the extreme mutant. Yet, astonishingly, it did not detonate immediately. It only erupted with a tremendous roar when the mutant had darted approximately 2 meters away. Xia Bai realized that he had miscalculated the timing of the explosion. However, in this world, who is devoid of mistakes? Even a person reborn cannot alter this reality in the next heartbeat. The cryogenic bomb detonated explosively. A vast cloud of steam surged forth, and an expanse of ice spread across the ground, swiftly encasing an area of 7 or 8 square meters in frost. Despite the creature's remarkable speed, one of its right feet was instantaneously frozen to the ground, sending its body crashing heavily onto the surface. Yet, in a fit of madness, it began to thrash violently, seemingly oblivious to its immobilized leg, visibly tearing its frozen limb inch by inch. If it continued to struggle, it would likely rip its own leg apart. The onlookers aboard the warship were taken aback by this scene, with the lean young man exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" Meanwhile, Xia Bai had already repressed the barrel of the machine gun and opened fire. The weapon emitted a thunderous roar, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the living target, the extreme mutant, savagely, causing blood to splatter in an instant. The creature emitted a frenzied wail, intensifying its desperate thrashing. But at that very moment, the gas station exploded. Huang Jingfu and his companions had succeeded. The gas station detonated, engulfing the entire structure in a fiery wave that surged forth. They had anticipated this and had begun to rush away from the gas station before the explosion, yet they still underestimated its power. The shockwave swept through, consuming several vehicles in their convoy with flames, leaving the remainder in disarray. The cunning Huang Jingfu, who had surged ahead of the others, narrowly leaped over the zombies thrown into the air by the shockwave, escaping the blast radius and finally breaking free from the horde. On the precipice of life and death, Huang Jingfu's plump face trembled with excitement as he bellowed, "To hell with the zombies! To hell with the aliens! To hell with the survivors! Am I not the one who will survive till the end?" However, his elation was short-lived as he soon noticed that his companions displayed no signs of excitement. Their faces were pale as they gazed back towards the gas station. Realizing something was amiss, Huang Jingfu turned to look as well, and what he beheld sent chills down his spine. From his vantage point, he could clearly see a sleek, black aircraft slowly ascending amidst the flames and smoke, exuding an unsettling aura of cold, hard technology. Huang Jingfu's expression changed dramatically as he vehemently struck the back of his driver's head, urging, "Drive! Faster! Damn it!" In that same moment, Xia Bai gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. At the very moment of the explosion, Xia Bai swiftly took the place of the lean young man in the driver's seat, activating the battleship's fully enclosed impact-resistant mode, enduring the full brunt of the explosion. Nevertheless, he was bombarded with a series of alarming notifications resonating in his mind. Warning. Your outer defense module is severely damaged and requires urgent repair. Warning. Warning. The damage to your battleship has reached 73%. Please dock immediately for maintenance. Xia Bai cursed, which fool detonated the gas station. Ho Zhuang and the others exchanged glances, pondering, surely the gas station must have exploded by itself. However, Xia Bai suspected that certain individuals were more likely responsible for igniting the gas station. After all, such facilities do not explode easily. Not only were there original protective measures in place, but the military had also conducted inspections during their retreat, and their fire was always directed outward. The zombies certainly did not hurl bombs, and even he had carefully avoided those deadly projectiles while firing. Moreover, there were hardly any survivors armed with explosive weapons. Yet, now was not the time for such deliberations. Xia Bai raised the battleship's outer armor, revealing the glass layer once more, preparing to finish off the extreme mutant and hasten their departure. Little did he anticipate that the moment he elevated the outer armor, a shadow lunged at the glass of the cockpit, producing a resounding crash. Even Xia Bai was taken aback. Chapter 28. The Flip. This was a terrifying scene reminiscent of a horror film. The battleship had just begun to rise from the flames, and the fully enclosed defensive deck had only just ascended when a dark figure came crashing down, striking the front cabin of Xia Bai's vessel with a loud bang, splattering crimson blood everywhere. The crew was momentarily frozen in fear, their senses overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of the creature, which incited a chorus of screams throughout the area. Upon closer inspection, Xia Bai realized that it was indeed the extreme mutant. Remarkably, it had not yet succumbed to death, though it was perilously close. Its body was already torn and mangled, blood splattering in all directions, and it resembled a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, rendering its former formidable form almost unrecognizable. Yet, it still struggled to leap onto Xia Bai's battleship, even raising its severely mutilated arm as if to launch an attack, but ultimately, it failed. The once menacing claw drooped helplessly, and soon after, the creature's body slid down, crashing heavily to the ground, where it was promptly engulfed by the flames above, dead beyond resurrection. This outcome was inevitable. When it had been struck by the cryogenic bomb, Xia Bai had unleashed at least 20 or 30 rounds into it. The power of the 30mm cannon should not be underestimated. At that moment, the creature had been on the brink of death. The subsequent explosion had inflicted even more grievous wounds, and its continued existence was nothing short of a miracle. Xia Bai cast a glance at his energy point slots. The numbers displayed above, once a mere single digit, have now surged dramatically to 277. This surge coincides with the demise of an extraordinarily mutated creature, causing the energy point display to flicker wildly, escalating by a staggering 100 points in a heartbeat, resulting in a total of 377. Just moments ago, as Xia Bai unleashed a barrage from the machine gun, he had slain not a few dozen, but nearly 100 zombies. Although he did not directly eliminate the zombies during the gas station explosion, it seems the battleship absorbed a portion of the energy points from the chaos. The phrase "a portion" is warranted, as there were at least 1,000 zombies crowded around the gas station. Had all been absorbed, Xia Bai's energy would undoubtedly have surpassed 1,000 by now. Yet, to think that one extraordinarily mutated creature could yield 100 energy points is rather exaggerated. Xia Bai, in a fit of madness, mused. If only I could encounter 20 more of such extreme mutations. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. While the energy points contributed by these creatures are substantial, they are also exceedingly perilous. Should 20 of them actually appear, Xia Bai would have no choice but to flee. Approaching the vicinity was clearly out of the question. The explosion at the gas station temporarily cleared the area of zombies, but from all directions, more zombies were converging. These creatures lack cognitive ability and sight. Only sound and the scent of living beings can draw them. At this moment, the few remaining survivors have essentially become roasted human kebabs, and the noise from the gas station explosion is more raucous than that of a concert. This indicates that the blazing gas station will inevitably attract even more zombies in a short span of time. Stationing nearby would be tantamount to seeking death. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bai grasped the control stick firmly, guiding the battleship to slowly pivot and accelerate away from the roadway and gas station, skimming over the heads of the approaching zombies. Some of the zombies, drawn by the battleship, leapt high in an attempt to cling to it, only to be mercilessly knocked aside or flung away. The battleship, critically damaged and on the brink of complete disrepair, had begun to emit sparks from within. Thus, Xia Bai was eager to find a sufficiently safe location for urgent repairs, driving at full speed. Meanwhile, within the battleship, Ho Zhuang and the others were blissfully unaware of the system notifications or the state of the vessel. Instead, they appeared rather exhilarated. Who wouldn't be thrilled riding something so extraordinary for the first time? The lean young man seemed to be an aficionado of piloting, enamored with every facet of the battleship, caressing it as one would a beloved companion, undeterred by the sparks flying around them. In contrast, Bai Lan sat in a corner, her complexion strikingly pale. All present were students, none of whom had ever dealt with gunshot wounds or even experienced being shot at. Though television often portrays gunshot victims as unscathed, the reality of being shot is an entirely different experience. Fortunately, Bai Lan possesses commendable mental fortitude, remaining remarkably composed as she sits in the corner, gritting her teeth in silence. Meanwhile, Xia Bai has already surged forward at breakneck speed aboard his battleship, utilizing its unparalleled velocity to completely elude the horde of zombies trailing behind. Xia Bai recalls that there should be a home goods mall in this vicinity, a place likely devoid of human presence and not overly populated with zombies, making it an excellent temporary refuge. As he navigates the battleship erratically, he indeed discovers the establishment. However, at that very moment, upon catching sight of the building from a distance, the battleship's alarms blare once more. Your fuel is critically low. Current fuel remaining, 0. Xia Bai exclaims, how can it only notify me now that it's at 0%? What good is that? Yet, this oversight stems from Xia Bai's own negligence, as the fuel display was situated to one side. Something he had simply overlooked. He had been under the impression that after refueling at the gas station, he should have ample fuel to last a considerable time. However, it dawned on him that while a commercial vehicle could indeed operate for an extended duration on a full tank, the battleship's consumption was evidently much greater. Lost in thought about having filled the tank, he had neglected this crucial detail. Even a seasoned veteran like Xia Bai can have his missteps. Chapter 29. The team just as Xia Bai realizes he has made a grave error. The battleship indeed begins to falter. No, to be precise, it is as if the ship is capsizing. A mere 100 meters from the large shopping mall, the battleship suddenly loses all power, plummeting downward, causing panic among the occupants who erupt into a cacophony of screams. Yet, Xia Bai remains relatively calm. In the final moment, he successfully switches the battleship back to its vehicle form, transforming it into a four-wheeled commercial vehicle that lands steadily on the ground, avoiding a complete overturn. With a resounding crash, the front bumper slams heavily onto the ground. The crew, including Ho Zhuang, are momentarily awestruck by this swift transformation from battleship to commercial vehicle, momentarily forgetting the apocalyptic scenario they are in, completely captivated by Xia Bai's remarkable skills. Nonetheless, Xia Bai has no time for admiration, as the system's alerts echo incessantly in his mind like a grim specter. However, now is not the time to halt, for they are still at least 100 meters away from the home goods superstore. While they could walk, abandoning the battleship here is out of the question. At this juncture, Bai Lan inquires, "What's wrong?" Despite having been shot, her voice remains unusually calm, cutting through the chaos of Ho Zhuang and the others. It is only then that they realize, despite the battleship's marvels, their recent descent was not a safe landing but rather a fall from the sky, indicating something had indeed gone awry. The group led by Ho Zhuang, amidst the apocalypse, can certainly be described as lacking in intelligence. While they may possess a certain degree of survival instinct, should they encounter a significant crisis, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. In stark contrast, Bai Lan exhibits an astonishing level of composure and rationality. However, Xia Bai does not harbor any disdain for Ho Zhuang and his companions. Quite the opposite. He finds their presence quite agreeable. Individuals like them are at least trustworthy. In a team of capable individuals, having an abundance of cunning minds is not necessarily a fortuitous circumstance. Rather, it can prove to be the most dreadful scenario. Conversely, Xia Bai believes that their current ensemble represents an ideal state of survival. Although Ho Zhuang and his cohort may appear somewhat dull, they are nonetheless able to lend assistance in critical moments. Furthermore, when engaging in other matters, Xia Bai can consult with the relatively rational and composed by LANIT, is precisely such a collective that can achieve a genuine sense of unity. Even in an apocalypse, there exist myriad ways to survive. Selfishness and rampant violence do not inherently equate to the most advantageous means of existence. In his previous life, Xia Bai had the fortune of joining a small team comprised of brothers and their families from the same gym. Despite the doomsday setting, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious, and Xia Bai yearned to fully integrate into their fold. Regrettably, shortly after his inclusion, that small team fell victim to another group's treachery and was completely obliterated. Some assert that trust and friendship hold no value in an apocalypse, yet others contend that only through trust and camaraderie can one traverse the desolate landscape more effectively. "I've run out of fuel," Xia Bai announced as he retrieved the gasoline he had prepared earlier, promptly opening the car door and leaping out. As he had anticipated, the home goods mall was nearly devoid of zombies. Of course, there were still a few lingering, as Xia Bai observed a dozen or so from a distance, but in comparison to the terrifying hordes he had previously encountered, this was hardly significant. Although this establishment was indeed a large mall, the outbreak had occurred at midnight. As a home goods store, it would not be open at night, regardless of its popularity. Consequently, the number of zombies congregating here was limited. Furthermore, given its proximity to the highway, any zombies that might have been nearby had likely been lured away, leaving even fewer behind. Nevertheless, several zombies did take notice of Xia Bai and his companions, shuffling forward with their broken bodies, directly approaching him. However, the nearest zombie was still at least 10 meters away, allowing Xia Bai ample time to refuel the vehicle without haste. At that moment, Ho Zhuang jumped down from the business vehicle, wielding a fire axe, and stood beside Xia Bai, declaring, "I may not know how to refuel, but rest assured, if any zombies come to cause trouble, I will slay them." Xia Bai glanced at him in surprise, feeling a warmth in his heart. He then lowered his gaze to the task at hand and replied, "There's no need to call me Big Boss. Strictly speaking, I should be addressing you as senior. Just call me Xia Bai from now on." How can I not call you Big Boss if I'm leaning on you for support?" Ho Zhuang scratched his head and offered a somewhat simple-minded smile. Xia Bai, however, appeared slightly bewildered, questioning if this was the reason you called me Big Boss. Before Xia Bai could voice his thoughts, Ho Zhuang suddenly exclaimed, "Big boss, it seems someone is approaching." Upon hearing this, Xia Bai turned to look and indeed spotted an individual sprinting towards them, a girl. By the looks of it, she was coming from the direction of the home goods market. Could she be a survivor who had been hiding there all along? After a moment's contemplation, Xia Bai stood up, opened the door of the van, and addressed the people inside. "A survivor is coming our way, by allowing you to board my vehicle. I acknowledge you as my companions. However, there are a few matters I feel compelled to address at this juncture. You have all seen what my vehicle is like. It is not an ordinary one. This is my secret, and evidently, it is now yours as well. Therefore, I implore you not to disclose any information regarding this vehicle to anyone. Should word get out, it could spell tremendous peril for all of us. The apocalypse has lingered for 2 days now, and you are undoubtedly aware of the current state of the world and its inhabitants. If others learn about this vehicle, it could very well lead us all to our demise. Thus, I lay this warning before you. Should anyone act recklessly, I shall be the first to deal with them. That said, if we can assist one another, there may still be a chance for us to survive." As Xia Bai's words settled in the air, a moment of silence enveloped the group before they began to voice their agreement. The sincerity of their assent, however, would likely require time to ascertain. Chapter 30. The Awakened. Indeed, the individual sprinting from the home goods market was a young woman. She appeared to be in her 20s, wielding a bone cleaver, dressed in a miniskirt, and wearing only a bandeau top, projecting an air of efficiency. Her physique was commendable, her skin radiating health, as she swiftly covered the distance of over 100 meters. At that moment, Xia Bai fueled his metaphorical battleship, turning just in time to witness the young woman deftly dispatching a zombie before she approached the front of his van. She scrutinized the dilapidated vehicle for a moment before frowning and saying, "In this state, you still wish to keep this old wreck? Hurry and follow me. We must return to the house before more zombies arrive." The occupants of the van now understood that this vehicle was far more than a mere van. So regardless of how reasonable the girl's words were, they remained steadfast, unwilling to abandon their vehicle. Abandoning it? Absolutely not. The girl, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "What time is it? You can find all sorts of good vehicles on the main road these days." "All right, the fuel is topped off," Xia Bai interjected, standing up and clapping his hands. "Well, it can drive now, so rather than running over there, we might as well just drive over." With that, he climbed into the vehicle. Seeing this, the girl could only sigh and follow suit. Climbing aboard as well, however, after boarding the vehicle, she cast a glance at the disordered supplies scattered across the ground. The entire warship had experienced a severe tremor, causing the accumulated materials to be thrown into disarray. "I wondered why you were reluctant to abandon the vehicle. It appears you have goods inside," she remarked. This individual seemed oblivious to the warship form of Xia Bai's vehicle earlier. Xia Bai shot him a sidelong glance and pressed the accelerator, driving forward while stating, "You are a survivor from the home shopping mall." "I am Su Qiao Qiao." "How do you address yourselves, Xia Bai?" came the succinct reply. "Xia Bai? I've not heard of you," Su Qiao Qiao said, turning her gaze towards the others in the vehicle, displaying an inquisitive expression. Xia Bai did not impede her. It was an opportune moment for him to familiarize himself with the group. Although he recognized most of the individuals in the vehicle as fellow students from school, he was still unclear about their names. Ho Zhuang was the first to introduce himself, followed by the lean boy who appeared somewhat shy, saying, "Chen Tianqing." Then came another boy, who exuded a scholarly demeanor, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He appeared much more confident than Chen Tianqing, stating, "Li Jingyang." Su Qiao Qiao nodded, her eyes scanning the interior of the van. However, the vehicle was currently in a camouflage state, and given that the warship had sustained over 80% damage, it resembled a structure on the verge of collapse. Aside from the scattered supplies, Su Qiao Qiao gleaned little else. Next, 3 girls introduced themselves. The tallest among them spoke first. "I am Yang Xian." The freckled girl followed suit, saying, "Li Qing." The last to introduce herself was Bai Lan. Her complexion was not particularly good, and her voice was somewhat faint, yet her enunciation remained clear and steady. Bai Lan, Su Qiao Qiao had already noticed Bai Lan in the corner and the gunshot wound on her arm, and thus inquired, "Is that a gunshot wound?" Bai Lan replied with a faint acknowledgement, leaning slightly back and closing her eyes, clearly disinterested in further conversation. Bai Lan possessed an inherent icy demeanor that kept others at bay, and her current expression only made it more challenging to engage her. Su Qiao Qiao smacked her lips thoughtfully and turned to Xia Bai, asking, "Did you come from the highway over there?" Xia Bai nodded at Su Qiao Qiao, uttered a couple of hums, saying, "Something must have happened over there, right? I could hear the explosions from several miles away last night. It felt as though the entire world trembled." "SK, I knew it. What military-controlled exit route could possibly be safe? You all are quite fortunate to have survived such a massive explosion. Xia Bai did not pursue that line of conversation, but instead inquired, how many people are there on your side? Upon hearing this, Su Qiao became somewhat guarded, asking, why do you want to know that? Xia Bai glanced at her and replied, it's nothing. I was merely curious if there are any doctors on your side. My friend was shot and requires treatment. No, she answered. Su Qiao shook her head and remarked, to insist on the doctor's words, we only have one dentist in our area. If you choose to believe him, perhaps he might extract the bullet as if it were a tooth, but I doubt it. Frankly speaking, that sister is likely doomed. Everyone knows the current situation. Having been shot, regardless of where the bullet struck, she will most likely suffer from inflammation and infection, and no need for zombies. She will perish sooner or later. Su Qiao possessed an attractive figure and exquisite features, yet her words were laced with venom. Upon hearing her, Ho Zhuang and the others exhibited slight anger, while Bai Lan remained seated in the corner. Her expression devoid of emotion, though her complexion grew increasingly pale. Xia Bai understood that Bai Lan's injuries could not be delayed. At that moment, the business vehicle had arrived in front of the shopping mall. Su Qiao extended a hand and pointed, saying, over there, the underground parking lot. Upon hearing this, Xia Bai activated the high beams and drove straight in. The underground parking lot here was relatively spacious. After Xia Bai parked the car, he noticed a group of 10 or so men approaching from the other side of the parking area, ranging in age from 20 to 40, wielding an assortment of weapons, converging from 3 directions. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Su Qiao jumped out and swiftly ran to the side of a middle-aged man in a checkered shirt, exclaiming, we have goods. The man's eyes brightened slightly as he exchanged glances with a few of his companions before approaching Xia Bai's vehicle. I am Chao Deming, he introduced himself. I used to have a modest reputation in this area. You may not recognize me, but that is of little consequence. I am a reasonable person. Brothers, we are all survivors. Helping one another is only right. Since you have arrived in my territory, it is only appropriate to lend a hand. However, we have a rule here. Anyone wishing to join our group of survivors must share all their supplies. We share resources. I assure you, I will not shortchange you. It is merely a matter of mutual sharing so that we can all live better. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, he lightly stomped his foot on the ground, causing the surface beneath him to crack under the force of his gentle step. Xia Bai's pupils constricted. This man was an awakened. Chapter 31. Warship repair. The power of Chao Deming's stomp was evident to all, and the crowd's expressions shifted. Xia Bai glanced at Bai Lan, who sat at the back, took a deep breath, and boldly stepped out of the vehicle to stand before the awakened one. Behind him, Ho Zhuang displayed a hesitant expression. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the leader, yet Bai Lan was also an awakened. Ho Zhuang understood the might of the awakened all too well, as he vividly recalled the moment Bai Lan had effortlessly moved an entire bus during the collision. Thus, even though the leader was indeed powerful, Xia Bai was merely an ordinary person. Facing an awakened at such close range might not yield favorable results. Nevertheless, Xia Bai appeared utterly unconcerned about the impending danger. Before Chao Deming, he drew out a Type 92 from his waist and chambered a round in front of the man, stating, we shall not linger here for long. Merely staying for a brief period. This juncture, he paused slightly, a flicker of intensity glimmering in his eyes as he continued, my friend has been shot and requires urgent attention. I have already delayed for far too long, and I refuse to squander any more time on trivial matters. Xia Bai subtly lowered the gun's muzzle, the gleam in his eyes unmistakably conveying his resolve. If you wish to persist, I will take action. Chao Deming regarded Xia Bai before him, his gaze narrowing dangerously as he observed the firearm in Xia Bai's hand, remaining silent. Xia Bai, in turn, did not speak, fixing his unwavering gaze on Chao Deming, showing no inclination to retreat. Bai Lan's injuries were a matter of urgency, and he would not relinquish the supplies in the vehicle without a fight. This situation differed significantly from their encounter at the gas station, where the goods had been unwanted by Xia Bai. However, should he choose to share the current supplies, how would they sustain themselves in the days to come? Ho Zhuang silently leaped down from the vehicle, positioning himself behind Xia Bai, followed closely by Qin Tianqing and Li Jingyang, with even the 2 young women descending to stand behind Xia Bai. Sitting in the car, Bai Lan observed this scene, opening her mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refraining, offering only a quiet smile. After a brief moment, Chao Deming chuckled, extending his hand to pat Xia Bai's shoulder, saying, a university student? Xia Bai remained vigilant, his body tense and ready for action. As Ho Zhuang had surmised, Xia Bai was unlikely to be a match for an awakened individual. At such close quarters, he had no confidence in shooting Chao Deming before the latter could incapacitate him. However, he was certain that if a confrontation ensued, Xiao Deming would not emerge unscathed. Thus, he merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. Xiao Deming glanced at the visibly anxious Ho Zhuang and the others, then back at Xia Bai, chuckling as he remarked, "A university student? Huh. How many years ago was I just a naive student myself? Since you have no intention of joining us, we have no desire for your possessions. Do not misunderstand. We mean no harm, merely thought you might be interested in collaborating. After all, when individuals gather, each concealing their secrets, it is only a matter of time before trouble arises." With that, he nodded towards Xia Bai, advising, "Gunshot wounds warrant serious attention. Reality is far grimmer than what is portrayed in films. Attend to it promptly, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask me." He then turned away, leading his group up the ramp from the underground garage, and at that moment, Xia Bai and the others exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, once assured they had vanished from Xia Bai's sight, Su Qiao could no longer contain herself. She approached Xiao Deming, asking, "Old Xiao, are we just going to give up on them?" Xiao Deming replied, "What other choice do we have? They are unwilling to join us, and we are not brigands." Su Qiao smacked her lips and remarked, "They are merely a group of university students. If they do not align with us, survival will likely be a challenge for them, won't it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Deming shook his head and replied, "University students? Let us not even discuss that. I can assure you that the one wielding the gun is certainly not a mere student. Just the way he holds the gun, the manner in which he chambers around, and that fierce intensity he exudes, he is undoubtedly a seasoned killer. I have mingled in the military myself, and I can guarantee that he is a genuine tough character. If it comes to a confrontation, we may not fare well. We are not lacking in supplies. Is it truly worth sacrificing a few of our own for such a matter?" Su Qiao was momentarily stunned, fell silent for a brief while, and chose not to respond. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, as soon as Xiao Deming and the others departed from Xia Bai's line of sight, he sprang into action. Just as Xiao Deming had stated, gunshot wounds are no trifling matter, especially in the current environment where medical care is woefully inadequate. He needed to attend to Bai Lan's injuries as swiftly as possible. Having survived for 5 years in this apocalyptic world, Xia Bai had long since mastered the art of medical treatment. However, his methods tended to be rather rudimentary and brutal, lacking any semblance of professionalism. This was precisely why he had inquired if there were any doctors among Su Qiao and her companions. In Xia Bai's view, it would be ideal to locate a qualified physician. If that proved impossible, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Of course, before that, Xia Bai had another task to attend to. He assisted Bai Lan out of the vehicle and instructed everyone to disembark. Once they were all out, he completely shut down the business vehicle, then silently communicated with the system. "Initiate the battleship repair process. Esteemed Captain, do you wish to commence the repair of your current Level 2 battleship?" "Affirmative. Repair process has commenced. Calculating energy points required for the repair of battleship damages. Estimated energy point expenditure, 67 points. Repair in progress. Please wait. Estimated completion time, 3 hours and 51 minutes. The duration for repairing the battleship was even longer than the time it took Xia Bai to upgrade it previously. During the repair process, it would not be enveloped in radiant light as it had been during the upgrade. Instead, it would quietly and gradually restore itself. At that moment, they assisted Bai Lan into another security room, and Xia Bai began to prepare for the treatment of her wounds. Ho Zhuang and the others were eager to remain and observe, utterly in awe of Xia Bai's capabilities. Not only was he adept at survival, but he also possessed the skills to treat gunshot wounds. However, Bai Lan then spoke up, directly shooing everyone out. Xia Bai noticed that the young lady appeared surprisingly embarrassed. Chapter 32. Xia Bai's plan. As time passed steadily, Bai Lan proved to be even more resilient than Xia Bai had anticipated. During the bullet extraction process, her expression remained stoic and silent, with only a slight furrow of her brow betraying the pain she endured. In this regard, although Xia Bai lacked specialized skills, he was nonetheless quite adept. In no time, he expertly extracted the bullet from the girl's arm, subsequently applying medication and bandaging the wound. Before the apocalypse, one of the crucial resources Xia Bai had collected was medicine and related medical supplies. Thus he was well equipped. Bai Lan gazed at Xia Bai and inquired, "If Xiao Deming hadn't retreated, were you truly prepared to go down fighting?" Xia Bai paused momentarily and replied, "Why the sudden question?" "Oh, just curious," she responded. Aha. Xia Bai chuckled, "Though I mentioned going down with the ship, I certainly have no desire to meet my demise just yet. I imagine the other party shares similar sentiments. While the home shopping mall primarily sells furniture, it also features a restaurant and provisions, so they are unlikely to be lacking in supplies." Therefore, the prospect of mutual destruction seemed improbable, unless they were particularly reckless. Bai Lan pondered for a moment and asked, "But what if they are indeed reckless and refuse to back down?" Xia Bai shrugged and said, "In that case, I would have no choice but to relinquish the supplies. After all, while resources can be replenished, a life lost is irreplaceable." Bai Lan remarked, "It's been 3 days since the apocalypse began, and this is the first time I've heard such a theory." Xia Bai smiled. He was genuinely not in short supply of resources. Not only was the apocalypse still in its infancy, with resources abundant everywhere, but even if they were to run out, he could produce supplies through his warship. Hunger would not be a concern. Thus, Xia Bai did not harbor an excessive obsession with resources. Moments later, Bai Lan softly expressed her gratitude, "Thank you." This took Xia Bai by surprise. Ah? However, Bai Lan did not respond further to that moment. Xia Bai had completely tended to her injuries and remarked, "Awakened individuals possess remarkably robust physiques and recovery abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans. With injuries of this nature, a full recovery is achievable within 3 days at most." If anyone hoped for Bai Lan's swift recovery, it was undoubtedly Xia Bai at this early stage of the apocalypse, with zombies roaming freely and dangers lurking throughout the city, although Ho Zhuang and the others could provide assistance. The true powerhouse in terms of combat prowess was Bai Lan, the awakened one. Once Bai Lan regained her combat capabilities, combined with Xia Bai's experience in the apocalypse and the support of Ho Zhuang and his companions. Despite their limited numbers, they would undoubtedly become a formidable presence among the early survivors, capable of navigating through challenges with ease. While the warship remained under repair, the group had no choice but to stay in the security room. The freckled girl, Li Qing, appeared somewhat anxious. "We told Xiao Dimming that we would leave shortly if we linger here," that. Clearly, she was concerned that their adversaries might return to cause trouble. Xia Bai shook his head, intending to explain, but Bai Lan interjected, "Don't worry. Since they refrained from acting before, they are unlikely to seek us out again. Although that's what I said, if we remain here, they will merely turn a blind eye and pretend not to see us." Xia Bai nodded and said, "Rest assured, Xiao Dimming and everyone else, we will spend the night here, and we shall address the remaining matters tomorrow." Although Xiao Dimming and the others seemed prepared to stay for an extended period, Xia Bai had no intention of lingering at the residential mall. The reason was straightforward. The location was perilously close to the highway, which was teeming with zombies, and had already begun to coalesce into a horde. Once the military withdrew, the absence of anything to attract the undead would inevitably lead them to scatter and eventually converge in this vicinity. The zombies, spawned by this extraterrestrial virus, possessed a sense of smell more acute than that of a dog, capable of detecting the scent of the living from a kilometer away in a place like the residential mall. Devoid of any substantial defensive structures and lacking in both survivors and weaponry, a horde's arrival would spell certain doom. Thus, Xia Bai had no intention of prolonging their stay here. Just as he had contemplated while navigating the warship away from the exploding gas station, he merely sought a safe haven to rest for the time being. Upon hearing Xia Bai and Bai Lan's explanations, the group collectively exhaled, momentarily relieved. However, Bai Lan turned to Xia Bai and inquired, "So, what shall we do next?" This question was not solely directed at Xia Bai but resonated with everyone present. At that moment, all eyes shifted towards Xia Bai, eagerly anticipating his next course of action. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, survivors often floundered like headless chickens, uncertain of what steps to take or what constituted the right course of action. In such dire circumstances, neither the astute nor the foolish could guarantee their ability to make sound choices or judgments. More often than not, they relied heavily on the capriciousness of luck. Yet, since the onset of the apocalypse, Xia Bai had assumed the role of a guiding beacon for the group, calmly analyzing the situation and determining the path forward. Consequently, in this moment of uncertainty, it was instinctual for the others to look to Xia Bai for his thoughts. From the perspective of Ho Zhuang and the others, this was the case, but for Xia Bai, as a reincarnated individual, failing to devise a plan would render his previous life meaningless. Nonetheless, Xia Bai felt a tinge of frustration. After all, his initial plan to follow the military out of the city via the highway had not gone as intended. In his past life, he had left the city rather late, meandering aimlessly and never even encountering the military. He later learned that the military had successfully evacuated a significant number of survivors through several main roads at the onset of the apocalypse, though he remained unaware of the obstacles they faced, which almost cost him dearly. However, this time, Xia Bai had learned from his past mistakes. He stated, "I heard on the military broadcast that they plan to establish an initial survivor base at City Prison. Therefore, I believe our next step should lead us there, of course. This time we will avoid the highway and take a route with fewer people and zombies." Ho Zhuang replied, "I have been listening to the military broadcast as well, but I did not catch that information." While what Xia Bai relayed was indeed derived from the broadcasts, he said nothing further, opting instead to lean back in his chair and gently close his eyes. 1 hour remains until the warship is fully repaired. I wish to access the Battleship Authority protocol. Accompanied by the silent incantation in Xia Bai's mind, before long, an invisible display screen appeared before his eyes, filled with a dense array of tiny characters. Chapter 33. Battleship Authority Protocol. The Battleship Authority Protocol primarily outlines the relevant content and terms regarding the allocation of battleship privileges by the captain. Although Xia Bai's current secondary battleship is still modest in scale, if he can successfully continue to upgrade it, the vessel may ultimately evolve into a colossal entity, with the possibility of soaring into the skies not being entirely out of reach. While the battleship will eventually possess an autonomous operating system, the increase in various integrated modules during the upgrade will inevitably lead to aspects that the autonomous operation cannot address. It cannot be solely managed by Xia Bai. In other words, this battleship ultimately requires a crew. For Xia Bai to enlist the assistance of others in ensuring the battleship operates more efficiently, as captain, he must delegate specific operational privileges, allowing others the opportunity to manipulate certain modules within the vessel. Regarding the delegation of authority, as captain, Xia Bai can establish the duration of privilege usage and the conditions for revocation. For instance, if a privilege holder were to launch an attack against the captain or other crew members, or engage in actions detrimental to the battleship, their privileges would be automatically rescinded. Moreover, Xia Bai, in his capacity as captain, retains the ability to withdraw these privileges at any time and without conditions. Additionally, this battleship system includes a function for crew recruitment, though it will only become available once the battleship reaches level 7. Xia Bai meticulously reviewed the protocol concerning battleship authority and found that while the captain can delegate privileges, his control over the battleship remains supreme. Even if others attain high levels of authority, it is inconceivable that they could usurp Xia Bai's position as captain. Ultimately, Xia Bai is the owner of the battleship and the proprietor of the system. Akin to the owner of a 5-star hotel, with the recruited crew merely serving as employees, and those granted privileges by Xia Bai being akin to temporary workers. In essence, within this hierarchy, there are only 2 roles, the owner and the laborers, and no matter how great the capabilities bestowed upon these roles, they cannot dethrone the owner or swallow the hotel whole. As Xia Bai contemplated this reality, he couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled a feudal landlord, embarking on a path of exploiting labor. However, until the battleship's level increases, such thoughts are futile. Currently, Xia Bai's battleship is only at level 2, capable of accommodating a mere 8 or 9 individuals. What kind of battleship can be managed under such circumstances? Thus, he decided to cease his musings, exhaling deeply and shaking his head. With books, time is lengthy. Without them, it is fleeting. As time gradually passed, the battleship was soon repaired. Yet, from the outside, it still appeared shabby, reminiscent of a dilapidated old vehicle that had transported goods for over a decade. The repair of the battleship consumed 67 energy points, leaving Xia Bai with a substantial 310 points remaining. In the deserted underground garage, devoid of any zombies, Xia Bai, in a display of audacity, expended 3 energy points to procure 6 pounds of fresh beef. He set up his old pot to commence cooking the meat. Ho Zhuang, taken aback by the sight of the 6 pounds of sanguine raw beef, exclaimed, "Big shot, where on earth did you acquire this? It can't possibly be human flesh, can it?" Xia Bai, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Get lost. Don't even think about human flesh." Chuckling while rubbing his hands together, Ho Zhuang replied, "Well, not eating it is simply out of the question." As Xia Bai began to boil the meat, a few girls rummaged through a collection of seasonings that Xia Bai had overlooked, promptly tossing them into the pot. Instantly, the plain water and meat began to emanate a delightful aroma. Xia Bai, though his appetite was piqued, wore a grim expression and remarked, "Who brought along these useless seasonings that merely take up space? Bringing a bunch of spices is far less practical than just packing a few salted duck eggs." The group exchanged glances, none daring to speak up. Xia Bai could only silently pull out a box of sour milk, gazing longingly at the simmering beef. He had lost track of how long it had been since he last tasted beef. During the 5 years of the apocalypse, beef was a luxury reserved for the leaders or high-ranking officials of survivor bases. For someone like Xia Bai, who was barely scraping by, merely having enough to eat was a blessing. Let alone indulging in beef. In the early days of his rebirth, he had devoted his time to preparations, neglecting to seek out a feast. Now, this was the first time in years that he would savor beef. Although his face betrayed no emotion, his heart raced with excitement. With the shipbuilding facilities now at his disposal, Xia Bai believed that the days of feasting on meat were not far off. This simple aspiration constituted Xia Bai's modest life goal. However, While they relished their meal, Xia Bai was also busy with the warship. With 310 energy points, he found himself in possession of the most energy points he had ever accumulated since the apocalypse began. Yet, upgrading from a level 2 to a level 3 warship required a staggering 1,000 energy points for the transformation. Following the skirmish at the gas station, Xia Bai's strategic supplies had been nearly depleted. Although he still had a considerable amount of pistol ammunition, other resources had been significantly consumed. The cryo bombs had been expended, and only a handful of 30mm cannon rounds remained, necessitating replenishment. Xia Bai promptly ordered the production of 3 cryo bombs and 250 rounds of cannon ammunition, which consumed 80 of his energy points. Subsequently, he allocated 30 more energy points to create the first M4A1 rifle, along with 100 rounds of 5.56mm ammunition. Shortly thereafter, he also manufactured a Type 92 pistol, thereby amassing a total of 3 handguns. Xia Bai contemplated keeping one handgun for himself while entrusting the other 2 to Ho Zhuang and his companions. Although firearms were quite foreign to the university students, mastering their use was an inevitable necessity for survival in the apocalypse. Ultimately, Xia Bai retained 100 energy points as savings and a reserve. Additionally, he crafted a syringe containing an extreme virus suppressant, a vial filled with a mesmerizing blue, translucent liquid that appeared almost dreamlike. This substance possesses the ability to temporarily suppress the effects of the extraterrestrial zombie virus on humanity. However, once its efficacy wanes, unless another injection of this serum is administered, one remains susceptible to infection and transformation into a zombie. Crafting a vial of this extreme virus suppressant requires a staggering 50 energy points. And despite Xia Bai's arduous journey thus far, he has accumulated only a meager amount of energy points. Nevertheless, Xia Bai managed to forge one of these substances, if only for precautionary measures. In the event that he is indeed bitten, this concoction would afford him some respite that, of course, should the moment arise where Xia Bai is bitten and lacks a subsequent supply of the extreme virus suppressant, the difference would be negligible, merely transitioning from an immediate transformation to a protracted state of survival. Chapter 34. The Road Out of the City. Chapter 34. The Hitchhiker. By midday the following day, Xia Bai departed from the home goods market as promised. Su Qiao crouched on the edge of the second-floor windowsill, observing the dilapidated van as it emerged from the underground parking lot, muttering to herself in bewilderment, "How can they still drive with a vehicle in such a state?" In the distance, sporadic gunfire echoed from the direction of the highway, suggesting that military personnel were still locked in a stalemate with the zombies. However, Xia Bai had learned from past experiences and resolved not to seek out the military again. Instead, he intended to circumvent the highway and exit the city through less populated areas, traversing the wilderness towards Ice City Prison. Xia Bai was acutely aware that while the number of human zombies in the wilderness was relatively low, the likelihood of encountering other specialized zombies increased, and the level of danger was not to be underestimated. It was now October 2018, and the weather was growing increasingly frigid. Xia Bai's plan was to spend the winter at the survivor base located within Ice City Prison. Based on his recollections, the survivor base at Ice City Prison had endured for over 8 months, meaning it was feasible for him to remain there until the onset of spring. The harsh winter posed the greatest peril, a lesson Xia Bai had learned well in his previous life, and he was determined not to wander aimlessly during the cold season this time. Moreover, through his time at the survivor base in Ice City Prison, Xia Bai also contemplated upgrading his warship to level 3. A level 3 warship would possess additional combat modules and even a rudimentary medical module, granting it the genuine capability of flight, transforming it into a true spacecraft. The potency of this extraterrestrial zombie virus is formidable. It does not merely create zombies, but, over time, induces deeper transformations, giving rise to even more extreme mutations, potentially spawning intelligent zombies. Indeed, this extraterrestrial zombie virus may even engender sentient zombies. In Xia Bai's memories, intelligent zombies first emerged in 2019 and gradually proliferated, becoming a significant threat to survivor bases by 2021. These intelligent zombies, while possessing some distinguishing traits, remain driven by an insatiable thirst for flesh and living beings, a desire that even their newfound intellect cannot temper. The purpose of this alien zombie virus is precisely to create a biological cluster that stands in stark opposition to humanity and to endow it with the potential for evolution, thereby inflicting the maximum possible damage upon human civilization. Ultimately, the survivor base in Shangjing, where Xia Bai resided, was breached for 3 primary reasons: the internal power struggles among the human survivors, the severe shortage of combat personnel resulting from 5 years of population decline, and additionally, the overwhelming emergence of these abominations. However, the appearance of intelligent zombies would not occur for at least another year. If Xia Bai could elevate his warship to level 3 before the arrival of 2019, possessing a vessel that traverses the skies during the early days of the apocalypse would place him in an indomitable position. Moreover, Xia Bai's journey to Ice City Prison harbored another objective. He sought to locate an acquaintance. The business vehicle sped through the streets of Ice City, encountering sporadic zombies. In such instances, Xia Bai would simply lower the window and, with a swift motion, dispatch them with a single gunshot. Even though they were now on the fringes of the city, the number of zombies remained considerable, staggering in the streets. As their vehicle roared past, the undead would howl and leap from the shadows of alleys. Yet, if their numbers were few, they would meet their demise at Xia Bai's hands. If numerous, he would accelerate, leaving them in his wake. Should they encounter other survivors, Xia Bai would lend assistance where possible, but would not interfere if it were beyond his means. Along the journey, if they chanced upon any pharmacies or goods stores, Xia Bai would seize the opportunity to search for useful items to load onto his warship. Concurrently, the production of materials for the warship was nearing completion, prompting him to commence the manufacturing of gold. Upon reaching the survivor base at Ice City Prison, gold would serve as one of the hard currencies, and the cost-effectiveness of producing gold with the warship's facilities was remarkably high. Within the manufacturing list of the warship, gold was categorized as a pure mineral, classified alongside various ores, all bearing the same production cost in the system. 1 energy point for 2 pounds. An undeniable bargain. While gold is rare and valuable on Earth, in the vastness of the universe, it is merely a common mineral. Consequently, the system's pricing for gold does not differ significantly from that of ordinary materials, which benefited Xia Bai immensely. He could produce 20 pounds of gold for merely 10 energy points. Before the apocalypse, that amount would translate to over 2 million. Xia Bai mused, had there been no apocalypse, he would have undoubtedly struck it rich in no time. However, even now, 20 pounds of gold would suffice to elevate Xia Bai to the status of a wealthy magnate within the Ice City survivor base. Though the value of gold was rapidly approaching that of bread during the early days of the apocalypse, it still held considerable worth, and in 2 or 3 years, its value would diminish further. Thus, unbeknownst to anyone, a frenzied hoarder of gold was about to emerge in the post-apocalyptic world. Despite the numerous obstacles encountered along the way, Xia Bai's vehicle maintained a swift pace, yet it took nearly an hour to completely exit the city. During this period, Xia Bai narrowly avoided a direct encounter with an extreme mutant. Fortunately, the creature was preoccupied with launching a fierce assault on another group of survivors. Given the previous skirmish at the gas station, Xia Bai's warship was indeed capable of contending with the extreme mutant, yet engaging in such a confrontation would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. Thus, clinging to the notion of better the death of a friend than my own, he decisively retreated. While defeating a single extreme mutant would yield 100 energy points, such an endeavor was far less prudent than hunting down 100 zombies. Xia Bai was not one to turn a blind eye to assisting survivors, but in this case, he opted for a swift escape. That moment, he swiftly turned the vehicle around, steering his business car onto a narrow side road. This area was near the edge of the city, where the buildings were mostly low and haphazardly constructed. After navigating a considerable detour, he finally managed to shake off the extreme mutant. However, just as he turned into a small alley, he found himself plunged into a horde of zombies. This group had been gathered around the base of a modest apartment building, and now, upon his sudden intrusion, he had inadvertently become their target. Chapter 35. No need for formalities. In an instant, a zombie lunged at the front of Xia Bai's car, crashing onto the hood and opening its gory maw to bite at the windshield with a ferocity reminiscent of a wild beast. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, such sudden occurrences were commonplace. A mere collision with a zombie was a minor incident. Thus, Xia Bai remained remarkably composed, promptly extending his firearm out of the window and dispatching the creature with a single shot. That moment, Bai Lan let out a startled cry as another zombie charged in from the side, its claws outstretched, aiming to sink its teeth into Xia Bai's outstretched arm. Seizing the fire axe that Ho Zhuang had set aside, Bai Lan swung it down with tremendous force, cleaving into the zombie's skull. Her strength was formidable, driving the axe deep into the creature's head. Without hesitation, she released her grip, causing the zombie, along with the axe, to crash heavily onto the ground. Meanwhile, Xia Bai had already engaged reverse, accelerating the vehicle into the narrow alleyway. As he sped backward, the roar of the engine and the gunfire attracted all the zombies surrounding the entrance of the apartment complex. The creatures emitted chilling howls, surging towards Xia Bai's business car like a tide. Inside the vehicle, Ho Zhuang wailed in despair, "Sister Bai Lan, my fire axe." Seated in the rapidly retreating business car, he cast a pained glance at the axe embedded in the zombie's skull outside. lamenting the loss of such a valuable tool. Killing a zombie and losing a fire axe, what a loss! Meanwhile, Chen Tianqing shouted from the other side. It looks like someone is coming out of the stairwell over there. Upon hearing this, Xia Bai glanced over and indeed saw that several survivors, previously trapped inside the building, seized the opportunity to escape, dashing towards a black Santana parked below and speeding away in the opposite direction to Xia Bai and the others. Xia Bai couldn't help but curse under his breath, those ungrateful wretches. However, he found himself in an unfortunate predicament, having collided with zombies purely by misfortune. Nevertheless, he had no intention of retreating in defeat. As he maneuvered into the middle of a narrow alley, Xia Bai promptly tossed out a cryogenic bomb. As he continued to back away, the bomb detonated at his previous location with a thunderous explosion. In an instant, a chilling wave surged forth, and the frigid frost rapidly spread, encapsulating the horde of zombies that relentlessly pursued him within the alley in no time. The ground was littered with ice sculptures of the undead. Seizing this moment, Xia Bai shifted gears and pressed the accelerator to the floor. In a flash, the vehicle, resembling a warship in performance, surged forward like a rocket, crashing through the frozen remnants of the zombies. Although the range of the cryogenic bomb was limited, its freezing capabilities were formidable, instantly rendering everything within its blast radius thoroughly encased in icy. As Xia Bai dashed ahead, the frozen zombies were shattered upon impact, allowing him to burst forth from the alley. After he shot down a few more zombies, the remaining ones posed little threat to them. Driving calmly, Xia Bai retrieved a carton of sour milk, leisurely steering the vehicle out of the chaotic scene. Bai Lan and Chen Tianqing, along with the others, were left momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated such a swift resolution to the situation. Meanwhile, Ho Zhuang leaned against the back window, glancing behind him, still nursing a pang of regret over the fire axe he had carried for days, now rendered useless by Bai Lan. After navigating onto a slightly larger road and turning down a couple of streets, Xia Bai pulled over beside a relatively deserted road. The reason for his stop was simple. It was time to eat. Having accompanied Xia Bai for several days, Bai Lan and the others were beginning to adopt the notion that one should still eat well in the post-apocalyptic world. Thus, no one found anything amiss. Xia Bai was the first to disembark, intending to find a safe spot, and soon he identified a small convenience store across the street. Seizing the opportunity to eat, he thought he might also scavenge a few items. With this intention in mind, Xia Bai and Bai Lan exchanged greetings before heading towards the store. However, upon reaching the entrance, Xia Bai noticed the presence of people inside. They were a group of survivors, 3 or 4 in number, rummaging through the store. Given the store's modest size, it appeared to have been previously looted, leaving little in terms of edibles. Mostly worthless trinkets remained. After some time, the group managed to gather only a backpack's worth of items. Yet, upon seeing Xia Bai, they became exceedingly wary and cautious, one man even stating, "Brother, we're searching here. You should go find somewhere else." To be frank, Xia Bai found little of value among the meager offerings in the store, and he was somewhat bemused by their protectiveness. Casting a glance at the man, Xia Bai replied, "Rest assured, I have no interest in your pitiful spoils." The man snorted dismissively, wearing an expression of disbelief, but he refrained from further comment. However, it soon became evident to the group that Xia Bai was indeed speaking the truth. As time swiftly passed, Ho Zhuang and his companions soon arrived, with one of them carrying 2 large bags of Kong Shifu braised beef noodles and a pile of beef sausages. Upon seeing the several survivors within, who appeared exceedingly vigilant, everyone comprehended the situation at hand. They refrained from entering further and instead set up a pot outside the small shop to cook instant noodles. The unique and enticing aroma that belonged solely to instant noodles quickly wafted through the air, exuding a captivating allure. Since the onset of the apocalypse, how many had partaken of anything warm? Before the cataclysm, instant noodles were hardly regarded as a delicacy. But now, as the fragrant steam spread, the group of survivors who had scavenged through the supermarket gazed longingly at the meager remnants they had salvaged, realizing their worthlessness in comparison to the large pot of steaming noodles and sausages nearby. Soon, the man who had spoken earlier took a tentative step forward, his tone softening slightly as he inquired, "Brother, could we possibly?" Xia Bai shot him a glance, drawing his gun from his waist and slamming it onto the ground. Before the man could finish, Xia Bai, with a knowing smile, exclaimed, of course. We can leave after we finish eating. You all continue your scavenging. You needn't save anything for us. We have no intentions towards you, and you needn't worry about leaving us anything. No need for pleasantries." Chapter 36. I want to buy weapons. Chen Tianqing stood up, saying, Come, Xiagu, let me serve you a bowl." As he ladled noodles for Xia Bai, He cast a glance at the man whose expression had grown increasingly rigid, adding with a grin, "Don't be shy. Don't just watch us eat. Haven't you all scavenged supplies too? Go on, you should eat as well." The man's face darkened further. Yet, upon noticing the gun in Xia Bai's grip, he ultimately chose silence, exchanging glances with his companions before leaving in a dejected manner, starting their vehicle and swiftly disappearing from view. While earnestly serving Xia Bai, Chen Tianqing flashed an overly ingratiating smile, asking, "Xia Gu, next time we take our spaceship, could you let me pilot it?" Ho Zhuang interjected, "Stop trying to cozy up to the big shot." Xia Bai, bemused, accepted the small bowl of noodles, choosing not to respond and diving into his meal. Truth be told, it had been quite some time since Xia Bai had indulged in instant noodles, and today, they were remarkably delicious. However, his thoughts began to drift to other matters. Xia Bai possessed a battleship, undoubtedly his greatest asset for survival in this apocalyptic world. He understood that in the distant future, extraterrestrial beings would truly descend, bringing even greater calamities to humanity. When that time came, whether he wished for it or not, he would inevitably confront these aliens. Although Xia Bai remained uncertain about the aliens' intentions on Earth, one of their objectives was to eradicate humankind, making confrontation all but inevitable. In his previous life, Xia Bai lived in a state of aimlessness, merely ensuring that he was fed while his family went hungry, toiling for survival for a full 5 years. However, in this life, starting from this moment, he has already surpassed the majority of capable individuals, possessing a warship at his disposal. If he wishes to survive and even withstand the terrifying extraterrestrial beings, it is utterly impossible for him to live in a daze as he did in his former existence. Yet, Xia Bai does not aspire to transform his warship into a modern-day Noah's Ark, nor does he desire it to become an escape vessel for survivors. He has no intention of becoming a savior destined to rescue the world. He simply wishes to be true to himself and to pursue the actions he deems necessary and desirable. For those survivors he can assist, he will lend a hand. For the more living survivors there are, the greater the human force available to resist when extraterrestrial beings arrive in 5 years. Nevertheless, Xia Bai will not recklessly assume the role of a martyr. He will refrain from intervening whenever there are risks or unfavorable circumstances for himself. He intends to act according to his own principles. After finishing a steaming bowl of instant noodles, the group set off once more. Xia Bai drove along the road leading out of the city. Later that day, the military indeed announced the establishment of a survivor base at the I-City prison. In the announcement, they declared that they had conducted a thorough cleansing and renovation of the prison, reinforcing its defenses to attract survivors from the surrounding area. Xia Bai recalled the route to that place quite clearly. He drove there smoothly. The establishment of a survivor base at the I-City prison was advantageous due to its natural protective measures and the scarcity of zombies in the vicinity, as well as its moderate distance from the city, allowing for ongoing searches for survivors and supplies. If traveling on the highway, under optimal conditions, the journey would take less than an hour. However, Xia Bai took a detour off the highway, wasting considerable time and arriving at the I-City prison just as dusk fell. The I-City prison boasts an extensive area, covering over 100,000 square meters. The outer perimeter consists of an administrative district, while the inner section comprises the main prison structure, fortified with walls, electrified fences, and razor wire. Earlier that day, the military had commenced a full-area broadcast, thus attracting a significant number of survivors. Consequently, upon reaching this area, the zombies that once populated I-City had nearly vanished, while the number of survivors increased once more. Survivors from I-City and even from neighboring counties were congregating here, forming a long line at the checkpoints established at the prison. Ho Zhuang, observing the lengthy queue ahead, could not help but voice his frustration. "We were stuck on the highway before, and now we're stuck again. Is there anything besides fleeing in this apocalypse but traffic jams?" Xia Bai cast a glance at him and replied, "Being stuck in traffic is a blessing. Just wait until you step outside and walk a few kilometers without encountering a single living soul. That would be true horror." Chen Tianqing interjected, "Walking a few kilometers and not seeing a single person? No way, that can't be possible." Ho Zhuang retorted, "If there are no people for kilometers, then we won't have anyone competing with us for supplies." Xia Bai, however, remained silent. He spoke nothing but the truth. During the latter part of the last world's end, the scene was indeed as such. Living humans had become a scarce resource, and solitary survivors wandering in the wilderness would often rejoice at encountering another living soul. Yet disputes over supplies would frequently lead to conflicts and even mutual slaughter. Humanity is a creature of such paradox and wonder. However, the congestion of vehicles here was primarily due to security checks. The military needed to ensure that no infected individuals entered this survivor base. Otherwise, the emergence of even one infected could lead to dire consequences. Yet, no zombies were present and thus, despite the traffic jam, the atmosphere remained quite serene. Moreover, Xia Bai spotted several vendors, survivors who, while hiding from the military patrols, navigated through the flow of vehicles, peddling an array of goods, from snacks to daily necessities. Point one even tapped on Xia Bai's car window, leaning in to inquire, "Brother, care to buy something? I have bread, milk, medicines, and miraculous oils. You really should purchase something. Let me tell you, the military supplies are also tight. Once you get inside, there's no allocation of military supplies. The controls are strict. If you don't have any reserves, you'll either have to risk venturing into the city for food or pay exorbitant prices. My goods are quite affordable." Xia Bai distinctly remembered that in the survivor base at Ice City Prison, the military distributed a certain amount of supplies daily based on headcount. Although, as time progressed, the distribution dwindled, it had never ceased entirely. This fellow was clearly trying to deceive him. Yet, Xia Bai understood that such vendors had likely been inside before and had connections therein. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Oh, is that so? I do have some items I desire, but what you just mentioned does not appeal to me." The little vendor was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Then what do you wish to purchase?" Xia Bai smiled and said, "Military weapons. Do you have any?" Chapter 37. Survivor Base. The sly little vendor paused, his smile fading as he shot a glance at Xia Bai. "Do you know what you're asking for?" With a mouthful of sour milk, Xia Bai chuckled and shook his head. The vendor's brow furrowed, and at one moment, he even suspected that Xia Bai was mocking him. However, Xia Bai then tossed him a small green postal bag from inside the car. The vendor was taken aback, accepting it, only to find it surprisingly heavy. He opened a corner of the bag and peered inside, his expression shifting dramatically. Within lay a gleaming piece of gold, illuminating his entire face. The weight was at least a pound. He lifted his gaze, looking at Xia Bai in astonishment. Xia Bai smiled and said, "If you have what I seek, find me after I return inside. If not, if you can introduce me to someone who does, I can offer you an even greater reward." The vendor's expression subtly shifted as he inquired, "Is this for me?" Xia Bai replied, "When enlisting someone's assistance, one must first demonstrate a degree of sincerity. Wouldn't you agree?" The vendor appeared momentarily taken aback. Even in this apocalyptic world, with a stroke of luck and a bold spirit, a destitute individual could still acquire a considerable amount of supplies or gold. However, he had never encountered anyone so casually offering a pound of gold as a means to pave the way. Although gold's value had significantly diminished, it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and many were aware that this precious metal held little practical use, yet were willing to exchange substantial goods for it. A pound of gold, after all, is quite valuable. As the vendor lingered in thought, Xia Bai continued, "Of course, you could always rally a group to create trouble for me. It's all inconsequential, merely a bit more troublesome. Therefore, if possible, I propose we adhere to each other's requests. You provide me with the channels to acquire what I seek, and I assure you, you will not be shortchanged." Xia Bai understood that by presenting a pound of gold up front, he was taking a considerable risk in the survivor base of Ice City Prison. While the military did not regulate personal weapon ownership, the trafficking of substantial supplies was strictly prohibited. A few firearms might be permissible, but should Xia Bai wish to obtain genuinely powerful and abundant fog equipment, his only viable channels would be through military or governmental sources. For the seller, this necessitated extreme caution. If they were to sell, it could only be to wealthy patrons or reputable factions. With only 7 individuals on his side, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to consider selling weaponry to Xia Bai unless he first revealed his financial resources. Thus, employing this method to forge a path, although fraught with risk, undoubtedly represented the swiftest means to procure what he desired. Moreover, the security within Ice City Prison was relatively stable. As a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse, accompanied by an awakened individual, Xia Bai doubted that anyone would pose a genuine threat to them. Those who might covet his gold would likely be of limited strength, while the truly formidable survivors would hardly care for gold from Xia Bai. After a brief hesitation, the vendor rolled the small cloth bag from the post office and tucked it into his satchel, asking, "What is your esteemed surname?" "Xia," he replied. The vendor nodded and said, "I will return to find you." With that, he pulled up his hood to conceal his face and glanced around before departing. Sitting in the passenger seat, Bai Lan expressed her surprise. "You intend to purchase military weapons?" The curiosity from Ho Zhuang and the others was primarily directed at where Xia Bai had procured the gold. Although Xia Bai had revealed the secret of his battleship to them, he had not divulged further details regarding it. Thus, they remained largely unaware of its intricate functions. Upon hearing Bai Lan's remark, Xia Bai glanced at her and replied with a smile, "Naturally, I intend to arm myself to the teeth, and you all must learn to shoot." Bai Lan responded, The journey ahead became considerably smoother. In the vicinity of Ice City Prison, the military had established a stringent defense system, systematically eliminating every zombie that managed to infiltrate. Despite the multitude of vehicles congesting the area, it remained unequivocally secure. As the sky deepened into darkness, Xia Bai and his companions finally arrived at the security checkpoint, where specialized medical personnel clad in biohazard suits and military members meticulously examined each individual. This was a comprehensive inspection. Even the slightest wound would warrant heightened scrutiny. The military did not confiscate the weapons carried by Xia Bai, but they issued a stern warning regarding safety. They cautioned that any conflict, or worse, homicide within the Ice City Prison survivor base would result in immediate expulsion from the facility. The inspection lasted nearly 10 minutes before their vehicle followed a military truck into the prison. Ho Zhuang remarked, "It truly feels like we're about to serve time." The scrutiny is excessive. It had only been 3 days since the onset of the apocalypse, and the military's swift establishment of a refuge for survivors was commendable. Consequently, the prison's interior remained largely unaltered, with existing facilities being repurposed for immediate use. Xia Bai and his group were assigned to Building 9, effectively residing within the prison itself. Xia Bai, having been through such experiences before, remained unfazed, while Bai Lan and the others exhibited a degree of discomfort, as it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and the notion of residing in a prison felt rather unsettling to them. On the first floor, a company commander approached them. He was a man in his mid-20s, with dark skin and a resolute expression. Nodding at Xia Bai and the others, he introduced himself, saying, "I am Lin Yong'an, the person responsible for Building 9. I will oversee everything that transpires within this building. We will allocate rooms for you. The current arrangement is 2 individuals per room. Unfortunately, the water supply facility has been damaged and will be temporarily unavailable. The prison is equipped with its own generator, but it must prioritize power for military facilities, thus electricity cannot be guaranteed. However, the military will distribute a fixed ration of food daily, which must be collected at 10 o'clock sharp. Please be mindful of this. Furthermore, I have been informed that you possess firearms, correct?" The personnel at the previous security check may have already mentioned that, despite the apocalypse, murder and indiscriminate firing remain strictly forbidden. My unit is also responsible for perimeter security and may not always be present in Building 9, but the surveillance system is fully operational. Therefore, I urge you to maintain composure and avoid conflicts. Should any altercation arise, please notify the military immediately, and we will address it impartially. Having delivered his message with an impassive demeanor, he gestured for his soldiers to escort Xia Bai and his companions upstairs, while other incoming survivors were attended to by different military personnel. Xia Bai realized that the company commander's personal involvement was likely due to the presence of firearms among them. Given China's unique circumstances, civilian possession of firearms was a matter of significant concern. Xia Bai understood the risks associated with a firearm falling into the hands of someone untrained or dangerously unstable. The military's decision to permit survivors to retain their weapons was inherently fraught with risk. Chapter 38. The clandestine merchant in his previous life. Xia Bai had only arrived at the Ice City Prison survivor base nearly half a month after the apocalypse had begun, by that time. The building was already teeming with occupants, and the surroundings were filled with tents. The current arrangement of 2 individuals per room felt to Xia Bai like a veritable privilege, akin to aristocratic accommodation. Ho Zhuang remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that this is reminiscent of living in a university dormitory." Chen Tianqing followed closely behind Ho Zhuang, carrying an assortment of disorganized items. Casting a glance at the women in another room, he commented, "Such cohabitation of genders was non-existent in university." Upon hearing this, young Xian turned her head and shot them a sidelong glance, inquiring, "What are you 2 babbling about?" Chen Tianqing fell silent, merely responding with a lewd grin. Xia Bai's business vehicle, a formidable warship, was parked in the designated lot behind them. Though the unique nature of his vehicle alleviated concerns about theft, since they intended to reside here for an extended period, they had brought along a considerable amount of supplies, all meticulously stowed in backpacks, in order to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble from other survivors. Despite the military having broadcast an announcement to the entire Ice City area only that morning, within less than a day, nearly 10,000 survivors had surged in, causing every locale to feel overcrowded. Xia Bai and his companions were situated on the 7th floor, where the corridors were bustling with people, including some injured individuals. A cacophony of voices filled the air, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Xia Bai, however, had long since grown accustomed to such disorder. This was the new norm in a world ravaged by the apocalypse. Being surrounded by the living was far preferable to being encircled by the undead. In contrast, Ho Zhuang and the others appeared somewhat unsettled, and even Bai Lan furrowed her brow slightly, clearly struggling to adapt to the scene. The 9 blocks primarily consisted of single or double occupancy cells, with the 7th floor entirely composed of double rooms. Given the limited space, the military had allocated them 3.5 rooms, implying that at least one person among the 7 would need to share accommodations with someone else. Observing the slightly troubled expressions of Bai Lan and the others, Xia Bai nonchalantly popped open a box of sour milk that he had retrieved at some point and headed toward the shared room. He empathized with Bai Lan's group. They were understandably reluctant to share quarters under the current circumstances. Bai Lan hesitated momentarily before saying, Xia Bai waved his hand dismissively, replying, "If you need anything, come find me." With that, he walked away. Bai Lan gazed at Xia Bai's retreating figure, her eyes flickering slightly. Xia Bai's room was situated at the far end of the 7th floor. Due to the shared arrangement, it was unlikely he would be allocated a room adjacent to Bai Lan's group. Upon entering, he found that the other occupant, a middle-aged man, was huddled in the corner, weeping bitterly. Noticing Xia Bai's entrance, the man lifted his head slightly, his tear-streaked eyes regarding Xia Bai with a mix of surprise and anger as he spat, "Get out!" It was evident that this individual was far from welcoming of a cohabitant. In response, Xia Bai merely smiled faintly. He drew a gun from his waist with a swift motion, the click of the chamber echoing with a practiced ease that was almost alarming. The sound rang out loudly. The man with tear-streaked eyes stared blankly at Xia Bai for a moment before abruptly bowing his head once more, resuming his heart-wrenching sobs, as if the earlier tirade had never escaped his lips. Xia Bai turned away, only to find a couple with a child across the hall gazing in astonishment, their expressions tinged with palpable fear as they beheld Xia Bai and his firearm. With a gentle smile, he lowered his weapon, and after ensuring the situation with Bai Lan and the others was stable, he secured the door, ascended to his single bed, had a light meal, and then bound the handgun to his hand before drifting into slumber. With no social media platforms like Douyin or Weibo to peruse, in such a dire scenario, Xia Bai could conceive of nothing more meaningful to engage in than replenishing his energy through sleep. The man in the corner seemed to have taken note of Xia Bai's slumber, his cries inexplicably diminishing. Yet, Xia Bai understood that this was not an act of courtesy, but rather a fear of the weapon he possessed. Had he truly exited in the midst of that man's furious outburst, he would likely have found himself relegated to sleeping in the corridor outside. Even in this apocalyptic world, most people remained subservient to strength. In the midst of the night, Xia Bai was roused from his sleep by a knock at the door. He was a light sleeper. Even the slightest rustle would awaken him immediately. This was a skill honed over 5 years of surviving the apocalypse, a vital asset that had enabled him to endure. He heard a voice outside, calling, "Mr. Xia." It appeared to be the small vendor from earlier that day. Glancing over at the sobbing man in the opposite bed, Xia Bai noted that he had succumbed to sleep. Stealthily, he rose from his bed, the midnight hour casting the darkest shadows of the day. He unfastened his gun and approached the door, cautiously cracking it open to peer outside. Indeed, the small vendor stood there, and upon seeing Xia Bai, he immediately donned a sycophantic smile, saying, Mr. Xia, about the weapons and equipment. Do you still require them?" At this, Xia Bai stepped outside, shutting the door behind him with a swift motion. The corridor had quieted, no longer resonating with the earlier commotion, as most had retreated to rest. Xia Bai inquired, "Do you have a channel?" The vendor nodded, replying, "Today, I consulted a big shot from above. He has connections in this regard but wishes to meet you first." Xia Bai scrutinized the man warily. "Here?" "No, outside. Not just beyond the prison gates, but at a location on the other side of the prison." "Very well, I shall call someone to accompany me." The individual he intended to summon was, of course, by LAN.AS an awakened one. Her combat prowess was unparalleled. Moreover, after a couple of days, her gunshot wound had nearly healed, a terrifying recovery speed that even Bai Lan herself found hard to believe. However, through this experience, she had come to truly realize the immense advantages and potential she possessed as an awakened individual in this desolate world. Xia Bai firmly believes that even if the other party has set a trap to ensnare him, he and Bai Lan are certainly not individuals that can be easily subdued. When the small vendor caught sight of the delicate Bai Lan, whom Xia Bai intended to bring along, he momentarily hesitated, puzzled as to why he would accompany such a fragile flower-like woman. Perhaps he thought they were to barter her for something valuable. His expression became somewhat peculiar, yet he refrained from inquiring further, silently leading the way instead. As night fell, the military's vigilance outside intensified. The survivors who had been admitted had already undergone security checks, eliminating any possibility of them being infected or turned into zombies. Consequently, the focus of their patrols shifted more towards the outer regions, while only 2 squads remained to keep watch at Lin Yong'an's unit, which was busy patrolling elsewhere. However, they would not restrict the survivors from venturing out. Chapter 39. Do you sell missiles? Why does this feel like the underground party streets? This remark came from Bailan, who was trailing closely behind Xia Bai, casting a dubious glance at the small vendor who was leading them through a considerable portion of the Ice City prison. Xia Bai remained silent, simply following the vendor. After 5 or 6 minutes of walking, Xia Bai was acutely aware that this rather indicated the vendor had no ulterior motives. If he intended to rob them, he would have had ample opportunity back at Block 9 of the prison, rendering such a long trek unnecessary. Thus, having ventured this far, it seemed plausible that a genuine transaction was indeed forthcoming. Continuing onward for about another 2 minutes, the small vendor finally led them into a small grove of greenery behind the prison, where he came to a halt. Surprisingly, amidst the thicket of shrubs, there was a bench occupied by a young man wearing a baseball cap, who was smoking a cigarette. The faint orange glow of his smoke dimmed slightly, appearing inconspicuous yet somewhat dreamlike. Upon noticing the arrival of Xia Bai and his companions, the young man promptly rose to his feet. The vendor introduced Xia Bai, and before he could proceed with the introduction of the young man, the latter spoke up, saying, "Yang Chengji, a pleasure to meet you." As dusk descended, Xia Bai was unable to discern the young man's features clearly, but the mention of his name elicited a slight surprise from him. He had heard of this individual in his previous life. Yang Chengji was a prominent figure within the Ice City survivor base, a powerful player in the black market, reputed to possess extensive resources and control over various commodities. Xia Bai had even heard whispers that the common firearms and ammunition circulating within the Ice City survivor base originated from Yang Chengji. By the time Xia Bai arrived at the Ice City prison survivor base, Yang Chengji had already ascended to a legendary status, an elusive figure known only by name, a person he had once fantasized about aligning with, believing that perhaps doing so would spare him from the life of a hunted dog. However, at this very moment, Xia Bai never anticipated encountering this legendary figure on his very first day at the Ice City prison survivor base. Of course, at this juncture, he might not yet be a legend. However, this marked merely the first day that the survivor base began to accommodate those seeking refuge. Yet, this individual had already commenced trading, a testament to his formidable resources and capabilities. Strangely enough, upon encountering this man, Xia Bai felt a sense of relief. The reason Yang Chengji had ascended to the position of a black market magnate within the Ice City survivor base was not solely due to his inscrutable and unparalleled resource channels, nor merely because of his ruthless methods and approach, but rather because of his esteemed reputation, which was built on the foundation of integrity. Some may argue that in a post-apocalyptic world, integrity holds no value. Yet within such a survivor base, to truly thrive as a trader of resources, mere channels and tactics are insufficient. Only integrity can inspire more survivors to engage and trade with you. Conversely, having integrity alone is equally futile. This paradox is indeed quite ironic. Everyone desires honesty from others, yet it proves challenging to embody it oneself. Thus, this individual, in terms of business dealings, possessed an admirable character. At this moment, the Ice City prison survivor base had only just begun to take in survivors, and this man was likely still in the nascent stages of his enterprise, allowing Xia Bai the opportunity to connect with this future magnate. Xia Bai had not anticipated that a mere chance encounter with a street vendor would enable him to establish a link with Yang Chengji. It was indeed a stroke of fortune, and of course, this was also because Yang Chengji had yet to solidify his status as a titan in the field. Presently, Xia Bai smiled and remarked, "What a pleasure." Yang Chengji paused slightly before responding. "What is it that you seek?" Xia Bai pondered for a moment and replied, "Redbird, or thunder, do you have any?" Upon hearing Xia Bai mention these items, Bailan appeared somewhat bewildered. What are Redbird and Thunder? Aren't they here to purchase weapons? The small vendor's expression shifted slightly. Yang Chengji maintained a calm demeanor, glancing at Xia Bai, and only after confirming that the man was not speaking nonsense did he inquire, "You're not affiliated with the military, are you?" Xia Bai shook his head. "Then why do you require missiles?" As Yang Chengji uttered these words, his expression twitched. The two items Xia Bai mentioned were indeed missiles. Yang Chengji found it hard to fathom. While it was not uncommon for an ordinary survivor to seek weaponry, the notion of purchasing missiles was utterly absurd. "Are you serious? Why would I jest with you?" Xia Bai's expression remained serious. His aircraft was equipped with 2 missile bays, and the warship's missile compartments were adjustable, capable of accommodating any missile model. However, Xia Bai's current warship was unable to manufacture missiles, and to fill those 2 empty bays, he needed to procure them externally. He believed these 2 types might be available in this region. Were it not for the fact that he stood before the renowned Yang Chengji, Xia Bai would never have dared to outright request missiles. Yet, as a time traveler, Xia Bai was well aware of Yang Chengji's reputation for integrity and exceptional resource channels, Thus he felt compelled to express his needs candidly. Yang Chengji adjusted his cap, casting a somewhat bemused glance at Xia Bai, realizing that this individual genuinely seemed to be sincere. Nevertheless, he was still left in a state of confusion by Xia Bai's audacity. Yang Chengji could hardly fathom how an ordinary survivor might utilize a missile. Would they charge into a horde of zombies while clutching a missile, only to detonate it themselves? That would be far less practical than simply strapping a bundle of explosives to oneself. He exhaled deeply and remarked, I do not possess any red birds, but I might be able to procure 1 or 2 missiles from the Thunder series for you. However, I must clarify that I am not selling missiles in this transaction. I trust you can comprehend my position. Yang Chengji still felt somewhat dazed and thus hesitated to offer such high-level items outright. Xia Bai understood this logic as well. He intended to remain here until spring, affording him ample time to cultivate a rapport with Yang Chengji. Consequently, he replied, I understand. I merely wanted to indicate my interest in the missiles. You must not sell them to anyone else. Yang Chengji wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, who on earth would sell missiles? Yet he still responded, rest assured. If this deal comes to fruition, I will certainly arrange for the missiles to be delivered to you, provided you can meet the price. Xia Bai smiled and said, thank you. For now, I would like to purchase some smaller items. The smaller items he referred to included handguns, rifles, shotguns, and corresponding ammunition, as well as tactical grenades, smoke bombs, and the 30mm rounds necessary for his warship's cannons. Additionally, he sought to acquire a batch of bulletproof vests and blast shields from Yang Chengji. Xia Bai, relying on his recollection of what 20 pounds of gold could procure at this time, was not concerned that Yang Chengji would be unable to supply the requested items. After all, he was destined to become a significant supplier of military resources for the future survivor base in Ice City. If Yang Chengji could not fulfill Xia Bai's requests, it was unlikely that Xia Bai would find the items elsewhere. Chapter 40. A significant ally listening attentively as Xia Bai enumerated his desired purchases as if reading from a menu. Yang Chengji's eyes narrowed slightly. These are indeed items I can procure. What price are you willing to offer? Xia Bai replied, I have a considerable amount of gold here. For other items, it depends on your pricing. Yang Chengji chuckled. You certainly have a bold demeanor, my friend. How about this? 30 pounds of gold plus 2 pounds of salt or sugar. Does that work for you? This price was slightly higher than Xia Bai had anticipated. Gold prices had not yet plummeted to such an extent. However, he did not decline and instead said, the price is a tad elevated, but that is of little consequence. When can you deliver the items to me? In truth, Xia Bai had somewhat wronged Yang Chengji. He was currently in the nascent stages of his trading endeavors, and the survivor base in Ice City had only just begun to take shape. The exchanges and circulation of goods had yet to establish any fixed pricing, leaving Yang Chengji in a state of confusion. After all, how many people could possess the acumen of Xia Bai? Yang Chengji paused for a moment and said, very well, my friend, and I assure you that I will have the items ready for you within 3 days at the latest, that time. I will have someone contact you, and we shall conduct the exchange of payment and goods simultaneously. Rest assured, I am genuinely interested in conducting business and would never engage in any duplicity. Xia Bai found this statement to be credible. Following this, the two engaged in a casual conversation, albeit with an undertone of mutual probing. Xia Bai sought to uncover how Yang Chengji had acquired such resources and weaponry, while Yang Chengji, in turn, was curious about Xia Bai's intentions behind purchasing missiles. However, both individuals exercised remarkable caution, meticulously concealing any pertinent information, adopting an attitude that suggested any inquiries posed would yield naught but futility. Consequently, after an extended discourse that even attracted the attention of patrolling military personnel, neither party gleaned the desired information from the other, leading to a somewhat sheepish retreat. Yet, the small vendor continued to trail Xia Bai, eyes wide with astonishment. To be honest, he was genuinely taken aback. The fact that this individual was purchasing an array of weapons was one thing, but the audacity to seek missiles was utterly astonishing. Xia Bai shot him a glance, handed him a pack of cigarettes, and remarked, once the transaction is complete, you shall be duly rewarded. By the way, are you affiliated with Yang Chengji? The vendor shook his head and replied, no, I merely had prior acquaintance, which allowed me to establish this connection. Xia Bai nodded, prior acquaintance, so you know what he was engaged in before? The vendor let out a wry smile. Brother, you've misunderstood my meaning. My prior refers not to the time before the apocalypse. We met amidst the cataclysm. Xia Bai couldn't help but touch his nose, pondering how it had only been a few days since the apocalypse, questioning the validity of the notion of prior acquaintance. Shortly thereafter, the vendor added, brother. Xia Bai observed the vendor's somewhat awkward demeanor and inquired, what is the matter? Is it that aside from these few individuals on the surface, there exists an entire hidden army? Xia Bai was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that this fellow had likely misconstrued his intent behind acquiring such an arsenal. Yet, the vendor misread Xia Bai's expression and hastily clarified, "No, I'm not prying into your affairs. Rather, I was wondering if you need more personnel over there? Although I lack any significant skills, I used to sell grilled cold noodles, and I possess a keen business acumen and an ability to read situations." Xia Bai thought to himself, "This fellow is he attempting to latch onto my coattails?" Nevertheless, Xia Bai ultimately refrained from acquiescing to the vendor's request, simply instructing him to continue facilitating connections with Yang Chengji. His vessel was already at full capacity with 7 crew members, and although this individual appeared competent, he remained an unknown variable, who could predict how he might behave in critical moments. However, having such an acquaintance could prove beneficial, as it would alleviate Xia Bai from having to manage numerous trivial matters within this survivor base. The small vendor, having failed to secure a connection with Xia Bai, felt somewhat disheartened. By the time Xia Bai and his companions returned to their building, it was already past 2 in the morning. However, it is now October, and the sky remains shrouded in an absolute darkness. Outside, a steady stream of survivors continues to flood into this prison, while within its confines, military personnel patrol incessantly. Yet, the absence of the zombies' wails provides a modicum of comfort. When Xia Bai returned, he encountered their commanding officer, Lin Yong'an, who was returning from outside with a squad. Lin Yong'an's expression was as impassive as ever. Upon seeing Xia Bai and his companions, he merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily moving on. Xia Bai surmised that the officer had likely forgotten him, considering the overwhelming influx of survivors. Nonetheless, whether or not Lin Yong'an recognized him was of little consequence. Upon entering his room, he found his roommate, the weeping man, still deep in slumber. Xia Bai refrained from disturbing him and lay down to rest. After a mere 2 to 3 hours, he was stirred awake by faint sounds of crying. Sitting up in his bed and squinting into the dim light, he noticed the man from the opposite bed in tears. The man seemed to catch sight of Xia Bai's gaze, shuddering in fright, and immediately fell silent. After a moment, he timidly produced a wafer from his pocket, extending it towards Xia Bai in a gesture of appeasement. Xia Bai couldn't help but find the situation amusing. He declined the offering, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will not shoot you." After uttering these words, Xia Bai rose and turned to leave. It was just past 8 in the morning, yet the outside world was already bustling with activity. Soldiers and survivors mingled everywhere, with the latter outnumbering the former. The military's resources were limited, and with government officials and police scattered about, they could not possibly match the sheer number of survivors. At this rate, it would not be long before the accommodations could no longer sustain just 2 individuals per room. His companions, however, remained asleep, having enjoyed their first peaceful slumber since the apocalypse. A late morning was entirely justified. Xia Bai first made his way to his armored vehicle, initiating the production of smoke and gold. After issuing his commands, he leapt from the vehicle, heading toward another destination. As previously mentioned, Xia Bai had come to the survivor base at Ice City Prison in search of an acquaintance. According to his memory, this individual should be located in Building 3. The acquaintance was rather peculiar, having arrived post-apocalypse yet occupying a forward position in the building and even possessing a private room, a fact that puzzled Xia Bai. As he knew this person possessed no extraordinary abilities, of course, Xia Bai speculated that at this very moment, his acquaintance might not have arrived yet, but the urgency within him compelled him to take a look. Chapter 41. A report true to Xia Bai's expectations. Upon arriving at Building 3 and searching high and low, he found no trace of his acquaintance. Clearly, the individual had yet to arrive. He could not help but exhale deeply, shaking his head, and was just about to depart when he suddenly heard a very familiar voice. "Dear comrades, do not pass by without taking notice. Here, the sound is." Xia Bai turned his head and approached the source of the voice. The sound emanated from a room filled with survivors. Xia Bai squeezed through the crowd and indeed spotted an individual. It was none other than Huang Jingfu, the man who had nearly instigated a conflict at the gas station. This greasy middle-aged fellow appeared somewhat gaunt now, standing atop a bed, passionately addressing the multitude of survivors below. "I possess a miraculous doomsday remedy that can fend off the zombie virus. Just think about it, in such dire circumstances, who can guarantee they won't be bitten? If bitten, it leads to a slow demise, ultimately transforming into a zombie. But with my medicine, you need not worry. I acquired it from aliens." At this point, someone from the crowd interjected, "Aliens? If you're selling fake medicine, at least use some common sense to deceive us." Huang Jingfu's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he retorted, "Am I a fraud? Do you think I'm foolish enough to use aliens as a ruse? What I say is true. Just a couple of days ago, you all heard about the gas station explosion on the highway. right? I was one of the survivors. I witnessed it firsthand, and the police even interrogated me in detail. It was I who cleverly detonated the gas station, toppling that alien spaceship. I took a tremendous risk to infiltrate it afterward and obtain this medicine from the alien craft. To be frank, Huang Jingfu possessed a remarkable talent for deception that few could rival. Though his visage was far from appealing, he could articulate this nonsense with such fervor that it almost resembled the truth. However, did he really blow up the gas station? Xia Bai scrutinized him, contemplating that although he had once considered confronting the fool responsible for the explosion, Huang Jingfu, with his bloated intellect, hardly seemed capable of executing such an act. It was most likely an exaggerated tale crafted for deception. Resolutely, Xia Bai extricated himself from the throng and reported to the military personnel on duty on the first floor, succinctly informing them that someone upstairs was peddling fake medicine. Silently, he followed the two soldiers back upstairs, concealing himself in a corner to witness Huang Jingfu being apprehended in the act before quietly departing. Although the hallway was under surveillance, Xia Bai understood that the footage was monitored by police officers in a centralized manner. Given the current circumstances, unless a significant conflict arose, it would be challenging for the sale of fake medicine to draw attention. After ridding the community of this menace, Xia Bai returned to his building. However, upon reaching the first floor, he overheard whispers. There's a group of college students fighting on the 7th floor. The military personnel have gone up. The 7th floor. That was his own level. Moreover, college students? Xia Bai rushed upstairs and saw Bai Lan and others in a standoff with another group, while military personnel had indeed arrived, standing between the two factions, attempting to mediate. Xia Bai approached, first surveying the situation on Bai Lan's side. The 6 individuals emerged, with Yang Xian's half-face flushed crimson, evidently having been struck. On the other side stood 5 men in their 30s, the leader brandishing a firearm. Swinging it back and forth in front of the 2 mediating soldiers, a smirk of mockery gracing his features as he pointed at Bai Lan and the others. The soldier interjected, "Sir, I implore you to lower your weapon immediately." To which the leader retorted, "If I lower my gun, what will stop them from attacking? You should expel them first." Upon hearing this, Ho Zhuang erupted in anger. "You were the one who initiated the violence. Now you dare to turn the tables on us?" At that moment, Xia Bai pushed through the crowd, casting a glance at the men before turning to Bai Lan. What transpired? The presence of Xia Bai reinvigorated Bai Lan and her companions, who responded, "There are too many survivors and not enough space." They were assigned to our area, and Xia kindly offered them some room. Yet they wished to drive us out, and even Xia Bai, however, found it perplexing. Bai Lan was an awakened one, and if a confrontation ensued, not just these 5, but even a dozen could be easily subdued. Bai Lan noticed the confusion on Xia Bai's face and explained, "They struck first and then raised a ruckus, summoning the military." Before she could finish, Xia Bai grasped the situation. This group had instigated trouble, yet shamelessly accused Bai Lan and her companions, hoping to exploit the situation to claim they were the aggressors and oust them. Clearly, they were preying on Bai Lan's inexperience. At that moment, the leader interjected, "Military brother, that's not the case at all. They struck first. Just ask the survivors nearby." He waved his gun like a pendulum, and who among the survivors would dare contradict him? The soldier furrowed his brow, about to speak when Xia Bai suddenly interjected, "You assaulted my people, did you not?" At that instant, Xia Bai turned to face the man, his gaze darkening. "That was self-defense. Your people initiated the violence. Am I not entitled to defend myself?" Yang Xian, cradling her face, protested, "That's simply not true. It was you." Xia Bai inhaled deeply, cutting her off. Addressing the man before him, he stated slowly, "You can justify self-defense for others, but not for my people." The leader was momentarily taken aback by Xia Bai's declaration, as it was clear he was unwilling to engage in rational discourse. Xia Bai regarded him with a chilling smile. "You harmed my people and expect to walk away unscathed. What a delusion you harbored at that moment." Xia Bai's gaze turned somewhat menacing. The leader, meeting his gaze, instinctively took half a step back, casting a glance at the soldiers nearby, swallowing hard, and stammered, "What is it? Do you intend to resort to violence in front of our People's Liberation Army?" As I took action. The moment Xia Bai uttered those words, he sprang into action with lightning speed. He stepped forward, swiftly deflecting the opponent's gun-wielding hand while gripping the adversary's wrist, pulling back with a forceful twist in the instant that the opponent let out a cry of agony and involuntarily released his firearm. Xia Bai delivered a powerful punch squarely to the assailant's face. Behind Xia Bai, Ho Zhuang brandished a baton, seemingly procured from nowhere, and shouted, "Grab a weapon and take him down." Chapter 42. Weapons acquired. The scene descended into chaos in an instant. Yet, for the combatants, it was a one-sided massacre. Xia Bai was the first to strike, but it was Bai Lan who truly turned the tide against their adversaries. Despite bearing a gunshot wound, she charged in, delivering a punch with each swing. Even the more robust men were left reeling in disarray, utterly overwhelmed by this seemingly delicate yet fierce young woman. The military personnel attempting to intervene found themselves powerless as Bai Lan dispatched them with ease. Ultimately, the outcome was that all of them were taken by the military for questioning. Lin Yong'an personally stepped in, his expression grim, and gathered both parties into one place, leading a young soldier into a small, dim room for mediation. However, the instigators were in a state of disarray, bruised and howling in pain, and even the most eloquent among them could hardly muster a coherent word at that moment. As for Xia Bai, before Lin Yong'an could utter a word, he cleverly produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and handed it over with a smile, saying, "Much appreciated, much appreciated." Lin Yong'an shot Xia Bai a stern glance. Yet he accepted the cigarettes and passed them to another soldier behind him, his expression remaining unchanged throughout. In contrast, the young soldier following Lin Yong'an looked quite pleased with the pack of Zhonghua in his hands. Seeing this, Xia Bai exhaled a sigh of relief, while Bai Lan stepped forward, seemingly eager to explain. However, Lin Yong'an interjected, directing his gaze at Bai Lan. "You are an awakened one," Bai Lan replied. "Ah? Why wasn't this reported earlier?" Lin Yong'an continued. "Ah? Remember to register your level later. I'll send someone to take you to the research center for a blood draw and some formalities." When Bai Lan finally emerged alongside Xia Bai, her expression was still one of confusion. She glanced at the relaxed Xia Bai ahead of her, contemplated for a moment, and stepped forward a couple of paces, saying, This is... We were just fighting." Xia Bai halted, smiled, and responded, "Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. Given the current circumstances, as long as no lives are lost, who can truly enforce anything?" He surveyed Bai Lan and the others, continuing, "The situation is decidedly different now. Those who have engaged in combat should never entertain thoughts of compromise or loss. The more you yield, the more others will take advantage. Some may know that bullying the weak is wrong. Yet when they witness fear in others, they are often tempted to step on someone else's face. Such individuals, it is often said, respond far better to a swift punch than to reasoned discourse. Though this sentiment may seem rather grim, it is an undeniable truth that the current world tends to favor the strong." Ho Zhuang remarked, "The esteemed leader speaks with wisdom. I wholeheartedly concur, just now." It was truly gratifying. Bai Lan, however, appeared somewhat pensive. To be candid, her reluctance to engage in physical confrontation stemmed from a myriad of concerns: fears of the weapon in her opponent's grasp, apprehensions about the potential repercussions of escalating the conflict with the military. Yet, it was evident that she had perhaps become overly cautious. Xia Bai flashed her a reassuring smile before turning away, stating, "Well, I initially intended to keep your identity as an awakener under wraps. But now that it's out in the open, it's of little consequence. Accompanying the military for a blood draw should pose no further issues." The military was undoubtedly aware of the existence of awakeners. In fact, they had likely commenced their research long ago. Within the relative safety of the Ice City prison, a facility for survivors, it was only natural that they would establish dedicated research departments to identify awakeners among the survivors and analyze their conditions. However, Xia Bai was aware that their research had faced considerable obstacles, yielding little progress over a span of 5 years. This seemingly straightforward extraterrestrial zombie virus remained an enigma, impenetrable to the current realms of biology and genetics on Earth. This was merely a minor episode, and following the altercation, they had indeed gained an advantage. The influx of survivors from outside was growing increasingly substantial. Yet, even with the influx, no one dared to request accommodation in the room occupied by Bai Lan and her companions. Consequently, while other rooms were cramped with 5 or 6 individuals, with some even resorting to sleeping on the floor in the corridors, Bai Lan's quarters remained a spacious 2-person suite. Particularly after the revelation of Bai Lan's identity as an awakener, people began to regard the seemingly beautiful young woman with a sense of reverence, keeping their distance. This turned out to be beneficial for Xia Bai and the others. Given the current circumstances, having additional occupants in their room could lead to numerous inconveniences, especially if those individuals turned out to be troublesome characters. In the early days of the apocalypse, the Ice City prison survivor base was an impregnable stronghold. With a constant influx of survivors each day, the military continued its search for survivors within the Ice City. They also began to funnel more individuals into this survivor base, offering supplies as compensation, and thus enlisting the multitude of survivors to erect fortifications against the encroaching zombies. High walls were the most effective defense against the undead. The military was devising ways to reinforce the existing outer walls, A task that should prove manageable with the assistance of numerous survivors. On the other hand, this location had become almost entirely cut off from the outside world. Xia Bai, using civilian frequencies devoid of wires, found little signal beyond the local vicinity and received no news from the outside. While the military might be acutely aware of the current state of the world, they evidently had no intention of sharing this information with the survivors, opting instead for a policy of reassurance. On the third day after Xia Bai arrived at the I-City survivor base, Yang Chengji had procured all the items Xia Bai wished to purchase. To Xia Bai's bemusement, Yang Chengji also offered a door-to-door delivery service, bringing along 5 or 6 individuals and 2 vans, which he parked directly beneath Building 9. He personally assisted Xia Bai in loading all the requested items into his business vehicle. Affectionately dubbed the Battleship. It was evident that Yang Chengji, the future mogul of resource trading at the I-City survivor base, held Xia Bai, this significant client, in high regard, striving to cultivate a good rapport. After Xia Bai dutifully compensated him, Yang Chengji promised to secure missiles for Xia Bai within half a month, though he could not guarantee the exact number. For Xia Bai, the prospect of actually acquiring missiles would indeed be a delightful surprise. Yang Chengji truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Once everyone had departed, Xia Bai gazed at the nearly half-filled vehicle with weaponry, his mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 43. Chuqing on October 25, 2018, at precisely 11:36 a.m. Within the West City Mall of Ice City, Chuqing was running for her life, pursued relentlessly by 2 ravenous zombies. At the onset of the apocalypse, this mall had been closed, resulting in a sparse number of zombies. However, it had evidently attracted considerable attention post-outbreak, evidenced by shattered display windows and signs of rummaging everywhere. Though the danger was relatively low, the potential rewards were high, prompting many survivors to target such locations. It was for this reason that Chuqing found herself here, and she had indeed gathered a substantial haul. She had filled a backpack to the brim with food from the underground supermarket, but this bounty had also drawn the attention of the zombies. While the number of zombies was limited, it certainly did not imply an absence of them. As time progressed, the undead proliferated like air, lurking in every corner of the city. Wherever there were people, there was the potential for their presence. Yet, as Chuqing sprinted from the underground supermarket to the first floor, the distance between her and the zombies did not widen. Rather, it grew alarmingly close. The agility of these aliens' virus-induced zombies far surpassed that of ordinary humans, rendering them a far cry from the sluggish creatures depicted in zombie films. Although Chuqing had regularly exercised in the past, she now bore the weight of a fully packed backpack and had been on the move for several days, leaving her utterly fatigued. If she continued at this pace, the consequence would likely be her being overwhelmed and bitten to death by the zombies. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly turned and hurled her backpack away. She could not ascertain the contents of her bag, but it was quite heavy. It collided with one of the zombies, sending it sprawling to the ground with a loud crash. However, the second zombie seized the opportunity presented by Chuqing's distraction and lunged toward her, closing the gap rapidly. However, Chuqing exhibited an extraordinary calmness. She reached out to grasp the half-collapsed vending machine nearby, pulling it down with force, causing it to crash onto the body of the approaching zombie, toppling it over. Exhaling a sigh of relief, a slight smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of pride. Yet, she was acutely aware that this maneuver would only delay the zombies momentarily. Without hesitation, she turned to flee, seizing the opportunity to escape. However, as she spun around, she was met with the horrifying sight of a gaping maw mere inches from her face. A zombie had inexplicably appeared before her, its jaws wide open, ready to bite down. In that instant, Chuqing felt as if the blood within her veins had frozen, her body turning icy with fear. Yet, at the critical moment, a hand shot forth from the side, yanking her away from the clutches of the zombie just in time. The abrupt shift between life and death left Chuqing momentarily dazed, but she quickly reignited her hope for survival. She noticed that the one who had saved her was a young boy clad in a blue and white school uniform, seemingly a middle school student. In that moment, he radiated an unexpected sense of safety. Despite being shorter than her, he stood resolutely before her, wielding a stick he had somehow acquired, striking down at the zombie with determination. At that moment, Chuqing found the middle schooler remarkably charming. If she were to survive this day, she would surely marry him. However, with a crack, the zombie swatted the boy's makeshift weapon aside, sending him staggering slightly. Yet, he appeared undeterred, defiantly declaring, "I'll hold it off for you, hurry and run." What kind of person was Chuqing? She possessed a flawlessly exquisite face and a figure that could captivate any man's gaze. Yet, she was no goddess. On the contrary, she was a true tomboy, oblivious to her allure, with a carefree and somewhat reckless demeanor. In the apocalypse, wandering alone was merely a trivial matter for her. For someone like her, encountering a passerby who ignored or even betrayed her would typically result in her fleeing. Yet now, with this middle schooler risking his life to fend off the zombie, she had no intention of running away. What a ridiculous notion. How could she let a child put himself in harm's way for her sake? With that thought, she swiftly picked up the wooden stick that had been knocked away and, taking 2 steps at once, charged forward. Seizing the moment when the zombie was preoccupied with the boy, she delivered a heavy blow to its head. With all her might, she struck, sending the creature staggering back 3 steps. Without delay, she grasped the boy's hand, ready to flee together. However, had they been facing a normal human, such a blow would have left them dazed for some time. Yet, they were confronting a relentless zombie. The beast merely shook itself and regained its footing, emitting a terrifying howl as it lunged toward Chu-Ching and her companion. On the other side, the 2 zombies that Chu-Ching had just managed to delay also rose to their feet, encircling them from another direction. These grotesque creatures, with their tattered bodies and menacing visages, swiftly approached, almost instantaneously standing before them. With no avenue for escape, no means of evasion, a singular thought plagued Chu-Ching's mind. It was over. Instinctively, she crouched down, shielding the middle school student with her own body, urging him to do the same, while she tightly closed her eyes, bracing for the guttural sounds of the zombies and the most terrifying embrace of death. However, at that very moment, 3 muffled gunshots rang out in quick succession beside her. Startled, Chu-Ching trembled, then quickly lifted her head, turning with lightning speed to see what transpired. Before her eyes, she witnessed the vivid image of the lesson material. The foreheads of the 3 zombies burst forth with sprays of crimson, instantly vanquished. Their bodies swayed slightly before collapsing heavily to the ground. The shooter stood not far away, a young man in his 20s clad in a black bulletproof vest. Paired with a set of casual designer attire, the tag still affixed, clearly having just changed in the mall, only to find himself embroiled in this chaos. He kept his weapon raised until he confirmed the area was secure, then lowered it, nodding towards Chu-Ching before turning to leave. Stunned, she remained rooted to the spot, pondering why this man, though not conventionally handsome, exuded an aura of striking coolness. Moreover, was he a soldier? If only she could have him as her boyfriend in this apocalyptic world, how splendid it would be. Not only for his looks but also for the assurance of safety in that moment. Propelled by the incredulous gaze of the bewildered high school student, Chu-Ching sprang to her feet. "Hey, don't go, I haven't thanked you yet. What's your name?" The man paused momentarily, replying, "You'd best keep your voice down. There are still zombies around. My name is Xia Bai." Chapter 44. Lacking romantic insight, Xia Bai felt somewhat disheartened. It was October 25th, and this marked his second outing since arriving at the survivor base of Ice City Prison. Survivors at the base were permitted to leave, but both entry and exit required passing through rigorous security checks and numerous cumbersome procedures. On both occasions, Xia Bai had a singular purpose: to hunt zombies. He drove alone away from Ice City Prison, armed with an arsenal of weapons, traversing the sparsely populated outskirts of the city to hunt zombies, amassing energy points in hopes of upgrading his battleship to level 3 in the shortest time possible. Though alone, Xia Bai was well equipped with ammunition and experienced in combat against zombies, and with the battleship's support. As long as he refrained from recklessly seeking out hordes of zombies, he could efficiently hunt them while ensuring his safety. On his inaugural venture, he dedicated an entire day to amass 127 energy points. Now, venturing forth for the second time to hunt zombies, bolstered by experience, he has already surpassed 100 energy points in just half a day. While others are compelled to slay zombies for mere survival, Xia Bai finds himself hunting them with abandon. Just moments ago, he dashed into a rather unimpressive department store and emerged clad in high-end attire. As he turned around, he unexpectedly encountered 2 survivors, frantically fleeing from pursuing zombies. Adhering to his principle of offering assistance whenever possible, particularly to conveniently collect energy points, Xia Bai swiftly intervened to rescue them. However, as he prepared to depart, the 2 survivors approached him of their own accord. The foremost among them was a strikingly attractive young woman with a captivating figure, who hurriedly trotted up beside Xia Bai, a sycophantic smile gracing her face as she inquired, "Are you a soldier?" At that moment, the situation still seemed relatively normal. Xia Bai shook his head in response and continued walking silently. Yet, her next question took an unexpected turn. "Wow, are you a veteran? Or perhaps the legendary warrior? Can you take us along? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a girlfriend?" Xia Bai could not help but glance at this young woman, realizing she was the epitome of a carefree optimist. Just moments ago, she had been desperately fleeing from zombies, yet now she wore a broad smile and approached him without a hint of trepidation. Beautiful, carefree, and utterly lacking in a sense of danger in Xia Bai's mind. Such a person was synonymous with one word: burden. Consequently, after a brief moment of silence, he quickened his pace, striding forward with increasing speed. The young woman, struggling to keep up, called out, "Why are you walking so fast? Handsome, let us team up. I'm serious. Despite my appearance, I possess some survival skills." She trailed behind him as they exited the store. Just outside the entrance, 3 or 4 zombies turned their heads toward them, shuffling forward with a grotesque gait. Maintaining his composure, Xia Bai continued onward, calmly raising his weapon. With his M4A1 aimed steadily, he fired, effortlessly dispatching the approaching zombies. The young woman, witnessing this, gasped in astonishment. However, when she turned back, Xia Bai had already reached a commercial vehicle, opened the door, and climbed inside. Seizing the moment, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "Hey, handsome, wait for us." With that, she approached the vehicle and attempted to pull the door open. Alas, it was locked from the inside, and she was unable to budge it. Xia Bai, showing no inclination to linger, promptly started the engine of his vehicle, driving away before her astonished gaze. She watched him collide with a zombie and vanish around the corner. Reality sank in, leaving her with a crestfallen expression. Was I just rejected? Her companion, a middle school student, was not as carefree as Xia Bai. He kept glancing around anxiously and said, "Auntie, let us hurry and leave." "Who are you calling Annie?" The girl retorted. "Remember this. If you remain as oblivious to romantic cues as that guy earlier, no matter how handsome you are, you'll never find a girlfriend. You've just met him. How do you know he doesn't have a girlfriend?" At that moment, Xia Bai, who was driving, inexplicably sneezed. As for the notion of picking up pretty girls, that idea was non-existent for Xia Bai. What a ridiculous thought! Did women hold greater importance than upgrading warships? If Xia Bai were truly desperate, he could easily procure a couple of pounds of gold. In the survivor's base at the Ice City prison, he could have his pick of any woman he desired. Thus, it was even less likely that he would linger here. Xia Bai drove aimlessly through the city, contemplating finding a high point with fewer zombies to hunt the surrounding undead. This approach was safer and more prudent, albeit at the cost of a slower kill rate. Nevertheless, there was ample time ahead, and safety took precedence. He soon maneuvered his car into a narrow alley, climbing up an external iron staircase to reach the rooftop. However, as soon as he set up his rifle, he noticed the situation on the other side of the building. It was an intersection. From a 2-story marketplace, a cacophony of zombie howls erupted, intermingled with human cries. It seemed that a considerable number of survivors were trapped inside the supermarket, which was now besieged by a large horde of zombies. At that moment, these undead had just torn a significant hole in the supermarket's feeble shutter, howling as they surged inward through the breach, placing the survivors in a perilous predicament. Almost the entire street's zombies were drawn to the scene. Xia Bai estimated their numbers to be at least in the hundreds. Due to the relatively small size of the breach, only 1 or 2 zombies could enter at a time, and the survivors inside appeared to be numerous, valiantly resisting and keeping the zombies at bay. Without hesitation, Xia Bai positioned his rifle on the rooftop, less than 200 meters away, and opened fire. The chaos in the supermarket escalated with his gunfire, attracting only a couple of zombies to his location. With his fire support combined with the survivors' resistance, the situation seemed to stabilize momentarily. However, stability was merely temporary. Over 100 zombies were not to be trifled with. Xia Bai possessed only a single gun, while the survivors inside relied on rudimentary weapons. As long as the shutter remained intact, they could hold their ground, but now that a breach had formed, the zombies surged like a tide, frantically pushing inward. The shutter was on the verge of collapse, and even the entire doorframe began to tremble, with massive cracks forming in the walls on either side. Clearly, it was only a matter of time before the wall gave way and the zombies flooded in. Chapter 45. An acquaintance of Xia Bai in the face of this dire situation, Xia Bai realized that he could no longer afford to remain a mere spectator. He descended directly from the rooftop, unleashing a volley of bullets that felled several zombies in the alley below. Swiftly pivoting the vehicle, he charged forth from the narrow passage, hurtling towards the nearby supermarket. Simultaneously, Xia Bai decisively lowered the car window and hurled a tactical grenade. In an instant, a conflagration erupted before the supermarket, sending the surrounding zombies tumbling in disarray. Inside the supermarket, the survivors were engulfed in a wave of exhilaration, believing that the military had arrived to rescue them, as they were trapped within, besieged by the undead. only able to hear the gunfire and explosions. However, their elation was short-lived, for a significant number of zombies had already surged in, wreaking havoc within the aisles and biting anyone in sight, creating a scene of utter carnage. Meanwhile, Xia Bai's vehicle emerged from the flames, the dilapidated van surprisingly revealing a vibrant sheen amidst the inferno, its wheels crushing the remnants of flesh and bone as it barreled towards the supermarket. A multitude of zombies still lingered at the entrance, prompting Xia Bai to once again launch a bomb from within the car. This device, radiating a blue luminescence, landed amidst the throng of zombies and detonated instantaneously, freezing the area within a 10-square-meter radius, immobilizing the densely packed undead in their tracks. Xia Bai then exited the vehicle, weapon in hand, and commenced firing, advancing from the exterior of the supermarket to its interior. Fire and ice intertwined, the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the stench of blood. Inside the supermarket, chaos reigned supreme. As zombies and survivors collided amidst toppled shelves and scattered merchandise, the dim light barely illuminating the mayhem. The air was filled with the haunting wails of the undead and the anguished cries of humanity. Yet, Xia Bai halted his advance, though the number of zombies within was fewer than outside. It posed a grave danger for him. The darkness, the narrow confines, and the confusion created an optimal environment for the undead to ambush any solitary human, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to emerge unscathed from such a perilous terrain. He chose to fire from the entrance, patiently awaiting the genuine survivors to emerge, guided by the sound of gunfire. After 3 or 4 minutes, merely a dozen survivors burst forth, frantically scattering in all directions. Some even collapsed before Xia Bai, pleading for him to be from the military, desperately claiming that their loved ones remained inside, imploring him to rescue them. Yet, such a venture was out of the question. Xia Bai resolved to do only what was within his power. He would assist those he could, but he would not risk himself unnecessarily. He stood like a grim reaper at the entrance of the frostbitten supermarket, mercilessly dispatching the zombies that surged forth, his body immobile. Yet his gaze remained eerily calm and almost frigid. Among the 16 survivors who had endured within the supermarket, expressions of relief were evident on their faces. One elderly woman approached Xia Bai, gripping his hand tightly, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. "Thank you, young man, thank you." Having narrowly escaped death, Xia Bai understood their overwhelming emotion. Xia Bai merely shook his head and said, "It's just a matter of convenience. However, I have other matters to attend to and cannot assist you further. Therefore, you must find your own transportation and leave here as swiftly as possible." The elderly woman nodded vigorously, her lips fumbling over words of gratitude, her excitement rendering her momentarily speechless. By the time Xia Bai drove back to the survivors' base at Ice City Prison, dusk had already fallen. The sunset unfurled across the sky, as if the heavens themselves were ablaze. Outside the prison, the throngs of survivors remained numerous, with a steady influx arriving each day. Within the base, makeshift tents sprawled across the landscape, and many lay exposed to the elements, sleeping under the open sky. The military's focus had shifted from maintaining order among the survivors to ensuring the security of the base itself. Aside from significant conflicts among genuine survivors, the military largely turned a blind eye to minor skirmishes. After all, their manpower was limited. They had to contend with the growing horde of zombies congregating outside, establish defenses and patrols, and collaborate with other relevant agencies. Moreover, a substantial number of troops had yet to return, making it impossible for them to manage every situation comprehensively. As Xia Bai passed through security to enter the survivors' base, night had fully enveloped the surroundings. The business vehicle navigated through the maze of tents and makeshift bedding, occasionally encountering disheveled survivors who pressed against the windows, begging for assistance, though none dared to halt the vehicle with the current easing of restrictions. Many mysteriously vanished within the base daily. To stop someone's vehicle could lead to fatal consequences, with no one to intervene. Having once survived in this environment, Xia Bai understood that at this stage, the military intentionally relaxed control. The world was no longer the peaceful era it once was. The military at Ice City Prison hoped to foster a self-sustaining system among the survivors, enabling each individual to adapt to this apocalyptic reality rather than solely seeking protection. While this approach might be deemed questionable from certain perspectives, it was indeed the policy enforced by the military here, reflecting their inadequate capacity to ensure absolute safety for the survivors, compelling them to encourage self-reliance. During these 2 excursions, Xia Bai had amassed an astonishing total of 491 energy points. He silently calculated that if he continued diligently, in less than 10 days to half a month, he would gather enough points to upgrade to a level 3 warship. This thought stirred a flicker of excitement within him. However, just then, as his vehicle passed by Building 3 of the prison, He hesitated briefly before gradually coming to a stop. Alighting from the car, he traversed the tent area toward Building 3, eager to see if his acquaintance had arrived. Xia Bai's acquaintance was, in fact, a young girl in his previous life. She had been at the very bottom of the survivor hierarchy, arriving at the Ice City prison base with nothing but a pistol pilfered from a corpse, devoid of food or shelter. Xia Bai is neither a pedophile nor overly fond of younger girls. His acquaintance with Yi Shaoqi was entirely a matter of chance. At that time, he had just emerged from the heaps of corpses in Ice City, pursued by zombies and schemed against by survivors, consumed by a singular rage. Arriving here, armed with nothing but his gun, he stormed into a building with the intention of scavenging for food. This was the norm in the apocalypse, and there was nothing amiss about it. It was then that he encountered a naive and innocent young girl. Her name was Yi Shaoqi, merely 8 or 9 years of age, residing in a corner of the hallway of Building 3. On that day, she crossed paths with Xia Bai, who intended to prey on the vulnerable. Rather than displaying fear, she proactively offered him a piece of chocolate and said, "Big brother, please don't take other people's things." Okay. To be honest, this was quite misguided. She was a naive and foolish little girl, yet in the midst of the apocalypse, she appeared remarkably unique. Xia Bai could not fathom why he inexplicably became friends with such a childish girl. According to her own account, her parents had perished on the very first day of the apocalypse, and a kind older sister had taken her on a journey of escape, though that sister too had ultimately met her demise, leaving her utterly alone. Xia Bai spent approximately a month with Yi Shaoqi, struggling to survive in Ice City prison. However, during a subsequent chaos, the girl vanished, and Xia Bai never saw her again. Yi Shaoqi was the first true companion Xia Bai encountered in his former life during the apocalypse. Although she was merely a silly little girl, even after 5 years had passed, Xia Bai still vividly remembered the little girl with whom he had shared less than a month at the onset of the apocalypse. Not for any other reason than the piece of chocolate she had given to this stranger. He could not allow that girl to become just another missing person. Chapter 46. Let us kill. Upon arriving at the location etched in his memory, Xia Bai did not find Yi Shaoqi. Instead, he discovered a dying woman. The woman was wrapped only in a tattered blanket, lacking any clothing beneath it. Her exposed face was marred by extensive bruising, and her hands were similarly swollen and discolored, with severe fractures evident. A nail had even been driven into her right hand, blood still oozing from the wound. She leaned against the wall behind her, her mouth opening and closing as if breathing was a laborious task. Clearly, this was not the girl Xia Bai sought, and he felt a twinge of disappointment. However, just as he intended to leave, he suddenly noticed that the woman was clutching a filthy little teddy bear tightly in her palm, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the teddy bear belonging to Yi Shaoqi from his memories. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and gently shook the woman's frail body. As she struggled to open her eyes, Xia Bai inquired, "Do you know someone named Yi Shaoqi, around 8 or 9 years old?" Before he could finish, the woman visibly stirred with a flicker of excitement. Laboriously uttering, You are," Xia Bai gazed at her, realizing she was aware of who Yi Shaoqi was. This thought reminded him of what Yi Shaoqi had previously mentioned about a kind-hearted sister who had brought her to the Ice City prison. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Well, I suppose I am her friend. I met her before the apocalypse. I heard someone saw that little girl here, so I came to check." The woman trembled slightly, exclaiming, You truly are." "Yes, her father is named Yi Shaoqi, correct?" "What has happened?" Xia Bai furrowed his brow. However, the woman grew increasingly agitated, her near-lifeless body suddenly surging with a flicker of vitality as she struggled, gritting her teeth and saying, "It's my fault. My fault. I heard people say I heard that one could trade their body for food. So I just. But those people are beasts. They are beasts." As the woman reached this point in her narrative, Xia Bai comprehended the grim reality. This was a common plight in the apocalypse, where women resorted to selling their bodies for resources. If they encountered a decent person, it could be a fair exchange, but many were merely lured into traps, treated like livestock, and ultimately discarded when they were no longer useful, only to seek their next victim. Such occurrences were rampant. Yet within the vast survivor base of Ice City prison, which housed over 20,000 survivors, no one seemed to take notice or intervene. Xia Bai observed her fractured arm and the iron nails cruelly driven into her hands and asked, "Did Yi Shaoqi get taken by them?" A wave of heaviness washed over him. If this situation did not involve him, he might remain an indifferent passerby, but since it concerned Yi Shaoqi, he could not bear to see that naive little girl fall into the clutches of such people. Being in their hands would be far more torturous than death by a zombie's bite. The woman nodded vigorously, saliva dribbling from her mouth, revealing that 2 of her teeth had been forcibly extracted, blood oozing from her wounds. Save her, please, for the sake of our past acquaintance, save her. Xia Bai took a deep breath and asked, who took her? Where are those people? On the top floor of Building 5, led by an awakener named Huang Yichuan. The woman gritted her teeth, cramming a teddy bear and a piece of chocolate into Xia Bai's hands. I have nothing to offer you, but I beg you. Xia Bai grasped her hand firmly, assuring her, do not worry. I will handle Yi Xiaoqi's situation. I will find someone to help you. Do not concern yourself with me. I am fully aware of my condition. The woman shook her head, leaning against the wall behind her. Thank you, but please do not bring her back. If she asks about me, just tell her that her sister no longer wants her. The woman looked intently at Xia Bai and solemnly expressed, thank you. Xia Bai gazed at the woman before him in silence. Her words rang true. In such a state, surviving would bear little distinction from death. Throughout the day, he had received 2 expressions of gratitude. Yet for Xia Bai, each one weighed heavier than the last, and one should be subjected to the hands of such scum. He looked upon the barely breathing, dying woman, a flicker of anger ignited within him. He cast her one last glance, rose to his feet, clenched the thin chocolate in his hand, and made his way downstairs. Returning to his vehicle, he swiftly reached for his walkie-talkie and established contact with Bai Lan. After all, there was an awakened individual on her side. Although the apocalypse had only passed for half a month, ordinary awakened ones might not match Xia Bai's caliber as a seasoned survival expert. Yet it was prudent to prepare thoroughly. The connection was quickly established, and Bai Lan inquired, what is the matter? Their communication devices, crafted from warship technology, consisted of 2 sets and had cost a substantial 50 energy points. However, the communication equipment produced by the warship boasted formidable power, ensuring stable signals and a communication range of up to 2 kilometers. In the current circumstances, maintaining communication was paramount. Thus, Xia Bai had one device on the warship and another at the survivor base to ensure contact between both parties. Once the line was connected, Xia Bai stated, I have encountered a situation and require assistance. Bai Lan, taken aback for a moment, quickly responded, where are you? I'll head there immediately. Without even inquiring about the specifics. Her readiness warmed Xia Bai's heart. He even heard the voice of Ho Zhuang from within, exclaiming, the boss is calling for help. Something serious must have happened. Where to? Let us hurry. Yet Xia Bai frowned, replying, it's in the I-City prison, a group of despicable survivors. Ho Zhuang and the others Haven T even perfected their marksmanship. They can handle zombies, but they would only cause more chaos against other survivors. There is no need for them to come. Let Ho Zhuang and the others guard the place properly and prevent anyone from stealing our supplies. Therefore, you can come, but, Bai Lan, I must warn you. There are awakened individuals here, and it could be perilous. Before Xia Bai could finish, Bai Lan interrupted, I want to go. You will, right? So just tell me where. How do we proceed once we arrive? Xia Bai exhaled deeply, realizing that it was he who had overthought the situation. Having been a lone wolf in his previous life, even with companions now, his mindset occasionally leaned towards that of a solitary survivor. He decided to dispense with the trivialities and recounted the situation and location succinctly, adding, after this is over, I'll treat everyone to hot pot. Then, Xia Bai's tone turned icy, emanating a palpable aura of menace as he declared, as for how we will proceed, it's quite simple. We will go directly to their doorstep and eliminate them. Chapter 47. The major client purchasing missiles regarding Xia Bai's invitation to commit murder. Bai Lan accepted without a hint of hesitation. The awakened young woman was also ready to embark on her journey. Although her departure was somewhat delayed, within the overcrowded survivor base, Xia Bai's vehicle moved at a languid pace. The 2 of them nearly arrived simultaneously at the foot of Building 5. Bai Lan, fully armed and equipped with a firearm, donned a bulletproof vest that Xia Bai had procured from Yang Chengji, exuding a certain valiance. However, Xia Bai was acutely aware that Bai Lan's marksmanship was not significantly superior to that of Ho Zhuang and his associates. When the time came for action, Bai Lan's reliance would ultimately rest upon her inherent abilities as an awakened individual. They ascended directly to the top floor, where the conditions were precisely as the woman had described. Even the corridor had been modified, with partitions erected to connect 3 large rooms. The individual known as Huang Yichuan seemed not only to be an awakened person but also possessed considerable resources. Upon their arrival, a lookout spotted them and, observing Xia Bai and Bai Lan advancing, furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you want? Do you not know where this is? This is Beiyuan University's territory. Hurry up and get lost. Xia Bai was somewhat taken aback by the audacity of these ruffians, who were, after all, university students. Yet, such matters were irrelevant to one's identity. Bai Lan and her companions were also students, but had chosen a vastly different path of survival. The lookout statement was abruptly interrupted when, at that precise moment, a gun barrel was pressed firmly against his forehead. Xia Bai forced him down from a standing position to his knees. The man's complexion shifted dramatically as he stammered, "You wouldn't dare kill me." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Bai pulled the trigger. The man's head erupted in a gruesome spray of blood, his body collapsing heavily onto the floor. The gunshot reverberated throughout the entire floor, unmistakably signaling that he had taken action. Observing Xia Bai's decisive move, Bai Lan inhaled deeply, casting aside her hesitation. She stepped forward and, with a swift and powerful kick, used her awakened strength to send the iron door installed in the partition flying, crashing down onto the vacant space inside. At that moment, the occupants of the room turned their heads toward Xia Bai. He quickly scanned the interior, noting approximately 20 individuals present. Unfamiliar with who Huang Yichuan was, Xia Bai understood that in a post-apocalyptic world, one must either eliminate all threats or spare none. Thus, he had no intention of distinguishing between individuals. However, at that juncture, a voice called out from among the crowd, "Oh, is that not Brother Xia?" Xia Bai paused momentarily, turning to discover Yang Chengji, the arms dealer, among the group. Accompanied by a few associates, he appeared to be engaged in business discussions. Upon witnessing Xia Bai's fierce entrance, he immediately rose to greet him warmly. Xia Bai inquired, "What brings you here?" "Conducting business," Yang Chengji replied. Yang Chengji cast a glance at Bai Lan, seemingly having realized from the recent kick that she was an awakened one. Along with this Mr. Huang Yichuan. However, he remarked, "You see, this Huang Yichuan is indeed a university student, appearing to be of a similar age to the reborn Xia Bai. At this moment, he too furrowed his brow, glancing between Xia Bai and the figure of Yi Xiaoqi behind her, as if coming to an understanding, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Xia Bai, however, did not rush to respond. Her gaze swept across the corner of the room, finally landing on a small figure in the corner. Yi Xiaoqi, whose hands and feet were bound, her mouth sealed with tape, and who had been placed in the corner of the room. Yang Chengji noticed her plight and realized something. Chuckling, "So you're here to fish her out? What a coincidence. I was just telling Brother Huang Yichuan that it's rather unseemly to capture such a small girl for enjoyment in such a vast space." Xia Bai shot Yang Chengji a glance, realizing that he might be speaking the truth, for if Yi Xiaoqi had indeed fallen victim to Huang Yichuan and his ilk, Xia Bai would never have encountered this little girl in her previous life. It seemed then that in her past existence, it was Yang Chengji who had saved her. Yang Chengji looked at Xia Bai, then at Huang Yichuan, saying, "How about this, Brother Huang? You release her, and Brother Xia here takes a step back. What do you say?" Huang Yichuan replied coldly, "He kicked down my door and killed my men. Am I to let him walk away unscathed? Do you think I can still maintain my standing?" Xia Bai interjected calmly, "I never leave hidden dangers." Yang Chengji, resolute, smiled and stood up, leading his men toward the exit. His decisiveness caught everyone off guard. Huang Yichuan retorted, "Ji Gu, there's no need for you to leave. Can I handle these too? I can assure you of your safety. Apologies, but since you have a conflict with Brother Xia, I shall withdraw from our business dealings," Yang Chengji stated. Huang Yichuan was taken aback, not expecting this renowned resource dealer from the I-City prison to show such favoritism towards someone, particularly his adversary. Annoyed, he demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Yang Chengji had reached the doorway by now. He glanced at Xia Bai and said, "It means exactly that. I'm not engaging anymore, Brother Xia. I'll be outside. If you need assistance, just call out." Xia Bai replied, "No need." Yang Chengji chuckled, "I suspected as much." At that moment, Huang Yichuan's face turned a shade of fury, crushing the cup in his hand as he exclaimed, "Yang Chengji, if you continue to lean this way, don't regret it in the future." "Regret? Not likely. I'm in the business of making deals. After all, seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, which you surely understand," Yang Chengji responded. Huang Yichuan shot back, "They are but two. Do you think we cannot handle two?" Yang Chengji shook his head and remarked, "Those who dare to purchase missiles from me, regardless of the number of individuals present, should find success to be inevitable. Moreover, your kidnapping of that young girl for your own gratification is hardly commendable. In fact, I find a sense of satisfaction in your impending demise." He chuckled softly and turned to Xia Bai, saying, "Brother Xia, I currently have one Thunderbolt 8 in my possession. Rest assured, I will procure more. As for the rest, I will devise a plan gradually. Dio, remember to come and collect your goods in a few days." Bai Lan looked at Xia Bai, her eyes filled with questions. Buying missiles? Meanwhile, Huang Yichuan was equally astonished. What on earth did it mean to have customers seeking to purchase missiles? Chapter 48. The Slaying of the Awakened. Huang Yichuan's expression turned ICY.I in his view. Xia Bai and Bai Lan were essentially courting death. Although Yang Qingji appeared to have immense confidence in the missile dealings with these two, Huang Yichuan believed that even if Xia Bai truly possessed a missile, he would never be able to use it here. The military may turn a blind eye to many matters, but that does not imply that one could wield heavy military firepower without consequence. Thus, why should these two stand a chance against his group of over 10 individuals? Indeed, they were all university students, but their journey thus far had not been solely dependent on luck. Their ability to occupy a significant portion of the top floors of 5 buildings, at times venting their frustrations on hapless survivor women, stemmed entirely from their own capabilities. Huang Yichuan himself was an awakened. These two, merely of a similar age and not part of the military system, had no right to challenge him. Yet, Huang Yichuan felt a surge of irritation, not only due to Xia Bai's audacious demeanor but also because of Yang Qingji's apparent disdain for him. That moment, Yang Qingji suddenly interjected, right, you two, kindly bring that girl over to me. Upon Yang Qingji's command, his two subordinates swiftly took action to retrieve Xiachi. Though the girl had her mouth sealed, she could still see and hear, and she stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Feeling quite bewildered, Huang Yichuan's expression darkened. What do you mean by this? Yang Qingji replied coolly, as I stated, I have no fondness for those who harm children. When I have children of my own, I certainly do not wish for them to be treated as instruments of venting frustration. Therefore, even if Brother Xia does not come, I intend to take this girl with me. What, do you wish to confront me? Huang Yushun's countenance shifted slightly. He truly dared not provoke Yang Qinzi, whose vast influence and military connections were well known. Who would be foolish enough to challenge him? Thus, Huang Yushun clenched his teeth, turned, and charged towards Xia Bai and his companions. Ready to unleash his fury upon them, he swore to eliminate Xia Bai and his companion, ensuring Yang Qingji would regret his decisions. Huang Yichuan let out a derisive cold laugh, saying, I care not who you are or your relationship with that girl, but I must express my gratitude for bringing me yet another exquisite prize. As he spoke, his gaze swiftly shifted towards Bai Lan, his eyes revealing a brazenly lewd expression. He then declared, You still have a chance to surrender. If the men take their own lives and the women kneel to serve me, I may grant you a sliver of mercy. Though Huang Yichuan uttered these words, he was acutely aware that no one would acquiesce to such a proposal. Hence, as he spoke, he reached for the gun resting on the table. However, his movements were swift, yet Xia Bai's were swifter. He raised his hand and fired, shattering the gun into pieces. Had Huang Yichuan not reacted with remarkable speed to retract his hand, he might have lost his right hand altogether. Huang Yichuan's expression darkened as he overturned the table before him, while the subordinates behind him let out a shout, preparing to charge alongside the awakened Huang Yichuan. With only 3 handguns among them, they certainly possessed a formidable advantage amongst ordinary abilities. Yet in the presence of Xia Bai, they were utterly insufficient. Xia Bai deftly tossed a smoke grenade, and in an instant, a thick cloud billowed upward, throwing Huang Yichuan into disarray, compelling him to halt. Yet, just as Huang Yichuan paused, he heard a cacophony of sounds, as if something else had been hurled in his direction. Uncertain of what it was, his instincts kicked in, and he swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping with his life. A thunderous explosion ensued. Terrified, he turned back to behold a scene that threatened to shatter his sanity. Amidst the smoke of the grenade, a terrifying burst of icy crystals erupted, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet by several degrees. In an instant, more than half of Huang Yichuan's group was frozen solid. However, due to the obscuring smoke, Huang Yichuan had yet to discern the full extent of the situation. All he heard were the heavy reports of gunfire. Xia Bai was firing amidst the haze. Huang Yichuan found it unfathomable how this individual could locate others within the smoke. Having survived 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world, Xia Bai's combat capabilities were akin to those of a special forces soldier, far surpassing the abilities of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Huang Yichuan seized this moment to pinpoint Xia Bai's location. As the smoke began to dissipate, he grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it towards the source of the gunfire. Unexpectedly, just as he launched the projectile, a slender figure lunged right before him. It was Bai Lan. This awakened female had also struggled to locate her opponents amidst the smoke for quite some time. Huang Yichuan's attack inadvertently revealed his position, prompting her to charge forward, her fair fist carrying the formidable strength capable of shattering steel, aimed directly at Huang Yichuan. Yet, in that critical moment, Huang Yichuan extended his hand, unfazed and firmly grasped Bai Lan's fist, bracing himself against her tremendous force. Had he been an ordinary individual, daring to take on such a blow from Bai Lan would have surely resulted in a shattered wrist. However, Huang Yichuan, too, was an awakened individual. As he sensed the power transmitted from Bai Lan's palm, he abruptly realized that this girl was, indeed, another awakened being. A cold sneer escaped his lips as he twisted his hand, diverting Bai Lan's body while simultaneously raising his arm high, poised to strike down directly. He mockingly inquired, "Sister, do you know how to fight?" Bai Lan's expression shifted slightly. At that moment, the heavy sound of gunfire erupted in the arena. A bullet pierced through Huang Yichuan's wrist, causing the man to change color instantly, emitting a wretched howl. Following this, a series of gunshots rang out, and as the smoke dissipated, Xia Bai stepped forward, advancing methodically. He fired 5 shots, each hitting Huang Yichuan's limbs and abdomen, transforming him into a gushing fountain of blood, his cries of agony echoing through the air. Bai Lan managed to free herself from his grasp, taking a deep breath as she turned her gaze towards Xia Bai. Xia Bai approached Huang Yichuan, pressing the gun against the awakened one's head, returning the earlier taunt. "Do you know how to fight?" Huang Yichuan was bewildered, unable to comprehend how a mere 2 individuals had effortlessly obliterated his group of over a dozen. Gritting his teeth, he fixed a penetrating stare on Xia Bai, hissing, "I am an awakened being. It is impossible. How could this be? You are not even an awakened one." In response, a thunderous gunshot rang out, and a bullet penetrated the man's skull. Even as an awakened individual, his fate was sealed. At that moment, the scene was already a chaotic wreck, with Huang Yichuan's subordinates lying lifeless, and those frozen had been mercilessly shot to pieces by Xia Bai, leaving only a grim tableau of shattered corpses. Yang Chengji observed this spectacle, smacking his lips in lingering fascination. The battle concluded even more smoothly than Xia Bai had anticipated. This awakened individual had failed to exhibit any significant combat prowess, clearly a far cry from the invincible awakened beings he had encountered in the later stages of the apocalypse. It was only natural, for Bai Lan, too, possessed the strength of an awakened being yet struggled to wield it effectively. In the early days of the apocalypse, no one could swiftly transform their abilities into combat effectiveness. Xia Bai surveyed the multitude of bodies strewn across the ground, exhaling deeply as he turned to leave. Nearby, Yi Xiaoqi had already been untied. The little girl, clad in a tattered pink dress, looked up at Xia Bai with wide, innocent eyes and said, "Thank you." Sighing, Xia Bai gently ruffled her hair, stating, "Do not thank me. It was your sister who sent me. She said you had been taken away, so I came to find you." As he spoke, Xia Bai retrieved a crumpled piece of chocolate from his pocket, saying, "Here, this is for you from her, along with a teddy bear in my car below." Yi Xiaoqi gazed up, somewhat bewildered. Xia Bai continued, "You need not worry about her any longer. She ran off with a handsome fellow, leaving you behind to accompany me instead." But the big sister, Yi Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment before lowering her head in silence, evidently grasping the gravity of the situation. After a brief pause, she replied, "All right, if the big sister no longer wants me. However, I cannot accompany you, for I would merely be a source of trouble." At that moment, the little girl lifted her head and bestowed a most delightful smile upon Xia Bai, saying, "Thus, thank you all, but I cannot be a burden." Xia Bai, somewhat bewildered, watched as Bai Lan finally stepped forward, casting Xia Bai a meaningful glance before crouching down to converse with the girl. Xia Bai's lips twitched slightly, uncertain of what to say. Observing this, Yang Chengji, who had been standing outside, approached and offered him a cigarette, remarking, "Truly captivating. But are you interested in elucidating what transpired with that ice explosion earlier?" After pondering for a moment, Xia Bai replied, "Then tell me, from where do you procure such resources to acquire an abundance of weaponry without anyone noticing?" Yang Chengji took a drag from his cigarette, chuckling softly, "With your blatant acts of violence, how do you expect the military to respond?" Xia Bai retorted, "Given the multitude of individuals in the base, and the fact that no one seems to oversee someone like Huang Yichuan, even if I were to eliminate him, it wouldn't be a significant issue, would it?" Yang Qingji nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you may not be aware, but the higher-ups have no intention of intervening. That Commander Li Jianba is quite the character. He wishes to establish a new societal system within the I-City prison. The military only concerns itself with major affairs, and in his eyes, these minor skirmishes, even if they result in casualties, are ultimately beneficial to the survivors." Normally laid back, Yang Qingji sighed lightly as he spoke. Old Li is out of options. The situation is dire, and the Research Institute has been unable to produce an anti-zombie serum. The military cannot assure everyone's safety, thus they must encourage self-sufficiency and self-preservation, resorting to extraordinary measures in extreme circumstances. Upon hearing this, Xia Bai regarded the man with renewed interest. Did he really refer to the highest authority of the I-City prison survivor base as Old Li? Yang Chengji seemed to realize he had misspoken, chuckling lightly and patting Xia Bai on the shoulder. But fairness and justice must prevail. You cannot evade trouble, yet fear not, for I am here. Today, we shall provide complimentary services for our esteemed clients. Xia Bai observed the mischievous demeanor of Yang Chengji, contemplating that had he allowed Huang Yichuan and his companions to be annihilated earlier, this fellow might have had an entirely different narrative to share. Chapter 49. Is there someone above? To those outside, the gunfire echoed for a full 10 minutes, interspersed with screams and thunderous booms. No one knew what transpired during that time. The survivors residing in Building 5 cowered in their rooms, too fearful to emerge. They were only aware that when the military personnel finally arrived, the battle had already reached its conclusion. What remained clear to them was that the two young individuals accompanied by a child ultimately emerged unscathed. For Xia Bai, this confrontation proved to be even easier than he had anticipated. University students are merely university students. Despite their fierceness, they pale in comparison to Xia Bai, whose solitary combat skills rival those of a special forces operative in this apocalyptic landscape. Huang Yichuan and his companions' firepower is, in truth, woefully insufficient. A single smoke grenade is enough to leave his underlings bewildered. Among ordinary survivors, they may currently hold a position of authority, yet during the preceding 5 years of the apocalypse, Xia Bai has not only slain zombies but also humans, mastering the art of killing with remarkable proficiency. Coupled with Bai Lan's presence, annihilating these individuals would undoubtedly be a matter of mere moments. Had Huang Yichuan, as an awakened individual, not been so inept, the situation might have unfolded differently. Of course, Xia Bai had already learned that this group comprised university students before making his approach, thus avoiding the predicament of recklessly confronting seasoned veterans. As Yang Chengji noted, the military arrived tardily, only after Xia Bai and his group exited the building, seeking to take him away for questioning. Xia Bai felt little trepidation, having spent a considerable amount of time here in his previous life. He was well aware that Yang Chengji's words held truth. With the increasing number of empowered individuals, the Ice City prison survivor base indeed adopted a semi-free range approach, and since Xia Bai targeted scoundrels, the military would not take serious action. Even if there were military members connected to Huang Yichuan's group, they would not advocate for a band of corpses. However, before Xia Bai could voice his thoughts, Yang Chengji stepped forward, exchanging a few words with the leading soldier while crossing his arms. After casting a cursory glance at Xia Bai, the military personnel departed. Yang Chengji flashed a mischievous grin at Xia Bai and shot Bai Lan a playful wink before nonchalantly departing with his companions. In this unexpected turn of events, Xia Bai found himself enjoying a taste of privileged treatment. Moreover, after today's incident, Xia Bai had garnered a modicum of fame among the survivors in Ice City prison. 2 individuals had brazenly invaded their territory and left without consequence, all while evading military scrutiny. This was undoubtedly a legendary feat within the current survivor base. Xia Bai, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. They promptly returned to Building 9, and it was unclear what method Bai Lan employed, but Yi Xiaoqi ultimately followed obediently behind them. Although Xia Bai had mentioned returning for hot pot, they did not actually partake in the meal. Today had been particularly arduous for Yi Xiaoqi, and Xia Bai's compassion had not yet reached such heights. He settled beside her as she sat dejectedly in the corner, offering her a box of chocolates. Yi Xiaoqi paused, glancing at Xia Bai before softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Xia Bai shook his head, exuding a sense of generosity as he replied, "There's no need for thanks. We have plenty of provisions here. Take whatever you desire, be it food or anything else. We have an abundance of supplies." Xia Bai spoke the truth. He genuinely possessed ample resources. Not only had he acquired supplies upon arriving at Ice City prison, but he had also exchanged relatively inexpensive gold for a significant quantity of goods. Furthermore, during his recent excursions, he had been systematically scavenging various high-quality supplies while hunting zombies. Thus, Xia Bai was certainly not exaggerating. Yi Xiaoqi found herself momentarily stunned. Although she was still young, her temperament far surpassed that of her peers, and thus, she fully understood the value of resources in this apocalyptic world. That box of chocolate, if left outside, could provoke fierce competition among others. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she lifted her gaze to the person before her, Xia Bai. Xia Bai chuckled. "Ha, didn't you say so yourself? We must look forward. I hope the events of the past don't lead you into despair." Yi Xiaoqi shook her head. Just then, Bai Lan approached and sat down beside the girl, affectionately ruffling Yi Xiaoqi's hair, remarking, "Why do I get the feeling that Xia Bai treats you like a beloved daughter?" Xia Bai retorted, "How old am I? What do you mean by beloved daughter?" Bai Lan laughed. "Well, if it's not like a beloved daughter, and you're treating other girls this well, then it must be for ulterior motives. Be careful of this person, little one." Who knows what lurks beneath that facade of kindness? Bai Lan, usually a serious character, seldom made jokes, yet Xia Bai felt as though she had been struck by 1,000 arrows. Meanwhile, Ho Zhuang, crouched in a corner, sighed deeply, contemplating the promised hot pot meal. How did it come to this? Xia Bai exhaled, not anticipating that he would reunite with his old friend Yi Zioki in such a manner in this lifetime. In the previous life, this adorable little girl had been his pillar of support during the early days of the apocalypse. Her optimism and smile seemed capable of uplifting everyone around her. Yet, she too was a victim of the cataclysm. However, this time, everything was destined to change. Having been reborn, the aim was to alter that regrettable fate. Regrettably, in the last life, Yi Xiaoqi had remained tight-lipped about her past. Otherwise, had Xia Bai known where she resided, or the exact time of her arrival in Ice City, perhaps matters could have improved. Xia Bai understood that even as a reincarnated soul, he could not guarantee that every event would unfold favorably. Yi Xiaoqi still seemed somewhat shy, yet she was a remarkably cheerful girl. Compared to Xia Bai, as she often claimed, it was her father who taught her to always look ahead, no matter the circumstances. Although she might have been burdened by many unspoken worries, she consistently appeared joyous, quickly becoming the source of happiness among Xia Bai's circle. In the days that followed, Xia Bai remained industrious, venturing out whenever he had the chance. While he claimed to be gathering supplies, his true intent was to hunt zombies for energy points. On this particular day, November 3 RD, as he prepared to leave, he spotted Ho Zhuang in the corner. These past few days, they had not been idle at the base. They had been practicing their shooting skills while also assisting the military in exchange for resources. When Xia Bai was absent, they had been engaging in business dealings with Yang Chengji. Bai Lan, in collaboration with the military experiments, was able to procure a considerable amount of supplies. Although they were stationed at the base, they did not remain idle. Xia Bai primarily focused on hunting zombies, thus venturing out without Bai Lan and the others. However, the latter felt somewhat embarrassed, fully aware of the dangers lurking outside. Yet each one of them insisted on accompanying Xia Bai. At that moment, Xia Bai felt a slight stirring in his heart and inquired, Ho Zhuang, are you free? Do you have time to accompany me for a stroll? Chapter 50. Growth November 3 RD. Xia Bai was gradually bringing the warship to a halt before a small warehouse. This location was situated near the outskirts, approximately 2 kilometers from the survivor base of Ice City Prison. The facade of the warehouse was modest, with poor lighting, yet one side of the door had collapsed, trapping a zombie within. The creature's appearance was horrifying, its body torn asunder at the midsection. The back half lay at the entrance while the front half remained at the threshold, still grotesquely connected. Various organs were ensnared in the crumbling door, solidly pinning it in place. Initially, it hung there like a lifeless corpse, but upon the arrival of the living Xia Bai and Ho Zhuang, it sprang to life as if invigorated, shrieking and flailing its arms in a frenzy, relentlessly gesturing towards Xia Bai and his companion. The trapped body exerted itself little by little, and with a chilling sound, its contorted and entangled organs began to stretch and tear apart. Xia Bai exchanged a glance with Ho Zhuang, who understood the cue. Drawing his gun from his waist, he took aim and fired a decisive shot at the zombie. Over the past half-month, this group of university students had undergone a significant transformation. They had gradually learned to handle firearms. Though they could not match Xia Bai or the regular soldier's proficiency, they at least managed to control recoil and achieve a respectable accuracy with closer targets. With the zombie dispatched, Ho Zhuang exhaled slightly and remarked, "Boss, this is..." Xia Bai interjected. "Such places are typically untouched by looters." As he pushed the door open, he continued, "In fact, it seems few have passed through here. Otherwise, if someone had searched, this zombie would not remain at the door, and given its insatiable thirst for fresh blood, it would have surely torn itself free to pursue survivors. Thus, despite the grotesque nature of this place, it is likely to contain a wealth of supplies." Xia Bai shared insights gleaned from his previous life's experiences in scavenging during the apocalypse. He ventured inside. Indeed, although the shelves were disheveled, they boasted a diverse array of items, indicating they had not been ransacked by other survivors. Ho Zhuang closely followed Xia Bai, unable to restrain his excitement upon witnessing the scene. "It truly hasn't he been searched? My goodness, we've struck gold. But can we even fit all this in our vehicle?" His words were abruptly cut off as, at that moment, a sudden howl erupted from a corner, and a relatively intact zombie lunged forth from the dimly lit recess of the warehouse. Ho Zhuang's expression changed drastically, yet just then, a gunshot rang out beside him. It was Xia Bai firing his weapon. With a single shot, the zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. Ho Zhuang inhaled sharply. Xia Bai remarked, "Do not let your guard down. Consider this. If there is no one outside, How did that zombie manage to get stuck at the gate? Hozhuang took a deep breath and replied, to be honest, following a seasoned expert like you has hastened my progress. After just half a day, I feel as though I am on the verge of becoming a survival expert myself. Xia Bai shot him a glance and said, you are still far from it. Only when you become accustomed to dealing with unforeseen circumstances will you truly possess survival skills. Furthermore, this endeavor is akin to playing a video game. Mere awareness is of little use if you cannot wield a firearm or if you freeze in panic at the sight of a zombie, leading to your demise. Growth is essential for every individual. Currently, Xia Bai may appear slightly stronger, playing a more significant role within the team, thus providing Hozhuang and others with more opportunities to develop. However, in the future, once they leave the sanctuary of the I-City prison survivor base, collaboration among them will be imperative, especially in the latter stages of the apocalypse. An individual's growth is inherently limited. An efficient and formidable team is of utmost importance. At present, Hozhuang and his companions rely heavily on Xia Bai, but in the future, Xia Bai will need to rely on them. His ship cannot be navigated alone. It requires a crew. As they venture into the outside world, he understands the necessity of teamwork. Recently, he had them practice shooting at the base, and now he intends to take each of them out for real training. During their time at the I-City prison survivor base, Xia Bai is confident that he can transform this group of seemingly inept former university students into his true allies. Hozhuang trailed closely behind Xia Bai and asked, Boss, did you develop these skills before the apocalypse? You're not one of those legendary warriors from the end times, are you? To be honest, accompanying Xia Bai on this journey has instilled genuine admiration in Hozhuang. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a military enthusiast and a fitness devotee. When the catastrophe struck, he thought his modest foundation would serve him well. But the complexities of reality far exceeded his expectations. He reflects that had he been alone, he surely would not have survived until today. He likely would have perished when the bus overturned at school. Conversely, Xia Bai, despite also being a university student, possesses remarkable execution and combat abilities, leading them through trials and tribulations to this point. Although they often jest and appear to assist Xia Bai along the way, Hozhuang and his companions are acutely aware that Bai Lan may be even stronger, and they are merely clinging to the coattails of their leaders in this world. No one favors those who rely on others, and Hozhuang and his friends do not wish to become burdens to Bai Lan and Xia Bai. As Xia Bai sets out, they strive to enhance their physical capabilities, practicing shooting repeatedly in hopes of becoming genuine assets to him. They believe that if the day comes when they each possess survival skills, their small band of apocalypse survivors will undoubtedly thrive more freely than they do now. In truth, Xia Bai has already recognized this potential. Yet he chooses not to voice it as long as he is aware that Hozhuang and the others are striving to grow. That is sufficient. This is the early stage of the apocalypse, and most ordinary people remain just that, ordinary. Xia Bai cannot expect everyone to be as formidable as he is as a reincarnated individual. Sometimes, remaining silent speaks volumes more than articulating every thought explicitly. In truth, the combat prowess of Hozhuang and his companions has already surpassed that of the average survivor. This group, comprising Hozhuang and Bai Lan, are the teammates with whom Xia Bai can genuinely feel at ease. Although they may not yet be exceptionally formidable at the current pace, it will not be long before they truly evolve. Xia Bai smiled, tossing a backpack toward Hozhuang, and said, Be cautious. There may still be zombies lurking in this house. His words were left unfinished, for at that moment, he heard a sudden flurry of screeching brakes outside the supermarket, as several vehicles came to a halt in such a place, where zombies were scarce. Who could possibly be here? Xia Bai furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, I'll take a look. You stay out of sight. With that, he grasped his gun and stepped outside, just as Hozhuang was about to say something. Suddenly, the sound of rustling caught his attention, as if something were moving, and he turned in alarm to gaze into the dim corner of the store. Chapter 51. Zombie dogs outside. There were 3 vehicles in total, 2 Jettas and a Xenia, all in a state of disrepair, some even stained with blood, perfectly embodying the post-apocalyptic aesthetic. When Xia Bai emerged, the occupants of these 3 vehicles had mostly disembarked. At the forefront was a young man adorned with earrings, casually perched on the slanted hood of Xia Bai's business vehicle, idly playing with a butterfly knife and chewing gum extravagantly, his eyes slanting towards Xia Bai as he exited. Xia Bai cast a brief glance at the 7 individuals. In the corner stood a slightly overweight young man holding a Type 95 rifle, who immediately aimed it at him upon his appearance. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bai inquired, What do you want? The young man with earrings chuckled, Brother. I've noticed you've been quite active around here these past few days. Xia Bai replied. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, just that I see your vehicle is quite impressive, effortlessly crushing zombies and ramming into abandoned cars as if it were child's play. Heh, Such a powerful business vehicle. It's been modified, hasn't it? Xia Bai's gaze dipped slightly, seemingly focused on the young man with earrings, while his true attention was on the chubby figure gripping the gun. I don't understand what you're implying, he stated. Though Xia Bai feigned confusion, he had already grasped their intentions. They were likely here to seize his vehicle. Having noticed its utility in recent days, while hunting zombies, he had frequently changed his location, inadvertently becoming a target for other survivors. This was not the first instance of such an encounter. It was a normal occurrence and, regrettably, unavoidable. Xia Bai could hardly conceal his warship. After all, what use would the system be without it? However, to think they could intimidate him with just a single firearm was rather underestimating him, was it not? A fortnight has passed since the apocalypse, and the military survivor base has been incessantly broadcasting its existence. This location is not particularly distant from other survivors. Those who roam this vicinity either scavenge for supplies from the base or are self-assured individuals and outlaws who have no intention of seeking military protection. While some of these individuals may possess genuine skills, in the presence of Xia Bai, they are sorely lacking. Even if they wield firearms, they are merely scavenged, with precious few bullets to spare, and their marksmanship is utterly unremarkable. Xia Bai has encountered one such individual, who, despite firing 3 shots from behind him, failed to hit a single target. Consequently, Xia Bai remains remarkably composed, even contemplating the vehicles of this group, musing that seizing one could allow him to transport at least half of the goods from the nearby warehouse. However, the young man adorned with earrings seems to believe he has the situation firmly in hand, mockingly taunting, "Ha, are you a fool? I wish to borrow your car for a bit. I'll give you 2 choices. First, hand over the car keys obediently, and I'll gift you a limited edition 5.8mm bullet. Second, we shall sever both your hands and take the keys from your lifeless body. What do you say?" Before Xia Bai can respond, his companions burst into laughter. Xia Bai exhales slowly, about to speak, when a chilling wail erupts from the warehouse behind him. Ho Zhuang dashes out, as if his rear were ablaze, and upon seeing Xia Bai, shouts, "Boss, dogs." The young man with earrings exclaims, "Ha, you have allies, good, I." His words are abruptly cut short as a blood-soaked zombie dog bursts forth alongside Ho Zhuang. Its eyes roll back, lunging wildly at the group. The earring-clad youth, stricken with fear, tumbles down from the hood of Xia Bai's armored vehicle. In a flash, Xia Bai raises his weapon and fires a shot that strikes the zombie dog's torso, sending it hurtling through the air, yet it remains undeterred, pouncing on the nearest survivor. The young man and his crew turn pale, and the stout fellow wielding a Type 95 rifle opens fire in a panic, hitting the zombie dog multiple times, yet failing to bring it down. In that fleeting moment, the ferocious creature has already tackled a survivor, sinking its teeth into flesh. Though the dog is small in stature, its ferocity is unparalleled, and hitting its head proves exceedingly difficult, plunging the scene into chaos and bloodshed. Meanwhile, Xia Bai discreetly retreats with Ho Zhuang, silently boarding his vehicle, at that precise moment, when the stout man is bitten to death. The group finally loses their nerve. The earring-wearing young man turns to flee, jumping into a Jetta and attempting to start it. However, just then, Xia Bai's vehicle barrels in from the side, colliding forcefully with his, sending it careening away, before swiftly reversing to corner another running car into submission. As the zombie dog approached, it began to gnaw vigorously at Xia Bai's car window. However, the material of Xia Bai's vehicle was exceptional. Despite its relentless efforts, the creature was unable to inflict any damage. Meanwhile, the young man adorned with earrings stumbled out of a Jetta, limping as he attempted to escape. Yet, the zombie dog, having caught the sound, turned its head and lunged at him with a howl. By the time the young man was brought down, Xia Bai lowered his window and fired 2 shots, dispatching the zombie dog with precision. The young man's neck had been torn open, and as he struggled to rise, he pointed at Xia Bai, emitting a ghastly hee-hee sound. Xia Bai remarked, "Brother, you have a discerning eye. My vehicle indeed withstands impacts better than yours." The young man's body twitched momentarily before he unleashed a horrific scream, fully transforming into a zombie and charging towards Xia Bai. Of course, such ordinary zombies were merely points of energy for him. Subsequently, Xia Bai exited the vehicle and executed both the transformed and untransformed individuals without hesitation. He harbored no compassion for such people, deeming it unnecessary. As he had previously stated when dealing with Huang Yichuan, once enmity was established, he would not hold back regardless of who was in a weaker position. Showing mercy would only invite trouble for himself, and these individuals were a menace. They had approached with murderous intent. Coveting Xia Bai's functional vehicle, and he knew countless lives could be lost at the hands of such individuals. After witnessing Xia Bai eliminate the group, Ho Xuansai remarked, "Where did this extraordinary good Samaritan come from?" Indeed, the young man with earrings was a good person. Not only had they provided Xia Bai with energy points, but they had also contributed a vehicle. This enabled him and Ho Xuansai to plunder a significant portion of the warehouse. By the time they returned, dusk had fallen. The survivor base at Ice City Prison had seen a gradual decline in the influx of new survivors, while the number of zombies was steadily increasing. Reports indicated that the zombie population had swelled to 20,000 within a few days. New arrivals now required military protection to enter the survivor base, yet the military's proposed countermeasures had yet to materialize. Although many survivors felt uneasy, the situation seemed destined to persist. Xia Bai understood that the military's research center was purportedly working on an anti-zombie serum, but progress had been minimal. In truth, based on what Xia Bai had heard from his previous life, such a serum ultimately remained undeveloped, and the military's final decision was to abandon the area and execute a large-scale retreat. Coincidentally, Bai Lan's group was also besieged today by a ravenous throng of survivors seeking to seize supplies. Yet they were unsuccessful. One survivor from Bai Lan's group was more than a match for these ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the team leader of the 9th Brigade, Lin Yong'an, maintained an unusually cordial relationship with Xia Bai due to their shared affinity for smoking, promptly intervening to prevent any further trouble. That night, Xia Bai audaciously indulged in a hot pot feast. Having just looted a supermarket, he had an abundance of supplies that could not be contained, leading him to prepare a haphazard stew. Coupled with the fragrant beef produced by his warship, the aroma wafted through the air, inciting the envy of surrounding survivors. Xia Bai even offered a bowl of leftover hot pot to the tearful man sharing his room. The tearful boy was in a state of utter excitement, sobbing uncontrollably while awkwardly munching away, his cries inexplicably poignant yet profoundly infectious, to the extent that even Xia Bai felt the urge to weep. The following day, Xia Bai heard that someone was offering 2 bars of chocolate to purchase the roommate position of that tearful boy. Chapter 52. The Zombie Siege, November 16th. Xia Bai had spent nearly half a month amassing an alarming total of 1,232 energy points. This signified that he was finally poised to upgrade to a Tier 3 battleship. Throughout this protracted period, Xia Bai had been venturing outside almost daily, and as time progressed, the risks associated with these excursions had escalated significantly. With the substantial congregation of survivors, the zombies throughout the city began to move in that direction. Approximately a week ago, the military forces that had been gathering survivors in the northern Jiang area withdrew back to the survivor base at the Ice City Prison, marking the last group of survivors to be consolidated into that base during the week. Over the past 7 days, no new survivors had arrived. This was to be expected, as the number of survivors in Ice City was inherently limited. The influx into this survivor base was bound to dwindle, especially after the complete withdrawal of external military forces. The zombies had amassed in great numbers around the perimeter of the survivor base, and just a few days prior, their ranks had swelled to over 30,000. Such a survivor base appeared to the listless zombies as an enticing, delectable cake, perpetually attracting hundreds and thousands of them. The sheer scale of this horde was enough to deter many survivors. However, after such an extended period of respite, the defensive measures surrounding the Ice City Prison had been fully established, including the construction of a 4-meter-high wall sufficient to keep the zombies at bay. As time progressed, the influx of zombies from Ice City increased dramatically, now arriving in relentless waves. Coupled with the increasingly frigid weather, a solitary survivor venturing out alone was akin to courting death. With the very possibility of breaking through the encirclement of zombies outside the survivor base hanging in the balance, at this moment, if one were to stand atop the walls of the Ice City Prison survivor base and gaze outward, they would behold an endless, oppressive sea of zombies. The multitude of survivors gathered at the Ice City Prison was, to these zombies, akin to a cake exuding an irresistibly tantalizing aroma, drawing them ceaselessly from all corners of the city. Fortunately, Xia Bai had anticipated this scenario. He had amassed 1,000 energy points before the zombies outside the Ice City Prison achieved critical mass. Xia Bai understood that conditions would only worsen as winter approached. In the present circumstances, both water and electricity supply have become problematic, and heating is an even graver issue. Moreover, survivors are unable to venture outside in search of sustenance, relying solely on the limited provisions provided by the military. Consequently, the food allocated to each individual continues to dwindle. At this moment, among the survivors residing in this haven, only a select few, like Xia Bai, enjoy the luxury of abundance without concern. Eventually, the situation is bound to deteriorate. Of course, few contemplate this reality now. The majority revel in the security and tranquility offered by the survivor base. Furthermore, The military's research institutions publicly assert that they are developing a virus to combat the zombies and have established contact with external forces, suggesting that their entrapment here is merely a matter of time. Simultaneously, the military is mobilizing survivors to excavate underground shelters. However, Xia Bai is acutely aware that creating a serum to counteract the zombies is an impossibility. Even if they were to establish contact with external forces, it is highly unlikely that any assistance would arrive. Everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, and the military has suffered significant losses. The distance between the Shangjing military district and Bingsheng spans an entire province, making it inconceivable for reinforcements to reach the northernmost edge of China. Even if they did arrive, their capacity to effect change would be severely limited. Yet, in anticipation of the grim future, Xia Bai has made his preparations to, at the very least, he ensures his own safety. As for others, even if he wished to intervene, he would be powerless to do so. His current plan is to upgrade his warship to level 3 before December. At that point, he will possess genuine flight capabilities, enabling him to avoid direct confrontations with zombies, provided he has sufficient energy, and potentially evade the most perilous situations. However, the time required for upgrading from a level 2 to a level 3 warship far exceeds that needed to progress from level 1 to level 2. It astonishingly requires a full 39 hours. This duration surpasses Xia Bai's expectations, which implies that he must devise a means to conceal or hide his warship during the upgrade. According to the theory that an upgrade necessitates special effects, the entire process envelopes the warship in a radiant glow. Imagine, during the upgrade, his business vehicle radiating light amidst the densely populated survivor base of Bingsheng prison. It would effectively broadcast to others that something was amiss. Nevertheless, this challenge was not insurmountable. Xia Bai sought out Yang Chengji, who promptly arranged for a vacant cargo truck. With this, Xia Bai could drive his business vehicle inside and conduct the upgrade therein. Thus, on November 16, Xia Bai rose early, descending to await Yang Chengji's arrival with the cargo truck. However, Yang Chengji unusually encountered delays today, causing Xia Bai to wait until nightfall. Notably, a new influx of survivors managed to breach the encircling horde of zombies around the Bingsheng prison survivor base, aided by the military's firepower. They successfully reached the base and, having passed security checks, were settled in a location not far from Building 9. Xia Bai sat on the steps beneath Building 9. Observing a convoy of survivors pass by at that moment, he suddenly felt a presence beside him and turned to find Yi Shaoqi had inexplicably taken a seat next to him. Noticing Xia Bai's glance, she offered a smile and handed him a piece of chocolate, saying, "Sister Bai has called you for dinner." Xia Bai's lips curled slightly in bemusement. "You offer me chocolate when it's time for dinner?" Yi Shaoqi responded with a sweet smile. Compared to other survivors, Xia Bai's existence could be deemed relatively comfortable. Not only did she enjoy rice daily, but occasionally she could indulge in meat as well. Consequently, Xia Bai rose to head upstairs for dinner. What Xia Bai did not anticipate was that he would wait for Yang Chengji's truck from morning until nightfall, only to be met with utter darkness without ever seeing it arrive. Moreover, instead of Yang Chengji's vehicle, he was confronted with an unexpected calamity. At 6:24 p.m. on the 16th, chaos erupted abruptly in the tent area beside Building 9. As survivors fled in panic, their voices chaotic yet conveying a singular message. Zombies had infiltrated the survivor base. Upon hearing this news, Xia Bai's expression shifted dramatically. He distinctly recalled that in his previous life, during his prolonged stay at the Ice City prison survivor base, the only instances of zombies were those breaching from the outside. Never had there been an occurrence of zombies appearing among the survivors themselves. Furthermore, he was certain that nothing had transpired on November 16th. Xia Bai suddenly realized that the history he remembered might have undergone a transformation. Chapter 53. Zombies within the base. The shrill sound of alarms instantly pierced through the entirety of the survivor base. The military sprung into action almost instantaneously. At that moment, Fang Dong and Ho Zhuang were waiting downstairs for Yang Chengji's truck, witnessing the entire ordeal unfold. The military's response time and execution capabilities were remarkably swift, exhibiting no trace of lethargy, for everyone understood that the emergence of zombies in a densely populated survivor base posed an imminent threat. If the situation could not be contained promptly, it could potentially infect the entire base from within, transforming the Ice City prison into a haven for zombie survivors without needing external incursions. The alien zombie virus spread at an alarming rate. Depending on the individual's constitution, a living host could lose their rationality and become a zombie in as little as 1 hour, while the deceased infected would resurrect as zombies within 2 to 10 minutes. Thus, the contagion's proliferation was exceedingly rapid. Fortunately, the military had anticipated this scenario and had prepared accordingly, promptly sealing off Building 9 and its surrounding areas. Military units advanced towards the epicenter of the outbreak. the resounding gunfire overshadowing the blaring alarms. In a mere 10 minutes since the first appearance of zombies, the military began retracting their containment lines and eliminating the undead. During this brief span, the number of zombies had already multiplied exponentially, including those who had been infected but not yet mutated, reaching into the hundreds. The scene beneath Building 9 was one of utter chaos. It has become evident to all that the zombie virus has likely been brought in by the latest group of survivors who arrived today. However, each cohort of survivors entering the I-City prison must undergo meticulous scrutiny, ensuring that they bear no bite marks and carry no pathogens before being granted entry. How, then, did the zombie virus infiltrate? Xia Bai was at a loss. They were alarmingly close to the epicenter of the outbreak, and before the military could secure the area, a zombie came barreling towards them in a frenzied rush. It was, in truth, a rather comical sight. A zombie in hot pursuit, while a throng of survivors ahead screamed in terror, jostling one another as they fled in a chaotic scramble. This reaction was entirely understandable. At the onset of the apocalypse, most survivors, even those who had escaped from the city, were devoid of combat prowess, relying solely on their ability to run for survival. Such individuals would typically flee from a zombie faster than a rabbit. Yet, amidst the panic, there were those undaunted by fear. Some survivors brandished a variety of weapons, intent on eliminating the zombie before it could infect more of their kind. However, before these brave souls could take action, a resounding gunshot erupted from the back of the crowd, and with that deafening crack, the zombie collapsed, a bullet lodged in its forehead. The throng of survivors turned to see the source of the gunfire, casting their gazes toward the position where Xia Bai and Ho Zhuang stood. Yet, the shot had not been fired by Xia Bai, but rather by Ho Zhuang. Over the past several days, under Xia Bai's urging, Ho Zhuang and his companions had diligently honed their shooting skills. In a world like this, being unable to handle a firearm was akin to courting death. Xia Bai was indeed an excellent mentor, having developed his marksmanship entirely through self-teaching, fully aware of the challenges an average person might face while learning to shoot. At that moment, Ho Zhuang's shot was so precise that it took Xia Bai by surprise. Noticing the look of astonishment on Xia Bai's face, Ho Zhuang chuckled softly, clearly pleased with himself. The zombie incident was merely a minor interlude. The military's efficiency and execution capabilities were remarkable, swiftly bringing the situation under control and exterminating the zombie, thus alleviating the crisis. Nevertheless, the survivors within the confines of Building 9 would all have to undergo another round of safety inspections. With over 1,000 survivors inside and outside Building 9, the inspection process consumed an extensive amount of time. After 3 to 4 hours of thorough checks, tranquility was finally restored, and it was well past midnight when Yang Qingji arrived with his truck. During the past month, Yang Qingji had leveraged his formidable resource network to become a somewhat renowned supplier within the I-City prison survivor base. Typically, he no longer personally oversaw the delivery of goods. Yet, to Xia Bai's surprise, today he had driven the truck himself. Don't be so astonished, Yang Qingji said, leaning against the massive vehicle as he lit a cigarette. I primarily came to check on my old clients to see if they're still alive. If you happen to be bitten by a zombie, I would undoubtedly be the first to suffer losses, Xia Bai replied. You needn't worry about that. In the near future, I likely won't be purchasing anything from you again. Oh? Upon hearing Xia Bai's words, Yang Qingji displayed little surprise. He chuckled. Is it due to the zombies surrounding the city, making it impossible for you to venture out and procure supplies? Xia Bai nodded, indicating that Yang Qingji was correct. Indeed, most of the materials Xia Bai utilized for trade were produced aboard warships. However, with the prison in I-City now besieged by zombies, if Xia Bai were to continuously produce supplies, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Hence, he decided to temporarily halt trading. Moreover, over the course of nearly a month, the resources Xia Bai acquired from Yang Qingji were more than sufficient. He had managed to obtain 4 Thunderbolt, 8 missiles alone, not to mention the multitude of other weaponry and resources. Yang Qingji laughed. Haha, it feels like future business might not be very prosperous. Xia Bai shook his head, choosing not to engage with that remark, and instead inquired, what is going on today? Do you know? Today? You mean the zombie situation? Yang Qingji exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, believe it or not, I do have some information. Out of respect for our friendship, I'll share this with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone afterward. Xia Bai narrowed his eyes. Yang Qingji continued, I've heard that someone mixed virus-infected blood into beverages and smuggled them into the survivor base. Xia Bai furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Who did it? What could be their purpose? The notion of contaminating drinks with infected blood to infiltrate the survivor base seemed vaguely familiar to him. Who knows what their motive is in these times? People have gone mad. That individual is likely long dead. Although investigations are ongoing, Whether they will yield results, well, only heaven knows, Yang Chengji remarked. You don't look too well, he added, but don't worry. We'll only consume our own supplies. Who could harm us with such methods? Chapter 54. Are you thinking? When Xia Bai returned to his room, he continued to ponder the conversation he had with Yang Chengji. He recalled having heard of the practice of mixing virus-laden zombie blood into colored beverages to smuggle them into survivor bases. This notion had emerged during the latter half of his previous life, around 2 or 3 years into the apocalypse, when intelligent zombies first appeared. Even the most deranged survivors rarely dared to carry zombie blood or infected remains, for any accidental contact could lead to self-infection, a most foolish endeavor. However, Xia Bai distinctly remembered that during his wanderings at the edge of the survivor base between Liao Province and Ji Province, he had heard rumors of intelligent zombies devising ways to infiltrate survivor bases unnoticed, leading to an internal outbreak that could decimate the entire populace without warning. Yet that was a matter of 2 or 3 years post-apocalypse. By all logic, there shouldn't even be intelligent zombies at this stage. So how could such a tactic possibly exist? Could it be that some foolish survivor intends to use such an object as a weapon to secretly inflict harm upon others of their kind, thus inadvertently sowing chaos? Xia Bai felt an unsettling apprehension creep over him. In his previous life, according to his memories, at this particular juncture, the survivor base in Ice City Prison was undeniably secure. Any conflicts that did arise were merely minor skirmishes among survivors, with no hint of a zombie apocalypse. Was this the consequence of his rebirth's butterfly effect? However, since his reincarnation, Xia Bai had not engaged in any actions that would significantly disrupt the course of history or events. Although he possessed a system, his warship was only at level 2, barely capable of launching. Even if he wished to alter events, it would be utterly impossible. How then could he have triggered this so-called butterfly effect? Xia Bai recalled a paradox he had encountered long ago regarding rebirth, which stated that once a person is reborn, the reality of the situation would not align with the depictions found in numerous novels and films. Regardless of their actions, they would not instigate changes to the future or history. On the contrary, the mere occurrence of rebirth itself would already set the butterfly effect in motion. While certain future events might still unfold according to the original timeline, change was inevitable, and its impact would be far from negligible. Thus, was there a possibility that his butterfly effect had precipitated the emergence of intelligent zombies 2 years ahead of schedule, thereby leading to the current incident involving the viral beverage? One of the survival tenets in a post-apocalyptic world is to always contemplate the worst-case scenario. In doing so, one increases the chances of survival when circumstances take a sudden turn. If intelligent zombies truly did come into existence, then the Ice City Prison survivor base would no longer remain an impregnable fortress, but would instead become precariously vulnerable. A 5-meter-high wall might still pose a challenge to ordinary zombies, but for intelligent ones, it would be entirely defenseless. Exhaling deeply, Xia Bai rose to his feet, startling the sniveling man across from him, who instinctively recoiled into the shadows. Xia Bai paid him no mind, instead pushing open the door and stepping outside. Given his notorious reputation among the survivors, it would have been effortless for him to claim a room for himself. Yet, Xia Bai felt no need for such pretentiousness. He was not one to indulge in trivialities. He had intended to upgrade his warship in a couple of days, but considering the potential dangers, he resolved to commence the upgrade that very night. Elevating his level 2 warship to level 3 represented a monumental transformation, necessitating a full 39 hours, equivalent to a day and a half. Should danger indeed loom, the sooner he upgraded his warship, the greater leverage he would possess in the face of peril. However, Xia Bai did not anticipate that upon pushing the door open, he would find a tall woman standing in the darkness outside. It was Bai Lan. Meanwhile, from the corner of the room, the sniveling man cautiously opened his eyes, glancing furtively to see if he had missed something or had misconstrued the situation. Swiftly, he pulled his blanket over himself and retreated into a fetal position, huddling against the wall. She seemed to hesitate before knocking on the door, but unexpectedly, Xia Bai opened it himself. Momentarily taken aback, he remarked, "It must be past 1 in the morning now. What brings a solitary woman to knock on my door?" Xia Bai continued, "What is this?" Unexpectedly, Bai Lan appeared to have misinterpreted the situation. She opened her mouth and said, Shaoqi mentioned that you seemed rather unhappy, so I wanted to come and see." Bai Lan clearly intended to express her desire to check on him, but as she uttered those words, she realized the awkwardness of her statement, her face slightly flushing, rendering her silent. That girl, as perceptive as ever. The corridor was dim, and Xia Bai was preoccupied with upgrading his warship, completely oblivious to the strangeness in Bai Lan's words. He exhaled softly and said, "Don't worry, nothing is amiss here, thank you." Bai Lan noticed that Xia Bai seemed unaware of the oddity in her words and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. She glanced at Xia Bai and, with a hint of concern, asked, "Are you truly all right? After today's zombie incident, you seemed out a bit off." Xia Bai chuckled. "What do you mean by off? It's you, coming over at this late hour. Are you perhaps here to offer yourself?" Before Bai Lan could respond, the door behind Xia Bai was abruptly pushed open with a loud bang. A sobbing young man emerged, wrapped in a blanket. He glanced at the two and said, "It's cooler outside. I'm going to sleep out there tonight." This fellow, quite self-aware, indeed. Both Xia Bai and Bai Lan were momentarily stunned, and the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward due to his abruptness. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, Bai Lan, in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, almost dreamily uttered, Do you want to?" The moment those words left her lips, she realized her blunder and quickly cleared her throat. Attempting to change the subject, however, her voice was too soft. Xia Bai could hardly hear her. "What?" Although he couldn't discern her words, Xia Bai noticed that Bai Lan's face had nearly turned as red as her ears. Such expressions were rare for her. Xia Bai felt somewhat like a villain. He said, "It's nothing, I was merely joking. You should head back quickly. I'll go check downstairs." With that, Xia Bai decided to leave. Sensing the peculiar situation, planning instead to upgrade the warship to level 3. Chapter 55. Explosion on November 17th at 6:32 a.m. The zombies north of the survivor base at Ice City Prison suddenly became agitated. These creatures charged towards the walls in a frenzied rush, swarming in dense numbers. For Du Ziming, the company commander stationed here, and his troops, this was not an unexpected occurrence. The sheer number of zombies gathered outside the walls of Ice City Prison was overwhelming. Even the slightest disturbance, whether a whisper of wind or an object falling outside and making a sound, would incite these zombies into a frenzy. This is an occurrence that transpires almost every moment. Consequently, with the increasing number of zombies surrounding the perimeter of the Ice City Prison survivor base, the military forces deployed to defend the outer walls have become increasingly numerous and densely concentrated. Even the government and police are collaborating in the defense efforts. Correspondingly, the management within the confines of the Ice City Prison has become somewhat lax, a predicament that is unavoidable. Soldiers, after all, are not omnipotent. As for the current agitation of the zombies, Du Ziming has faced it countless times before. Several soldiers at the firing points atop the wall opened fire instantaneously, while others ascended the outer walls to begin pouring copious amounts of accelerants down below. Followed swiftly by tossing down lighters, in an instant, the corpses below ignited into flames. The outer perimeter of the wall is constructed with heat-resistant materials, thus alleviating concerns that this method might inflict more harm than good. The primary reason for incinerating the zombie bodies on the spot is the fear that a mountain of corpses could provide the encroaching zombies with the opportunity to scale the walls. Du Ziming too ascended the wall, squinting at the surging mass of zombies and the blazing flames beneath. Even though they had faced countless zombie assaults, complacency was never an option. Should they let their guard down and the zombies breach their defenses? The toll in human lives would be unthinkable, a burden none could bear. However, despite the ferocity of this current wave of zombies, it seemed unlikely that it would inflict substantial damage on the survivor base. Du Ziming could not help but release a slight sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, another wave of zombies surged forth, denser and more numerous than before, causing a palpable tension among the ranks. Suddenly, one soldier let out a startled cry. "Extreme mutant!" Du Ziming looked over and indeed saw, at a distance of approximately 100 meters from their defensive wall, a pitch-black aberration, hurtling through the throng of zombies, tearing through their flesh in a gruesome display, advancing relentlessly towards the wall. Du Ziming's expression shifted slightly, though he did not succumb to panic. The outer walls of the Ice City Prison survivor base, though hastily constructed, were designed by professionals. Everyone understood the significance of these walls, and no corners were cut in their construction. With a thickness of 2 meters and reinforced with steel, it was implausible for even the most extreme mutant to breach them without explosives. However, it could potentially leap over the wall, inflicting catastrophic casualties on the squad. Thus, this creature had to be dealt with swiftly. This was not the military's first encounter with such extreme mutants. Established strategies were already in place. Du Ziming steadied his weapon, scanning the battlefield for any additional threats, while simultaneously reaching for the radio to request heavy fire support from the command center. His gaze swept through the densely packed horde of zombies, the area within nearly 200 meters pulsating like a wave, a sight most terrifying. Yet suddenly, he caught sight of an eerie, peculiar zombie in the midst of the surging tide of corpses. A solitary zombie stood at least 200 meters away from the wall, remaining eerily still while the surrounding undead rushed toward the barricade. Its relatively intact visage seemed to turn toward Du Ziming, as if sensing his gaze, and it even contorted into a grotesque semblance of a smile. A wave of indescribable dread surged within Du Ziming's heart. For a soldier, such a feeling signifies an imminent threat. In an instant, he raised his weapon. For 200 meters was not an insurmountable distance. He was determined to eliminate that zombie immediately. Yet, at that very moment, the ground beneath him quaked violently as a terrifying explosion erupted beneath the wall. Du Ziming stumbled, nearly losing his footing and tumbling over the edge, and indeed, several soldiers were violently dislodged from their positions, some fortunate enough to land safely behind, while others plunged directly into the horde of zombies, instantly consumed and torn apart, with no chance of transformation into one of the undead, devoured alive on the spot. Du Ziming's countenance darkened as he shouted furiously, "Did you miscalculate the dosage of the accelerant? How many times must I warn you not to fire indiscriminately? You are not ordinary survivors." However, his admonition was drowned out by an even larger explosion. Shaking the entire wall, which now bore a sizable crater at its base, one of the soldiers beside Du Ziming plunged into the pit, and with quick reflexes, he grasped the comrade's arm just in time. As he glanced down toward the throng of zombies, a chilling realization dawned upon him. It was not merely a misfire on their part. Among the countless rushing zombies, some were bound with various explosives, even tethered to entire barrels of gasoline. Camouflaged amidst the chaotic mass of the undead, their presence was nearly undetectable, yet it was these very zombies that charged madly forward, plunging into the flames, transforming into human bombs that detonated beneath the wall. Du Ziming bellowed, "Shoot the zombies carrying explosives, quickly!" Yet, his cries fell on deaf ears. There were simply too many zombies, densely packed together, rendering it impossible to discern which bore the deadly cargo. The soldiers atop the wall fired frantically, but the explosions continued unabated. Although reinforcements arrived in haste, they were still a moment too late. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, the wall was violently breached. Du Ziming descended amidst the debris, and in the flickering light of the flames, he beheld a throng of zombies surging in that moment. His face paled, and a singular thought consumed him. It was over. Simultaneously, far away in Building 9, Xia Bai gazed in this direction, yet obstructed by the buildings, he could see nothing. However, the relentless explosions alerted him to the unfolding calamity. Chapter 56. The dead silence of the early night, the sound of gunfire incessantly echoed towards the perimeter wall, while the survivors in the nearby buildings had long since retreated to safer grounds. The military's coordination was remarkably swift. News of a breach in the wall spread among the survivors like wildfire, with some proclaiming that a deranged apocalyptic fanatic had blown it open, while others insisted it was a grave error on the military's part that had precipitated this crisis. Regardless of the narrative, a palpable panic surged among the survivors. Although the military had already broadcast assurances to the survivor base, claiming that this incident would not result in greater casualties or repercussions, the fear continued to proliferate within the crowd. The once boisterous and expansive Ice City prison survivor base now lay enveloped in an eerie silence. The populace collectively maintained a hushed demeanor, seemingly terrified that even the slightest sound might summon the zombies from all directions to engulf them. Xia Bai, however, stood vigil by his large cargo truck. His vessel was in the process of a transformation within the truck's sealed compartment, yet amidst the densely populated survivor enclave, the truck itself remained conspicuously prominent. Concerned about potential mishaps, he kept watch at the vehicle's side. Xia Bai lit a cigarette, his gaze sweeping through the crowd before finally resting upon a convoy of military vehicles not far away. That was Lin Yong'an's unit. At present, despite the tense circumstances ahead, the troops responsible for security in various sectors remained stationary, curiously gathering within their designated areas to ensure that all survivors could see the military's presence, a reassuring sight in these trying times. If chaos were to erupt among the survivors due to fear, it would indeed spell trouble. At that moment, a lean figure squeezed through the crowd. Making his way towards Xia Bai was the adept pilot Chen Tianqing. The young man possessed a rather handsome appearance, yet his face was perpetually adorned with a perplexing smirk that rendered his demeanor rather unsavory. Approaching Xia Bai, he said, "Boss, I heard from Zhuang'er that you're looking for me?" Xia Bai nodded and replied, "I need to entrust you with something first." Chen Tianqing paused slightly before responding, "What is it, boss? You can count on me to face any challenge." Xia Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. "That seems a bit excessive, don't you think?" Chen Tianqing scratched the back of his head. "I'm just used to joking around." Xia Bai cast a sidelong glance at him. "You don't seem the least bit anxious." In response, Chen Tianqing appeared momentarily taken aback. "Anxious about what?" The zombies are about to break in, and everyone is on edge. You still have the leisure to joke with me? Huh, if the boss isn't worried? Why should I be? Xia Bai found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain as to when it had begun, but inexplicably, he had become the barometer for this group of individuals. When he felt anxious, everyone around him mirrored that tension. When he remained composed, regardless of the circumstances, all followed suit in their calmness. It was as long as Xia Bai maintained his impassive demeanor, even the collapse of the heavens would be of little concern. Chun Tianqing chuckled softly and inquired, "Big shot, what exactly do you need me for?" Xia Bai cast a glance at him and replied, "I intend to grant you a certain privilege. How exhilarating was it to command the battleship last time?" At these words, Chun Tianqing's beady eyes widened in disbelief. 17 hours into the battleship upgrade, the survivor base at Ice City Prison lay shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. The sky was devoid of stars and the moon, while heavy, stagnant smoke billowed in the distance, the acrid scent of gunpowder palpable even from the vicinity of Building 9. The throngs of zombies congregating outside the prison were overwhelming. When a breach appeared, these terrifying beings surged forth like a deluge. Among them were numerous extreme mutants. Unless the military could swiftly establish a sufficiently large buffer zone, sealing off the breach would be impossible. Inside the survivor base, an eerie silence prevailed. Within this darkened world, only hushed whispers could be heard. Fear wielded an unprecedented power at times, compelling everyone to remain silent. At that moment, from the direction of the gunfire, likely near the perimeter walls, a thunderous explosion resounded, causing the very ground to tremble. Survivors gasped in alarm, their faces pale beneath the dim glow of the night lights as they anxiously scanned their surroundings. The direction of the explosion starkly contrasted with the earlier breach, and it was soon followed by a barrage of gunfire. Xia Bai could not help but inhale sharply, yet he remained silent. At this juncture, although he was not present at the scene, he was nearly certain that intelligent zombies had indeed emerged, or rather, it was likely that intelligent zombies had long been in existence. They too required a learning process, evolving from mere existence to orchestrating conscious and strategic attacks on survivors. However, while intelligent zombies may not be attacked by their lesser counterparts, they similarly lack the capacity to command or direct ordinary zombies. Their assault on the Ice City Prison survivor base relied solely on the vast horde of zombies that had already amassed there. Without the presence of intelligent zombies, in such an early stage of the apocalypse, a survivor base of this magnitude would not have faced such dire circumstances, even in the event of unexpected occurrences. Xia Bai had to concede that he had indeed miscalculated. He had not anticipated the rapid emergence of intelligent zombies in this lifetime, nor that Ice City Prison would confront such monumental risks in such a brief span of time. Should the prison be breached and zombies flood in, it would inevitably transform into a veritable hell on earth. Though the current atmosphere within Ice City Prison was one of profound silence, it was merely the calm before the tempest. Xia Bai also felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, yet he was acutely aware that in an apocalyptic world, there exists no truly safe haven or absolutely secure moment. Therefore, confronted with the precarious state of Ice City Prison, he experienced neither disillusionment nor helplessness. Over the past month, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources, leveraging the prison's relatively stable environment. Even if Ice City Prison were to be breached, as long as his warship could swiftly reach level 3, he and those around him would be in a position of absolute safety. Most of his objectives for coming to Ice City Prison had already been achieved. Panic began to spread among the crowd, yet under the military personnel's earnest attempts to reassure them, the survivors remained as calm as possible. Trying to stay put at that moment, an unexpected acquaintance approached Xia Bai. It was Yang Chengji. This arms dealer, accompanied by two subordinates, nonchalantly puffed on a cigarette as he sauntered over to Xia Bai. Xia Bai was taken aback by this unexpected visit and asked, "What brings you here?" Yang Chengji chuckled, offering Xia Bai a cigarette, his curiosity momentarily drawn to the large truck behind him. "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask what your plans are in light of the current situation." Xia Bai shook his head, replying, "What can be done? I suppose we must trust the military. This is only the onset of the apocalypse. I believe these zombies, no matter how ferocious, cannot possibly breach the military's firepower, right?" Yang Chengji exhaled. "Ha, that is true. But are you interested in coming with me?" Xia Bai was somewhat surprised, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Yang Chengji smiled. "I see you have some potential. How about joining forces with me? I can't guarantee much, but this time, regardless of how fiercely the zombies charge, I assure you that we one team meet our end." Though Yang Chengji did not elaborate on his plan, Xia Bai understood perfectly. The only means of absolute safety would be to leave aboard a helicopter in his past life. The prospect of being taken along by Yang Chengji would have been an unimaginable boon. But now, the mere existence of his warship rendered it impossible for Xia Bai to abandon it in favor of following this man. Moreover, he had no intention of lingering indefinitely under the military's protective wing. With his warship nearing level 3, its capabilities and size would significantly increase, and Xia Bai was not inclined to bask in the military's shelter any longer. He simply shook his head, saying, "I think I'll pass. I have a few good people here waiting for me to provide for them, and you can't possibly take them along too, can you?" Chapter 57. Great Chaos. Yang Chengji departed, feeling a twinge of regret over Xia Bai's decision, yet he refrained from further comments. In his eyes, Xia Bai was indeed an extraordinary individual. Despite being merely a university student, he had proven himself to be comparable to even the finest elite soldiers in various respects. As the clock struck midnight on the 17th, the first helicopter soared into the sky from the helipad of Ice City Prison. The first helicopter ascended into the sky. It was swiftly followed by a second, and soon after, a third explosion erupted at the perimeter of the survivor base surrounding the Ice City Prison. A third breach was violently created, and as the situation escalated to this critical point, the survivors, immersed in boundless silence and anxiety, finally erupted. They cried out in desperation, even instigating a riot, expressing their discontent that some individuals could secure their escape from Ice City Prison via helicopter under such dire circumstances. This evacuation served as a harbinger for all that the Ice City Prison survivor base was doomed. The previously immobile military forces stationed within the various survivor living quarters sprang into action, suppressing the uprising within the inner circle, while military broadcast attempted to provide clarity. "Dear survivors, please remain calm. As you can observe, the situation at Ice City Prison is indeed precarious, but rest assured, the current circumstances remain under our control. The military has not abandoned you or the prison. What is transpiring now is the evacuation of scientific personnel, dignitaries, and essential equipment, who carry with them invaluable knowledge and research pertaining to the undead. Hence, they are the first to be evacuated. However, there is no need for concern. Once the dignitaries, researchers, and top-tier technicians from various fields have been safely removed, we will prioritize the evacuation of your children. The military shall not retreat. We will stand guard alongside you to defend Ice City Prison. Should the prison be deemed secure, we will facilitate the return of this group. Conversely, if we ultimately fail to hold our ground, I assure you, the military will ensure the safety of all. I am Commander Li Jianba of the Armored Division, and I stand here to assure all present survivors, on behalf of my comrades, that we shall never abandon anyone. Unless we are all lost, we will protect you until the very last moment." This broadcast echoed throughout the expanse of Ice City Prison, exuding sincerity. Yet, the survivors grew increasingly chaotic, with a faction rushing towards the helicopter landing pad, hurling curses and shouts through the iron bars. "Who would believe a word you say? The sky has fallen, and no one cares for us ordinary folk. It's the officials who flee first. We'll seize their helicopters. We'll take their helicopters. Do not listen to them. The military merely seeks to placate us, intending to use us as human shields while they escape. Everyone, calm down. The military has not retreated, and the undead have yet to break in. We should calm down. What nonsense. Do not buy into the military's deceit. Didn't they tell us to wait all this time? What have we waited for? The high-ranking officials have already fled by helicopter, leaving us here to perish. Why can the West Wilderness Group board the helicopters while we cannot? Is it simply because we are commoners?" As the scene grew ever more chaotic, some shouted to storm the military and government offices and the helicopter landing pad, while others seized the opportunity to loot from their fellow survivors. And some even resorted to violence amidst the turmoil. Amidst such chaos, the resounding detonations echoing around the Ice City Prison became less conspicuous. However, the turmoil had not yet escalated to an unmanageable level. The military and police forces were diligently striving to soothe the emotions of the survivors. Naturally, their numbers were limited, and their capabilities constrained, but it sufficed for them to ensure that the situation here would not adversely affect the battlefield ahead. Xia Bai maintained an unwavering composure, directly communicating via a short-range walkie-talkie for Bai Lan and the others to descend and gather both supplies and people. In the midst of the pandemonium, there were even individuals attempting to seize the large truck behind him. This person evidently believed that Xia Bai's vehicle was laden with supplies, for after successfully eliminating Huang Yichuan while retreating unscathed, Xia Bai had garnered a notorious reputation in this area. Many were aware that Xia Bai was among those who possessed both connections and resources, and typically, no one dared to covet his possessions. Yet, upon the outbreak of chaos, some were emboldened to act. Leading the charge was a burly man with a scruffy beard, rallying a group to commandeer Xia Bai's warship. Those in the vicinity of Building 9 were well aware that Xia Bai's group held a substantial cache of supplies. Previously, they would not have dared to act, yet emboldened by the current turmoil, they surged forward under the leadership of the bearded man, calling out, while onlookers were ready to join the fray at the first opportunity. Xia Bai understood this dynamic, but before he could intervene, Bai Lan took action. Brandishing a baseball bat, she emerged from behind the truck, her expression grim, and struck the bearded man head-on. The man underestimated her, mistaking Bai Lan for a delicate girl, and reached out to grasp the bat from her hands. Yet, the strength of an awakened individual is no trivial matter. With a resounding crack, the man's hand was shattered. Bai Lan displayed remarkable ferocity at that moment, swiftly following up with a blow to his head, sending the bearded man crashing to the ground, blood pooling around him as his body convulsed uncontrollably. Bai Lan nonchalantly discarded the bat and glanced at the others flanking her. At that moment, another individual, gritting his teeth, charged forward. To these people, seizing supplies from their fellow survivors seemed far easier than scavenging in the wild. However, this individual met the same fate, being felled by Bai Lan's swift strike. And awakened. Her strength was astonishing, and in recent days, Xia Bai had been gradually teaching her various combat techniques, resulting in her rapid growth. Despite her ferocity, Bai Lan showed no signs of restraint. Blood began to flow from the bat she wielded. The once emboldened survivors, now instigated into action, began to feel a twinge of fear. That moment, another voice rang out from the other side. Come and seize the supplies. It was unclear which affluent survivor from the nearby base had been robbed, but this group swiftly redirected their attention toward that direction. Bai Lan then exhaled a sigh of relief and exchanged a brief, knowing smile with Xia Bai. For Xia Bai, this was merely an inconsequential interlude. Perhaps due to the prevailing chaos, few noticed the heavy gunfire beginning to resonate from several directions surrounding the perimeter of the Ice City prison survivor base. This implies that the zombies may have breached more than one entry point. Xia Bai sincerely hopes that the military can hold out for a longer duration, as his warship is not yet fully upgraded at this moment. In such a densely populated crowd of survivors, it is impractical to drive a cargo truck while attempting to push the warship out. Even if he disregards the situation and crushes his way forward, he cannot accelerate. Therefore, before the warship is upgraded, he must steadfastly defend this location and protect this vehicle. Consequently, Xia Bai finds himself with few alternatives. Amidst the chaos within the survivor's base, he remains remarkably composed, patiently awaiting the passage of time. Helicopters ascend one after another, and gunfire echoes around the periphery of the Ice City prison, yet no zombies have charged toward the survivors. This indicates that the military is indeed making concerted efforts to combat the undead. And with the joint suppression from both the military and the police, the situation has improved slightly. Most individuals have begun to regain their composure. However, the survivors' attitude toward the military has plummeted, largely due to the withdrawal of high-ranking officials and researchers. In this apocalyptic world, the prioritization of the evacuation of such individuals is often despised and intolerable to many survivors. Xia Bai, once an ordinary survivor himself, has cursed this inequitable treatment. Does the life of an ordinary person hold less value? However, after 5 years of survival in the apocalypse, Xia Bai has long since abandoned such naive thoughts. Indeed, among those who evacuated first, there are certainly individuals with connections, yet the majority are genuinely capable high-ranking officials and researchers. From a broader perspective, their survival is undeniably more significant than that of ordinary individuals who cannot even wield a firearm. While this may seem unfair on a personal level, it is the most prudent choice for the greater good. Nevertheless, Xia Bai has never aspired to be a sycophant of the military. Whether he is among the first to evacuate is of little concern to him. As he jumps down from the roof of his truck, preparing to approach, he hears a polite and tentative voice behind him. Mr. Xia? Chapter 58. The invitation to the Mutual Aid Society. Turning around, Xia Bai sees a group of individuals parting the crowd to approach him. At the forefront stands a middle-aged man clad in a blue coat, a cross hanging from his neck, with a kindly demeanor. Upon reaching Xia Bai, he offers a smile and says, "Hello, Mr. Xia, I am Hua Hongsheng, the president of the Mutual Aid Society." The Mutual Aid Society, what is that? Xia Bai furrows his brow, attempting to recall any memories from his 2 lives, but he does not remember ever encountering such a person or hearing about this Mutual Aid Society. Changes have indeed occurred silently. Some events align with Xia Bai's memories, while others extend beyond his recollections. Just then, a middle-aged woman suddenly steps forward from the group behind Hua Hongsheng, her excitement palpable as she takes Xia Bai's hands in hers, exclaiming, "Young man, do you remember me? Approximately half a month ago, I found myself ensnared within a supermarket, and it was you who rescued me. who saved us all. That it was then that Xia Bai recalled that this middle-aged woman was the very survivor he had saved during his second venture into the world of the undead, when he had casually intervened in a supermarket besieged by zombies. He never anticipated that she would ultimately survive, and even make her way safely to the Ice City prison survivor base. He nodded towards the elderly lady and turned to Hua Hongsheng, inquiring, "Were you also a survivor in that supermarket?" Hua Hongsheng, however, shook his head, replying, "No, I am merely an ordinary survivor as well." Xia Bai observed the middle-aged man before him, along with the group of individuals trailing behind him, comprising both the elderly and the young, who appeared to be members of some mutual aid society. Hua Hongsheng continued, "Mr. Xia, you might not have heard of the Mutual Aid Society. It was originally founded by survivors from our community. Eventually, it expanded to this location as we aim to assist more individuals. Its scale has grown gradually, yet it remains an organization of grassroots survivors. It is understandable that you, Mr. Xia, are unaware of it. We never intended to expand or engage in any extraordinary endeavors, nor did we wish to intrude upon you. However, as you can see, the current situation is dire. Although the military is doing its utmost, it is likely incapable of safeguarding all of us. Thus, we plan to step forward to assist more individuals. We survivors, though merely ordinary people, are, at our core, composed of flesh and blood just like the soldiers. Moreover, the number of survivors gathered here approaches 30,000, far exceeding that of the military. If we can unite and even rescue ourselves, rather than remaining passive, I believe we can achieve a more favorable outcome." Hua Hongsheng spoke at length, displaying considerable courtesy towards Xia Bai. This mutual aid society seemed to be a substantial organization among the ordinary survivors within the Ice City prison survivor base. Yet, as a person who had long since transcended the status of a grassroots survivor, it was not surprising that Xia Bai had neither encountered nor heard of it. Just then, Bai Lan, who had already approached Xia Bai, leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "I have heard of this organization. It enjoys a commendable reputation among survivors." They had arrived beside Xia Bai almost simultaneously with Hua Hongsheng and his group, but due to the presence of the Mutual Aid Society, Bai Lan and the others had prudently refrained from speaking. Xia Bai nodded and inquired, "So your intention in seeking me is?" Hua Hongsheng rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat awkward and bashful. "Mr. Xia, we have heard of your exploits. You entered the Ice City prison survivor base long ago, yet you frequently venture out to rescue survivors. Many individuals within our Mutual Aid Society are those you have saved." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady nodded vigorously, visibly overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Indeed, this young man is a true hero, capable yet never forgetting to lend a helping hand to others." Xia Bai could not help but rub his nose, thinking to himself, "How could I be considered a rescuer? While it is true that I hunt zombies, saving people has merely been a casual act along the way." However, Xia Bai remained silent, fully aware that Hua Hongsheng was employing a strategy of flattery. The manner in which the other party approached him so courteously indicated a hidden agenda. Taking a deep breath, Hua Hongsheng stated, "Therefore, after much deliberation, we have decided to seek out Mr. Xia, hoping that you might join our mutual aid association. You see, while we aspire to assist the military, and many individuals have responded positively, offering their support, the majority are merely ordinary people. If we were to encounter zombies without the remarkable presence of someone like Mr. Xia to lead us, we would likely not only fail to achieve our goal of aiding the military but also inadvertently increase the zombie population." Upon hearing this, Xia Bai finally comprehended the situation. This fellow was essentially seeking to bolster their combat strength. Noticing the change in Xia Bai's expression, Hua Hongsheng hurriedly added, "As compensation, we are willing to provide Mr. Xia with supplies. Although we are but destitute survivors, we are numerous. Just name your needs, and we will surely gather the resources for you. Moreover, we are not entirely devoid of combat capability. We have managed to enlist several armed survivors." Xia Bai interjected, "What must I do?" Assisting the military is not an impossible task. After all, his own warship was currently undergoing upgrades. The longer the military could withstand the zombie onslaught, the more advantageous it would be for Xia Bai. Upon hearing Xia Bai's words, Hua Hongsheng assumed he had struck a chord and, filled with excitement, replied, "We have already established a certain operational plan with the military. Our dispatched personnel will provide support from the rear, and should any situation arise, our people will step in temporarily to ensure that the zombies do not breach the survivor base in large numbers." Xia Bai furrowed his brow and asked, "The military has tasked you with being a reserve force?" Hua Hongsheng nodded, explaining, "The military is under pressure, hence. The military's current situation appears to be even more dire than Xia Bai had imagined. Positioned at the heart of the Ice City prison survivor base, Xia Bai was oblivious to the conditions on the periphery. He had no idea how many breaches the zombies had managed to create around the survivor base. At this moment, however, listening to Hua Hongsheng, it was evident that the situation was far worse than Xia Bai had anticipated. The military was under severe strain. Otherwise, they would not have truly allowed survivor factions to serve as a reserve force to fill the gaps in their defenses. Furthermore, the existence of intelligent zombies posed an additional threat. Xia Bai perceived that the likelihood of safeguarding the Ice City prison survivor base was rather slim, yet he could not voice such thoughts now. Even if he did, no one would believe him. The previous incident at the gas station was a stark reminder. Chapter 59. The zombies have entered. Faced with Hua Hongsheng, Xia Bai shook his head after a moment of silence and declared, I must decline. In Xia Bai's perspective, the risks associated with attempting to seal the breach were insurmountable. The presence of intelligent zombies, coupled with the sheer numbers of mindless undead and the extreme mutations, rendered his solitary efforts with a firearm virtually ineffective. It was inconceivable that he could fortify the precarious survivor base at Ice City Prison. Moreover, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that his warship was currently immobilized. He could hardly be expected to transport it using a truck to confront the zombies. That would be sheer folly. Should he leave the warship behind, it was inevitable that other survivors, who had long coveted what Xia Bai possessed, would seize the opportunity to sabotage the truck. If the upgrade process were interrupted then, it would indeed spell trouble. Thus, Xia Bai reasoned that remaining here to ensure the stability and security of the warship was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Once the warship completed its upgrades, its firepower would far surpass that of one man with a gun. However, articulating such reasoning at that moment was impractical. Hua Hongsheng paused briefly, and Xia Bai remarked, I will not join your mutual aid society, nor do I wish to assist the military in sealing any breaches. However, should you falter and the zombies surge in, I will remain here. If you retreat to this location, I may offer assistance. For the next 20 hours, I shall not move an inch. The 20 hours mentioned were the remaining time for the warship's upgrade. Before Hua Hongsheng could respond, a towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward with a fierce tone. What do you mean by that? Who do you think you are? You were quite formidable when you were slaughtering survivors, weren't you? Even the military turned a blind eye to your actions. Now, when it comes to dealing with zombies, you suddenly lack courage. If you don't wish to help, just say so. If you're afraid, admit it. And what's this about providing assistance if we retreat here? I don't need your help. Xia Bai regarded him calmly, unperturbed by the outburst, and replied, Are you my kin or my friend? Clearly not. On the contrary, we are strangers. Just because I refuse to risk my life alongside you, you turn against me. What obligation do I have to assist someone like you? At that moment, Hua Hongsheng interjected, restraining his companion while maintaining a courteous demeanor. Shao Chun, Mr. Xia is correct. No one is obligated to rescue others. Any assistance rendered is an extraordinary act of compassion and mercy. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Should we falter and retreat here, we hope you will lend us your aid. Xia Bai was somewhat taken aback by Hua Hongsheng's response, as it was evident that the sincerity of his words reflected his genuine feelings. The burly man scoffed but seemed oddly swayed by Hua Hongsheng's remarks, spitting on the ground in disdain. What nonsense about saving everyone. It's utter rubbish. With that, he turned away, parting the crowd as he strode off. Numerous individuals departed in indignation alongside him, yet there were also some who expressed their gratitude to Xia Bai, even though he had declined their invitations, appearing cold and selfish. Nevertheless, for these individuals, the unfulfilled promise made by Xia Bai seemed sufficient grounds for their appreciation. Meanwhile, an elderly woman endeavored to hold back those who were leaving, repeatedly defending Xia Bai. That young man is truly a good person. You all as Hua Hongsheng and others turned to leave. This elderly woman approached Xia Bai, gripping his hand tightly, and said, Young man, you must have your reasons, right? It's all right, I believe in you. You are a good person. Xia Bai shook his head, saying nothing. In this current era, one can be a good person, but sustaining that role indefinitely is unattainable. The members of the Mutual Aid Association soon departed. According to Hua Hongsheng, they had more pressing matters to attend to, as the survivors within the Ice City prison base were their targets for recruitment. In the pursuit of self-preservation, many survivors would likely be willing to offer assistance. Yet there would also be those who chose to remain silent, dutifully staying put in their designated places. As time progressed, the sounds of explosions and thunderous booms emanating from the outer walls grew increasingly intense. The military had even begun to employ heavy weaponry to clear the zombies, risking potential repercussions on the walls. In an instant, the cannon fire roared, the sky gradually lightening from the depths of the dark night, revealing a faint glimmer of dawn at the horizon. At this moment, 20 hours remained until the completion of the warship's upgrades. Xia Bai resumed his perch atop the cargo truck, while Bai Lan and others busied themselves below, inspecting weapons and other equipment. Shortly after, Yi Shaoqi climbed up beside him, tilting her head to glance at him, and asked, "Big brother, are you in a bad mood?" Xia Bai replied, "Why would I be in a bad mood?" Yi Shaoqi responded, "Because of what just transpired. Many people claim that you only dare to be assertive with ordinary folks but shrink away from confronting zombies." Xia Bai had publicly rebuffed Hua Hongsheng, and many had witnessed this. Although numerous individuals expressed understanding, a significant number resorted to slander, in the eyes of some, even if they themselves did not engage in battle. Individuals like Xia Bai, who possessed a degree of combat capability, ought to risk everything. Should Xia Bai choose not to fight for these unfounded individuals, they would unleash a torrent of curses, as if their inherent vulnerability entitled them to protection while condemning the strong. Moreover, while Yi Shaoqi spoke kindly, the insults hurled by others were far harsher. Xia Bai was not so easily perturbed by such matters. Furthermore, if Xia Bai had indeed risked his life, it would be utterly ludicrous if those who made disparaging remarks subsequently seized his vehicle and disrupted the warship's upgrades. Such individuals were hardly worth his attention. However, Xia Bai's commitment to the Mutual Aid Association was genuine. Even if that burly man had insulted him, he was still a person of courage. Though Hua Hongsheng appeared mild-mannered, he was undeniably a decent person, and the mission of the Mutual Aid Association was indeed commendable. In the face of impending doom, one cannot perpetually await the arrival of others to salvage one's fate. If one desires to withdraw from the survivor base of Ice City Prison, it is the military and the Mutual Aid Society that must take the lead. Conversely, those who merely speak idly are the very individuals who offer no assistance whatsoever. Xia Bai gently tousled Yi Shaoqi's hair and remarked, "Do I appear to be in a foul mood?" Yi Shaoqi chuckled softly and replied, "Then why have you been wearing a worried frown since yesterday?" Xia Bai jested, "With zombies breaching our defenses, it won't be long before they are upon us. Ho Zhuang and the others are waiting for me to devise a plan. How could I not be troubled?" Yi Shaoqi pouted slightly, about to retort, when suddenly a thunderous roar emanated from the distance, startling them. Soon after, they heard the heart-wrenching cries of survivors echoing from afar. The zombies have entered. Chapter 60. A narrow escape accompanied by that heart-rending cry. The entire survivor base at Ice City Prison was once again engulfed in a wave of panic. The sound had not traveled far, yet the ensuing dread spread with an unfathomable swiftness. At the periphery of the Ice City Prison survivor base, a breach in the wall had been thoroughly overrun by zombies, yet they hesitated to surge forth. The military had erected a new barrier of tanks and armored vehicles in the open terrain, the cacophony of gunfire resounding mightily. Meanwhile, survivors from the nearby buildings were rushing backward like a receding tide, retreating in response to the piercing alarms sounded by the military. Those from the Mutual Aid Society who had previously advanced were now withdrawing as well. Although the Mutual Aid Society had drawn in a considerable number of survivors, few possessed the combat readiness to assist the military. After all, this was merely the onset of the apocalypse, and many understood that if the military fell, their own doom would soon follow. Yet, few were willing to take action. The majority of survivors, upon witnessing others flee, followed suit, hoping to fend for themselves against the zombies. Unless the undead were directly before them, their resolve would remain dormant. The military's broadcast echoed throughout the base. All survivors, please evacuate immediately towards the western exit of Ice City Prison. We urge everyone to cooperate with military directives, avoid overcrowding and trampling, refrain from conflicts, and do not disseminate panic. Ice City Prison remains under our control. Please remain calm and orderly. Sitting beside Xia Bai, Yi Shaoqi was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "The western exit is?" Xia Bai pointed in the direction opposite to their own, stating, "That way, towards Jiliao." Longjiang Province lies at the northernmost part of China. With Ice City as its capital, the largest city in the region, as the influx of zombies surged, the military finally resolved to abandon this location and retreat southward to safety. Xia Bai rose to his feet atop his truck. Squinting into the distance as he glanced backward, he was met with a sea of bobbing heads and vehicles struggling to navigate through the throng. The influx of survivors from the nearby buildings instantly filling what had previously been a relatively open space. When he turned his gaze forward, he beheld a defensive line being established by the military approximately 5 buildings ahead, armored personnel carriers serving as shields as they unleashed a fierce barrage upon the horde of zombies, whose numbers were far more daunting than those of the survivors. This slender line of armed defense stood between the densely packed masses of the living and the dead, with the zombies charging fearlessly while the survivors' escape was marred by chaos and difficulty. Despite the majority of the undead converging towards several gaping breaches in the walls, a significant number still surged from the western entrance, forcing the military to clear a path amidst the pandemonium. In such tumultuous conditions, it was unlikely that the survivor group could mobilize effectively. They were destined to remain ensnared in chaos and peril, In the early days of this crisis, most perished due to their own panic and disarray. The cacophony of zombie wails, human confusion, and thunderous cannon fire melded into a scene of profound dread. The military could not hold out much longer. Xia Bai glanced at the time. There were still over 2 hours until the warship's upgrade would be completed. Though he attempted to maintain composure, the encroaching threat of zombies weighed heavily upon him. He understood that he was the backbone of his team. Even if anxiety gnawed at him, he could not afford to reveal it. Thus, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. At that moment, a sudden cry erupted from the side of the truck below. "Bailon, Senior! Bailon, help me! Help me!" Turning his head, Xia Bai caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. A disheveled woman who emerged from the crowded masses and collapsed at Bailon's feet, crying out in desperation. After staring at her for a while, he recalled her as Yi Xiao, the university student who had turned away from them to ally with Huang Jingfu at the gas station on the highway out of the city. In stark contrast to her previous spirited demeanor, she now appeared ragged, her face pale and emaciated. Spotting Bailon in the crowd, she lunged towards her like a drowning woman grasping for a lifeline. Clinging to the bewildered Bailon as she cried, "Bailon, Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sought out Huang Jingfu." Before she could finish her lament, Bailon frowned, disdain evident on her face as she shrugged off the girl's grasp and attempted to walk away. Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment before collapsing heavily to the ground, wailing, "Bailon, Senior, please save me. Huang Jingfu and his people don't regard me as human. They stripped me and tied me to a pole. And then, please, I implore you to help me. I escaped in the chaos, and if I'm caught at that moment," Bailon's steps faltered slightly as she cast a glance at the girl and remarked, "Aren't you an adult now?" Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her face still bearing traces of tears, appearing somewhat dazed as she gazed at Bailon before her, initially believing that her senior intended to help her despite past grievances. However, Bailon merely observed her in silence and remarked, "Since you are now an adult, you must learn to bear the consequences of your erroneous choices." With that, Bailon turned away, intending to leave. The last encounter at the gas station had irreparably wounded the heart of this awakened young woman. Just then, Huang Jingfu emerged from the crowd, not driving but accompanied by several individuals burdened with various bags. Spotting Yi Xiao, he leered and exclaimed, Well, our little darling has come to this place, haha, come to seek her former classmates. However, you all are truly fortunate to have survived such a massive explosion at the gas station." They were originally from the vicinity of Building 3, and with the influx of zombies and the retreat of survivors, it was hardly surprising that they had moved to this area. The moment Huang Jingfu's voice rang out, Yi Xiao's body began to tremble violently. After casting a glance at the woman, Huang Jingfu's attention shifted to the large truck belonging to Xia Bai. His eyes narrowed slightly as he approached the truck in a few swift strides. Chuckling, "Hee, is this truck filled with supplies? Ha, is this prepared for me? How considerate of you, kid. This time, I'll also be armed." As he spoke, he and his subordinates brandished their handguns. Yet, as if in response to their actions, Xia Bai, Ho Zhuang, and the others also drew their weapons. However, for them, handguns were merely the most basic armament. Rifles and shotguns were plentiful, presenting an imposing display that utterly overshadowed Huang Jingfu's group. Xia Bai stood atop the truck, smiling as he said, setting aside the incident at the gas station, "I wanted to ask you. Last time you deceived me, I reported you. How are you still so sprightly?" Huang Jingfu's expression turned exceedingly grim. Chapter 61. The Great Collapse. Huang Jingfu clenched his teeth, fixating on the shotguns and rifles aimed at him, saying, "When I blew up the gas station, why didn't I send all of you flying into the sky?" Upon hearing this, Xia Bai's expression slightly stiffened as he asked, "What did you say? You were the one who blew up the gas station?" Huang Jingfu replied, "What? You didn't know?" With a look of confusion. He noticed that not only Xia Bai but even Bailon and Ho Zhuang displayed expressions of concern. Truth be told, he felt quite stifled. He had initially thought that encountering Xia Bai today was a divine opportunity for vindication, especially since he had acquired numerous 92-style handguns. He believed that dealing with Xia Bai and his group would be a trivial matter, yet he did not anticipate that Xia Bai's weaponry had also been upgraded and was even more formidable than his own. Xia Bai gasped in shock. He still harbors lingering thoughts about the explosion at the gas station. Despite the passage of time, he has begun to entertain the notion that the explosion was indeed a result of the gas station's own doing. Yet he never anticipated that, in this very moment, the true culprit would emerge. Xia Bai recalls his fervent desire to uncover the identity of the perpetrator, vowing to eliminate that fool without fail. When he had reported this individual previously, he had overheard them mention the incident. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere bravado. However, could it be that this individual truly caused the explosion at the gas station? Huang Jingfu, you. Just as Xia Bai's thoughts began to boil, the distant survivors suddenly erupted in a cacophony of gasps, and the artillery fire from the military line abruptly ceased. Xia Bai's expression changed as he swiftly raised his head to gaze towards the military's final line of defense. Standing atop a large truck, his vantage point was relatively clear, allowing him to observe the unfolding situation. The military's convoy of armored vehicles had been engaged in fending off the zombies at the front, establishing an unyielding line of fire between two buildings, steadfastly obstructing the howling horde. Yet, at that moment, a multitude of zombies surged forth from the buildings flanking them. Zombies do not limit their assaults to frontal attacks. Once they detect prey, they charge recklessly. Wherever there is a path, they flood in like a relentless tide. Consequently, they not only advanced from the front, but also swarmed into the buildings on either side, seamlessly breaching the military's defensive line. These zombies did not actively seek an exit. Instead, they followed the sounds of gunfire to the windows, leaping down from any height without hesitation, crashing down from the rooftops with reckless abandon. The zombies plummeted from the second and third floors and even higher, crashing onto the military's line like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Lacking any sense of fear or pain, driven solely by an insatiable hunger for fresh flesh, they lunged at the nearest humans, shrieking as they descended upon the survivors behind the military line. Some even landed squarely in the midst of the military's formation, atop tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. They tore into the bodies of soldiers operating machine guns, climbing into the open hatches of the armored vehicles. As the first zombie breached the defenses, a second, a third surged forth like moths to a flame. The soldiers barely had time to seal the hatches before the tanks and infantry fighting vehicles transformed into veritable zombie traps. In such confined quarters, the sheer density of the undead would render even the most seasoned warriors unable to survive. In the initial moments, the number of zombies that descended was relatively sparse. However, as time progressed, an ever-increasing horde surged into the surrounding buildings, drawn by the echoes of gunfire and the scent of human flesh. They descended from the structures with reckless abandon, causing chaos within the military lines. The moment this line faltered, it signified the impending doom lurking just ahead, as the relentless tide of zombies began to experience a decrease in the firepower suppressing them. With howls of fury, they charged forth, coalescing into a terrifying black wave that could instill dread in the hearts of any observer. In an instant, they engulfed the entire military formation, with countless zombies clinging to the armored vehicles like ants on a sugar ball. Only when these vehicles discharged their weapons could a portion of the undead be blown apart, yet they were swiftly overwhelmed once more by the relentless surge of their kind. Behind the front lines, the military forces were firing as they retreated. Nevertheless, their heavy artillery had been silenced. At that moment, even as the soldiers sporadically discharged their weapons, they could no longer stem the tide of this horrifying onslaught. The scale of this zombie horde was magnitudes greater than what Xia Bai had encountered at the gas station. Tenfold, even 100-fold at this juncture, it was not just him. Nearly all the survivors present could hear and witness the terrifying wave approaching, accompanied by the cacophony of overlapping, dreadful screams that spread an infinite sense of panic in every heart. Given the speed at which the zombies advanced, it would take less than a minute for them to collide with the densely packed survivors. Yet the progress of the survivor group was akin to that of a tortoise. The military had yet to carve out a lifeline amidst the zombie throng at the west gate, and the retreat had only just begun. Xia Bai tightened his grip on his weapon. There remained 79 minutes until the battleship's upgrade was complete, yet the zombies were already upon them. How could he ensure survival while simultaneously guaranteeing the completion of the upgrade in that time frame? Huang Jingfu had long since vanished, and at that moment, Xia Bai could ill afford to concern himself with the oily middle-aged man. Xia Bai understood that the only opportunity lay in the military's resolve to prevent the rear from being overrun by the zombie horde before the battleship's upgrade was finalized. He had to hold his ground until the very last moment. Panic permeated the atmosphere. Everyone, gazing at the surging tide of the undead, felt a genuine sense of despair. In such dire circumstances, was survival even conceivable? Some had even sunk to their knees in utter hopelessness. Yet, there were those who refused to surrender. The remnants of the military's resistance and the armed personnel assisting the survivors surged forward. While Hua Hongsheng from the Mutual Aid Society stood atop a nearby SUV, clutching a tattered megaphone, his voice hoarse as he urged, "Brothers, the military has done all it can. We all see the situation now. We can either sit here and await death or take up arms and fight alongside our troops." Lin Yong'an bellowed amidst the crowd of survivors, frontline survivors, "Retreat! Retreat!" And at that moment, A series of piercing shrieks echoed throughout the scene. Xia Bai turned his head, witnessing streaks of white cutting through the sky. A series of missiles erupted from several launch vehicles in the distance. Chapter 62. Give me 15 minutes. 3 missiles traced long white arcs across the sky before plummeting directly into the horde of corpses in the distance. In that instant of impact, the entire Ice City prison seemed to tremble. Flames shot skyward, engulfing the zombies in an instant. A tumultuous cloud of smoke and fire billowed outward, the shockwaves scattering the frontline survivors and soldiers alike. Even Xia Bai, standing atop a large truck, was thrown off balance, landing awkwardly on the vehicle. Lin Yong'an and others rushed among the survivors, shouting, "Everyone, retreat as far back as possible. Retreat as far back as you can." Approximately 2 minutes later, Xia Bai, lying on the truck, once again witnessed 3 dazzling trails streaking across the sky. Following this, another explosion roared, causing a nearby building to collapse under the earth-shattering sound. A massive plume of smoke surged forth, enveloping many survivors, resulting in numerous injuries, some severe. Enormous fissures in the ground extended from the explosion's epicenter right beneath Xia Bai's truck. The sky darkened ominously, the deafening blasts ringing in everyone's ears. The air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as billowing smoke ascended violently. Missiles were no trifling matter. This was precisely why the military had been reluctant to deploy them. After 2 volleys, the missiles ceased, and the zombies were consumed by the smoke and flames, while the survivors faced a grim reality. Yet, a palpable excitement coursed through each survivor. The military was regrouping, scattered soldiers using the debris for cover, establishing strongholds at various positions. Armed personnel from the rescue teams also advanced, collaborating with the military to fortify defenses. At this moment, the exodus of survivors finally began to move, signifying that the military had made tangible progress in breaking through toward the western gate. The true retreat commenced at this very moment. At this juncture, there remained 67 minutes until the warship's upgrades would be complete. With 61 minutes still to go, the dense smoke enveloping the area began to thin slightly, revealing the ground scarred by massive craters and the gruesome remains of the zombies. However, new zombies had already begun to stagger onto this scorched earth. The number of zombies congregating outside the Ice City prison exceeded 100,000. A single missile barrage could only delay them. It was utterly insufficient to halt their advance. The first zombies to traverse this charred terrain were few, no more than a dozen, unquestionably dispatched by the military. Yet soon after, a roar akin to that of a colossal beast echoed from the edges of the lingering smoke, a sound born from the collective howls of countless zombies. Subsequently, a black tide surged into view, an unending stream of zombies charging forth. At this moment, the survivors began to retreat in batches, while the military and the rescue team steadfastly held their ground. The military stood firm on the front lines against the zombies, while the rescue team positioned themselves slightly further back. Xia Bai even spotted Hua Hongxing among the crowd, who was nervously clutching a gun and following the armed contingent of the rescue team, seemingly prepared to confront the impending horde of zombies. Noticing Xia Bai's gaze, Hua Hongxing turned and flashed a friendly smile in his direction. At this juncture, there remained a full 50 minutes until the warship's upgrade would be completed. In the forefront, the zombies had already breached the danger line, prompting the military to fire and retreat simultaneously. Coupled with the sporadic fire from the rescue team, they managed to temporarily stave off the advancing horde. From both flanks, additional military forces, appearing quite beleaguered, joined the fray, bolstering the current resistance against the zombies. These troops were tasked with securing other breaches in the walls, and now, with the Ice City prison commencing a full retreat, there was no longer a need for them to block the gaps, so they came to assist in the defense here. However, the zombies infiltrated relentlessly. They could only intercept the zombies at the front, leaving the flanks vulnerable to the encroaching undead that surged from the adjacent buildings, executing their utterly unstrategic tactics to encircle the survivors from behind. The military was severely understaffed and could not attend to this layer of the threat. Nevertheless, at this moment, although the retreating survivors moved slowly, they had managed to clear the area of the nearest 9 buildings from zombies. Those remaining were primarily soldiers or combat personnel among the survivors, who could still offer some resistance against the onslaught. However, as this strength became dispersed, the pressure on the military at the front intensified, and the situation grew increasingly dire. With 25 minutes remaining until the warship's upgrade was complete, the soldiers in the front had already begun a strategic withdrawal, while the armed forces of the survivors behind faced an increasingly grim situation with the zombies multiplying. Only the position occupied by Xia Bai remained the most formidable stronghold among the survivors, as he and Bailon, along with others, wielded a substantial arsenal of weapons, More than capable of clearing a significant number of zombies, a multitude of survivors rallied towards Xia Bai's location, with members of the rescue team joining them to form an unyielding bastion. Yet, the relentless tide of zombies surged from all directions, and some fallen survivors were rising again as zombies themselves. With 20 minutes left until the warship's upgrade completion, the military finally reached their limit and began to retreat, simultaneously notifying the rescue team and other armed survivors to fall back. Many survivors, already filled with dread, began to regret their decision to stay and assist. Upon receiving the order to retreat, they felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders and hurriedly followed the military's lead, while the zombies, now unimpeded, surged forward with renewed ferocity. The situation is far from optimistic. Although the speed of retreat among the survivor group is gradually increasing, once a complete ceasefire is declared on their side, the zombies will swiftly catch up with the survivors. At that point, the military in the front will be unable to turn back for reinforcements, and the survivors fleeing will face nothing but a fate of slaughter, subsequently giving rise to even more zombies among those at the survivor base in Ice City Prison. Even if they manage to evacuate in the end, it is feared that more than half will perish. Yet, with their current firepower, prolonging the standoff is untenable. It would be wiser to conserve their forces, retreating while engaging the enemy, perhaps saving more lives from the jaws of the undead. The moment the military announced their withdrawal, numerous survivors had already begun to run backwards, whereas the soldiers who declared the retreat seldom moved in the opposite direction. It seemed that Hua Hongxing had considered this aspect as well. He did not retreat immediately, but the members of the Mutual Aid Society were already gripped by fear, involuntarily stepping back in the face of the dense horde of zombies. Hua Hongxing, unable to counter this, had no choice but to order his people to begin their withdrawal. However, many survivors soon noticed that Xia Bai and his companions remained steadfast by the large truck, unleashing a furious barrage of firepower at the surrounding zombies. Xiao Chen, a burly man following Hua Hongxing's retreat, turned to witness this scene and murmured, "Aren't those guys afraid of death?" Indeed, Xia Bai did not retreat. He and his companions stood resolutely beside the truck. Xia Bai had explained to his allies that their warship would complete its upgrade in 15 minutes, and they must hold their ground for that duration. Why then? Not only would they survive, but the firepower of the warship could also fend off the zombies for a time, creating a path to safety for more survivors. Although Ho Zhuang and the others were also fraught with trepidation, they had witnessed the warship's might and understood this was their best option. Their abilities had significantly improved over the past month, and at this moment, their combined fire was a formidable force. The military had, of course, noticed Xia Bai and his group. Lin Yong'an approached the side of Xia Bai's truck and shouted, "Survivors, retreat immediately." However, Xia Bai shook his head and replied, "No, we will not retreat." Lin Yong'an retorted angrily, "Do you not wish to live?" Xia Bai looked at him and said, "Aren't you not retreating either?" His words rang true. Although the military had declared a withdrawal and urged the Mutual Aid Society and other armed survivors to retreat significantly, very few soldiers actually moved away. Most remained entrenched in their positions, even as the zombies surged forward like a tide, continuing to fire in defiance. The remaining fewer than 20 soldiers were scattered across the battlefield, doing their utmost to distract and disperse the zombies, buying time for the survivors. Even if the time they could buy did not exceed 5 minutes, they fought valiantly to resist. Lin Yong'an insisted, "Staying here is merely waiting for death. Survivors, listen to me. There is no need for you to die here, nor are you obliged to do so." Xia Bai questioned, "Do you have an obligation to perish here for a group of complete strangers who had even just been hurling insults at you?" Lin Yong'an was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Xia Bai, as if coming to a realization, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Thank you." However, Xia Bai shook his head once more, replying, "There is no need for your gratitude. I am merely seeking my own salvation. Moreover, since you all intend to remain here and fight desperately, I wish to ask you for a favor." Lin Yong'an responded, Xia Bai fell silent for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, 15 minutes. Can you help me by 15 minutes? Just give me 15 minutes, and I will find a way to stop this horde of zombies. Chapter 63. The Level 3 Warship. An additional chapter for the compassionate assassin, the Heartless Sword. Have those people gone mad? Xiao Qian sat in the rear compartment of a half-destroyed vehicle, firing sporadically at the surrounding zombies, while his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the position they had just vacated. Over there, the military had not retreated, and a group of survivors stood their ground as well. Xiao Qian recognized those survivors. They were the same ones who had previously turned down the military's invitation for mutual aid despite possessing formidable weaponry. Yet, at this very moment, while all other survivors were fleeing, they stood resolutely alongside the military. forming a fragile last line of defense, effectively blocking the advancing zombies and becoming a solitary island. It was they who had halted a significant number of the undead, and although many decayed corpses trailed closely behind the survivors, their numbers remained within a tolerable limit. However, the escape route they now navigated had been purchased with their very lives. In the direction of that large truck, the area was already encircled by zombies. Those grotesque, decaying creatures repeatedly charging at the precarious survivors and soldiers on that isolated island. Xiao Qun questioned himself. Even if he were in their position, he would lack the courage to remain and confront the zombies. When the military had called for a retreat earlier, he had felt an inner sense of glee. Yet now, Xiao Qun couldn't help but recall the words of an elder woman from earlier. This robust man had to concede that the survivor named Xia Bai was truly remarkable. While they were all frantically fleeing, he seemed to have anticipated this very scenario, conserving his strength to become the lifeline for all survivors at this critical moment. Yet, from the corner, he heard someone whisper, "They're doomed at this moment." It was the prevailing thought among nearly everyone. Being engulfed by such a dense tide of zombies was undoubtedly a death sentence. Xiao Qun felt an overwhelming sense of respect. These were the true heroes of the apocalypse. If given the chance, he would certainly apologize to the one named Xia Bai for his earlier ignorance. Little did Xia Bai know that his steadfast defense of this location would elevate him to the status of a hero in the eyes of others. The upgrade of the warship demanded time, and he had not anticipated that the survivor base in Ice City would collapse within merely 2 days. The situation had taken a rapid turn for the worse, and now they were encircled by an overwhelming horde of zombies. Xia Bai stood atop the massive truck, surveying the scene, and was met with a relentless tide of the undead in that fleeting moment. Xia Bai felt as if he had been transported back to the final day before the apocalypse, when extraterrestrial beings unleashed electromagnetic waves that led millions of zombies to obliterate the last bastion of survivors in Shangjing. The remaining survivors had formed a desperate circle, vowing to fight to the last breath, refusing to succumb to despair. The faces of those familiar to Xia Bai from that fateful day seemed to linger vividly in his mind. Suddenly, a zombie, its body mangled and partially destroyed, lunged from the throng, seizing a soldier by the ankle and dragging him down with brute force, its mouth agape. The bullets from the machine gun mounted on the truck had been exhausted, leaving no time to reload. The zombies surged forth like a tsunami, and Xia Bai seized the gunner, leaping from the truck to wrench open the door, bellowing, "Get in!" A zombie lunged from the side, and Bai Lan promptly kicked it aside. Yet, another zombie emerged from the shadows, sinking its teeth into Bai Lan's arm and viciously tearing at him. Meanwhile, Lin Yong'an had just managed to push Ho Zhuang and the others into the vehicle when he turned, driving his weapon into the head of the approaching zombie, instantly shattering it, blood spraying everywhere as he yanked Bai Lan onto the truck. In that moment, he was among the last of his dwindling band of warriors to board. These soldiers had given their all. Even at such a dire juncture, they stood resolutely in front of the ordinary survivors like Bai Lan and Ho Zhuang, who, despite wielding firearms themselves, were still regarded as vulnerable civilians in the eyes of these soldiers, deserving of protection. After a fierce battle, the soldiers were nearly decimated, yet Ho Zhuang and his companions remained surprisingly agile, suffering only minor injuries. This was not mere luck. It was the sacrifice of those soldiers who had laid down their lives to shield these ordinary people. When Lin Yong'an climbed aboard, he was taken aback by the glowing object within the truck. However, there was no time for astonishment as zombies surged in pursuit. He quickly grasped that the key to repelling the undead, as Xia Bai had indicated, likely lay in this mysterious luminescent entity. Without hesitation, he steadied himself at the truck's opening, pivoting his weapon to fire wildly, preventing the zombies from advancing even a single step. Xia Bai, unwavering, stood resolutely at the entrance of the truck. That moment, there were merely 15 seconds remaining until the upgrade would be complete. They could not allow the zombies to breach their defenses. 1 second, 0.8 seconds. The zombies crashed against the truck like a relentless wave, their bloodied hands tearing at the metal, as if a legion of demons sought to grasp the survivors within 0.10 seconds. The warship grew brighter, its form beginning to expand. 12 seconds, a zombie surged into the truck, but Xia Bai was quick, dispatching it with a well-aimed shot to the head. 15th second. Lin Yong'an felt a twinge of disappointment. He could hardly fathom how a mere RV could serve as a bulwark against the oncoming horde of zombies. Do not speak of obstructing those wretched zombies to rescue more survivors. Even they could scarcely navigate such a vehicle amidst the terrifying tide of the undead. Yet, Xia Bai merely smiled faintly and took his seat in the driver's position, striking the center of the steering wheel. Initiate Level 3 Battleship in closed safety mode. Disengage camouflage, Chapter 64. Within the battleship, accompanied by a series of resonant metallic sounds, the RV underwent a remarkable transformation before Lin Yong'an's incredulous gaze. The entire structure of the RV disassembled in an instant, subsequently reconfiguring itself akin to a transformer. From the remarkably thick chassis emerged a series of cold, steel-like hull structures. In mere moments, the RV morphed into a colossal, shuttle-shaped flying vessel, with the cockpit suspended in a glass enclosure at the forefront, followed closely by the crew compartment. However, the configuration of the Level 3 battleship in the crew area altered, sacrificing the luxuriousness of the Level 2 model for elongated benches made from the original RV's beds and sofas. On the rear wall hung light weaponry that Xia Bai had procured from Yangcheng at this moment. The battleship finally bore a semblance of its true form. Though the battleship had expanded, the crew compartment had diminished, a consequence of the added functional modules. The original combat module resided in the midsection, while the medical bay, engine module, and others occupied the rear. With Xia Bai activating the defensive systems, all the portholes descended heavy metal shields, effectively isolating the zombies outside. He then pressed a button on the front control screen, raising a holographic display to reveal a hellish panorama of the zombies' grotesque forms and limbs. At this moment, the battleship was engulfed by the horde. From a distance, the survivors, now increasingly far away, perceived Xia Bai and his companions as having been consumed by the zombies, irrevocably dead. Inside the battleship, Xia Bai was moving with remarkable speed. Within the system, the captain could preview a concise overview of the functions and descriptions of battleship forms one level above their current rank. Thus, despite the battleship having just completed its upgrade, Xia Bai navigated the situation with ease. Having set up the preliminary defensive measures, he turned and sprinted towards the rear. Lin Yong'an, however, was already somewhat dazed. After years of military service, he had encountered many bizarre phenomena. But this was akin to a transformer. At this point, he could no longer remain seated and seized Xia Bai's arm, asking, "What on earth is happening?" Xia Bai exhaled and replied, "Welcome aboard our battleship." Lin Yong'an found himself momentarily stunned. It was not only he who was astonished. Even those who had been informed about the battleship's upgrade, like Hao Swang, gazed in wonder at its markedly different appearance. Mouths agape in shock. Xia Bai cast a glance at him and stated, "Commander Lin, I still require your assistance in contacting the military to ensure they do not mistakenly strike us down." Lin Yong'an nodded slightly and inquired, "Will this be able to withstand the tide of corpses?" Xia Bai responded, "My firepower may not be particularly strong, but it should suffice to hold them off for a while." He paused momentarily before continuing, "No, it is indeed our turn to contribute." At that moment, Lin Yong'an felt as though he could merely nod in agreement, saying, "All right, rest assured, I will handle things at the command center." "Thank you." Xia Bai exhaled, turning to head towards the back. At that very moment, outside, a dense swarm of zombies surged forth, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire battleship. They needed to ascend rapidly. Otherwise, despite the formidable power of the ship, an overwhelming number of zombies could lead to a catastrophic incident before they even took off. Time was of the essence, and they had to ascend without delay. However, upon reaching the rear, he noticed that Bai Lan had been bitten. In the chaos of the last retreat, Xia Bai had failed to notice this detail. A few girls had gathered around Bai Lan, appearing exceedingly anxious. The wound was not overly large, yet it had torn a gaping hole, with blood flowing profusely. Xia Bai glanced at it and felt a sense of relief. Though the injury appeared alarming, it was less severe than a gunshot wound. Furthermore, Bai Lan was unawakened, possessing a natural immunity to the virus, making the zombie bite no different from an ordinary one for her. Bai Lan's complexion had paled somewhat. Although she understood her immunity to the virus, having witnessed numerous zombies and infected individuals, being bitten for the first time was still a jarring experience. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of the current situation. Although the battleship was in a fully enclosed state, the anguished wails of zombies and the incessant banging against the ship echoed from outside. Thus, she lifted her chin and declared to Xia Bai, "I am an awakened. I won't die from the virus, so do not concern yourselves with me. You all must act quickly." Xia Bai nodded in agreement. Sharing her sentiment, he quickly instructed, "The medical bay is over there. Take the supplies, and the display screen has the necessary instructions. Yang Xian, you all help out as best you can. The ship must ascend. The zombies must be exterminated, and the wounded need their injuries treated promptly. Captain Lin, what about the injured soldier from earlier?" At that moment, Lin Yong'an had just established contact with the division, although his communication device appeared to be malfunctioning, with the signal intermittent. Nevertheless, he was striving to relay information to the headquarters to prevent them from mistakenly identifying Xia Bai and his group as an alien spacecraft. Hence, He merely gestured an okay to indicate his understanding of Xia Bai's instructions. Meanwhile, Xia Bai had already sprinted to the rear of the battleship, calling for Hou Zhuang and the others. With their assistance, they began to retrieve barrels of gasoline from the supply depot. Seeing this, Hou Zhuang and the others, who had been resting and catching their breath, rushed over to help. Subsequently, Xia Bai located the engine module. Currently, the bipolar fuel module had 2 selectable fuel tanks, indicating 2 available energy modes. Both were integrated into the tail of the battleship, one being high-energy pure energy, the other, conventional chemical fuel. The high-energy energy source of Xia Bai is, of course, non-existent, and the chemical dye conversion rate of the battleship is low. To operate the battleship and maintain prolonged flight during combat, it requires vast quantities of dye. Xia Bai has no idea how many gas stations have been plundered for these barrels of dye. Although the engines of the third-level battleship have shown some improvement, they still necessitate timely replenishment of the rapidly consumed chemical dyes. Fortunately, due to the nature of the battleship, even though it remains quite rudimentary, both the engine and the energy chamber are housed within the ship's body, allowing for fuel to be transferred to the reserve fuel tanks while in flight. This approach, while not without its risks, is unavoidable. There is indeed an item on the manufacturing list for third-level vessels that could serve as an alternative energy source, but since that item cannot be produced, they are compelled to rely temporarily on these chemical fuels. Nevertheless, the formidable aspect of this battleship lies in its ability to accept any fuel, be it diesel or gasoline, even in a mixed form, without issue. Chapter 65. Prosperity in Arms. Xia Bai directly seized Hou Zhuang, pointing at the open reserve fuel tank, and instructed, once the battleship is operational, pour fuel into it. You have all witnessed how voraciously it consumes oil now. Fill it to the brim and alert me when we have but 1 barrel remaining. Remember, we must maintain a surplus. When we descend from the skies, we will undoubtedly land amidst the horde of corpses. If we run out of fuel, we shall be left to await our demise. Hou Zhuang and the others, already exhausted from their previous encounters with the zombies, nodded in agreement and proceeded to carry the fuel barrels alongside Chen Tianqing. However, Xia Bai interjected, Chen Tianqing, what are you doing? Come over here. Chen Tianqing, feeling dizzy, rushed over, and Xia Bai promptly granted him the authority to operate the battleship, stating, I have previously explained how to pilot the current battleship and the precautions to take. Is there any confusion? Upon hearing that he would be piloting the battleship, Chen Tianqing, who had been disoriented, instantly regained his focus, though he displayed a hint of hesitation, asking, Am I capable of this? This situation was far different from merely refueling. The recent battle, coupled with the military's catastrophic defeat and the ensuing chaos among the survivors, left Chen Tianqing trembling with unease. Xia Bai reassured him, You are an ace pilot of the Thunderbolt fighter. If you cannot do it, who can? He understood that such words of encouragement were more effective in this context than any others. It was imperative that the battleship's pilot did not falter. Gritting his teeth, Chen Tianqing replied, Leave it to me. Hou Zhuang seemed to perceive his roommate's tension and hesitation, calling out from behind, What the hell? This is utterly unfair. Here we are, toiling away, and you, Chen Tianqing, are off to pilot the battleship. If you do not want to do it, I will. Chen Tianqing retorted, Nonsense. You can't even drive a car. Do you wish to endanger us all? Xia Bai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and spoke in a firm tone, Prepare for takeoff. Chen Tianqing nodded vigorously, while Li Jingyang, in the back, shouted at the top of his lungs, May fortune favor our arms. With that, Xia Bai moved to the weapons operation module, striking the wall to reveal a seat that rose from the midsection of the battleship. Taking his place, he issued the ascent command with the authority of the captain at that moment. Chen Tianqing responded immediately, and the battleship emitted a thunderous roar as it ascended into the sky. System prompt. Your battleship has been activated, and the current system status is optimal. System prompt. The anti-gravity engine has been initiated. System prompt. You are currently in flight mode. System prompt. Your present flight altitude, 10 meters. 20 meters. Simultaneously, Xia Bai activated his weapon control platform, and a circular area with a diameter of 2 meters rose directly from his location, extending from the top of the battleship to form an independent combat fortress above it. Following this, the black armored walls surrounding Xia Bai illuminated one by one, while the holographic display provided him with a comprehensive 360-degree perspective. At that moment, as the battleship ascended, the zombies clinging to it fell like dumplings into the abyss below. While on the ground, a torrent of the undead surged forward with alarming speed. Xia Bai's gaze was met with countless zombies clinging desperately to the battleship. He first checked the status of the second weapon module. Although he was aware that a third-level battleship would incorporate an additional weapon module, he had assumed it would be yet another cannon, perfectly symmetrical with the existing one. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that this second weapon module was not merely a cannon. It was a 100mm naval gun. At that moment, the second weapon module was not in its extended state, hence it did not protrude from the battleship's exterior. Yet, Xia Bai felt a moment of confusion, as he had not prepared ammunition for such an artillery piece. He quickly glanced at the third-level manufacturing list. Although he still could not produce missiles, there were weapons compatible with this naval gun that had become available alongside the battleship's upgrade, allowing for the unlocking of numerous intermediate weapons. This naval gun would undoubtedly enhance the overall combat capability of the battleship significantly, yet it was of no immediate use. He swiftly opened fire, using the 360-degree rotating cannon to eliminate the multitude of zombies clinging to the upper deck of the battleship, clearing the final obstacle for its ascent. Taking a deep breath, he pressed a series of buttons on the side control panel, causing his operational position to once again shift, descending vertically from the top of the battleship. Amidst the heavy metallic sounds of transmission, he changed his location to directly beneath the battleship, where an endless swarm of zombies awaited below. The external cannon also maneuvered along its sliding track to position itself beneath the battleship, ready to launch an assault on the zombies below. Inside the battleship, Ho Zhuang and others hurriedly filled the fuel tank, while Lin Yong'an concluded his communication and rushed over to assist. Meanwhile, Chen Tianqing, at the helm, gripped the control stick tightly, his palms slick with sweat, anxiously watching the battleship's fuel levels plummet and then surge back up, all the while guiding the entire vessel skyward. Beneath their feet, the zombies surged like a black, bloody ocean, their wails merging into a cacophony, while farther away, survivors fled in panic, and the military's front line struggled to carve a lifeline through the tide of corpses encircling the survivor base in Ice City. Xia Bai inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the throng of zombies beneath him. The moment when the battleship steadied, he decisively pressed a crimson button on the side of the fire control lever. In an instant, a thunderbolt, 8 missiles shot forth with a piercing shriek, directly striking the horde of zombies. The ensuing explosion was nothing short of cataclysmic. Had Yang Qingji still been present, he would finally comprehend the purpose behind Xia Bai's procurement of missiles. In that moment, Xia Bai's battleship unleashed its full firepower into the sky. Accompanied by the fierce barrage of machine gun fire, a torrent of blood and carnage erupted amidst the densely packed tide of corpses. The energy points, once in a precarious state, surged upward as if propelled by a rocket. His aim was not merely to intercept this wave of zombies, but to harness the advantages of air superiority and formidable firepower to amass energy points. Meanwhile, as the battleship ascended from the throng of undead, the surging tide momentarily halted as if it had collided with a colossal reef. On the other side, the last group of survivors, relentlessly pursued by the zombies, along with members of the rescue coalition, looked on in astonishment as the battleship soared into the sky. However, when they realized that the vessel was opening fire on the zombies, and that those aboard were likely the very soldiers and survivors previously trapped within the horde, their shock swiftly morphed into ecstatic jubilation. Chapter 66. Total firepower. The battleship ascended steadily, the immense roar of the anti-gravity engines gradually diminishing as it gained altitude. The panoramic view provided by the holographic 360-degree command center was so vivid that, were it not for the cold touch of the control stick firmly gripped in his hand, Xia Bai might have believed he was truly seated in the heavens. In combat mode, the command center was physically isolated from the external battleship, yet he could still hear the sounds from outside, including the voices of the ship's crew. As soon as the battleship ascended, Xia Bai launched a Thunderbolt 8 missile, which, despite being an air-to-air projectile, proved astonishingly lethal against the densely packed zombies, who were but flesh and blood. This was Xia Bai's first experience launching a real missile, and the control stick felt surprisingly light and simple. The missile, trailing a long plume of fire, rocketed forth. A distance of over 100 meters was but a fleeting moment for it. The missile traced a diagonal trajectory through the air, crashing down upon the right side of the zombie horde, even impacting a nearby prison building. With a thunderous roar, a significant portion of that structure was violently breached, and the billowing dust was swiftly engulfed by the ascending flames. These flames were soon obscured by the thick, dark smoke that followed, and the explosion also affected an infantry fighting vehicle previously ensnared by the zombies, causing it to detonate as well. In that fleeting moment, Xia Bai's screen was filled with swirling clouds of dust. The terrifying tide of zombies was temporarily cleared, creating a brief gap in their relentless advance. The warship continues to rise slightly, yet it has essentially stabilized at its current altitude. This was previously discussed by Xia Bai and Chen Tianqing. Taking into account the energy consumption of the vessel, as well as Xia Bai's somewhat mediocre firing capabilities as a second-rate gunner and the surrounding environment. Although this height remains perilously elevated, with zombies occasionally leaping from the adjacent buildings onto the warship, it theoretically provides the optimal angle for attack in this particular setting. With the ship's cannons devoid of ammunition, Xia Bai dutifully keeps the secondary weapon module in a state of rest, while he deftly manipulates several buttons on the control panel to enhance the stability of his station. During this time, Xia Bai glanced sideways, where, from his vantage point, he could see the survivors behind him, resembling a dark torrent flowing towards the base of Survival I in the distance. Beyond the survivor base at Ice City Prison, a massive wave of zombies surged like an iron curtain, illuminated by the bursts of flames from heavy weaponry striking within the horde. The helicopter originally designated for the evacuation of key personnel had already turned back, patrolling the survivors' escape route while unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower to ensure safety on both flanks. Xia Bai witnessed a helicopter being gruesomely pulled from the sky by zombies, forming a ghastly bridge from an adjacent building, crashing violently into the structure and erupting into a fiery explosion against the cold sky. Everywhere, there were screams, roars of fury, the cacophony of gunfire, and the thunderous sound of explosions. Xia Bai had encountered such scenes more than once, having once been among the panicked throngs fleeing for their lives, where he not only feared the zombies but also the possibility of being trampled, crushed by vehicles, or struck down by stray bullets and shockwaves from blasts. He unleashed a torrent of firepower from the air. The ship's machine guns appeared to breathe fire, thundering from the heavens with dazzling brilliance, their gunfire overshadowing the roars of the zombies below. Learning from the fate of the previous helicopter, Xia Bai directed the machine guns not only at the zombies on the ground, but also at the buildings on either side. The 30mm cannons sweeping through the horde like a colossal hammer, unleashing a veritable storm of blood and carnage. Dust and blood rose from the ground, while the sides of the buildings were effortlessly breached, leaving gaping holes in their wake. The warship's machine guns boasted almost full-range mobility, with the process of swiveling the barrels being remarkably agile and responsive, devoid of any sense of obstruction or sluggishness. Within the combat chamber, Xia Bai felt a slight tremor when firing the Thunder 8, but otherwise experienced no turbulence as the machine guns discharged. Thus, aboard the warship, Xia Bai could unleash his firepower without restraint. Confronting the relentless tide of the undead, possessing a degree of aerial superiority renders one relatively secure. Xia Bai merely needs to be vigilant against any zombies that might drag them down from the flanking buildings. Of course, even if the zombies were to construct a human bridge to reach them, it is unlikely they could pull Xia Bai's warship from the heavens. While the vessel consumes vast quantities of fuel, the thrust provided by the anti-gravity engines is equally formidable. Furthermore, the upgraded Tier 3 outer armor is not something these ordinary zombies could breach with ease in such a short span of time. At this very moment, viewed from a distance, their warship dominates the sky, unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower, momentarily halting the terrifying onslaught of the undead. Yet, in the far distance, a dense mass of zombies surges forth like an ocean. Xia Bai's efforts to halt the zombies serve two primary purposes. Firstly, the extreme density of the undead here presents an exceptional opportunity for him to harvest energy points. A sweeping assault, even if it fails to eliminate many zombies, will nonetheless yield a significant number of energy points. Secondly, Xia Bai indeed seeks to carve out a lifeline in this desperate situation. The military is evidently overwhelmed. Without someone striving to buy time, the relentless tide of zombies will inevitably crush the survivors from behind. Under such an onslaught, the entire survivor base in Ice City would be obliterated, with the military and the survivors facing a grim fate. At least half would perish, if not be completely annihilated. Xia Bai's warship has endured thus far thanks to the efforts of the military and the Mutual Aid Society. He acknowledges that within this group of survivors, there are individuals as despicable as Huang Jingfu, if not worse, yet there are also good people. He does not see how abandoning this cause and watching the largest survivor faction in Longjiang province crumble could benefit him. That would not be rationality, but rather sheer callousness. Moreover, his current onslaught serves to amass a considerable amount of energy points, potentially rivaling the fruits of his labor over the past month. Chapter 67. The retreating army Chu Qing felt utterly unfortunate. Fleeing from the zombies in Ice City, and upon finally reaching the seemingly impregnable survivor base at the Ice City prison, she found herself caught in a mass exodus shortly thereafter as the base fell into chaos. To make matters worse, when the helicopter was brought down by the undead, she happened to be directly beneath it that moment. She was jostled in the crowd, frantically pushing forward, when a tremendous roar erupted. The helicopter, which had been raining fire upon the horde from above, plummeted into a nearby building. Startled, Chu Qing froze in place as someone bumped into her and continued their frantic escape. Raising her gaze, she beheld the catastrophic explosion, witnessing rotor blades flying through the air at high velocity, resembling a colossal, rotating guillotine descending from the heavens, cleaving through the throng of survivors below, mercilessly slicing through the flesh of every unfortunate soul in its path. It was as if a deluge of blood had been unleashed, flooding her vision with a vivid crimson hue in an instant. Had she not been frozen in fear at that very moment, merely taking half a step forward would have resulted in her becoming a victim of the bloodshed that ensued. Chu Qing's complexion was ashen. Yet, in truth, her current position was relatively secure. She found herself neither at the tail end of the fleeing survivors being pursued by zombies nor at the forefront. Instead, she was wedged amidst a throng of panicked escapees. Nevertheless, Chu Qing perceived her predicament as utterly dire. All around her were strangers, and the middle school boy who had fled from Ice City alongside her had seemingly vanished. In this chaotic mass of humanity, one moment a nefarious individual had roughly groped her chest, toppling her to the ground, and the next, a good Samaritan had yanked her up just in time, preventing her from being trampled in the ensuing pandemonium. Yet, in the blink of an eye, as the crowd surged, those who had aided her disappeared, replaced by unfamiliar faces, while vehicles thundered through the congested masses. Apart from a few meters of nearby space and a small patch of sky overhead, Chu Qing could see nothing. She was oblivious to whether the zombies had closed in or if the military was still engaged in battle, uncertain of the status of the retreating escape route. The surrounding chaos was so overwhelming that she could scarcely hear her own voice. The only sounds piercing through the cacophony were the resounding explosions. With each earth-shattering blast, her heart quaked, yet a sense of reassurance followed, for the explosions signified that others were still fighting, that the military had not abandoned them. Although she had previously berated the soldiers for not steadfastly protecting the civilian populace as depicted on television, she now found herself genuinely grateful to them. They may have evacuated a portion of the useful personnel, but they had not forsaken the ordinary citizens like her. Without the military's support, the tens of thousands gathered would likely have been consumed by the tide of corpses. The throng of escapees surged forward, and amidst the tumult, Chu Qing heard cries warning of advancing zombies, urging everyone to run ahead, prompting another frantic dash. Several times she nearly stumbled, but the sheer density of the crowd prevented her from falling, inadvertently preserving her life. For if one were to fall in such conditions, the chance of rising again would be slim. Chu Qing cleverly sought refuge behind a stout man, a rotund figure weighing over 200 pounds, who stood like a wall amidst the crowd, drenched in sweat yet sprinting for his life. Following closely behind him, she found herself somewhat relieved. Just then, however, a new wave of panic swept through the crowd as voices shouted that aliens were approaching, followed by cries that the alien spacecraft had taken off. The crowded survivors were once again engulfed in a wave of panic, yet news of hope emerged from the front lines. The military seemed to have opened a narrow exit. The sluggish torrent of survivors, resembling snails in their pace, finally began to accelerate. However, the announcement of an impending alien assault acted as a death knell, instigating further chaos as everyone rushed forward to this juncture. As the overall speed of the survivors' procession increased, the utility of vehicles became apparent. Though their speed remained akin to that of a snail compared to bygone days, they had transformed into essential lifelines. It was common knowledge that escaping the confines of the base necessitated a vehicle to truly evade the clutches of the undead. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic landscape, the zombies could outrun even Usain Bolt. With mere legs to rely upon, no survivor could hope to outpace the zombies. At this moment, members of the Mutual Aid Society stepped forward, organizing the survivors to board the vehicles, some even clambering atop the roofs. Amidst the chaos, a semblance of order emerged. However, it was said that the senior members of the Mutual Aid Society, having previously defended against the zombies, found themselves at the rear of the fleeing group. Thus, initially, their impact was quite limited, until later when more survivors began to emerge, gradually improving the situation. The tumultuous crowd, at this moment, revealed a glimmer of newfound order. Chu Qing was also pushing towards the nearest mutual aid vehicle, striving to survive. From her position, she could not discern the aliens or their ships behind her, but she was unconcerned. As long as the aliens had not yet reached her, her priority was to move forward with all her might. Just then, from behind the tide of survivors, a chorus of shouts erupted, more electrifying than the previous cries of alien arrival, surging like a wave. Some shouted, "That is not aliens, that is humanity. Someone is holding back the zombies." Immediately after, Chu Qing heard a deafening roar from behind, and turning to glance back, she found herself in the midst of a throng, unable to see what lay beyond. Yet, she was uplifted by the atmosphere of euphoric salvation, spurring her to dash forward with renewed vigor. Just as she was nearing the mutual aid vehicle, she heard someone in the crowd calling her name. Turning her head, she recognized a middle school student, trapped and visibly panicked within the throng. Gritting her teeth, Chu Qing hesitated briefly before plunging back into the crowd, struggling to reach the young student, grasping his hand firmly. "Fool, where have you been? A person like you won't last long in this apocalypse." With that, she dragged him once more towards the mutual aid vehicle. That moment, the pace of the survivors' escape quickened once again, creating gaps in the ranks as some survivors began to fall behind. Chu Qing watched as the mutual aid vehicle pulled ahead, successfully advancing along the path that the military had opened. Chapter 68. The extraordinary survivor. At the very same moment, outside the western gate of I-City Prison, amidst a substantial military presence, Division Commander Li Jianbei was intently fixated on a display screen aboard the tactical command vehicle. The image transmitted revealed a black aircraft, reminiscent of a sci-fi marvel, rising from the throng of zombies. Approximately a minute prior, this vessel had ascended from the utterly collapsed survivor front lines, amidst a dense mass of the undead, launching a Thunder 8 missile as its inaugural act, compelling all to confront the formidable behemoth that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield between humans and zombies. Just half a minute earlier, Li Jianbei had received a message from Company Commander Lin Yong'an, asserting that this aircraft belonged to a group of survivors and possessed formidable combat capabilities. IT would actively undertake the mission of intercepting the tide of zombies advancing from behind the survivors, thereby securing precious time for the city's large-scale evacuation. In open terrain, the firepower of such an aircraft would evidently be insufficient. However, intercepting the zombie horde pouring forth from the buildings would not pose a significant challenge for the craft, provided it had adequate firepower and air superiority. Nevertheless, this was the first time Li Jianbei had encountered a vessel that seemed to belong exclusively to the realm of science fiction, and he could scarcely fathom that it was the possession of a mere group of survivors, having lain hidden within I-City Prison. Its emergence would undoubtedly alleviate the pressure on Li Jianbei's armored division and enable more survivors to endure. As he observed the seemingly futuristic warship unleashing a torrent of firepower on the screen, an ethereal sense of unreality enveloped him. At that moment, his aide interjected, "Oldly, is this truly something that survivors could have cobbled together? Or could it be a secret weapon developed by some covert department?" Li Jianbei shook his head, replying, "I am well aware of the projects in I-City. I have not heard of anyone developing such a large aircraft. Moreover, according to Shaolin, the possessor of this craft is indeed a group of survivors." His aide expressed disbelief. "How is that possible? A group of ordinary people could not possibly. This is no ordinary survivor." Li Jianbei fell into contemplation, stating, "Do you recall the 4 Thunder series missiles that leaked from Shaoyang?" "Shaoyang? You mean Yang Changji, the one from Commander Yang's family?" The aide responded, "Wasn't he selling supplies and arms to the survivors on your behalf? Wasn't the intent to reclaim a batch of resources while equipping the survivors with surplus weaponry? But when did he ever manage to get his hands on missiles?" Li Jianbei replied, "That kid, although ostensibly assisting us, has also been covertly acquiring quite a few items and discreetly offloading them. His father has significant connections within the military, and some of his clandestine activities even elude my awareness. Yesterday, the armaments officer reported a shortage of 4 Thunder 8 missiles. It now appears that he sold them to the owner of that aircraft." The officer inquired, "Are you suggesting that if the individuals aboard that aircraft truly belong to a major organization or a clandestine military project, they would be unable to procure even missiles?" Li Jianbei, gazing at the screen depicting the relentless onslaught of firepower from the ominous warship, replied slowly, "Lin Yong'an is indeed correct. These are ordinary people, yet they are anything but typical survivors at this juncture." Li Jianbei shook his head and continued, "Yet, it is fortunate for them. Otherwise, as the zombies surge forth, the number of survivors in this city who would perish at their hands remains unknown. This group of ordinary people is now undertaking tasks that should rightfully fall to us." The officer hesitated slightly and asked, "Then what shall we do?" Li Jianbei responded, "Regardless of the origins of this aircraft, those inside are human and are aiding humanity. Notify all departments to refrain from opening fire. If necessary, we might even extend appropriate assistance to them. As for the background of these individuals and this aircraft, we shall discuss it once we have successfully departed from here. Furthermore, what is the nature of the abnormal zombie behavior patterns reported by the biological department? I also wish to establish direct communication with the pilot aboard that aircraft." However, Li Jianbei's wish remained unfulfilled, for at that very moment, chaos reigned aboard Xia Bai's warship. Lin Yong'an and the remaining soldiers, along with Ho Zhuang, were tirelessly refueling the rapidly depleting vessel, while women like young Xian were hauling a substantial supply of 30mm ammunition from the storage compartment to ensure that Xia Bai's autocannon would not fall silent. By land, situation had stabilized, and at that moment, a medic was treating a soldier for a bite wound in the medical bay. Chen Tianqing and Xia Bai were exceedingly busy, and the warship had not opened its communication channels to the outside. Consequently, Li Jianbei could only attempt to contact Lin Yong'an through rudimentary communication devices, but Lin Yong'an had already rushed to assist, leaving the equipment unattended and disregarding the communications from the command center. Thus, Li Jianbei found himself left in the lurch. Meanwhile, situated within the combat module, Xia Bai possessed a more expansive view than Chen Tianqing, who was piloting the warship. Through a 360-degree holographic screen, he could monitor the battlefield dynamics and stabilize fire. Under Chen Tianqing's control, the warship maintained an altitude of approximately 100 meters, not particularly high, yet sufficient to survey the densely packed horde of zombies below. The Class 3 warship boasted 2 missile bays, located on either side of its underside, while the autocannon was positioned at the front. Although Xia Bai had only a limited number of missiles, he had acquired ample 30mm ammunition from Yang Chengji. The large-caliber rounds swept through the throng of zombies with devastating force, transforming the ground into a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh, with gore and severed limbs scattered in the air. The autocannon fired at an astonishing rate, sweeping across the horde and reducing a line of zombies to a field of dismembered remains and blood. Yet, some fortunate zombies, not meeting their demise, crawled through the carnage, dragging their mangled bodies amidst the sea of corpses and blood. The battleship simultaneously retreated towards the survivors, while the military had carved a passage at the western exit ahead. At this moment, the survivors surged forth like a torrent, gradually increasing the distance between themselves and the encroaching horde of corpses. Xia Bai's battleship closely followed in their wake, weaving through the buildings, firing upon the zombie tide while retreating steadily. Although chaos still reigned in the scene, the situation had undeniably reached a point of stability and control, favoring humanity. Chapter 69. Where's my gun? The battleship's cannons unleashed brilliant flames, bullets forming a dazzling arc in midair, plowing through the ground and leaving a swath of zombie-free space in their wake, eliciting cheers from the survivors. A young man named Xiao Qian stood atop his perch, gazing up at the colossal shadow cast by the battleship overhead, exclaiming in astonishment. However, at that very moment, he heard a heart-wrenching cry from a group of survivors. Aliens! That is an alien battleship! Xiao Qian turned to see a corpulent, greasy middle-aged man crouched atop a Jetta, pointing at the battleship in the sky, his eyes wide with terror as he shouted. The greasy man bellowed, "That is an alien! We must run, quickly! I saw a similar style of alien spacecraft at the gas station, and this one is even larger. Definitely a flagship. We need to contact the military immediately and bring it down." Beside him, a survivor with a face full of acne glared at the man for a long moment before spitting and slapping the back of the middle-aged man's head, nearly knocking him off the Jetta. The acne-faced survivor then scolded, "Are you out of your mind? If that were an alien spacecraft, would it help us fight zombies? Moreover, if you can see it, why would the military need you to contact them? If it were truly an alien, wouldn't the military have already taken it down?" The greasy middle-aged man turned pale, fumbling at his waist in panic. After a moment of shock, he exclaimed, "Where is my gun? Who the hell took my gun amidst the chaos?" If Xia Bai were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as Huang Jingfu, who had just escaped under his nose during the commotion. The burly man regarded Huang Jingfu with disdain, saying, "We're all just trying to survive, so why put on an act? To me, this is definitely the military's ultimate weapon, rushing out to save the day as the situation collapses. Damn." This fellow seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, increasingly convinced of his own hypothesis. Huang Jingfu couldn't find his gun, and his companions were nowhere to be seen. He glanced at the tattooed man's imposing physique, and though still simmering with indignation, he could only cling to the edge of the vehicle, suppressing his frustration in silence. Yet at this moment, Xia Bai remained oblivious to the situation unfolding around him. He stood as the sole point of firepower aboard the warship, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the ground below. Waves of zombies were mercilessly obliterated in his wake, causing his energy points to surge dramatically, accelerating the warship's efficiency and harvesting the undead at a staggering rate, an escalation several times greater than his previous solitary hunts. It was akin to wielding a divine scythe against a field of grass. Of course, this was also attributable to the sheer density of the zombie horde in this vicinity. The formidable firepower of Xia Bai's warship briefly stemmed the tide of the undead. While a few managed to breach his defensive line, their numbers were few. The survivors, previously engulfed in despair, finally glimpsed a sliver of hope and fought with fervor to surge forward. Chen Tianqing exhibited remarkable aptitude in piloting. Despite having only heard Xia Bai's verbal accounts previously, he adeptly maneuvered the Tier 3 warship with impressive steadiness, ensuring that Xia Bai could maintain a stable barrage. As the gunfire erupted, Xia Bai's energy points ascended at an unprecedented rate amidst this colossal wave of undead. A single 30mm round could topple several zombies at once. Even those not struck directly in the head succumbed to the cannon's might. With each sweeping salvo, at least 20 energy points were accrued. Xia Bai found himself exhilarated. Such a dense horde of zombies was practically a gift of energy points. A night of sudden fortune awaited him today. While he continued to provide covering fire against the advancing zombies, Xia Bai also retreated alongside the survivors. The military had opened a path at the western exit, initiating a genuine retreat. The speed of the survivors' withdrawal increased, with those possessing vehicles and those without alike racing desperately towards safety. Xia Bai navigated above the throng of survivors, leaving behind a trail of carnage. Yet the sheer volume of zombies was overwhelming. As he cleared one area, more surged forth, trampling over the fallen corpses and even the still twitching remnants of the undead. At this juncture, he noticed that their warship was slowly making its way between the buildings towards the western exit, resembling a colossal whale gliding through the sky. Upon reaching this point, Xia Bai realized that the military had opted for a segmented retreat strategy. Military helicopters hovered above, maintaining absolute aerial dominance, while on the ground, the remaining troops of a single division dispersed along multiple escape routes. Each contingent carried a group of survivors, embarking along these paths to divert the oncoming horde of zombies. From Xia Bai's vantage point, he could discern, not far ahead, an ocean of zombies encircling the western exit, launching a frenzied assault on the living. The military's heavy firepower unleashed a barrage, clearing vast swathes of ground in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, the survivors, led by the military's prearranged formations, surged forth from various directions. The currents of survivors and military forces intersected here, breaking through under the cover and suppression of heavy firepower, drawing away the zombie horde. The lifeline has been opened by the military, yet chaos reigns among the survivors, with a considerable number of zombies intermingled among them. Some individuals act solely on the shouts of others, while others charge blindly in a frenzy. However, there are those who steadfastly follow the military's ranks, resolutely pushing forward in a bid to escape this land of death. At this moment, aside from the military personnel executing their orders and plans with unwavering stability, the majority are in a state of bewilderment. The deafening sounds of gunfire are no jest, compounded by the zombies that litter the ground. Even the most rational and composed individuals can succumb to panic in such an environment, easily swept away by those who scream the loudest. Some, in their haste, have driven recklessly for 100 meters, believing they were in the company of the military, only to realize, when surrounded by the feasting zombies, that they had strayed from the true ranks of the armed forces. At this juncture, everyone is consumed by their own desperate flight, and few pay heed to the Xia Bai battleship. Chapter 70. The tilting warship amidst the turmoil. The members of the Mutual Aid Group emerge as one of the most active factions on the battlefield. While Hongsheng fearlessly steps forward, leading his armed subordinates in a valiant effort to rescue others, assisting the military in stabilizing the survivors as much as possible during this chaos, saving as many lives as he can in the apocalypse. Two types of individuals tend to gather others around them: the ruthless and cunning survivalists, and those like Hua Hongsheng. The Xia Bai battleship is also gradually making its way out. Its mission to intercept the zombies is nearing completion, yet it continues to unleash a relentless barrage upon the densely packed undead. As they represent vital energy points, as their warship approached, it narrowly avoided a collision with an armed helicopter that was circling back. Through the holographic screen, Xia Bai could clearly see the gunners within the helicopter, who, momentarily stunned, turned to gaze at the colossal vessel nearby, their expressions akin to that of encountering a ghost. Although these soldiers had received orders confirming the helicopter's identity as friendly, the sight of such a craft left them all bewildered. Whose aircraft is this? Is it military property? Has it traversed from another dimension? Xia Bai even offered a rather unorthodox military salute, only to quickly realize that his combat platform's external observation was conducted via the holographic screen, rendering him invisible from the outside. Thus, with a reluctant withdrawal of his hand, the helicopter passed by the battleship, while Xia Bai aimed his cannon at the zombies surrounding the western exit. He was indeed intent on locating the presence of intelligent zombies. After the breach of the Ice City prison, although the horde that surged into the base was substantial, the signs of guided movement among them had significantly diminished. Conversely, the external tide of zombies was exceptionally ferocious. Xia Bai speculated that the number of intelligent zombies must be limited, likely being cowardly creatures that dared not enter the chaotic confines of the Ice City prison, remaining instead in the outside world. At this very moment, Xia Bai redirected the cannon, intending to confront the horde of zombies outside. However, chaos reigned beyond, with the undead surging like a relentless tide. Although their elevation was not significant, it was virtually impossible to discern a singular unique zombie amidst this sea of corpses. Just then, the warship suddenly dipped slightly, and the system alarm blared instantaneously. Warning, fuel insufficient. Outside, the voices of Ho Zhuang and others echoed. Only 2 barrels remain. At this juncture, Xia Bai found himself surrounded by both zombies and survivors below. Descending was far from a mere amusement. He quickly established communication with the pilot and urged, ascend to a greater altitude. Our objective has been achieved. Let us traverse the aerial route and exit this area to evade the swarm. Yet, at that very instant, Xia Bai's peripheral vision caught a glimpse on the holographic screen. An ominous shadow abruptly leaped into view. It was an exceedingly mutated entity, taking advantage of the warship's descent, launching itself from a nearby building with great height, akin to a projectile, and crashing violently against the warship's outer hull. Xia Bai's weapon was already aimed outward, but as he swiftly pivoted, the monstrous figure had already crashed heavily onto the ship's upper deck, followed by a cacophony of howls and terrifying scraping sounds as the creature began to tear at the warship's outer armor. This extreme mutation was even larger than the one Xia Bai had previously encountered, its strength astonishing, causing the entire vessel to tilt precariously, with alarms blaring from the upper armor. The destructive power of this extreme mutation was formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. It needed to be dealt with swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bai issued a direct order. Activate the warship's electromagnetic energy shield. Electromagnetic energy shield activated. The moment the shield engaged, Xia Bai observed through the holographic display as the extreme mutation was forcefully propelled away from the warship's hull. Without hesitation, he adjusted the cannon's aim, unleashing a barrage from the 30mm autocannon, the bullets slicing through the air. Yet, at that very moment, the warship once again tilted alarmingly. Warning, fuel insufficient. Warning, energy depletion imminent. It is advisable to replace with high-efficiency fuel to power the warship. Electromagnetic energy shield deactivated. As the warship continued its downward tilt, Xia Bai fired frantically. The creature crashed heavily into the mass of corpses below and began to sprint across the ground. Xia Bai's furious roar resonated amidst the thunderous discharge of the autocannon, the warship's tilt exacerbating the chaos as he frantically rotated the turret. The rapid movement of the cannon produced a series of jarring, scraping sounds. Nonetheless, even in this frantic pivot, the autocannon's bullets relentlessly pursued the fleeing monstrosity. The 30mm rounds tore through its thigh, muscles, and flesh, brutally halting its advance, ultimately reducing the creature to a grotesque mass of mangled flesh and blood upon the ground. Yet, the warship continued its slanted descent. Subsequently, a voice crackled through the communication. "Boss, I'm not sure what just happened, but the barrel of fuel we just accessed, along with the reserves and the main fuel tank, have all run dry at once. We are left with only 1 barrel." Xia Bai, however, was acutely aware of the reason behind it all. He had just activated an electromagnetic energy shield for approximately 5 seconds. But that this was not merely a matter of burning fuel. It was as if someone were lurking within the fuel tanks, guzzling down the very essence of energy. Xia Bai was taken aback. He had brought over a dozen barrels of gasoline, and in such a short span, they were entirely consumed. "Damn it! Descend immediately!" Xia Bai shouted, making his way from the command room to the cockpit. From this vantage point, he gazed down and beheld a throng of heads surging below, survivors, as well as zombies. The survivors were frantically fleeing, while the zombies pressed desperately into the crowd. Survivors, zombies, soldiers, chaos reigned everywhere. Outside the Ice City prison, a scene of utter pandemonium unfolded, drenched in blood and the anguished cries of the fallen, resembling a veritable hell on earth. Such sights were not unfamiliar to Xia Bai. Whenever a survivor base was breached and its inhabitants attempted to break free, there was always a moment of preparation within the base. Yet, once thrust into the tide of corpses outside, it was a time for everyone to showcase their skills. Xia Bai had initially contemplated whether he could locate an intelligent zombie among the horde to eliminate. But at this moment, Chapter 71. A mobile home more ferocious than an armored vehicle. At this very moment, the survivors from the direction of the Ice City prison had largely evacuated. Under military guidance, they had split into numerous escape teams, cutting through the zombie horde from various angles. Consequently, The zombie masses had been fragmented, resulting in widespread chaos. The fastest group was on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement of the undead surrounding the I-City prison. Several military helicopters provided covering fire, yet at this juncture, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, oblivious to details beyond their immediate concerns. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Chen Tianqing realized that the fuel was running low. If they continued to maintain the warship's form until all the fuel was exhausted, they would be left with a motionless shell akin to a turtle's carapace. Hearing Xia Bai's command to descend, he hastily prepared to lower the ship. As the bow of the warship dipped, he caught sight of the densely packed zombies below, some of which had already formed a veritable mountain of corpses, frantically clawing at the colossal object hovering above them, emitting a tremendous noise. Lacking experience in carving a path through the horde, Chen Tianqing relinquished control to Xia Bai, who took the pilot's seat. Maneuvering the warship to descend and evade the terrifying mass of zombies, steering towards a group of survivors rapidly making their escape under military direction. At the moment of landing, Xia Bai activated the energy-efficient camouflage mode, causing the warship to transform instantaneously into a vehicle the size of a mid-sized bus, akin to a transformer. However, with zombies surrounding them and the survivors already having scattered in various directions, few noticed this remarkable transformation. As the warship reverted to its original form, Ho Zhuang and the others lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. The recent battle against the zombies, coupled with the intense refueling effort, had pushed this group to their limits. Xia Bai barreled through the zombies, charging toward the direction of the survivor team that was swiftly breaking free under military leadership. The third-level warship SRV was exceptionally formidable, accelerating swiftly and crashing through the throngs of zombies, virtually unstoppable. Its ferocity was reminiscent of military armored vehicles. The situation of the escape squad was far from ideal, shielded by several military off-road and infantry fighting vehicles. They had over 20 cars, some even with people perched atop the roofs and trunks, flanked on both sides by ravenous zombies that relentlessly assaulted the survivors. As Xia Bai sped past, he witnessed an infantry fighting vehicle being engulfed by a sea of zombies, many of which were grotesquely disfigured, with severed limbs being a common sight. Some had lost significant portions of their bodies, their organs dragged several meters away, yet they still clawed desperately towards the living. Atop the infantry vehicle stood a soldier, firing frantically, his face a mask of despair. Upon seeing a massive luxury RV charging towards him, crushing through hordes of zombies with even greater ferocity than their own vehicle, the soldier's heart surged with hope as he cried out, "Save me! Save me!" Unfortunately for him, Xia Bai had no intention of courting trouble. Stopping now would surely invite death. The circumstances had shifted from when the warship soared above to the perilous reality he faced now. He had to forge ahead. Blood splattered across the RVS windshield, and a zombie, with only half a head remaining, was gnawing madly at the passenger side. However, the warship's polycarbonate glass was impervious. Even if the zombie shattered its teeth, it could not breach the driver's seat. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing survivors' convoy came into view. Just as he aimed to merge into the procession, a supercar surged forward, colliding with him at the same high speed, slightly nudging him aside. With Xia Bai's momentum, this minor impact nearly sent him crashing into the horde of zombies. A glance revealed a young man in the supercar mouthing the word scram. Clearly, he had not witnessed Xia Bai's earlier warship form. Did he think Xia Bai was someone to be trifled with? Without hesitation, Xia Bai swerved the steering wheel and rammed back into the supercar. The young man, caught completely off guard, frantically swerved to avoid Xia Bai's charge, but Xia Bai was already unreasonably plunging into the midst of the survivors' escape convoy. Xia Bai's current strategy was simple: navigate where it was safe. With zombies swarming outside the convoy, he squeezed into the center of the survivors' ranks, knowing that if he didn't push against others, they would inevitably push against him, and with his warship, who could possibly outmaneuver him? He forcefully carved out a path, merging into the throng of fleeing survivors, his RV akin to a tank amidst the chaos behind him. The young man in the supercar was fuming, pounding the steering wheel in frustration, but amidst the tumult, no one could hear his angry outbursts. However, there were some who attempted to draw a connection between Xia Bai's RV and the previously encountered warship, shouting at the top of their lungs. Yet, many who had originally been at the forefront of the fleeing crowd had not even glimpsed the shadow of a warship and thus remained unresponsive. Among those who had fleetingly seen the warship, it was difficult to reconcile such a vessel with the current ostentatious RV. Consequently, that small faction, amidst their shouting, began to harbor doubts, falling silent. Xia Bai, however, remained indifferent. The current circumstances were favorable, and he yearned only to make a swift exit, even distancing himself from the military. The warship had reached level 3, and although many issues persisted, a qualitative transformation had occurred. Coupled with the substantial arsenal obtained from Yang Chengji, they had genuinely attained a degree of independence. The convoy was racing at high speed. Although the military strategy of diversion had imposed pressure on everyone, it similarly reduced the threats and zombies faced on each side. Xia Bai maneuvered into the heart of the convoy, flanked by survivors, rendering himself quite secure, allowing him to finally exhale with some relief. At that moment, he heard a voice beside him. Just now, you were saving lives, and now it's may the death of a comrade spare the rest. Isn't that rather low? It was Lin Yong'an, who had somehow taken a seat in the co-pilot's position. His complexion appearing somewhat pale, Xia Bai glanced at him and replied, "One matter is distinct from another. I never claimed I wanted to be a savior." This was indeed a candid truth. At this juncture, Xia Bai merely sought to keep his head down. The role of the savior was one reserved for those of us in military service, with no relevance to you. Lin Yong'an exhaled deeply and asked, "Do you have any cigarettes left? That last pack of Zhonghua was quite good." Xia Bai rummaged through his belongings, producing a pack of Nanjing, tossing it to him. "Zhonghua is finished. I spent it all on gear, and there aren't many smokers on this side. In truth, none of Ho Zhuang's group smoked. It was Xia Bai, the seasoned survivor of the apocalypse, who harbored a penchant for cigarettes." Lin Yong'an lit one, savoring a deep drag, and as he exhaled, a hint of color returned to his pallid face. Chapter 72. Smoke. The survivors' fleeing convoy sped onward, distancing itself further from the direction of Ice City Prison, while the surrounding zombies gradually diminished, left behind. Xia Bai finally managed to release a long sigh of relief. He glanced back and witnessed Ho Zhuang and the others in disarray, sprawled across the floor and beds of the RV. The interior of Xia Bai's RV was entirely interconnected. Afterward, he turned his gaze back to Lin Yong'an. The soldier, one hand gripping his firearm and the other clutching a cigarette, had consumed 3 smokes in a mere 2 minutes. As if succumbing to addiction, Xia Bai suddenly remarked, "Thank you." Lin Yong'an looked at him with some surprise, replying, "What are you thanking me for?" Xia Bai said, "Without you all, we wouldn't have survived." Xia Bai spoke the truth. Had it not been for Lin Yong'an and his soldiers steadfastly holding the front line during those final 15 minutes, nearly 20 individuals would have perished, leaving only 3 survivors on their side. Lin Yong'an took a drag from his cigarette, shaking his head as he remarked, "What is there to thank? In times of peace, we, the local militia, find ourselves with idle hands. Now that we have a purpose, should we not strive to excel? Are we merely here to consume without contributing? Furthermore, over the past few days at the base, we have certainly acquired our fair share of miscellaneous supplies." Xia Bai cast a glance at him, smiled, and ceased this exchange of mutual flattery, stating, "Do you not feel it is rather unfair for your group of professionals to rescue a bunch of ordinary individuals lacking combat prowess?" Lin Yong'an countered, "Did you not just aid in saving lives as well?" Xia Bai replied, "My actions differ significantly from yours." Yet Xia Bai shook his head. He indeed had the intention of assisting other survivors. At that moment, he happened to be in the right place, possessing the capability, and was acutely aware of how drastically the population would dwindle in the future, leaving him with no justification to refrain from intervening. Moreover, although he had expended 1,000 energy points to upgrade his warship, he still held nearly 1,000 energy points in reserve, which was undeniably a lucrative investment. Lin Yong'an then inquired, "By the way, what exactly is this vehicle of yours?" Xia Bai merely smiled in silence. Lin Yong'an shot him a sidelong glance and cautioned, "I may be overstepping, but you should exercise caution. Although no one is currently overseeing these matters, when our division reunites in due course, it would be prudent for you to stay away. Otherwise, your peculiar contraption will undoubtedly be requisitioned, if not confiscated, by the research department." The warship was bound to the system, and no one could seize it from him. Yet Lin Yong'an spoke a kernel of truth. While the military might permit survivors to wield weapons and equipment, it was inconceivable that they would allow someone like Xia Bai to retain possession of such an extraordinary warship. Nevertheless, Xia Bai had no intention of rejoining the military presence in Ice City. Previously, he had contemplated leveraging the military support to survive the winter, but now that he had emerged, the military, accompanied by a multitude of survivors, would attract zombies wherever they went, posing constant danger. Xia Bai was more than capable of self-preservation and saw no necessity to align himself with the military. However, Lin Yong'an's warning was genuinely rooted in concern for Xia Bai. Xia Bai then posed, on another note, "Would you be interested in joining me? There's plenty of tobacco." Lin Yong'an chuckled softly, about to respond, when suddenly, a voice emerged from the rear of the RV. "He is losing consciousness." That referred to the soldier who had been gravely injured. Lin Yong'an glanced at Xia Bai before striding towards the back. The soldier had been bitten on the calf by a zombie and was now beginning the transformation process. The wound had darkened, and the veins were protruding in a purplish hue. As he lay on a cot positioned alongside the RV's, Lin Yong'an approached. The soldier was gripping Bai Lan's hand tightly. His mind clouded as he mumbled, "Sister, let me go. I can't be a burden to you. I can't." Bai Lan had also been bitten by a zombie, yet as an awakened being, she possessed a natural immunity to the zombie virus. In terms of the bite itself, it was not severe, and she, along with Ho Zhuang and the others, gathered around the soldier in silence. Ho Zhuang spoke, "Brother, you've worked hard. Just lie down for a while longer. Take some rest." The soldier's eyes began to glaze over. "My blood, the bed, I will spread the virus. It's all right. Just lie there. I can't open the car door while driving, so you need not worry about the bed or anything else." This voice came from the driver's seat, where Xia Bai uttered these words before continuing to drive in silence. The level of the battleship's medical bay was contingent upon the battleship itself. Currently, it was classified as Tier 3, and so was the medical bay. A Tier 3 medical bay was not considered low, capable of performing medium-scale surgeries. Its pharmaceutical supplies could be sourced from two avenues: ready-made medications for internal use, and a singularly functioning manufacturing facility within the medical bay that could synthesize any medication permissible for a Tier 3 battleship using energy points. However, a Tier 3 battleship was incapable of producing drugs to combat this alien virus, rendering it equally powerless against the infection. In fact, the Tier 3 battleship had unlocked numerous remarkable medications, yet those designed to counteract this virus were not deemed special by the battleship or the system. The existence of the battleship and the system was not predicated upon battling viruses. Hence, there were no specific antidotes for alien viruses, such as the previously encountered extreme virus suppressants, which were described as effective against most viruses. Therefore, if Xia Bai sought to procure a medication capable of resisting the alien virus from the battleship, it would not be specialized. Rather, it would likely be a general antiviral serum. Consequently, the construction of such a substance necessitated a battleship level slightly higher, with Xia Bai estimating at least a Tier 4 or 5 battleship to truly fabricate an antiviral serum capable of thwarting this extraterrestrial menace that left the entire Earth at its mercy. Meanwhile, Lin Yong'an, having just risen from the co-pilot seat, exhaled and said, "Thank you." Xia Bai shook his head, responding, "It's nothing. Rest assured, there won't be any mishaps." Lin Yong'an patted Xia Bai on the shoulder before turning to the rear, where he settled beside the soldier, placing the cigarette in his own mouth into the soldier's lips. Recognizing Lin Yong'an, the soldier mumbled, "Squad leader, you're really stingy, even now. You give me the remnants of your smoke." Lin Yong'an drew his gun from his waist, cocked it and held it in his hand, stating, "For someone on the verge of death, having a cigarette is a luxury. You can still lie on this soft bed, surrounded by the living. If I had such treatment when I die, I'd surely laugh my way back to life." The soldier truly chuckled at that. Wei Xiaoqi dashed over from the corner, grasping his hand tightly, silently gazing at him. The warrior gazed at Yi Xiaoqi, revealing a pallid and dismal smile. "I have a younger sister about your age, residing in the Magic City. I do not know. I simply do not know." Xia Bai, at the helm, drove steadily ahead. At that moment, their group of survivors had finally burst through the horde of zombies, steering along an alternate path towards an entirely different direction. According to the military strategy, they would temporarily disperse, regrouping at a designated location only after completely evading the undead. Just then, Xia Bai heard a gunshot ring out from behind, followed by Lin Yong'an's voice. "Open the door. We must dispose of the bodies." After a brief interval, Lin Yong'an returned to his seat, cigarette in mouth, staring out into the distance, somberly stating, "The other squads lost their leaders first. It seems I lack the ability to protect my own brothers." He continued, "By the way, I won't be returning that box of Nanjing cigarettes to you." Xia Bai replied, "You are free to consume or use anything I have here." Such a lavish man. Lin Yong'an took a drag of his cigarette, observing a fellow survivor's vehicle and the disheveled individuals both inside and outside, cursing, "How on earth has this world turned into such a wretched state?" Chapter 73. The Big Star on November 18th, in the desolate expanse north of City Prison. The sky had completely darkened. It had been nearly 4 hours since they had escaped the confines of City Prison, and the horde trailing behind Xia Bai's group had dwindled to the point of being nearly invisible. While zombies may be swifter than humans, they ultimately could not outpace a vehicle. After navigating several wide detours, the horde was finally shaken off. The military's objective had been accomplished, as they split into several factions, diverting the zombie swarm, thus making both the breakout and complete evasion of the horde feasible. The group to which Xia Bai belonged came to a gradual halt in the depths of a field, with a small village situated about a kilometer away. However, it was evident that everyone felt the desolate terrain was far more secure. For the vast majority of survivors, the past 4 hours had been a torment, not only psychologically but physically as well. Those with their own vehicles fared somewhat better, while others resorted to riding atop, on the hoods, or even in the trunks of others' cars. Many were jostled off during the tumultuous ride, and those remaining appeared utterly disheveled, with some having blisters on their hands and feet, bloodied and battered. Yet, despite their suffering, these individuals displayed no signs of anguish. Rather, they appeared exuberantly grateful to be alive. In stark contrast, for Xia Bai and his companions, the last 4 hours had been akin to a heavenly existence aboard their vehicle. Within the mobile home, every necessity was at their disposal, and the journey was remarkably smooth, with drivers rotating frequently to eliminate the risk of fatigue. Even when zombies lunged at them, the armored defenses of their vehicle rendered it unnecessary to be overly concerned, provided the numbers were manageable. Xia Bai even indulged in a bowl of instant noodles. Thus, when the vehicle finally came to a stop, while others were in disarray, he and his companions emerged invigorated. Stretching their limbs, compared to the other survivors, they seemed to be enjoying a leisurely road trip, with zombies merely serving as inconsequential scenery along the way. As soon as Xia Bai alighted from the vehicle, Lin Yong'an followed suit. Casting a glance at him, Xia Bai inquired, "What are you up to?" "I'm meeting up with my own people," Lin Yong'an replied, gesturing towards the front military armored vehicle. "Moreover, my communication device has malfunctioned, and I cannot reach the division headquarters." Xia Bai exhaled deeply, choosing not to retain him, but suddenly posed a question. "Do you know where I might find a nuclear reactor?" Lin Yong'an paused for a moment, glancing at the mobile home behind Xia Bai, realizing something, and shook his head. "I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't divulge it to you. To be frank, you can't set up such a thing right now." Although there have been discussions in previous years about developing small nuclear reactors, given the current circumstances, unless you have someone custom make one for you, it would be quite challenging to obtain a functional reactor. Even if you could, how would you install and operate it? This is no trivial matter. Xia Bai smiled and nodded. His inquiry was merely casual. While the military might indeed possess a small reactor that could be of use to him, procuring it would not be a swift endeavor. Given the current capabilities of his warship, attempting to negotiate with the military for a reactor or to engage in any form of exchange could likely result in the military commandeering his vessel, leading to a plethora of complications he wished to avoid. Thus, he refrained from pursuing such matters further. Subsequently, Xia Bai took the opportunity to remind Lin Yong'an of the existence of intelligent zombies. He currently lacked the resources to seek out and hunt these intelligent creatures, but the military might well have the capacity to do so. Of course, the military personnel likely did not require his reminder, but he felt it prudent to mention it, intending for Lin Yong'an to relay this back to the military. "I understand, rest assured. I will report this upwards," Lin Yong'an replied, exhaling a breath of relief. He then extracted another cigarette from the box of Nanjing provided by Xia Bai, lit it, and walked away. The last remaining recruit from his squad, carrying their remaining equipment, trailed behind him like a sycophantic shadow. Grinning as he asked, "Squad leader, could you spare me one?" Watching the two figures retreat, Xia Bai fell into contemplation. The inability to acquire a nuclear reactor was of little consequence. He had not harbored excessive hope for it. Moreover, as Lin Yong'an had pointed out, even if he managed to procure one, it might not be practical. Within the third-tier manufacturing list, there was indeed an item called a secondary energy module, which required 200 energy points to construct. According to the system's description, this device was a pure energy entity, specifically designed for the warship's bipolar fuel module, and could potentially prove more efficient than chemical fuels. While he pondered this, Lin Yong'an had already distanced himself. With the military's subsequent plans yet to be formulated, Xia Bai resolved to depart from this survivor group before rejoining the main military forces. He could redirect his course towards the Shangjing survivor base, which likely remained in Koet, or head towards Zhuhua City, a place where he had spent some time and deemed relatively safe, and which might serve as an excellent venue for hunting zombies to accumulate energy points. In truth, the various hydropower stations in Jilin province also present commendable options. However, such places are inherently obvious choices for anyone. They are frequented by numerous survivors and, regrettably, just as many zombies. Among the major hydropower stations in the 3 eastern provinces, the Songhua Lake Hydropower Station, as far as he knows, became a sanctuary for fleeing survivors during the early days of the apocalypse, ultimately transforming into a veritable nest teeming with the undead. The situation in such locales is likely quite similar. Should one venture there, reigniting the power station would be one challenge, but clearing the labyrinthine interiors infested with zombies would pose an exceedingly perilous dilemma. Thus, While supplying the warship with energy from a hydropower station is a splendid notion, it is fraught with impracticalities. Xia Bai pondered for a considerable time, only to eventually shake his head, straightening his posture with the intention of returning to familiarize himself with the warship's myriad new functions, as well as to scrutinize the Tier 3 manufacturing list for items of utility for both himself and the vessel. However, just as he stood upright, a voice from beside him pierced the air. "That's him. He's the one who collided with me." Xia Bai paused momentarily, turning to the source of the voice, and at first glance, he beheld a group of individuals clad in black, surrounding a young man and woman. To his surprise, both individuals seemed remarkably familiar. The young man was the very one who had recklessly collided with him in a sports car, while the young woman, strikingly attractive, was adorned with makeup even in the apocalypse. Xia Bai furrowed his brow, regarding the woman for a while, when it suddenly dawned upon him that she resembled a certain internet celebrity from before the apocalypse, perhaps named Su Yimin. The passage of time had dulled his memory, and had he encountered a star during the earlier days of the apocalypse, he would have surely felt a rush of excitement. Yet now, Xia Bai merely frowned slightly, contemplating how indeed Su Yimin was quite a beauty, even more so in reality than on screen, with a figure that could only be described as commendable, at least a C-cup, and her posterior. "Where the hell are you looking?" Xia Bai's lascivious gaze elicited the young man's palpable ire. He stepped forward, lifting the corner of his coat to reveal a portion of a sleek, black handgun, exuding a clear threat. "What's this? You bump into me, and now you're here for revenge?" Though the opposing group numbered 7, and aside from the 2 young individuals, the remaining 5 appeared to be bodyguard-like figures, Xia Bai felt little trepidation. If he were to falter, Bai Lan and the others were merely a shout away in the vehicle, ready to descend with a rocket launcher in hand. Nevertheless, Xia Bai found himself somewhat puzzled, scratching his nose as he mused. Did these people truly not realize he was the owner of the warship? In fact, they were entirely oblivious, as Xia Bai's location was a fair distance from the survivors, and amidst the chaos of the time, only a few had been attentive to the warship. Everyone was preoccupied with fleeing, unable to fixate on the vessel. Even those who had seen Xia Bai's warship would find it exceedingly difficult to connect a soaring ship with a luxurious RV in the present moment. Thus, this group remained unaware that Xia Bai's current vehicle was indeed that very black warship that once soared through the skies. Chapter 74. Purchasing a car. In this chapter, the illustrious actress Su Yimin stepped forward slightly to intercept a young man whose emotions were on the verge of explosion. She politely nodded to Xia Bai and said, "You should know who I am." Just as Xia Bai was about to respond, a voice filled with surprise suddenly erupted from behind him. "Wow, isn't that Su Yimin?" Turning around, Xia Bai saw Ho Zhuang, who had inexplicably poked his head out, eyes shining brightly as he swiftly hopped down from the car. "Tiancheng, come quickly. It's a big star. A real-life celebrity, my goddess." Su Yimin displayed a perfectly calibrated commercial smile. While she may not rival the true A-list stars, she was undoubtedly a top-tier figure among the second-tier celebrities, a goddess in the hearts of many otaku. Xia Bai, however, wore a displeased expression as he yanked the embarrassing Ho Zhuang back. Of course, in a previous life, he might not have been any stronger than Ho Zhuang, but at this moment, he was far more rational. Ho Zhuang blinked, standing obediently behind Xia Bai, though his mischievous eyes continued to roam over Su Yimin, inciting the young man to erupt in anger, yet he was once again halted by Su Yimin. Xia Bai cast a glance at Ho Zhuang, realizing that this seemingly honest fellow became far more unsettling when acting lecherous than any genuine sleaze. Su Yimin maintained her poised smile, stating, "Aside from the identity you are aware of, I am also a member of Su's Pharmaceuticals." Initially perplexed by how this celebrity, lacking in resources and power, could be accompanied by such a formidable entourage, Xia Bai considered that under normal circumstances, a star like her might find herself overwhelmed. However, it became clear that she was affiliated with a prominent consortium, which changed everything. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Bai inquired, "So, what are your intentions? I heard from my friend Xiaofan that you had a minor collision earlier. You might not realize that his vehicle is modified with special materials. I must admit, I didn't expect your car to have collided with his and then plowed through a horde of zombies with barely a scratch. Therefore, Su Yimin smiled graciously. I would like to purchase your car." Xia Bai responded, "Huh." Su Yimin continued, "Rest assured, our offer will be quite fair. We will provide you with one of our Desert Kings and a box of compressed biscuits. Trust me, no one will offer you a better deal than we will." This woman regarded Xia Bai with a confident smile, as if she believed she had presented an irresistible offer. Yet, Xia Bai shook his head and replied, "I'm not selling that. If you wish to buy a car, seek someone else." Su Yimin appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. "How about this? I will add 2 more boxes of compressed biscuits and a box of multivitamins." Surely, this price is sufficient? Xia Bai continued to shake his head, stating, I'm sorry, but I truly am not selling this car. Su Yimin was momentarily stunned, while the young man grew increasingly irate, exclaiming, You crashed into my car. And I haven't sought retribution from you. Don't overestimate your worth. Su Yimin, however, remained silent this time and did not obstruct the young man. Xia Bai smiled slightly and said, I will offer you 3 boxes of compressed biscuits in exchange for one of your hands. Do you find that appropriate? Su Yimin replied, That is not our intention. We merely wish to purchase your vehicle. We are also prepared to offer one of our cars in return. This transaction is quite fair. I understand that your car may hold significant value before the apocalypse, but at present, I believe 3 boxes of compressed biscuits would be more beneficial to you. The young man then lifted his shirt once more and declared, Kid, my sister is being polite. Don't expect me to reciprocate the courtesy. Are these two playing good cop, bad cop? Xia Bai responded, I apologize, but I genuinely do not require your measly biscuits. If you wish to be impolite, let us see who can be more uncivil. At that moment, a voice emerged from the RV. What is happening? What celebrity? As he spoke, Chen Tianqing rushed out of the RV, his eyes widening upon seeing Su Yimin. However, just then, the previously agitated Ho Zhuang pulled Chen Tianqing back, shaking his head at his roommate. Chen Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, while Bai Lan, who had peeked out behind him, seemed to comprehend the situation. She smiled and said to Xia Bai, The eggs are ready, and the rice will be cooked shortly. Once you are done with your business, please hurry back for dinner. With that, the awakened young woman offered a graceful smile, turned, and returned. She had not applied any makeup, yet her smile radiated an unexpectedly gentle brilliance. Xia Bai chuckled, I apologize, but we must dine now. Might I ask you to take your leave? If you wish to join us for a meal, it's simple. Bring a few bottles of vitamins, and I shall treat you. The young man's face flushed with anger at his words, ready to explode, but Su Yimin restrained him, shaking her head and saying, Then, I apologize for the disturbance. Should you be interested in selling the vehicle, feel free to contact me at any time. Xia Bai added, You are also welcome to visit me if you desire fried eggs. I still have some beef. Su Yimin refrained from further comment and departed with the disgruntled young man. Xia Bai smiled, fully aware that this group would not resort to violence over such trivial matters. That would be sheer madness. He then returned to the vehicle. Their supply of eggs was limited, and this would be their final meal, yet Xia Bai could produce more directly from the battleship if he wished. With the upgrades, the Level 3 battleship now boasted 2 manufacturing facilities, allowing Xia Bai to create a variety of items concurrently. Under Xia Bai's influence, Bai Lan and the others began to take an interest in culinary matters amidst the apocalypse. Now that they were secure, the first order of business was dinner. The RV was now equipped with a suggested kitchen setup, enabling them to prepare meals. At this moment, Xia Bai's RV battleship had truly taken shape, adeptly transforming into a warship for escape or reverting to a mobile luxury hotel. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Xia Bai finally had the opportunity to sit down and assess the current status of the battleship. He first turned his attention to the Tier 3 manufacturing list of the battleship. With the battleship advancing to Tier 3, the array of basic items it could produce expanded significantly. Chemical fuel, valued at 1 energy point per barrel, was among these. The increase in advanced pharmaceuticals would greatly enhance Xia Bai's ability to utilize the medical bay effectively. Beyond that, there were also some unique proprietary technological products. What particularly piqued Xia Bai's interest was the primary energy source, 200 energy points for 1 unit, comprised entirely of energy structures. For the battleship, this constituted an immediate energy resource. While it may not be as durable as nuclear power, it undeniably represented the most cost-effective propulsion option available to Xia Bai at present. Another item that captured Xia Bai's attention was the secondary biological enhancement injection. Chapter 75. Xia Bai's agricultural development plan. At that moment, Xia Bai spotted Bai Lan returning from outside and immediately sat up to inquire. How did it go? Were you able to procure the gasoline? During the preceding interval, Bai Lan and her group had gone to acquire fuel. However, Bai Lan shook her head and replied, No, the survivors scarcely possessed any fuel to begin with. They practically had none to spare. The amount left in their vehicles is all they have, and they are well aware that they will soon need to escape in their cars. This resource is as precious as food, and regardless of the price we offered, none were willing to sell. Xia Bai remained relatively unperturbed, as the primary energy source was already in the process of being manufactured. Once it was completed, fuel would no longer be a pressing issue. Bai Lan then added, However, the military has requested that we all come over. They seem eager to gather us survivors to convey something. Xia Bai nodded thoughtfully. There's no need for all of us to go. I shall only trouble our esteemed senior, Bai, to accompany me. Although he deemed it unlikely, Xia Bai felt it prudent to remain cautious regarding the military's intentions towards his battleship. Nevertheless, given the dwindling strength of the forces present, even if they had ulterior motives, they would hardly pose a significant threat to Xia Bai and his companions. Chapter 76. Subtle thoughts. The survivor group to which Xia Bai belonged consisted of around 100 individuals, and now most of them were gathered by the military, encircled near the 3 armored personnel carriers. They appeared weary and unwell, their expressions fatigued. The apocalypse had become a vast crucible, and none could expect to thrive in such an era. However, there were few representatives from the military present, the leading figure being a burly soldier accompanied by 5 or 6 armed comrades. Xia Bai did not see Lin Yong'an among them. The man with the bushy beard stood atop a wooden stump, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Brothers, compatriots, some of you may already be familiar with me, while others may not. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Sun Zhongwu, the deputy commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Brigade of the former Armored Division. We have all emerged together with this group, and in a sense, we have fought side by side as comrades. Would you not agree?" A few voices below echoed their agreement, but the majority remained silently observant of the man. Xia Bai and Bai Lan were nestled in a corner, also refraining from speaking. Bai Lan whispered, "This person is quite different from Lin Yong'an." Xia Bai chuckled, "Surely, you cannot expect every soldier to possess the same demeanor or style." Bai Lan paused momentarily in contemplation. Xia Bai, with a playful smile, shook his head at Bai Lan, realizing that even she had her moments of bewilderment. He couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle Bai Lan's hair. She swiftly turned her head, glaring at him. Xia Bai, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "How long has it been since you last washed your hair?" Bai Lan's face flushed deeper as she retorted, "Aside from you, who would dare waste water so extravagantly?" Xia Bai was taken aback for a moment before, rather unconsciously, he replied, "Well, since there's plenty of water, we can always find a way if we run low. However, shiny, well-groomed hair does look quite appealing." Bai Lan's cheeks turned even redder as she lifted her foot and stepped on Xia Bai's. He gasped, "You are an awakened. You know, did you not consider the possibility of fracturing my bones with that stomp?" Bai Lan huffed, finally retracting her foot. Meanwhile, Sun Zhongwu continued addressing the crowd, stating, "Moreover, as we speak, you are all benefiting from our protection, are you not?" Bai Lan shot a glance at the grimacing Xia Bai, pondering before asking, "Does it hurt?" "Yes, indeed. Would you care to blow on it?" Blow on it?" Bai Lan's face, which had almost returned to normal, flushed crimson once more as she exclaimed, "You pervert. I almost forgot you were the one who kissed the middle-aged male calculus teacher." Xia Bai was left dumbfounded, realizing that his impulsive actions on the first day of his rebirth might now become a lifelong embarrassment. Meanwhile, Sun Zhongwu had gradually delved into the crux of the matter. The bearded man, standing on the wooden stump, chuckled and said, "Ha ha, given that, I must regrettably make a request. I wish to unify the distribution of everyone's supplies. In other words, I need you to surrender your food, medicine, and beverages. You may retain your vehicles and weapons, but everything else must be handed over to our military for coordinated management." Upon hearing this, the survivors below erupted in uproar, while Xia Bai and Bai Lan immediately straightened their expressions. Turning to observe the smiling soldier atop the stump point, one survivor exclaimed, "When we were at Ice City Prison, the military never demanded our supplies." Another interjected, "The situation is different now. Consider this. Your strength is diminished, and should you be ambushed by zombies, lives would be lost, vehicles would be abandoned, and supplies would go to waste. It would be better to hand everything over. Our military will safeguard it for you." At that moment, another survivor interjected, "If we relinquish our supplies to you, will you allocate food to us daily, based on the number of people?" "Well, perhaps," Sun Zhongwu replied nonchalantly. However, the casualness of his response belied a far more ominous implication. The faces of the crowd paled. Su Yimin stepped forward and remarked, "Captain Sun, if I interpret your words correctly, it seems you intend to monopolize all our supplies." Sun Zhongwu retorted, "Not at all. I am not one to sever the means of survival for others. Based on your current supply levels, I assure you that I will proportionately reserve rations for you. So you need not worry." Su Yimin pressed, "But what exactly is that proportion?" "Perhaps 5%, Sun Zhongwu chuckled. "Of course, you may choose not to surrender your supplies. However, I must kindly ask you to leave. Should you wish to continue receiving our protection, you will need to abide by our regulations. At this juncture." Despite the smile on Sun Zhongwu's face, his intentions were unmistakably clear. The notion of consolidating and managing the survivors' resources was merely a facade. In truth, he sought to plunder everyone's provisions. Sun Zhongwu made no effort to disguise his objectives, openly stating them. They were emboldened by the military's absolute authority in this moment and place. Should one opt for supplies or the military's protection? For ordinary survivors, this presented an insurmountable dilemma. Moreover, Sun Zhongwu was not entirely ruthless. He would allow a mere 5% of the supplies to remain with them. Though scant, this might compel many to surrender their resources rather than venture forth alone. After all, given a choice, in such apocalyptic times, no individual would dare roam the wilderness alone. Xia Bai remained silent. Although Sun Zhongwu appeared overbearing, the military was well aware of the situation surrounding Xia Bai's battleship, and with Lin Yong'an having just departed, he truly had no concern of Sun Zhongwu resorting to force, unless the latter was a fool. As for the other survivors, their fate was of little concern to Xia Bai. The crowd exchanged glances, and someone shouted, "Aren't you afraid of your superiors finding out?" "That is not your concern," Sun Zhongwu replied, surveying the group until his gaze landed on Su Yimin. With a smile, he said, "Let us start with this star. You have several vehicles over there, so you must possess quite a bit, yes?" Su Yimin's expression shifted slightly as she retorted, "Do you know who I am?" Sun Zhongwu replied with a grin, "Su Pharmaceuticals. Right? I am aware. So we shall begin with you, Do you wish to continue accompanying us, or do you plan to go solo? By the way, I seem to have forgotten to mention, even if you choose to go your own way, you must leave half of your supplies with me. After all, we have fought hard for you all this time, and many brothers have perished. Now that you are safe, surely some form of compensation is in order? Do not be shocked or angered. When I spoke earlier, you all tacitly acknowledged that your survival up to this point is largely due to our efforts. On the other side, Bai Lan whispered, "Is he truly unafraid of returning to the military only to be dealt with?" Xia Bai shook his head, harboring a different thought. It seems that Sun Zhongwu does not wish to return to the military. Soldiers are still human. Just as there are individuals like Lin Yong'an, there are also those who feel fear and even aspire to carve their own paths, living for themselves. This is the most natural way of thinking. Sun Zhongwu's actions, in fact, display a certain level of compassion. At the very least, he has not resorted to extermination. Chapter 77. Brother Xia, do not stand on ceremony. The first to strike was none other than Sun Zhongwu, targeting the personnel from Su's Pharmaceuticals. The expression of the prominent star darkened as he led Sun Zhongwu and his companions to his convoy to transfer supplies. The fleet of Su's Pharmaceuticals was undoubtedly the most organized among this group of survivors, while the others were merely scattered ordinary individuals. They all followed closely behind Sun Zhongwu and Su Yimin, hoping that this prominent star, along with the heiress of Su's Pharmaceuticals, could mediate and alter the current predicament. Regrettably, although the young man in the sports car beside Su Yimin was visibly indignant, and Su Yimin herself wore a grim countenance, they surprisingly complied with the military's vehicle inspections, relinquishing the majority of their belongings. Watching as box after box of compressed biscuits was carted away, Sun Zhongwu's smile grew ever more radiant. He then turned to the soldiers behind him and declared, "Brothers, let us get to work. We must gather the supplies without hesitation." Xia Bai, also in the crowd, overheard someone muttering curses under their breath, yet no one dared to voice their discontent loudly. In truth, this act of plunder could be considered rather polite. Moreover, Sun Zhongwu's words held some validity. Although their current actions were not entirely honorable, the survivors had indeed survived thanks to Sun Zhongwu's assistance. Without these soldiers, the ordinary survivors would have had no hope of escaping the onslaught of the undead. Sun Zhongwu's subordinates dispersed to collect supplies from various survivors. Those with vehicles were mostly laden with goods, while those without were also searched. At this moment, those without any supplies became, in a sense, the ones who suffered no loss. Bai Lan spotted an individual crouched in a corner, their clothing tattered, observing the distressed survivors who dared not voice their anger, laughing heartily. Ironically, this person, who was starving and devoid of resources, was among the most unfortunate, yet now found themselves in a position of having incurred no losses. This perhaps exemplifies the so-called post-apocalyptic version of the AQ spirit. However, in Xia Bai's eyes, Sun Zhongwu and his men were, in fact, quite benevolent. Since they had commenced their plundering, they still allowed others to retain some portion, and they did not pursue total annihilation. After all, they were military personnel. Even if they intended to change their ways, they still preserved a modicum of compassion. Bai Lan took a deep breath, glanced toward Su Yimin and said, "What shall we do?" Xia Bai shook his head, cast a look in Su Yimin's direction, and, accompanied by Bai Lan, proceeded directly back to their mobile command center. The likelihood of Sun Zhongwu turning against them seemed slim. Their warships were stationed at the rear of the entire convoy, awaiting the consolidation of supplies, by which time the entire operation was nearing completion. During this period, a minor skirmish erupted when the owner of a Land Rover attempted to leave and refused to surrender half of the provisions, engaging in a heated exchange with the military personnel. Consequently, he was struck down by the butt of a rifle. The soldier showed no mercy, leaving a gash across the Land Rover owner's face, who lay motionless for a considerable time. This scene starkly illuminated the transformation of these soldiers, once regarded as protectors, into ferocious beasts. When the supplies were finally gathered over to Xia Bai's side, Sun Zhongwu personally led a contingent. He stood before Xia Bai, who was crouched behind a recreational vehicle, smoking a cigarette. After casting a glance at the vehicle, he chuckled and said, "You must be Brother Xia?" Xia Bai replied, "Do you know me? How could I not?" Sun Zhongwu responded with a hearty laugh. "Old Lin has informed me about you. I even saw you piloting that aircraft in the sky earlier. Not many survivors might have paid attention, but among us soldiers, who doesn't he know of you?" This was clearly a compliment. Xia Bai was aware that his ascent in the Level 3 warship had attracted considerable attention, yet he felt it had not reached such heights. This was not a film where every novel spectacle draws everyone's gaze. In the midst of such chaos, it was improbable that many had truly noticed him aside from those nearby and the military command. However, Xia Bai chose not to dispel the flattery. Instead, he reciprocated with a congenial demeanor, saying, "That was merely showy. It's our 37th Division and Commander Sun's brothers who are truly dependable. Otherwise, among so many survivors, how many could have made it out?" He paused, refraining from continuing, and similarly broke into a warm smile. Bai Lan stood behind him, leaning against the rear door of the recreational vehicle, appearing somewhat languid. Inside, one could even see Ho Zhuang, Qin Tianqing, and a few other young men engrossed in a lively game of landlord. Had this situation occurred in the initial days of the apocalypse, these university students would have been exceedingly anxious. However, the circumstances had changed. Having survived a horde of corpses, this scene was merely a minor affair. With the warship at their disposal, ready to deploy at a moment's notice, their concerns had significantly diminished. Sun Zhongwu also noticed the group playing cards inside and chuckled, saying, "Nothing much. I merely came to check on Brother Xia. At this juncture," he signaled to the soldiers behind him, who then brought forth a box of compressed biscuits and placed it before Xia Bai. Xia Bai was momentarily taken aback. Sun Zhongwu smiled and remarked, "A small token of appreciation, Brother Xia, don't be shy." This was perhaps the so-called preferential treatment. Meanwhile, the other survivors gathered around were left in a state of astonishment. Within this convoy, the foremost attention is drawn to Su Yimin and her team, while the second focal point undoubtedly belongs to Xia Bai and his imposing motorhome. Although most individuals remain unaware that Xia Bai's vehicle is the very battleship from before, and some have hardly even noticed its past presence, the powerful momentum with which this motorhome surged through the horde of zombies to join the convoy was witnessed by many. This vehicle, more formidable than an armored car, has already captivated the gaze of numerous onlookers, particularly after Xia Bai declined Su Yimin's request to purchase it, thereby elevating them to the status of central figures. Consequently, when Sun Zhongwu approached, a multitude of survivors gathered around, including Su Yimin, who stood at a distance, eager to discern what confidence Xia Bai possessed and how much he would ultimately relinquish in terms of supplies. Human psychology often operates in such a manner. When one is suffering, there exists a peculiar solace in hoping that others endure even greater hardships. However, the spectators who approached with a mindset of mere curiosity were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Sun Zhongwu was not there to demand supplies from Xia Bai, but rather to offer them. What on earth was happening? Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Xia Bai, however, merely smiled, turned to Bai Lan, and said, "Go fetch 2 packs of Nanjing for Captain Sun." Sun Zhongwu, holding 2 packs of Nanjing cigarettes, wore a beaming smile. "Brother Xia, it is no surprise that you are indeed Brother Xia, initiating our encounter with such generosity. Among so many survivors, none have such a magnanimous spirit." After a brief pause, he continued, "In truth, I have another matter to discuss. Brother Xia, what are your plans moving forward?" It became evident that he sought to recruit Xia Bai into his ranks. Yet, Xia Bai did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired, "What are your plans, Captain Sun?" Sun Zhongwu, unabashed, replied, "Ahead in Shuangfeng town, there lies a granary. It may not be vast, but it should contain a considerable amount of supplies. Once we arrive there, Lao Lin and his team will take 2 trucks of grain along with this batch of survivors. We will then either remain in the area or seek refuge elsewhere where zombies are sparse. Would you be interested in joining us, Brother Xia?" The notion of a granary did not particularly excite Xia Bai, yet the prospect of such a resource intrigued him. Previously, he had contemplated raiding granaries, but the ones he had identified were mostly located far from Ice City. Even if he managed to locate one, there was no certainty regarding the availability of grain or whether the military had already confiscated it, a distinct possibility. Thus, raiding a granary could prove to be a laborious endeavor with little reward. Moreover, Xia Bai's own transport capacity was limited, and he had yet to achieve efficiency in resource scavenging within Ice City. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, if he desired to find a place to settle, possessing a stockpile of grain would undoubtedly be advantageous. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Bai replied, "Once we reach Shuangfeng town, I shall provide you with my answer." Sun Zhongwu regarded Xia Bai with understanding, smiled, and courteously remarked, "Very well, we shall discuss it further then. As for today, we will handle the perimeter watch. You and your team should rest well." Xia Bai nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Thank you for your consideration. By the way, oh, you have any surplus gasoline? Diesel would suffice as well." Sun Zhongwu is a fearsome figure to others, yet he displays an unexpected courtesy towards Xia Bai, wryly remarking, "We are not affluent here either. This road veers away from the main thoroughfare, leading us into desolate wilderness. Let us discuss matters further when we reach Shuangfeng town ahead." With that, Sun Zhongwu departed with his entourage, having amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies from the survivors, nearly forming a small mountain. Of course, the majority of these provisions originated from Su Yimin and her convoy. Even in this apocalyptic scenario, the stark polarization of wealth is glaringly evident. Those possessing resources often hold vast quantities, while the destitute find themselves in utter despair. Not long after Sun Zhongwu's departure, voices began to rise in protest. "On what grounds do you refuse to surrender your supplies?" This outcry was directed at Xia Bai, yet it also resonated with the retreating Sun Zhongwu and his group. While Sun Zhongwu was present, these survivors dared not voice their grievances. Now that he had left, they felt emboldened to shout. A faction even surged forward, intent on seizing Xia Bai. Xia Bai remained unfazed. Retrieving a megaphone from behind the vehicle, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, he remarked, "If you wish to rob me, by all means, but consider this. Captain Sun just declared us brothers. If you snatch something from me, don't be surprised if you find yourself severely beaten before you can even warm it in your hands." This statement caused many to halt in their tracks. From a distance, Sun Zhongwu cleared his throat, commenting, "This fellow certainly knows how to flaunt his authority." Meanwhile, a young man from Su Yimin's side expressed his indignation, saying, "Why should we tolerate this? That scoundrel Sun Zhongwu has no respect for our Su group. Yet he fraternizes with these uncouth survivors from who knows where is he blind." Su Yimin, however, shook her head, saying, "Xia Bai and his group are likely not as simple as they appear." The young man gritted his teeth, retorting, "That Xia Bai is infuriating. If I had some capable people by my side," Su Yimin interjected, "and what would you do then? Don't you see? We are connected to those in power." Sun Zhongwu is indifferent because he has no desire to collaborate with the military. His cordiality towards Xia Bai's group surely stems from a wariness of certain imminent threats. Xia Bai's faction likely comprises veterans or international mercenaries of exceptional capability, compelling even Sun Zhongwu to tread lightly. Even with support, you cannot intimidate such formidable individuals. Just behave yourself. Meanwhile, Xia Bai clapped his hands and stood up, resembling a market vendor wielding a megaphone, proclaiming, "I am purchasing oil, diesel, or gasoline. All are welcome at fair prices. If you wish to negotiate, come and tap on my driver's window." With that, he returned to the RV, lazily handing over the parameters for the solar panels and Battleship's electromagnetic shield to Ho Zhuang, instructing him to conduct calculations using the battleship's computer. At this moment, Bai Lan inquired, "What should we do? Should we forge an alliance with Sun Zhongwu and his group?" Xia Bai shook his head and said, "What I mean is, since we are aware that there is a granary over at Shuangfeng, why not seize a truckload of grain first? As for the rest, what are your thoughts?" Bai Lan hesitated for a moment and replied, "I believe that Sun Zhongwu and his group are not exactly good people, and moreover." Upon hearing this, Xia Bai understood and smiled. "I see now. Let us continue to act independently. This coincides with my own thoughts. Given the current scale of our warship, we have opportunities wherever we go, and there is no need to entangle ourselves with others. It would be wiser to find a place to develop steadily." Upon hearing Xia Bai's words, Bai Lan and Ho Zhuang, among others, visibly relaxed, clearly agreeing that Sun Zhongwu was not an easy person to deal with. Xia Bai, however, chose not to elaborate further and pushed the matter aside, retreating to the front driver's seat to rest. He separated the driver's seat from the interior of the vehicle with a partition and waited for a while, hoping to see someone selling fuel. In truth, Xia Bai had enough fuel at the moment, but one can never be too prepared. Unfortunately, after the surrounding survivors dispersed, no one approached to sell gasoline. He dozed off briefly, only to be startled awake by a gentle tapping on his car window. When Xia Bai opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a dazzling sight that a woman, clad in tattered clothing reminiscent of a beggar, stood before him. Her figure was strikingly alluring, and despite her soiled appearance, her beauty was undeniable. She leaned closer, pressing her bosom against Xia Bai's window while casting flirtatious glances his way, her sultry voice penetrating even through the glass. "Big brother, how about a little fun?" Chapter 79. Heading to the granary, Xia Bai opened his mouth in surprise. To be honest, this dazzling sight invigorated him considerably. He glanced at the partition behind him and found himself contemplating mischievously. Checking the time, he noted it was just past noon. Perhaps he had just awakened from a slumber when he turned to find the young woman starting to lick the window with her crimson tongue. Startled, Xia Bai quickly rolled down the window and said, "Miss, I must inform you that my vehicle is splattered with blood today. Although I've wiped it down, it hasn't been disinfected, so there's no telling what viruses might linger." The woman's face paled instantly. She appeared completely taken aback. Xia Bai felt a wave of exasperation. The playful atmosphere had dissipated in an instant. "Xia Bai, that young woman." The two exchanged silent glances for a moment before she bent over and began to gag. Xia Bai remarked, "Theoretically, if you don't have any oral ulcers, you should be safe from infection. However, given the high virulence of such viruses, well, just pretend I said nothing." The awkwardness lingered for about 3 minutes, after which the young woman, having finished gagging, turned and walked away, disappearing into the vast night. Xia Bai could only exhale deeply and raise the window once more. He gazed at the crescent moon in the sky, lost in thought for a moment before gently closing his eyes and succumbing to a deep slumber. When Xia Bai awoke again, it was already past 6 o'clock in November in the eastern 3 provinces. The dawn light at this hour was still quite dim. Had it been December, the darkness would have been akin to that of night. Bai Lan and the others were already awake as Xia Bai pulled aside the partition. He caught sight of Bai Lan over there, attempting to wash her hair with half a bottle of water. Xia Bai paused for a moment, only to remember that he had remarked yesterday on how long it had been since this girl had washed her hair. In truth, Bai Lan was the resource manager of the entire mobile home. She kept a meticulous account of what supplies were available and in what quantities. It was she and Yang Xian who were responsible for cooking each day. Yet Bai Lan herself was the most frugal among them. Reluctant to expend anything unnecessarily, it seemed that she noticed Xia Bai's gaze, as she slightly lifted her head and cast a cool, expressionless glance in his direction. That moment, Ho Zhuang approached, stating, "Boss, I calculated last night that in order to power the ship's electromagnetic shield with solar batteries and keep it activated continuously, we would need at least 12 of those solar panels simultaneously. I climbed onto the roof this morning and checked. The area should be sufficient. However, I have never heard of solar panels with such a high photoelectric conversion rate. So, even if theoretically 12 could achieve this, we simply cannot procure such high-grade items. In fact, there may not even be solar panels on Earth with such conversion efficiency. 12. Xia Bai was taken aback, as this differed significantly from his own estimates. Yet, he understood that he had likely miscalculated. He was well aware of his own capabilities. However, the requirement of 12 solar panels implied a staggering demand of 3,006 energy points. Goodness, that was more expensive than upgrading from a level 2 to a level 3 warship. Yet, Xia Bai recognized that upgrading the warship only enhanced the exterior and basic modules. To truly fortify the vessel, an upgrade of the entire internal system was imperative. The electromagnetic shield must be operational, the medical bay needed to be upgraded, and many of the utilized armaments required replenishment. Furthermore, the energy issues of the warship necessitated the creation of a substantial amount of primary energy units. In the foreseeable future, the prospect of reaching level 4 would need to be postponed. Xia Bai needed to prioritize enhancing the hardware to genuinely empower the warship's combat capabilities. Otherwise, even if he blindly ascended to level 4, the ship would remain immobile, rendering the upgrade futile. Thus, Xia Bai felt no urgency. He had yet to fully develop the functionalities of the level 3 capabilities. Why rush to level 4? His current plan was to accompany Sun Zhongwu and the others to the granary to gather a batch of supplies. He intended to find a place slightly distant from Ice City to settle down, where they could not only weather the winter, but also feverishly accumulate energy points. As for this place, Xia Bai actually harbored a few thoughts in his heart. In his previous life, he had not wasted his time aimlessly. Although most of his days were spent wandering, he was well aware of several locations that were relatively safe, with fewer zombies and abundant supplies. Conversely, large supply depots like granaries were often the domains of powerful survivor factions or the military, which Xia Bai had dared not approach in his past life. In the vicinity of Ice City alone, he knew of 2 places that could serve as refuge. He aimed to equip himself and his battleship to the teeth before the arrival of spring. Originally, his plan was to eliminate external zombies from within the Ice City prison to acquire energy points, but the current situation had evidently surpassed his expectations. After a night, the extreme neurogenic adrenaline had been fully synthesized. while the secondary energy source was still nearly 5 hours away from completion. With 2 manufacturing facility modules at his disposal, Xia Bai's production speed had doubled, allowing him to craft items on 2 fronts. The secondary biological enhancement injection was a red syringe, its hue somewhat sinister. However, this substance could briefly grant ordinary individuals the combat prowess of awakened beings. Although it came with side effects, it was far superior to the alien virus. Xia Bai secured this item and disembarked from the vehicle. During the night, several sporadic zombies had emerged in the vicinity of their location, seemingly drawn by the scent of humanity. They staggered and prowled, inching closer, and once they were within a certain proximity, their keen sense of smell was sufficient to ascertain the direction of humans, prompting them to charge wildly towards this way. Fortunately, their numbers were few, and without exception, they were shot down by the soldiers deployed by Sun Zhongwu on the perimeter. Each gunshot fired by the military sent shivers down the spines of many within the camp. As Xia Bai stepped out of the vehicle, he immediately felt several scorching gazes upon him, those of other survivors. Their supplies had all been confiscated, while Xia Bai had retained everything, engaging in a reciprocal exchange with Sun Zhongwu. Naturally, these individuals felt a sense of resentment, particularly upon realizing that Sun Zhongwu did not intend to return to the military. They felt deceived yet dared not voice their grievances, resorting to intimidating Xia Bai with their stares. Were it not for the presence of Sun Zhongwu's men, they might have even contemplated robbing Xia Bai. However, it seemed that some recognized Xia Bai and his battleship, retreating to a safe distance, while others, content with the status quo, remained in their vehicles, having no demands beyond mere survival. Xia Bai had intended to step down and exchange a few words with Lin Yong'an, but before he could take more than 2 steps, he heard Sun Zhongwu announce their departure. Reluctantly, he returned to his mobile battleship, trailing behind the convoy as they headed towards the granary in Shuangfeng town. Yet, Xia Bai surmised that, with a month having passed since the apocalypse began, survivors had likely already occupied that location. Chapter 80. The Land of Silence. It turned out that Xia Bai had indeed underestimated the situation this time. The train derailed in Shuangfeng town, hurtling down from the tracks like a sword piercing through half of the town, collapsing an unknown number of structures. The train was infested with zombies, and combined with those lurking in the town, the once modest urban area was now nearly overrun with these terrifying, swaying beings. In such a place, even if one were aware of the existence of a granary, ordinary survivors would be reluctant to venture near. Sun Zhongwu was the first to halt, standing atop the vehicle and surveying the distance through binoculars. In contrast, Xia Bai found a more convenient approach. Although his warship's radar system remained rudimentary, its external observation systems were remarkably advanced. By adjusting the angle of an external camera, he could project a remarkably clear image of the situation ahead onto a holographic screen, even switching to a 3-dimensional mode. Xia Bai took a cursory glance and discerned that the granary was situated to the north of Shuangfeng town, a considerable distance from the urban area and conveniently located in the opposite direction of the train. From the imagery, it appeared devoid of zombies, and the granary's scale was smaller than Xia Bai had anticipated, consisting of merely 3 adjoining storage buildings and a small bungalow nearby, likely the residence of a caretaker. The presence of several abandoned vehicles further indicated that this granary had not been pillaged. If Xia Bai were to come alone, it would be difficult to ascertain the availability of supplies within, but the military's directive to send Sun Zhongwu and his team here clearly indicated that provisions were assuredly present. Should all 3 storage units be full, even if they transported away a truckload, proper storage thereafter would guarantee sustenance for at least 6 months. A flicker of excitement stirred within Xia Bai as he gazed at the granary. Ho Zhuang and the others craned their necks from behind Xia Bai, their eyes gleaming as they beheld the granary on the screen. Bai Lan appeared somewhat lost in thought, murmuring, "If we could secure 2 truckloads of grain, we could survive in the deep mountains for over half a year." Yet, Xia Bai remained composed. The clustering of zombies in Shuangfeng town posed a significant risk. Even with the promise of food ahead, he was not keen to take such a gamble alone. For the moment, he preferred to await Sun Zhongwu's decision. Sun Zhongwu did not deliberate for long, nor did he confer with the other survivors. He directed his 2 infantry fighting vehicles to clear a path, slowing their speed to maneuver around, approaching the granary from the outskirts of Shuangfeng town. Xia Bai followed suit without hesitation, trailing closely behind the military. The other survivors, however, hesitated. They understood that the grain had little to do with them, yet the military's advance left them reluctant to remain behind. It was uncertain which driver moved first, but soon, a substantial convoy of survivors followed suit, with Su Yimin's vehicle intermingled among them. Most had witnessed the conditions within Shuangfeng town, and now everyone appeared cautious, lowering their speeds and refraining from making loud noises. Those perched on the roofs of other vehicles were particularly anxious. However, The journey proved to be more uneventful than anticipated, not disturbing the zombies within the town. The two infantry fighting vehicles came to a stop first, with Sun Zhongwu leading his men out of the vehicles. Upon turning around, he spotted Xia Bai disembarking almost simultaneously. He instructed Qin Tianqing and the others to guard the vehicles while he, accompanied by Bai Lan and Ho Zhuang, descended. Lin Yong'an trailed closely behind Sun Zhongwu, and the two soldiers cast their gazes toward Xia Bai almost simultaneously. Their eyes met, and they exchanged subtle nods without uttering a word. Shortly thereafter, Sun Zhongwu led his team to search the nearby low buildings, as they intended to secure the 3 grain warehouses by first ensuring the safety of the surroundings. Otherwise, encountering even a single zombie during the transport would be intolerable. Meanwhile, Xia Bai headed straight for the 3 half-broken vehicles, all of which were older models. 2 of them had their doors firmly locked, while one had been driven a short distance away, its windshield shattered and the engine hood stained crimson with blood. The driver was nowhere to be found, though the car key remained in the ignition, suggesting the individual had abandoned the vehicle out of necessity, with no opportunity to retrieve the key. This fortunate turn of events benefited Xia Bai and his companions. As he was well aware that many survivors without vehicles were eyeing these cars, he firmly pressed Ho Zhuang into the bloody driver's seat, instructing, no matter who comes, do not give it away. If a special situation arises, have the silencer ready, understood? Ho Zhuang nodded, his expression one of deep disappointment as he remarked, you called me over, and I thought you were enamored with my brawny physique and wanted me to assist you in moving supplies. Xia Bai chuckled and shook his head, replying, exercise caution. This is no place for jest. On the other side, Sun Zhongwu and his team emerged, having evidently found no living or undead souls within the low building. Instead, they discovered a series of keys and promptly made their way toward the nearest grain warehouse. Xia Bai and Bai Lan followed closely behind them. The entire area surrounding the warehouse was eerily silent, devoid of even a single zombie. Meanwhile, the convoy of survivors had also arrived, and as Xia Bai had anticipated, many without vehicles rushed toward the half-broken cars. Su Yimin also exited her vehicle, but her attention was not on the cars. She squinted at the warehouse in the distance, feeling as if the right side of its peak appeared to be missing a section, though she couldn't tell if it was merely a trick of the light. Meanwhile, Sun Zhongwu and his team had reached the front of the central warehouse. A soldier with the keys approached the door, which proved to be somewhat resistant. After exerting some force, he managed to pull it open. However, the moment the door swung wide, a gaunt, bloodied hand suddenly shot out from the ground, its strength formidable as it clamped down on the soldier's ankle in a shocking twist. It yanked him inside the warehouse, and the door clicked shut behind him. Moments later, a muffled scream echoed from within. The soldier had never expected that the supposedly sealed warehouse would harbor a zombie awaiting his arrival. The others were equally taken aback, scattering in alarm, with Sun Zhongwu at the forefront raising his weapon. Before long, the door was gently pushed open from the inside, accompanied by the unsettling, rusty creaking of metal. A grotesque figure crawled out, a zombie, its lower half completely missing, leaving a bloodied section of spine exposed, with internal organs long gone. Yet it continued to crawl toward the living beings before it, fixated on Sun Zhongwu and his companions. However, at that very moment, a sudden gasp erupted among the survivors on the other side. Chapter 81. Hunting Creatures. Xia Bai swiftly turned his head and beheld a terrifying creature, approximately 2 meters in length, clinging to the roof of a Jetta among the survivors behind him. This creature resembled a colossal feline, its body adorned with blood-red skin akin to that of a scavenger, with blood vessels and even some internal organs grotesquely exposed. Yet, its skull retained an unsettling semblance to that of a human, featuring 4 symmetrically placed eyes, nostrils that were mere black voids, and an enormous mouth that stretched grotesquely to the roots of its ears, filled with long, densely packed fangs. Its limbs resembled those of a crawling beast, with hands transformed into sharp claws that effortlessly tore through the Jetta's metallic roof, yanking the utterly petrified survivor inside as if plucking a chick, and rendering them asunder in a gruesome display of vivisection, their entrails violently extracted and stuffed into the creature's maw. The unfortunate survivor, initially writhing and shrieking, succumbed to such a fatal injury, their body reduced to mere involuntary convulsions, viscous blood mixed with fragments of organs erupting from their mouth. This was an extreme mutant. Unlike zombies, extreme mutants may bear some resemblance, yet they are predominantly distinct. The appearance and behavior of these entities are intricately linked to their environment, as well as the assaults they have endured and the encounters they have experienced. Consequently, their attack patterns, behavioral capabilities, and lethality often remain unpredictable and elusive. Xia Bai cast a glance at the half-dismembered zombie sluggishly writhing before the warehouse door, finally grasping how such a half-zombie could have transformed into this abomination. Meanwhile, faced with this sudden appearance of the extreme mutant, the military personnel left behind immediately opened fire. The creature's physical resilience was evidently inferior to that of the formidable entity Xia Bai had previously encountered on the highway outside Ice City. Bullets struck its body, bursting forth with sprays of crimson, eliciting a frenzied howl from the monster. However, in stark contrast to its relatively weaker physical fortitude, its speed was astonishingly swift, darting through the survivors like a shadow, wreaking havoc and eliciting a cacophony of screams. Those survivors whose bodies had been shredded and innards devoured soon revived with a harrowing shriek, lunging at the nearest living beings. Meanwhile, at the granary, the warehouse door had been forcefully breached, revealing a scene akin to hell itself within. Approximately half of the stored grain had been stained crimson with blood, and atop this sanguine grain lay nearly 20 corpses, nearly identical to the previous zombie, their lower halves violently torn away, howling as they crawled, dragging exposed spines and dismembered bodies towards the outside. The unfortunate soldier from earlier staggered to his feet, howling as he charged forward. From this vantage point, the gaping hole at the apex of the granary was clearly visible, serving as the evident nest of the extreme mutant. He cast aside all that it had hunted, and as a result, the outside was stained only with blood, devoid of any living beings or even zombies. At this very moment, as the granary doors swung open, it was akin to unleashing Pandora's box. The zombies, regarded as sustenance by the extreme mutant, surged forth in a ravenous tide, attacking the genuine humans. Sun Zhongwu and his companions immediately opened fire, advancing forward while attempting to close the granary door, seeking to lock the zombies back inside and subsequently deal with the extreme mutant. In the brief span of time, the extreme mutant had already leaped onto the roof of an infantry fighting vehicle, its flesh and blood splattering, yet it clung tenaciously to the top, ferociously clawing and scraping at the vehicle's outer armor. Though it could not easily rend the armor apart, the vehicle itself was being violently shaken, threatening to be overturned. The survivors scattered in haste. Xia Bai cast a glance and declared, "Captain Sun, leave this creature to me. You handle your own situation." Regardless of the circumstances, if this extreme mutant was allowed to wreak havoc, no one would be able to transport the food contained within this granary, which had become a den of the undead. However, the other two granaries might still hold provisions. Moreover, with the military present, this was indeed the perfect opportunity to hunt down the extreme mutant and seize 100 energy points in one fell swoop. Xia Bai was in dire need of resources, but energy points were what he lacked the most. Such a boon was indispensable, yet impossible. He took a deep breath and grasped the walkie-talkie, stating, "Calling Chen Tianqing, I require assistance." The warship responded promptly. Meanwhile, Xia Bai and Bai Lan sprang into action without delay on the other side. The infantry fighting vehicle was violently overturned with a thunderous crash by the extreme mutant, which then crouched behind another survivor's vehicle, viciously tearing apart an unfortunate soul. In that moment, Xia Bai opened fire from another angle. Armed with his favorite M4, he fired from a distance of approximately 10 meters, successfully drawing the attention of the extreme mutant, which emitted a bone-chilling howl and leaped like a cannonball towards Xia Bai. Just then, Chen Tianqing drove the RV into the fray, colliding with both the monster and the vehicle, sending them flying. At that moment, the creature was mid-pounce when it was struck, its body soaring through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, Li Jingyang, who had already half emerged from the sunroof, lowered the rocket launcher he braced against his shoulder, and in an instant, fired a shot at such close range. The extreme mutant was struck, engulfed in flames and smoke amidst its earth-shattering wails. Yet it still did not succumb to death. Without a moment's hesitation, it struggled to burst forth from the flames, its body mangled and torn. Instinctively, it darted in another direction, only to be met with a hail of bullets from Bai Lan, which sent its flesh flying. Nevertheless, this creature still possessed the ability to leap, and it ferociously sprang from the ground, vaulting over Bai Lan and crashing onto an off-road vehicle nearby. However, its strength had already waned. It slipped slightly and tumbled down from the roof of the car. Yet, this was a monster birthed from a virus, and it was exceedingly ferocious. In an instant, it raised its head and opened its gaping maw towards the nearest survivor. Zhang.at that very moment, fortuitously standing before this beast was Su Yimin, the renowned star of Suez Pharmaceuticals. Chapter 82. Summer Bai's relentless pursuit for supplies as the extreme mutant lunged towards her. Su Yimin's complexion drained of color. A security guard clad in black unconsciously retreated, Overwhelmed by panic, in stark contrast, Su Yimin's reaction was one of sheer paralysis. Clutching her gun tightly, she found herself unable to raise it. In truth, this extreme mutant was already at the brink of collapse, having lost much of its body to the explosion. Once capable of leaping 5 meters high, it could now barely manage a meter. Its gaping jaws even splintered, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Yet, at that very instant, the heavy sound of gunfire erupted from one side. Bullets seemed to connect in midair, each one piercing the head of the already faltering extreme mutant with precision. The dense barrage of bullets carried a tremendous force, which brutally skewed the creature's head, smashing it against the adjacent car door. It was as if Su Yimin finally regained her senses. In shock, she turned her head to see Xia Bai approaching, gun in hand, his expression grave. Xia Bai unleashed a full 20 rounds of 5.5 caliber rifle bullets into the creature's skull, and only when it lay utterly motionless did he cease firing. Exhaling a breath of relief as he fixed his gaze on the beast, Su Yimin could hardly believe that, at such a critical moment, it was Xia Bai, whom she had previously clashed with, that had come to her rescue. A cold sweat broke over her. She had never anticipated that, in her moment of peril, she would stand frozen like a fool while those she had paid handsomely to protect her abandoned her. The irony of being saved by someone she had a past grievance with left her momentarily dazed. Eventually, she bit her crimson lip, leaning slightly forward, intending to express her gratitude. Thank you. However, Xia Bai seemed entirely oblivious to her presence. After confirming the extreme mutant had been slain, he simply turned and walked away. Su Yimin's half-formed words were swallowed back, and she stared blankly at Xia Bai's retreating figure, feeling utterly disregarded. Yet, in truth, she had misjudged him. Xia Bai truly did not disregard this prominent celebrity. Rather, he was entirely oblivious to her presence. Just moments ago, when Li Jingyang and his team launched their rocket, Xia Bai had already taken note of the situation. Sun Zhongwu was on the verge of sealing off the grain warehouse infested with zombies, while the undead from Shuangfeng town were drawn to the commotion, wailing as they approached. Xia Bai felt an urgent need to resolve the predicament at hand and swiftly procure the supplies. Thus, upon confirming that the extreme mutant was indeed deceased, he hurriedly turned towards the warehouse, dismissing the thought that he might have just saved someone amidst the chaos. In such tumultuous times, vanquishing the extreme mutant was a triumph in itself. Everything else paled in comparison to the significance of securing provisions. After all, it was a grain warehouse. Taking even one truckload would alleviate hunger for months to come. Meanwhile, Su Yimin was left standing there in a daze, feeling an inexplicable sting of neglect that was far more painful than the prospect of being devoured by the creature. That very moment, the gunfire erupting from their vicinity prompted a horde of zombies to surge towards Shuangfeng town's urban area. When Xia Bai arrived, Sun Zhongwu had already flung open the doors to the second grain warehouse. This time, fortune favored them. The interior was brimming with golden grains, albeit slightly damp. Sun Zhongwu and Xia Bai exchanged a glance of mutual understanding and commenced their labor. Lin Yong'an called out from behind, urging other survivors to assist in transporting the grain. Previously, such an occurrence would have been entirely unacceptable to Sun Zhongwu. He might have permitted Lin Yong'an and his group to take a couple of truckloads, but never would he allow the survivors to recklessly seize supplies. However, with the zombies closing in and 2 warehouses filled with grain, Sun Zhongwu realized he could no longer carry it all away. Though not a benevolent soul, he was not so selfish as to deny others what he could not claim himself. Thus he acquiesced to the situation. As the zombies swarmed towards them, every individual seemed to be aflame with urgency, frantically scrambling through the 2 open grain warehouses, utilizing every available container to gather supplies. Many stripped off their clothing to fill it with grain. Others, however, chose not to join the fray for food. Instead, they took advantage of the chaos to hijack vehicles belonging to unsuspecting survivors, driving off into the distance. The scene became exceedingly chaotic, with some even attempting to seize Xia Bai's RV, but all retreated in the face of the ominous firearms wielded by Chen Tianqing and his companions. Meanwhile, the celebrated star Su Yimin remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to assist in the transport of supplies. Although Xia Bai and only Bai Lan had ventured out, they proved far more formidable than the 10 or so individuals accompanying Sun Zhongwu. This was undoubtedly due to the presence of Bai Lan, an awakened one, whose strength was extraordinary. She eclipsed the combined might of Sun Zhongwu and his companions. Sun Zhongwu stood in astonishment, exclaiming, "Miss, you are an awakened one?" Xia Bai's appetite was modest. Filling the half-empty truck he had guarded would suffice. He covered it with cloth he had prepared in advance and lifted his gaze, noticing that the first wave of zombies had already arrived at the grain warehouse. The military personnel were firing erratically, the gunfire slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. In the midst of chaos, some fled for their lives, others were at a loss, and yet others frantically scrambled for provisions, while the military engaged in haphazard gunfire, and the zombies advanced like an inexorable tide, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Xia Bai was the first to retreat, while Sun Zhongwu and the others showed no intention of leaving. With a vehicle laden with supplies, Xia Bai commanded the mobile fortress to proceed, leading the way out of the granary. Xia Bai drove, with Ho Zhuang covering him against the encroaching undead from either side. A shot fired and then retreating was an esteemed tradition, especially since Xia Bai's warship had once again fully revealed itself. He had no desire to contend with those relentless in their pursuit of his vessel. As their vehicle set in motion, Xia Bai heard someone calling out to him from behind. To his surprise, he turned to see Su Yimin, the renowned star, standing there, exclaiming, "Xia Bai, would you be interested in joining Su's Pharmaceuticals? I can offer you the best opportunities for growth." The celebrity stood amidst the tempest, her lustrous black hair swaying gently in the wind, reminiscent of a scene from a film, exuding an ineffable beauty amidst the apocalypse. Unfortunately for her, Xia Bai offered no response in his previous life. Either the invitation from Su's Pharmaceuticals or the Western Wilderness Group would have been a dream come true, as securing a position as mere security or defense personnel would have been a formidable challenge for him. However, in this life, when it comes to opportunities for advancement, Xia Bai's own warship offered the greatest potential for development. With the ship's level raised and its facilities expanded, even extraterrestrial threats could be repelled. Could Su's group or the Western Wilderness Group claim the same? As Xia Bai drove away without a backward glance, he soon felt a piercing gaze beside him. Turning his head, he found Ho Zhuang staring intently at him, as if Xia Bai had sprouted flowers on his face. Xia Bai, puzzled, asked, "What's the matter? A hero saving a damsel, perhaps? A secret admiration? What nonsense! Watch out for the zombies creeping up on you." Chapter 83. Who was the thief? Having driven less than 2 kilometers, they were suddenly collided with. A black Santana emerged from the desolate terrain, seemingly intending to block their path, but the driver appeared in a state of utter panic, crashing headlong into the side of the warship. The Santana was traveling at a considerable speed. Had the warship been at level 2, it would have been pushed back several meters. However, at this moment, the warship had been upgraded to level 3, with its outer armor significantly reinforced. Consequently, the RV merely trembled slightly, shifting sideways by over half a meter, with only minor distortion at the point of impact. The Santana, on the other hand, had its bumper torn off and its front end grotesquely contorted. Appearing as if it had been the one struck, rather than the aggressor, a system alert rang out in Xia Bai's mind. "Dear Captain, your warship has sustained an impact. The current damage level is 3. Ho Zhuang exclaimed, "Is this not just a case of trying to extort us?" From the desolate expanse emerged a tractor, upon which stood 5 or 6 individuals, wielding various long agricultural implements. As they approached, they hastily dismounted. The owner of the Santana, a man in his 30s, also exited his vehicle, gripping a fire axe. Observing the dismal state of his Santana, he felt a pang of sorrow, yet his attention swiftly shifted to Xia Bai and his companions. His demeanor turning menacing as he commanded, "Everyone in the vehicle, step down. You've just looted supplies from Shuangfeng Town, Haven TU? I'm afraid your vehicle and goods now belong to us." This group clearly harbored intentions towards the granary of Shuangfeng Town. Yet they seemed aware of the situation there, daring not to take action, opting instead to lurk in the shadows and await an opportunity to benefit from the chaos. However, their hiding place was rather distant. From their vantage point, the granary was obscured, and they likely only heard the explosions and glimpsed the flames, remaining oblivious to the identity of the extreme mutant responsible. Otherwise, they would not have dared to confront Xia Bai and his companions. This band, lacking firearms, approaching Xia Bai for robbery was nothing short of absurd. Unfazed, Xia Bai swung open the door and stepped out, drawing his sidearm and firing 2 shots into the air. The man wielding the fire axe turned pale, collapsing to his knees. Xia Bai pointed his gun at the group, stating, "Enough of this. If you wish to live, siphon all the fuel from your vehicle for me." 10 minutes later, Xia Bai and his companions resumed their journey with remarkable ease. Thanks to the band of robbers, Xia Bai's RV and half-tank were now completely filled, and he entrusted the driving of the half-tank to Chen Tianqing while he returned to his warship. Meanwhile, the unfortunate group was left stranded in the wilderness, tending to their 2 fuel-less vehicles, exchanging glances of bewilderment. In truth, the fuel was somewhat superfluous, for his primary energy core had just been completed. This device was even more compact than Xia Bai had anticipated, resembling a sphere the size of a half basketball. After considerable examination, he was unable to open it. However, he was cautious not to become overly fixated on accessing it. According to the system's description, it was a pure energy core that could potentially explode. Xia Bai had no desire to detonate himself, so he simply placed the device into the energy compartment of his warship, activating it entirely. The moment Xia Bai inserted the primary energy core, he received a system prompt. Primary energy core detected. Primary energy core activated. Current warship's default energy scheme, chemical fuel. You may alter this default option via the system or the warship's control panel. Xia Bai exhaled deeply and commanded the system to switch to the primary energy core for power. Current warship's default energy scheme has been changed. Current warship's default energy scheme, pure energy source. Upon switching energy sources, there were no external changes to the warship. No shuddering of the hull occurred. Immediately, Xia Bai proceeded to the front and issued a command to switch the warship mode. System prompt, your warship is now online, and the entire system is functioning optimally. System prompt, the anti-gravity engine has been activated. System prompt, you are currently in flight. System prompt, your current altitude, 10 meters. 20 meters. Accompanied by the heavy rumble of the anti-gravity engine, Xia Bai's motorhome instantaneously transformed into a warship, gracefully ascending from the ground and casting a vast shadow below. Behind, the unfortunate souls who had just been robbed by Xia Bai and his companions stood in stunned silence, gazing in disbelief. After a moment, the man at the forefront, wielding a fire axe, muttered, "Have we provoked a monster?" Meanwhile, Xia Bai was already soaring into the skies, his warship gliding through the air, casting extensive shadows and cold light, resembling a colossal creature navigating the heavens. Yet, here, few could discern his presence. Xia Bai aimed to test the capabilities of the primary energy source to power the warship. As this energy source came online, a corresponding energy consumption interface appeared on the warship's operational display, allowing for real-time monitoring of the energy usage. This primary energy source proved far more potent than chemical fuels for the warship's power. After some calculations, he estimated that at the current rate of consumption, using this pure flight mode, a single primary energy source could sustain the warship's aerial navigation for over 2 hours. However, if all functionalities of the warship were activated, this duration might dwindle to under 2 hours. Engaging the more energy-intensive electromagnetic shield could further reduce it to half an hour. Nevertheless, should Xia Bai construct a solar battery system, he could redirect much of the energy consumption of various devices within the warship to the solar battery matrix, thereby maximizing the primary energy source's contribution to the essential navigational systems of the warship. Consequently, once Xia Bai amassed sufficient primary energy sources, supplemented by a solar power matrix, the energy dilemma of his warship would cease to be a concern. Moreover, the energy consumption in the motorhome form was significantly lower, making this energy source an indispensable asset for Xia Bai's warship in the future. If Xia Bai had unveiled these innovations before the apocalypse, he could have potentially amassed wealth and garnered academic acclaim. However, at this moment, this asset would serve as a monumental leverage for Xia Bai's warship to firmly establish itself amidst the apocalypse. Presently, he began to descend from the sky, awaiting Chen Tianqing and the others to catch up, ready to continue their advance. Chapter 84. Beautiful mountains and rivers of Zhuhua City. Our 37th Armored Division has rendezvoused with the 172nd Division and is currently stationed south of Ice City, bordering Jilin Province, providing security for all survivors. The broadcast echoed as Xia Bai's warship sped forward. As progress was made, Shuangfeng Town was completely left behind, and ahead lay an expanse of desolate fields. Occasionally, certain wild animals transformed into zombies would appear, though their sizes were mostly small, posing a limited threat to vehicles traveling at high speeds. For instance, a zombie field mouse suddenly darted out from the woods, squeaking wildly, and collided headlong into the side window of the vehicle he was driving, leaving a dent in the glass while it itself was sent flying, creating a rather comical and foolish spectacle. The journey was fraught with surprises yet devoid of peril. Along the way, they stumbled upon a gas station where they replenished their fuel supplies, addressing their resource scarcity. After nearly 3 hours of travel, Xia Bai finally reached his destination, Zhuhua City. Nestled beneath the Ice City, this city spans approximately 90,000 square kilometers and boasts a population of around 600,000. In truth, Xia Bai's arrival here was somewhat circuitous, as he had inadvertently circled back into the heart of Longjiang Province. This was a place Xia Bai had once inhabited in his previous life, regarded as a genuine geomantic treasure that time. After escaping from the survivor base in the Ice City prison, Xia Bai had originally intended to journey to Jilin Province, then onward to Liaoning Province, in hopes of discovering a safer survivor base within the military district there. However, disoriented by the relentless pursuit of zombies, he had unwittingly veered off course and ended up in Zhuhua City. Yet, this locale was undoubtedly a favorable one initially, There had been a contingent of military forces here, which evacuated a significant number of survivors within the first week of the apocalypse. Due to a limited troop presence and an excess of survivors, they did not converge with the forces from the Ice City, but instead retreated directly towards Jilin and Liaoning. This situation mirrors the current state of Longjiang Province, where scattered military units, burdened by an overwhelming number of survivors, are less inclined to rendezvous with larger cities and their surrounding survivor bases. They either seek nearby survivor bases or advance towards the Liaoning military district. The military aim to disperse survivors in this manner, establishing numerous gathering points, thereby alleviating pressure on various battalions. For instance, the 37th Armored Division, following the fall of the Ice City prison survivor base, proactively sought to join forces with other divisions. Prior to this, the 172nd Division had not provided reinforcements, partly due to communication issues, but also likely because they were grappling with their own substantial number of survivors. Their arrival would not necessarily bolster the defense against the zombies besieging the Ice City, and could potentially result in greater losses. For the 37th Division, desperately seeking to break through the zombie hordes, the presence or absence of the 172nd Division was irrelevant. What mattered was whether they could offer support after the 37th successfully made its escape. Of course, for Xia Bai, who had just made off with a truckload of supplies, these matters held little significance. With his warship reaching level 3, his self-preservation capabilities were sufficiently robust, and he had no immediate intention of relying on the military. Focusing on self-development was the current path to follow. Due to the military's withdrawal, half of the zombies in Juha City had gathered in the direction of the former military zone in the southern district, while the numbers in other districts were relatively sparse. Furthermore, with the early evacuation of survivors, this area boasted a significant surplus of supplies, making it an ideal choice for scattered survivors seeking refuge. To the northwest of this city lies a modestly scaled villa district, positioned in a state that is half urban and half suburban, where the number of zombies is significantly diminished. Xia Bai intends to settle there and, taking advantage of the winter, gradually hunt down the zombies roaming this city. There are at least over 300,000 zombies within these confines, making it a veritable sanctuary for leveling up in combat for Xia Bai. However, without the military, procuring weapons and equipment has become rather troublesome. With 12 solar panels, the energy reserves are soon to be fully stocked. Xia Bai traverses the outskirts of the city, heading straight for the villa area, where indeed, the number of zombies is scant. Along the way, he passes an old church. He recalls that during his previous visit, he had sought refuge there, warmly welcomed by a middle-aged survivor. It was only later that Xia Bai learned that this survivor was harboring his wife, who had already succumbed to the zombie affliction, and Xia Bai had nearly become her next meal. Ho Zhuang and the others often remark on Xia Bai's wealth of experience, but only he understands that such experience is merely the result of hard-earned lessons. He certainly possesses no miraculous ability to transform into a formidable survivor at the onset of the apocalypse. At this moment, the church stands wide open, seemingly devoid of the terrifying couple. Their convoy finally arrives at the villa district, a recently constructed area that has not yet sold out completely, with various amenities just beginning to be established. Thus, the number of pre-apocalypse inhabitants was minimal, and post-apocalypse zombies are even fewer. Upon their arrival, Bai Lan unexpectedly becomes quite animated, exclaiming over the intercom that she wishes to select her own house, exuding an air reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic nouveau riche purchasing a villa. Hearing Bai Lan's rare exuberance, Ho Zhuang wipes his brow and comments, "Indeed, every woman harbors a dream of owning a villa." Xia Bai remains silent. Eventually, Bai Lan settles on a villa located slightly deeper within the area, already adorned with furnishings. The former occupants, a family of 3, have all turned into zombies. The 2 of them conduct a thorough search of the villa, inside and out, leaving no corner unchecked, and eliminate the zombies before it can be deemed fit for habitation. Both vehicles are parked in the backyard, and given their intention to stay long-term, Ho Zhuang and the others busily carry in various supplies while Xia Bai sets up defensive positions throughout the house. He seals all the windows on the first floor, disinfects the entire area, and ensures that the vehicles are ready for immediate departure. Following this, he surveys the surrounding vicinity, dispatching all nearby zombies, and by the time they have settled down, darkness has enveloped the sky. Ho Zhuang uncovers a bottle of 1985 Lafite, a prized possession of the villa's former owner, and prepares to indulge. In fact, they stumble upon several delightful surprises, with Bai Lan even discovering a safe. After some effort to break it open, they find a substantial amount of cash inside. The group muses that they are no different from common burglars, though in reality, they have indeed taken the life of the previous owner. However, in this current era, $1 million in cash holds no greater value than a stack of worthless paper. Xia Bai exhibited a more pragmatic approach. After completing the internal fortifications, he devoted himself to observing the external circumstances. He devised a plan to embark on a path of exterminating zombies starting tomorrow. He contemplated dividing his group into 3 factions, one to safeguard their home, while the remaining 2 would venture forth, one contingent accompanying Xia Bai to hunt zombies and fervently accumulate energy points, while the other would scavenge for supplies. The number of survivors within the city was limited, yet numerous areas remained unexplored, presenting a veritable treasure trove. Naturally, their activities and presence would inevitably attract zombies. However, their numbers were few, and it would take considerable time for the zombies to gather in sufficient numbers to drive them away. During this interval, Xia Bai intended to seize every opportunity for advancement and resolve all matters aboard the battleship. Should he manage to ascend to level 4 in one fell swoop? With myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Xia Bai's immediate objective was singular: to procure 12 solar panels, establishing a foundation for sustainable development. Chapter 85. The parkour operation with a soft pop. The sound emanated from the silenced 5.56mm caliber M4A1. A zombie crumpled to the ground, and beside the swaying figure of the fallen undead, another staggering zombie suddenly became aware, its head grotesquely twisting over 100 degrees as it charged madly toward the source of the gunfire. Yet, it scarcely took 2 steps before another gunshot echoed in the air, and the creature's forehead burst open in a spray of crimson, foul, blackened blood oozing forth. Subsequently, this zombie too collapsed, its body convulsing involuntarily a few times before spreading a viscous puddle of dried, putrid blood on the ground, after which it lay still as time passed. The zombies on the streets had lost their former luster. Meanwhile, atop a 2-story building on the outskirts, Xia Bai lowered his weapon and cast a glance skyward, where snowflakes drifted lazily down, forming a thin layer upon the ground. It was November 21 SD, and the temperature in Longjiang province was steadily declining. This province, known for having the lowest temperatures in all of China, was on the cusp of winter. Remarkably, this marked the 3rd day since Xia Bai and his companions had arrived in Zhuhe City. At this moment, he stood atop the roof of a modest 2-story building near the city's outskirts, having just eradicated the few zombies lurking within. The location of this small structure was close to the densely populated southern district, yet it lay in stark contrast to the villa where Xia Bai resided. Furthermore, most of the survivors in Zhuhe City had long since evacuated, leaving behind only a handful who were unlikely to frequent this area. Xia Bai exhaled deeply, and after confirming once more the expanse of his surroundings, he retraced his steps along the original path. It appeared that this supermarket had already been ransacked by someone, as it contained little of value. The northern section bore extensive scorch marks, rendering the entire building desolate. Yet, this was precisely the location Xia Bai sought. He retrieved several gas canisters from the RV parked behind and filled the building with them, having collected these canisters from nearby restaurants and eateries. In this current season, gas, once an indispensable resource for every household, had become one of the least useful supplies. However, for Xia Bai, it held immense utility. After arranging the canisters, he affixed a small remote-controlled explosive device, crafted from a warship, onto one of the gas canisters in the corner. Satisfied with his work, he clapped his hands and returned to his vehicle. At that moment, the 2-story building before him had transformed into a perilous structure. Xia Bai seemed entirely oblivious to the danger he had created and promptly boarded the warship behind him, steering the vehicle toward a significant zombie congregation point in the southern district that he had previously observed. This site, once a nursing home, had apparently attracted numerous survivors who had amassed hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. However, the nursing home's entrance had long been breached by the undead, leaving nothing within or without but zombies. As Xia Bai drove over, he halted in a corner and began broadcasting music through the warship's high-grade speakers. Ha ha ha, you can't defeat me. No way, I am this strong. Ha ha ha, you can't catch up. La 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 la. Ha ha ha, you've been defeated. Come at me all together, I'm not afraid. Ha ha ha, you can't compete with me. The frenzied cacophony echoed throughout the nursing home, and at that moment, the zombies seemed to respond to some unseen call, turning their bodies and charging madly toward him. Xia Bai sealed all the windows of his vehicle and only began to reverse when the first zombie collided with his windshield like a harbinger of doom. Following that initial zombie, a throng of undead surged forth. Xia Bai intentionally lingered for 5 additional seconds, waiting for the zombies to pile up before he decisively began to reverse and veer toward the perilous building he had prepared. He maintained a moderate speed to ensure that the large horde of zombies could keep pace. However, he did not grow overly arrogant. Once he had drawn the zombies from that area, he proactively turned off the music. After all, if he attracted tens of thousands of zombies from the southern district, it would be an insurmountable challenge, resulting in a calamitous blunder. Nevertheless, as he progressed, accompanied by the wails of the pursuing zombies, additional undead were continuously drawn to him from both sides, relentlessly chasing after him. By the time he maneuvered through 2 streets, a dark tide of zombies had amassed behind Xia Bai. Observing this grotesque wave of the undead left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Just then, as he rounded a corner, lost in thought, he was startled to find, standing in the middle of the street, a high school girl with a backpack and glasses. The female high school student stood frozen in shock as she witnessed the terrifying scene of a rapidly approaching RV, followed closely by a horde of densely packed, ravenous zombies. In her stupor, her backpack fell to the ground with a thud, spilling an array of snacks onto the pavement. Xia Bai, taken aback by the commotion, swiftly swerved to the side, slightly reducing his speed in the blink of an eye. As he passed by the girl, he flung open his driver's side door and forcefully yanked her inside, lifting her by the waist and unceremoniously placing her into the passenger seat before shutting the door. He barely avoided colliding with a nearby lamppost, wrenching the steering wheel to stabilize his vehicle as he continued to drive forward, while behind him, a dozen zombies were perilously close to his rear. Amidst the chaos, Xia Bai thought he heard someone shouting, but it was quickly drowned out by the high-pitched screams of the girl he had just rescued and the howls of the undead outside. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the accelerator, racing ahead with a throng of zombies in pursuit. After navigating through 2 more streets, he finally spotted his designated hideout. This area had been cleared by Xia Bai. Devoid of any zombies, upon reaching it, he hastened his speed to shake off the relentless horde trailing behind, parking his vehicle behind the building he had previously cleansed of the undead, ensuring his RV remained concealed. At this moment, the bespectacled high school girl was still screaming. Xia Bai had intended to exchange a few words with her, but upon observing her frantic state, he merely shook his head, grabbed his rifle, and exited the vehicle. He swiftly dispatched several zombies clinging to his RV like leeches before darting towards the front of the building. Facing the oncoming swarm, he removed the silencer and fired 2 shots into the air. The gunfire triggered a frenzied rush of zombies, with the foremost one losing a leg, yet continuing to propel itself forward with unnatural speed. Chapter 86. It's all my doing. Seeing this, Xia Bai inhaled sharply and dashed into the building, having a distance of merely a dozen meters from the closest zombie. As he entered, the leading zombie was already at the doorway. He sprinted up to the 2nd floor and then ascended to the rooftop, where he hastily barricaded the entrance with pre-prepared items, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the sky. Meanwhile, the zombies below had begun to surge upward, their overwhelming numbers quickly displacing the makeshift blockade at the rooftop entrance. Reaching out with bloodied arms in a scene reminiscent of hell itself, in just a brief moment, the encroaching undead had nearly filled the 2nd floor, and outside, hundreds more were frantically converging on the building, drawn by the sound of gunfire and the scent of the living. Xia Bai knew he could not linger any longer. Taking a deep breath, he approached the edge of the rooftop, eliminating a few zombies that had obstructed his RV, and using the rope he had prepared earlier, he slid down from above. As soon as he landed, a zombie lunged out from the shadows, bearing its bloodied maw and lunging directly at Xia Bai. Startled, Xia Bai reflexively fired several shots, though he failed to strike the creature's vital points. Nevertheless, the force of the bullets sent the zombie tumbling to the ground. A cold sweat broke out on Xia Bai's forehead as he hastily opened the car door and jumped inside, promptly turning the vehicle around and speeding away into the distance. To his astonishment, the girl he had picked up from the roadside sat there in a daze, as if her soul had departed. However, Xia Bai had no time to concern himself with her. He pressed on, racing approximately 200 meters before retrieving the remote control for his bomb. With a firm press of the red button, an explosion erupted behind him. First, a burst of flames erupted from the corner of the precarious building, followed by a series of deafening explosions that culminated in the entire structure being engulfed in a roaring inferno. The cacophony of blasts was earth-shattering, and concurrently, Xia Bai's energy points surged upwards as if propelled by a rocket. Driving his car, he circled the vicinity of the building, maximizing his energy point collection. Of course, such a colossal explosion would subject his vehicle to some degree of shock. Xia Bai had meticulously planned this detonation throughout the morning, considering every aspect from luring the zombies to the arrangement and retreat strategy, even accounting for the distance to the villa area and the presence of flammable materials that could incite a citywide disaster. Despite the thoroughness of his preparations, Xia Bai felt that the scenario was somewhat excessively perilous. This was merely Xia Bai's first attempt to ascertain the feasibility of his plan. In fact, for his next endeavor, he intended to utilize drones manufactured by his warship. The most advanced model he could currently produce boasted specialized bulletproof armor, a maximum flight altitude of 5,000 meters, and capabilities for aerial photography and sound projection. However, due to the limitations of the warship's level, he was unable to create a military version equipped with weapons and additional functionalities. The reason he did not employ one this time was the exorbitant energy cost. He had accumulated insufficient energy points, with a single drone costing a staggering 280 points. Only by harvesting this wave of zombies could he afford to construct one. Moreover, crafting such a device would require over 20 hours. Nonetheless, with this technology at his disposal in the future, Xia Bai would no longer need to risk his own safety. The utility of the drones extended far beyond this singular application, promising to be invaluable in numerous scenarios. Consequently, he even abandoned his initial plan to produce a solar battery, prioritizing the drone's construction instead. The next time he took action, Xia Bai envisioned himself enjoying the fruits of technology from the safety of his vehicle. With 300 energy points per operation, excluding the time needed for site selection, preparation, and rest, he could feasibly execute 2 to 3 operations a week, nearly 1,000 energy points in a month. Contemplating this prospect, Xia Bai felt his mouth water, laughing aloud in delight. The path to wealth and the pinnacle of success was surely within reach. Certainly, if the past month has transpired in this manner, the distribution of zombies throughout the city will have undergone a significant transformation by that time. Circumstances may also change, and such explosions could potentially trigger a multitude of unforeseen consequences. The most common accidents in an apocalyptic scenario may not unfold as optimistically as Xia Bai envisions. As someone who has navigated the perils of the apocalypse for 5 years, Xia Bai is acutely aware of the unpredictable and frequent nature of emergencies in such a world, and he is prepared for them. However, despite this awareness, he feels a surge of exhilaration. The zombie aggregation pattern in Zhuhe City has afforded Xia Bai a considerable advantage. At this moment, he turns slightly, only to meet the terrified gaze of the girl beside him, who is screaming. Her expression, as she gazes at Xia Bai's beaming smile, is one of sheer horror. The two share a silent exchange for a brief moment, after which the bespectacled high school girl unleashes another piercing scream. Xia Bai. At that instant, his walkie-talkie crackles to life, and a somewhat anxious voice from Ho Zhuang comes through. "What is happening?" "I just heard a massive explosion." At this point, the bespectacled high school girl suddenly falls silent, appearing dazed. Xia Bai casts a calm glance her way and nonchalantly replies, "It's nothing, I did it." Strangely, upon hearing Xia Bai's declaration, Ho Zhuang seems to relax, as if in his mind, anything orchestrated by Xia Bai could not possibly be a source of danger. Meanwhile, the bespectacled high school girl, after a moment of stupor, listens intently for a while before opening her mouth once more to scream at a high decibel. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of scuffles ensues from Ho Zhuang's end, followed by the slightly tense voice of Bai Lan. "What is going on? Who is screaming?" Clearly, this awakened girl is under some misunderstanding. Xia Bai, not wishing to dwell on it, hastily responds, "It's nothing. I did it, just an accident, an accident." Chapter 87. The big sister Yi Hanyu feels somewhat disheartened. Before the apocalypse, she was a high school student at Qingyu Middle School in Zhuhe City, with fair skin and delicate features, yet she was not regarded as a flower among peers. Instead, she was known as the school's big sister, merely coasting through her days while surrounded by a gang of sisters, occasionally engaging in brawls, embodying the very essence of the student whom others feared and teachers found exasperating. In the eyes of many educators, this group of girls, led by Yi Hanyu, caused more trouble than certain boys. Yi Hanyu's disposition is one of wild abandon and carelessness. She is keenly aware that numerous students and teachers would wish for her swift disappearance, or for her to commit a grave error that could lead to expulsion, yet she stubbornly persists in her presence, intent on graduating. This status quo continued until the onset of the apocalypse. That fateful night, she was not at home but rather out enjoying herself with several of her sisters. One of her sister's boyfriends had transformed into a zombie, plunging them into utter chaos. Yi Hanyu and her companions found refuge in a small private room of a bar, evading the chaos for a full 2 days. Their phones had lost signal, and the utilities had been cut off. When they finally emerged after 2 days, they discovered a world plunged into apocalyptic despair, with zombies lurking in every corner of the streets. It was at this moment that Yi Hanyu awakened her abilities, becoming one of the awakened. Initially, she returned home only to find her parents missing, with no indication of whether they had fallen prey to the zombies or fled in haste. She then gathered her group of sisters, intending to follow the broadcast to the southern district in search of military evacuation. However, by that time, the southern district was overrun with zombies. Though Yi Hanyu's group was sizable, it comprised mostly of young women who were understandably terrified in this new world. Unable to reach any rescue personnel, they could only watch helplessly as the military evacuated a large number of survivors who had gathered earlier. Left with no other options, Yi Hanyu led her companions back to Qingyu High School. The outbreak had occurred at midnight, and since Qingyu High School was not a boarding institution, it surprisingly turned out to be quite secure. Being relatively distant from the southern district, Yi Hanyu and her group found themselves sheltering there for over a month, transforming the school into their fortress. They scavenged for supplies throughout the city, adapting to the drastically changed world at an astonishing pace that even adults would find challenging. Although Zhuhua City remained perilous, it was the city where Yi Hanyu had grown up, and their familiarity with it helped them establish a foothold. Once secure, they began devising plans for long-term survival, expanding their search for resources, and contemplating the possibility of converting the schoolyard into arable land for cultivation to ensure their future sustenance. During this time, they learned of a seed wholesale store near the southern district. Undeterred by the significant risks, Yi Hanyu bravely led a few individuals from Qingyu High School, determined to procure edible seeds for planting back at school. However, as with all plans, unforeseen events unfolded. Along the way, they encountered a horde of zombies, scattering their group in disarray. After a strenuous effort, Yi Hanyu managed to regroup with a few companions, only to hear a shocking revelation. One of their isolated friends had been abducted. It was said that a luxury RV, pursued by the horde, had taken them. Yi Hanyu was taken aback. Despite her reputation as a social girl disliked by many teachers and students at school, her role as the leader was well-deserved. She believed in protecting her friends, and no matter the circumstances, she would never abandon them if there was even the slightest chance of rescue. As she often stated, those who followed her were her responsibility, and she would step up in times of trouble. In that initial moment, Yi Hanyu feared that a rogue survivor had taken her friend to exploit her. Without hesitation, she sprang into action, commandeering a scavenged van with her companions, charging towards the direction where the horde surged. However, they had barely covered half the distance, not even reaching the tail end of the horde when a deafening explosion reverberated ahead. The entire ground seemed to shudder momentarily, as a vast expanse of flames erupted in the distance, only to be swiftly engulfed by the billowing, thick smoke that followed. Frankly speaking, Yi Hanyu was utterly bewildered. The occupants of her vehicle were equally dazed. She alighted from the car and managed to ascend to the rooftop of a nearby building, peering towards the direction of the explosion, only to realize that a building over there had indeed been obliterated. The surrounding area was swarming with zombies, all propelled into the air by the blast. Many of them were still alive, writhing in agony with severed limbs, reminiscent of a scene from hell itself. How could a perfectly intact building suddenly explode, especially in the dead of winter? From her vantage point, there was no trace of the RV. It was likely blown to smithereens. Yi Hanyu couldn't help but grit her teeth. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for her to lead her people over there. Despite the explosion, there remained a multitude of zombies flanking either side, and a reckless approach would not only fail to locate her companions, but could also jeopardize the lives of those with her. Furthermore, given the magnitude of the explosion, it was likely her comrade had perished as well, rendering any attempt to go there futile. With no other option, Yi Hanyu turned her group around and continued the search for seeds. By the time they returned to Qingyu Middle School, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The snow had long ceased, and although they had found seeds, they had lost a person, leaving a shadow of melancholy on each face. However, Yi Hanyu was taken aback when, around 4 o'clock, the RV unexpectedly approached them, bringing her comrade back. Stunned, she grabbed her trusty flamethrower and stepped out with her people. To her surprise, her sister appeared unscathed, though her expression revealed a state of shock, as if she were at a loss for words. The owner of the RV was an ordinary-looking young man. Upon inquiry, Yi Hanyu learned that her comrade had been rescued by this young man, who had specifically returned her to them without any of the nefarious intentions she had initially suspected. Yi Hanyu was somewhat astonished. She expressed her gratitude before voicing her skepticism. So, you're saying that you were being chased by zombies, and at a critical moment as you passed a building, it just happened to explode, allowing you to escape? The young man chuckled calmly, replying, "It didn't just happen to explode. I was the one who detonated it." Chapter 88. The Big Wolf Dog, wishing everyone a happy Qixi festival. Chapter 87. The Big Wolf Dog. Yi Hanyu smiled, scrutinizing the seemingly frail young man before her, and deep down, she found it hard to believe what Xia Bai had claimed. Yet, observing Xia Bai's demeanor, the remnants of zombie blood on him, and the current state of her comrade, who appeared utterly terrified, lent an air of credibility to his words. Yi Hanyu's skepticism lingered. In response, Xia Bai merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he stated, Your friend was nearly in peril because of me, so I returned her, and it's also a chance for us to get acquainted, to avoid any unnecessary conflicts in the future, which would be detrimental for everyone. After uttering such a remark, Xia Bai turned on her heel, intending to depart. Meanwhile, Yi Hanyu stood there, her mouth slightly agape, appearing somewhat bewildered. Had she just been given a preemptive warning? If this had occurred before the apocalypse, Yi Hanyu would have already thrown off her shoes and hurled them at her. After all, she had engaged in group brawls with boys from other schools and had even made it to the local news. Yet now, she was acutely aware of the deeper implications of the other party's words, especially in light of today's explosion. Conflicts among survivors in the apocalypse were no trifling matter. When clashes occurred, the loss of one or two lives hardly constituted a conflict. Yi Hanyu felt a twinge of apprehension. Taking a deep breath to steady her expression, she bravely retorted, "Ha, you're overthinking this. But do heed my warning. There's a ferocious wolf dog heading east from Chengyu. Don't let your flattering words be your last, only to be carried away and devoured." The wolf dog? However, the eastern direction of Chengyu High School led towards the villa area where Xia Bai resided. A flicker of interest crossed Xia Bai's mind, and with a wave of her hand and a word of thanks, she turned to leave. Though be honest, Xia Bai had not anticipated encountering such a group of survivors here. According to his memories, by the time he had arrived in this place during his previous life, Zhuhe City had long been devoid of such clusters of survivors, mostly consisting of one or two scattered individuals. Yi Hanyu and her group had been nothing but a distant memory, likely having left Zhuhe City by then. After all, it had only been a month since the apocalypse began. The situation was markedly different. If this city mirrored Xia Bai's recollections entirely, it would indeed be a ghostly occurrence. Though the military had withdrawn a significant number of survivors from Zhuhe City, it was improbable that every single person had departed. The presence of survivors here was inevitable, and they certainly weren't limited to just Yi Hanyu's group. Given that the southern half of the city was overrun with zombies, it was reasonable to assume that most survivors had congregated in this area. Xia Bai's intention behind returning that little girl was not entirely altruistic. He sought to ascertain the location of the survivor gathering point, so that if conflict arose, he could act decisively. As for the notion of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress, truth be told, since the explosion, that bespectacled girl had spent 50% of her time screaming and 40% crying. Xia Bai had spent an eternity simply inquiring about her companion's whereabouts. Engaging in romantic escapades with someone like her seemed utterly frivolous. As for the idea of preemptively eliminating this group of girls, Xia Bai considered himself not yet depraved enough to entertain such a twisted thought. Through this brief interaction, he perceived that both the bespectacled girl and Yi Hanyu were not inherently malevolent. Furthermore, the location of Chengyu Middle School lay directly south of their villa area. Having a group of survivors residing nearby could be advantageous. Should a horde of zombies approach, these high school students would serve as the first line of defense. As Xia Bai watched the luxurious, elongated vehicle gradually recede from view, Yi Hanyu shook her head. Sharing the same sentiments as Xia Bai, she believes that Xia Bai does not seem to be a malevolent individual, at least not the kind who, under the pretext of an impending apocalypse, resorts to cold-blooded violence, viewing those who engage amicably with other survivors as nothing more than naive fools. The world has indeed descended into chaos, but those who exploit this calamity to justify their own selfish and twisted inclinations find themselves cloaked in spurious righteousness. Dealing with the undead is exhausting, yet interacting with living beings proves even more taxing. Yi Hanyu is acutely aware that every person she encounters in this apocalypse is far more formidable than the typical miscreants or teachers she faced in school. Especially someone like Xia Bai, who dares to traverse the city in a luxury vehicle alone. Such individuals are indeed exceptional. Should a conflict arise, it would certainly lead to dire consequences, and among survivors, conflicts often escalate to total annihilation. While Yi Hanyu does not shy away from confrontation, she is unwilling to see her sisters perish inexplicably in such strife. To be killed not by zombies but by fellow humans. What a travesty that would be. However, should anyone threaten her or her own, she would not hesitate to retaliate. She cast a glance at the bespectacled girl brought back by Xia Bai, whose tear-streaked face was still blurred with sorrowful tears. "I say, please stop crying." Yi Hanyu extended her hand to gently ruffle the girl's hair, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. Nothing has happened to you. He hasn't harmed you, has he? If he spoke untruths or laid a hand on you, tell me and I shall deal with him. No, he didn't harm me, but that person is insane. Attracting zombies, blowing them up, and laughing maniacally." Yi Hanyu, upon hearing the girl's tremulous voice, couldn't suppress a curse, pondering how truly deranged that individual must be. At that moment, the bespectacled girl whispered, Hanyu, am I particularly useless? If it weren't for me, perhaps you all would face considerably less trouble. What do you mean useless? Although you weren't with us before the apocalypse, belonging to that group of exemplary students, you are not like those arrogant overachievers who disdain others. Who in our class, aside from you, would willingly sit beside me, be my friend, and help me with my studies? Rest assured, I will protect you. Moreover, think about it. If it weren't for your academic prowess in repairing the generator, would we have electricity now? The girl paused, a rare smile gracing her face, but soon, as if recalling something, she murmured, that was learned in school. It was my father and I. All right, it's nothing to fret about today. I found a bottle of ergo too. Here, take it to bolster your courage. But I don't drink. Chapter 89. You did bring the young lady back. When Xia Bai returned to the villa, the sky had completely darkened. He suspected that the wolf dog mentioned by Yi Hanyu might be an extreme mutant, for although her group consists entirely of females, there are still quite a number of them. While canine mutants are indeed stronger than regular zombies, they shouldn't pose an insurmountable challenge to so many survivors. Xia City is hardly considered large. To the east of Qingyu High School, not far away lies the villa district where Xia Bai resides. Here, an extreme mutant roams, posing an undeniable threat to them. Furthermore, an extreme mutant represents a staggering 100 energy points. When his battleship was at level 2, Xia Bai dared not provoke such a formidable entity, but now that it has reached level 3, with the outer deck fully upgraded, he possesses the means to hunt such creatures. At present, in Xia City, Xia Bai is not hesitant to demonstrate his prowess. He is acutely aware that his large-scale extermination of zombies will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous local survivors. While some may choose to maintain a distance, others will inevitably seek trouble. Thus, Xia Bai adopts a rather audacious demeanor, causing most who lack strength to think twice. However, this does not imply the absence of danger. At least for the first half-month, he must remain vigilant against the living. In this apocalyptic world, there exists no place devoid of peril. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Tianqing approaches him with a smile, saying, Brother Xia, I have set up the perimeter surveillance devices. Even the smallest intruder will be detected at the entrance of our courtyard. This surveillance system was procured by Xia Bai through the system, boasting superior quality, yet he was too indolent to install it himself, delegating the task entirely to Chen Tianqing and his group left behind. Xia Bai rubbed his hands together with a smile and inquired, Excellent. Have the proposed firepower points been established? Do you have the keys to those rooms? The essential supplies remain aboard the battleship. What of Hozhuang? Have they located the thermal insulation materials? And what about the induction stove and electric heater? In our northeastern region, without heating, we must devise our own solutions taking precautions against fire, theft, cold, humans, and zombies. Xia Bai is evidently intent on transforming this villa into a military fortress, regardless of how long they might reside here. Fortifications must be established first. Once Xia Bai had finished his rapid-fire inquiries, Chen Tianqing replied, Rest assured, we are nearly there. Hozhuang and I are planning to install the insulation tomorrow. With today's snowfall, the cold has intensified. However, we are not skilled in such matters. Brother Xia, will you handle it? As for the electrical appliances, we are all waiting for the solar panels you mentioned. Xia Bai pondered, realizing that the solar panels would be ready in a few hours, sufficient to provide power to the villa. He responded, Let us devise a plan together. We will take our time. Chen Tianqing nodded, casting a playful glance at Xia Bai before asking, Brother Xia, what did you get up to today? Xia Bai shot him a sidelong glance. Chen Tianqing, with a mischievous grin, continued, I heard a tale today that you made a woman cry. Where's that girl? Why didn't you bring her back? Xia Bai retorted. Who have you been listening to for such nonsense? Hozhuang was quite chatty about it. I even heard that Sister Bai Lan thought something had happened to you and was asking around. Can you imagine how awkward that must have been for her? Xia Bai merely opened his mouth, but at that moment, what could he possibly say? He could only obediently enter the house and find a corner to sit down in. To be honest, Xia Bai felt quite awkward himself. Throughout the entire night, he sensed that everyone's gaze upon him was rather peculiar. It seemed as though each person wanted to say something, yet none of them uttered a word, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly uncomfortable. Even Yi Shaoqi, who was oblivious to everything, could detect something amiss, perceiving that Xia Bai's treatment today was somewhat dismal. She hurried over, presenting Xia Bai with a lollipop, and cheerfully remarked, Last time I mentioned wanting candy, Sister Bai Lan went out today and specially brought this back for me. Here, have one. Up before Xia Bai could respond, Bai Lan reached out and pulled Yi Shaoqi back, saying, That candy is for you. Don't share it with others. Yi Shaoqi paused for a moment, glancing between Xia Bai and Bai Lan, appearing somewhat adorable. After a brief moment, as if she had come to a realization, she ran off. Bai Lan maintained a calm demeanor and looked at Xia Bai, saying, "Today we discovered a small distribution point for bottled water. It hasn't been disturbed, but a truck cannot transport it all." Xia Bai replied, "I'll accompany you tomorrow. There's a bathtub on the second floor. Let us take a proper bath." Bai Lan seemed surprised that Xia Bai's first thought was about bathing. She paused slightly and remarked, "Even in this apocalyptic world, why do we feel as though we are merely fleeing? You act as if you were on vacation." Xia Bai chuckled and said, "Tomorrow, I'll see if I can set up the solar panels and connect them to the existing water heater here. Then you can enjoy a hot shower too." Bai Lan cast a glance at Xia Bai, as if she wanted to say something more, but ultimately remained silent. In truth, she had not bathed in quite some time. At most, she had wiped herself down with a damp towel. As a young girl, despite the wastefulness of bathing, she secretly longed for a proper hot shower. Nevertheless, Bai Lan sighed and said, "The Songhua River has been polluted. What if one day we cannot find resources?" This time, Xia Bai interrupted her before she could finish, saying, "Don't worry. If that day comes when we can no longer find resources, it will mean we have reached a point where we can grow our own food and be self-sufficient." Hearing such words, Bai Lan couldn't help but lift her gaze to Xia Bai. Ever since she met him, it seemed as though every word he spoke had come to fruition. Escaping the school, reaching the survivor base at Ice City Prison, and even fighting their way through hordes of zombies. Could it really be true? Would there come a day when they no longer had to scavenge for supplies at the risk of being attacked by zombies? Bai Lan was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Xia Bai smiled and said, "Then let us begin with hot baths starting tomorrow." Bai Lan looked at him and replied, "That's fine. But who is that little girl? Don't be irresponsible. You better bring her back." Chapter 90. New circumstances. The following day, Xia Bai commenced utilizing the solar power generator he had constructed. While a single generator would prove inadequate for a warship, he decided to employ it to supply power to the villa. Although it could not meet substantial demands, the presence of electricity amidst the apocalypse was nothing short of miraculous for those in dire straits. Ho Zhuang and Li Jingyang even excitedly discussed the prospect of heading to the city's internet CAF to procure several computers, eager to connect and play Republic of Glory. Without needing Xia Bai to intervene, Bai Lan interjected, "Playing games in the apocalypse? Do you wish to court death?" Of course, Ho Zhuang and the others were merely jesting. While it may appear that they had firmly established themselves in this refuge, their previous experiences at the survivor base in Ice City Prison had demonstrated a facade of security. Even the survivors there had been overwhelmed by a horde of zombies. Their small outpost was hardly safe and could encounter grave danger at any moment. Especially now, without military personnel to maintain vigilance, the onus of security rested solely on their shoulders. Although Ho Zhuang and the others were somewhat carefree, they were not foolish enough to truly consider bringing in computers. Despite their jovial banter, they would never actually take such a risk. Moreover, while the few of them remained alive in this place, the occasional zombie was still drawn to their presence. Sometimes only one or two would appear. But at other times, as many as a dozen would shamblingly approach, enticed by the faint scent of the living in the wintry air. Without exception, they were dispatched by Ho Zhuang and his companions, who, to avoid attracting more zombies with the scent of blood, had to endure the overwhelming stench while disposing of the corpses of the slain undead. In these past couple of days, Xia Bai had not been idle. He busied himself installing automatic alarm systems throughout the villa while also preparing for the winter ahead. Once the snow settled, their movements would be considerably constrained, making it imperative to address their heating needs in advance. Additionally, he was diligently working on producing drones. With this technological advancement, his plans to hunt zombies would receive a significant boost, allowing for better surveillance of the situation and zombie movements throughout Jua City. After the explosion he triggered in the southern district, the zombies that had congregated there began to exhibit unusual behavior. Contrary to Xia Bai's expectations, he had anticipated that an explosion would draw zombies together in droves. In reality, only the area where he had ignited the gas canister attracted a significant number of zombies. The flames of that building had long since extinguished, yet a multitude of zombies still roamed the collapsed structures and charred ground. While those positioned further away seemed to scatter slightly, Xia Bai finally came to the realization that his previous notions had been rather naive. These zombies were, after all, mindless creatures, driven solely by the virus and the insatiable hunger that compelled them. They relied on their limited sense of smell and hearing to detect their targets. While the thunderous sound of an explosion would draw zombies from nearby, it posed a challenge for those more distantly scattered throughout the densely populated southern district. Although the noise undeniably existed, it was difficult for them to discern its source. Consequently, they would wander aimlessly like headless flies, with large numbers spilling into areas that were previously less populated by their kind. The accumulation of zombies in the southern district, combined with those already inhabiting the city, would result in an increasingly compact horde within Xia City. The proliferation of zombies here would resemble a snowball effect. This signified that if Xia Bai continued to employ his previous method of using explosions to lure zombies, by the time he achieved any significant results, the zombie tide might well have reached the villa, leaving them with no choice but to flee rather than endure the winter. With hundreds of thousands of zombies in Xia City, even Xia Bai's formidable warship was ill-equipped to contend with such overwhelming numbers. He realized that he had taken too much for granted in games. Monsters that respawned in fixed locations could occasionally stray from their designated areas. However, this was reality, and these zombies were birthed from an alien virus. Endowed with extraordinary strength and speed, of course, the zombies needed to be exterminated. Xia Bai's purpose for coming to Xia City extended beyond merely surviving the winter. If he truly desired to weather the cold, he might as well have fled to Shangjing. His primary objective here was development. Yet, if he were to employ his previous tactics for dispatching zombies, he would certainly need to revise his strategy, particularly concerning those zombies in close proximity, which required prompt elimination. As preparations commenced for the production of drones, Xia Bai's already limited energy points dwindled further. He decided to allocate the remainder entirely towards crafting ammunition for his cannons, which required 20 energy points per round. Since upgrading the warship to level 3, the list of available weaponry had expanded once more, allowing for the manufacture of most individual weapons and their corresponding ammunition. However, the missiles utilized by the warship's missile launchers remained beyond his reach, while cannon shells were now within his capacity to produce. Xia Bai had previously been in a rush to create numerous items, but now he finally had the opportunity to focus on this aspect. While the power of the cannon still paled in comparison to that of the missiles, a single shot could nonetheless carve out a small clearing amidst the throng of zombies. Xia Bai felt overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks at hand, with not a single energy point to spare. The current level 3 capabilities of his warship were sufficient for his needs. He was in no hurry to upgrade to level 4 and instead, he aimed to enhance the internal performance of the warship, ensuring adequate reserves. Otherwise, even if he upgraded to a level 4 warship, it would merely be an armored vehicle, lacking any substantial significance. The warship served as a mobile fortress in space, an invincible weapon for cosmic warfare, as well as a movable spatial base. The weaponry and defense systems were crucial for the warship, yet they did not encompass its entirety. These matters could be addressed gradually. With hundreds of thousands of zombies in Xia City, Xia Bai possessed an entire winter to strategize, and with a powerful warship at his disposal, amassing 2,000 to 3,000 energy points should not pose a significant challenge. Hasten to procure the hardware facilities for the warship, enhancing its overall combat capabilities and even its proficiency in other domains. This is the paramount concern for Xia Bai at present. Initially, Xia Bai was not in such a rush, but the breach of the survivor base in Ice City has nearly confirmed the emergence of intelligent zombies. Although Xia Bai has yet to confront them directly or even catch a glimpse of their existence, he cannot help but sense an impending crisis, compelling him to promptly address a series of issues regarding the warship. Moreover, Xia Bai is particularly attentive to the medical bay of his vessel in both the pre-apocalyptic and post-apocalyptic worlds, who can assure themselves of immunity from illness or injury. This is especially pertinent during the cataclysm. To Xia Bai, the medical bay holds greater utility than the ship's artillery. Chapter 91. The car thief. The medical bay boasts formidable capabilities, as evidenced by the specifications and treatable conditions Xia Bai previously reviewed. A level 3 medical bay can address a comprehensive array of ailments and even perform independent surgical operations. In Xia Bai's eyes, this contraption is nothing short of a treasure, a miraculous boon for logistical medical support. Hence, he is particularly invested in this aspect. Today, he glanced at a detailed map of Xia City and discovered a vast hospital situated to the east of the city, which piqued his interest and prompted him to consider acquiring some supplies. His warship lacks nothing but has a relative scarcity of medications, particularly certain specialized drugs that are typically found only in large hospitals. Although the medical bay can autonomously synthesize drugs, such processes consume energy points. In this world, material is conserved. Nothing can simply materialize from nothingness, and currently, what Xia Bai most lacks are energy points. Since he can procure medications nearby, there is no need to extravagantly utilize energy points for their creation. Furthermore, his arrival in Xia City, aside from hunting zombies, was precisely to seize this opportunity to amass substantial quantities of these vital resources within the city. Thus, a visit to this hospital is indeed warranted. Of course, a hospital in a zombie apocalypse resembles something out of a horror film. Should he venture there, mental preparation is essential. Xia Bai devised a plan, briefly discussing it with Ho Zhuang and the others. intending to first survey the surroundings tomorrow before making any decisions. Once the plan was set, Xia Bai retreated to his room to sleep. The villa is quite spacious, aside from a few girls who prefer to group together. The boys generally each have their own room, leaving some vacant spaces to store weapons and supplies. It was already past 10 in the evening. Darkness enveloped the sky, and snow began to fall gently outside. As Xia Bai lay in bed, contemplating various matters, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. He also had a dream in which he found himself inexplicably laid upon a stretcher and transported into a hospital that felt utterly foreign to him. Beside him stood a petite nurse, possessing remarkable beauty, her uniform revealing an ample expanse of fair skin at the chest. The nurse babbled incessantly in a manner that Xia Bai could not quite comprehend, her hands wandering indiscriminately over his body as they progressed down a corridor permeated with the scent of disinfectant. This corridor appeared to stretch on indefinitely, and the two brothers carrying the stretcher seemed rather unsteady. Xia Bai felt as though he were swaying dangerously and on the verge of vomiting. That moment, from the desolate end of the hospital corridor behind them, a sound reminiscent of a walkie-talkie ringing broke the eerie silence, jarringly out of place. The atmosphere shifted, growing increasingly unsettling. The nurse suddenly turned her head sharply towards the source of the noise, her back facing Xia Bai, and he knew not what she had seen. But she emitted an eerie and terrifying laughter in the blink of an eye. She spun back around. Yet during that fleeting moment, her countenance underwent a grotesque transformation. Her innocent visage morphed into a decaying face, one eyeball drooping out of its socket, while her mouth, seemingly torn asunder, stretched grotesquely to her ears, revealing jagged, blood-stained teeth. She let out a chilling howl directed at Xia Bai and lunged to bite him. Xia Bai jolted awake from his slumber, sitting upright and instinctively reaching for the row of guns positioned by the window on the inner side of his bed, only to quickly realize it had all been a mere fright. Nevertheless, the ringing persisted. Whipping his head around, he recognized it was his personal walkie-talkie that was making the noise. The very sound from his dream had manifested in reality in an instant. The dream shifted from a springtime reverie to a nightmare. The clock had already passed midnight, and Xia Bai and his companions were on a night watch rotation. The walkie-talkie ringing indicated that someone downstairs was calling for him, yet it was not Xia Bai's designated time for duty. Furrowing his brow slightly, he promptly answered the device, saying, A slightly anxious voice belonging to Chen Tianqing responded, "Brother Xia, the alarm outside has sounded. There are survivors approaching us." Xia Bai was taken aback, instantly leaping from his bed and moving to the window. Peering down, he indeed observed a shadowy figure stealthily making its way inside. The individual seemed well prepared, having entered their villa compound with a clear intent to approach Xia Bai's vehicle, in the darkness. It appeared as though the person had crouched down before Xia Bai's car, expertly attempting to pick the lock. The system's alert echoed immediately in Xia Bai's mind. "Esteemed Captain, an unknown individual is approaching the warship. Armed. Immediate expulsion is advised." "Esteemed Captain, the unknown individual is engaging in unspecified actions regarding the warship and has not yet taken extreme measures. Immediate expulsion is still recommended." The figure seemed genuinely intent on skillfully unlocking the car door, as the warship's alarms had yet to be triggered. Yet Xia Bai was acutely aware that this individual stood no chance of success, regardless of their technical prowess, for the lock on the vehicle's housing form of their warship was entirely a fade. If this person could indeed unlock a door with a false keyhole, that would be nothing short of miraculous. Xia Bai exhaled, recognizing that their activities in Zhuhe City had been far from discreet. It was only natural that they attracted the attention of other survivors. After all, in the eyes of the vast majority of survivors, robbing one of their own was considerably easier than extracting resources from the jaws of a zombie. He inquired, "How many of them?" Xia Bai and his companions had converted the storage room on the first floor into a security office, with external surveillance and detection devices linked to the computer there. Chen Tianqing promptly replied, 6 or 7, and they have a van I observed from the external cameras. The others are hiding outside, and only this one person has entered." Xia Bai furrowed his brow, stating, "This one is likely here to scout. These individuals have seen our firepower and are hesitant to confront us directly, hence their nocturnal approach." Chen Tianqing asked, "So, does that mean they only intend to steal the vehicle?" Xia Bai silently retrieved his 09 sniper rifle from a row of weapons in the corner. Shaking his head, "If they truly sought to steal the vehicle, why would they come with so many? Is it customary to engage in theft with a large entourage?" Just then, the would-be thief, having failed to steal the vehicle, began to engage in other petty actions, signaling the others outside to enter. Chapter 92. A sticky situation. Having failed in his attempt to steal the vehicle, the thief produced a small infrared device. scanning a specific location. The individuals concealed outside seemed to have received the signal, stealthily making their way into the villa courtyard. The thief then decisively drew a gun from his pocket, advancing towards the villa in the darkness, evidently intent on slaughtering the sleeping survivors within. Unbeknownst to him, the villa was anything but quiet at that moment. Chun Tianqing worked swiftly. While the thief was preoccupied with his failed attempt, he had already roused those inside the house using walkie-talkies. And now, in their communication channel, everyone spoke in hushed tones, with the dark muzzles of guns protruding from every window. Chun Tianqing remarked, "This fellow is certainly not here merely to steal a vehicle." Ho Zhuang replied, with a gun in hand, "Do you really believe he only intends to steal a vehicle? Are you naive?" Li Jingyang observed, "These individuals are quite nimble." Bai Lan cautioned, "Keep your voices down. The ones behind them haven't entered yet. We mustn't alert them." Yang Xian asked cautiously, "When shall we open fire?" Qin Tianqing responded, "Wait for Xia." Wait, Xia has already opened fire, indeed. Xia Bai had commenced firing. At that moment, the foremost thief had reached the lower level, about to vanish from Xia Bai's line of sight. Although the thief's accomplices had yet to fully enter, he could not afford to wait any longer. He harbored no concerns about admitting such a person into the villa. Should this rogue dare to intrude, the first obstacle he would face would be the awakened Bai Lan. However, if a brawl were to erupt within the confines of the house, the meticulously arranged space would descend into chaos once more. Thus, Xia Bai took the initiative and opened fire from the upper floor. He wielded a sniper rifle with a caliber of 12.7 mm, and at such a distance, shooting from above downwards with a scope, there was no possibility of missing. The car thief, initially brimming with confidence, had no inkling of what was about to transpire before his head was instantaneously obliterated. In that final moment of life, he remained oblivious to his demise, his body collapsing heavily onto the ground behind him, blood bursting forth in a crimson expanse against the snow. The thunderous report of the sniper rifle reverberated through the air. Immediately thereafter, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from among the thief's companions. "Holy HT, a sniper!" Xia Bai, maintaining his composure, redirected his aim towards the direction from whence the voice had come. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, someone on the opposing side opened fire first, their keen eyesight allowing them to locate Xia Bai's position in an instant. Although they were armed solely with handguns, it seemed every one of them was ready to fire simultaneously, forcing Xia Bai to retreat back into the room. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bai resolved that now that these intruders had arrived, escape was not an option. Their firepower was relatively modest, and with their numbers not overwhelming, he could easily eliminate them single-handedly, especially with the support of Ho Zhuang and his team. The gunfire from the opposition erupted instantly. Despite being merely handguns, the simultaneous discharge of 5 or 6 weapons created an undeniably overwhelming sensation. However, forcing Xia Bai back would yield no benefit, for in the next moment, Ho Zhuang and his comrades opened fire. The sound of gunfire transitioned from the initial pops to a rapid barrage. Armed exclusively with rifles and submachine guns, Ho Zhuang's team unleashed a sweeping assault, quickly suppressing the remaining survivors. Xia Bai could hear their anguished screams from below, followed by someone shouting hoarsely, "Boss, we've got a situation." Meanwhile, on Xia Bai's side, the commotion in his earpiece was equally chaotic. "What are they shouting about? That guy's making a run for it. Get him. Shall we leave any alive? That guy's faster than a fleeing rabbit. Follow me. Let's take him down. Holy SHT. It's an awakened one. No, wait, he's not fleeing. What is this maneuver? Wait for me, cover me." Xia Bai had initially believed he wouldn't need to intervene further, but to his surprise, it seemed there was indeed an awakened individual among them. His expression shifted slightly as he returned to the window, glancing down to behold a scene that caused him to pale ever so slightly. Among the group below, there truly exists an awakened one at this moment. This individual has inexplicably procured a Wuling Hongguang, familiar to Xia Bai, and is boldly wielding it as a shield, providing cover for the people behind him while fending off the gunfire from Chen Tianqing and his associates. This person is a ruthless character, showing no signs of retreat despite the escalating situation. Instead, he brandishes the Wuling Hongguang and charges recklessly forward. The awakened one's speed is astonishing and his strength immense. In his hands, the vehicle resembles a mere toy, and it will not be long before he crashes into them. Xia Bai's complexion shifted as he once again raised his sniper rifle, intent on finding an angle to eliminate the awakened one. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a rocket-propelled grenade soaring from the entrance of their villa. Xia Bai was taken aback. The rocket shot forth from the villa's entrance and, in an instant, collided head-on with the Awakened One's Wuling Hongwang. It appeared that the Awakened One had never anticipated that Xia Bai and his companions possessed not only sniper rifles and an array of assault weapons, but also an RPG. Caught off guard, he continued his reckless advance. Xia Bai atop the roof. The unfolding scene resembled the Awakened One colliding directly with the rocket. The two forces met in a violent clash. The van and the throng behind it were sent flying, flames erupting to a height of 3 to 4 meters, illuminating the entire courtyard of the villa. The fire and thick smoke obscured vision, prompting Xia Bai to descend from the upper floor, shotgun in hand. Upon reaching the ground, he witnessed Ho Zhuang lowering the rocket launcher, while Chen Tianqing emerged from the control room, his expression a complex mixture of frustration and admiration directed at Ho Zhuang. Xia Bai shot a glance at Ho Zhuang, who had just cleared the area, while the latter rubbed his shoulder, seemingly pained by the shockwave. Xia Bai instructed, "Grab a gun and come with me to finish the job." Just then, Bai Lan's voice crackled through the communication device. "The Awakened One has escaped." As Xia Bai rushed outside, he spotted the Awakened One, with one arm blown off, crawling away while clutching a door panel, making a hasty retreat from their villa compound and attempting to escape in a vehicle of their own. Ho Zhuang questioned, "What should we do? If it were an ordinary person, it would be manageable. But this is an Awakened One." Xia Bai strode towards his armored vehicle, declaring, "As guests at our door, it would be rather improper to let them leave unchallenged." Without delay, he and Ho Zhuang hopped into the car, informed Bai Lan, and set off in pursuit. Chapter 93. Nightfall in flight. Though Xia Bai's RV is large, its power is formidable, and it accelerates swiftly. The opponent's BMW found itself gradually overtaken by Xia Bai's vehicle, which pursued relentlessly. However, the opponent's speed was equally impressive. With only one hand remaining, he drove steadily, traversing from the villa area into the urban district. During this time, Ho Zhuang attempted to wield a rocket launcher to take another shot at the adversary, but was pulled back by Xia Bai. In the previous villa district, situated on the outskirts of the city, the number of zombies was scarce, making such a shot feasible. However, now that they had entered the city, launching an attack would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies. Aside from the villa district, Xia Bai had never intended to open fire. Since the opponent's BMW could not outrun him, he planned to simply ram into the vehicle, causing it to flip over. The two cars sped through the dark night of Zhuhe City, with Xia Bai gradually closing the distance. At that moment, Ho Zhuang remarked, "This fellow seems to be trying to lure us somewhere." Xia Bai, too, had discerned this intention. While in the villa district, the opponent had been driving in a panicked and erratic manner, but upon entering the urban area, it was as if a realization dawned upon him, and his direction became increasingly precise. Moreover, Xia Bai had his suspicions about what the opponent aimed to achieve. The path they were taking was the same route that the high school girl Yi Hanyu had mentioned, leading to a location known for its vicious mutated dogs, which were likely to be powerful and extreme aberrations. It was not surprising that Yi Hanyu, being a local survivor, was aware of such a creature's existence, just as this awakened individual was. Clearly, the Awakened One intended to leverage the presence of this extreme aberration to eliminate Xia Bai and his companions. This individual, after all, possessed some cunning. Nevertheless, Xia Bai had no intention of retreating. The extreme aberration was too close to the villa district, and he had previously sought to eliminate it. Now that someone was kindly leading him there, he had no reason to decline the invitation. Meanwhile, the awakened individual grew increasingly exhilarated. Despite having lost a hand and appearing pale and drenched in sweat, he wore a look of manic joy, for he was indeed guiding Xia Bai and his group towards a terrifying extreme aberration. In his mind, these individuals were foolishly falling into his trap. Just wait a moment, just a moment. Once that extreme aberration emerges, no matter how fast your vehicles are or how powerful your RPGs, you shall perish. In that instant, the Awakened One wore an almost frenzied grin as he glanced at the arrogant RV in the rearview mirror, the madness in his eyes intensifying. These idiots, wouldn't it be much simpler to hand over everything willingly? Must they escalate the situation to this extent? As the Awakened One turned sharply into a small community, he veered towards a semi-underground parking garage, accelerating to maximum speed. In the final moment, he flung open the car door and rolled out, watching as the BMW hurtled like a missile into the garage ahead, followed by a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, the RV arrived, racing towards the scene. Yet, at that precise moment, an earth-shattering roar erupted from within the semi-underground parking garage. A towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall and measuring 3 meters in length, emerged from the shadows like a colossal, crimson wolf-like zombie. Disturbed by the presence of a BMW, it unleashed a bone-chilling howl that reverberated through the night sky. Immediately locking its gaze upon the RV warship nearby, with a fierce roar, the creature charged towards the RV without hesitation. Meanwhile, the awakened individual on the other side erupted into a maniacal laughter, convinced that the RV and its occupants were doomed, a fitting fate for those who dared to attack him. Yet, in a mere moment, that man's grin faltered. Before his astonished eyes, the RV underwent an unimaginable transformation. It morphed from an ordinary vehicle into an ominous, pitch-black warship, exuding an aura of advanced technology and formidable weight. Lifted off the ground and accelerated to a terrifying speed, crashing headlong into the monstrous wolf-like creature. What followed was beyond the wildest imagination of the dismembered awakened one in a state of disbelief. He watched as the once innocuous RV, now a black warship, collided with the grotesquely mutated entity, pushing it backward until its massive body was forcibly wedged against a nearby building. The creature, driven to madness, howled furiously, clawing at the ship's prow with its immense forelimbs. Yet, amidst the billowing dust, a turret slowly rose from the midsection of the warship, its exaggerated cannon swiftly aiming at the head of the wolf-like aberration. In an instant, the cannon unleashed a barrage of firepower upon the creature's skull. Within mere seconds, the once dreaded wolf-like monstrosity that had instilled terror in the hearts of nearby survivors was obliterated, its head exploding in a gruesome display, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The creature convulsed for a moment before finally collapsing, utterly lifeless at that very moment. Within the warship, Xia Bai exhaled a sigh of relief as he beheld the now lifeless form of the extreme aberration. "Such a large wolf?" he remarked. "It must have been a large dog that mutated." As he spoke, Xia Bai readied his shotgun once more, adding, "That one won't get far." It was already missing a hand and dared to leap from such a fast-moving vehicle. As an awakened one, it's now barely clinging to life. Just as Xia Bai and Ho Zhuang prepared to disembark and finish off the creature, a small boy, around 6 or 7 years old, stood unnoticed in a corner of the ruins, shrouded in shadows. The boy appeared eerily quiet, half of his body engulfed in darkness, resembling a ghost. Bloodstains adorned his face, and his gaze seemed vacant, lost in the chaos surrounding him. In an instant, a piece of flesh on his face suddenly drooped, pulling away a small, dried strip of tape along with it, leaving only a slender thread of sinew connecting it. The boy, his expression devoid of emotion, raised his hand and pressed the piece of flesh back into place. After silently observing the silhouette of Xia Bai for a moment, he turned and walked into the shadows behind him. As he pivoted, a photograph he held in his palm momentarily caught the moonlight outside the shadows. It was a family portrait, the faces of the boy's parents obscured by bloodstains, with only the boy's figure rendered clearly. Beside him, a golden retriever lay at his feet, its tongue lolling out as if attempting to charm the world beyond the frame. Chapter 94. Old acquaintances. Though it was not his first encounter with a warship's assault, the chaos before Ho Zhuang was still astonishing, imparting a dreamlike quality to the scene. However, he remained focused on their objective, to eliminate the awakened one. With Xia Bai leading the way, Ho Zhuang vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Noting that numerous zombies had been drawn by the cacophony, in the realm of the undead, territorial rules were non-existent. Even in the vicinity of extreme mutants, throngs of zombies often lingered. Ho Zhuang sporadically fired his weapon. Though his aim was not particularly precise, it sufficed to deter the encroaching zombies. Just then, Xia Bai abruptly halted. Assuming trouble had arisen, Ho Zhuang swiftly redirected his gaze forward, spotting a group approaching from the shadows. To label them a group was somewhat inaccurate, for there were merely 4 individuals. The tactical flashlight illuminated their figures, revealing, in fact, 5 people. The foremost individual donned a sharply tailored suit, polished shoes upon his feet, while dragging an unmoving person behind him. Following closely were 3 armed men, their attire distinctly different from the military personnel Ho Zhuang had previously encountered, leaving him uncertain of their affiliation. A sense of wariness crept over Ho Zhuang as he positioned himself beside Xia Bai, prepared for any eventuality. Yet, even as the distance between the two parties closed to around 5 or 6 meters, no conflict erupted. The suited man unceremoniously dropped the individual he was dragging at Xia Bai's feet. It was the very awakened one who had lost an arm. He appeared to cling to life, his eyelids twitching slightly, lips parting and closing, uncertain whether he struggled to breathe or sought help. This liminal state between life and death was agonizing. Xia Bai cast a glance before lifting his head to regard the man in the suit, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Long time no see, Yi Qizhi." That moment, standing before him was none other than Yi Qizhi, the security chief of the Shihuang group, who had once extended an olive branch to Xia Bai at a gas station on the outskirts of the city. Xia Bai was taken aback to encounter this individual here and now, though he did not allow his surprise to show. Ho Zhuang appeared somewhat taken aback, seemingly not expecting to encounter an acquaintance like Xia Bai here. During their earlier conversation at the gas station, Xia Bai and Yi Qizhi had spoken at the periphery near the vehicle barriers, and Ho Zhuang had never seen this individual. Yi Qizhi chuckled lightly, remarking, "It's not as if we haven't seen each other in ages. It's only been a little over a month. However, this is an awakened one. Lost an arm, took a tumble, yet still able to rise and run." Xia Bai smiled in response. Indeed, the resilience of this awakened individual was remarkable. Nonetheless, regardless of how swiftly the individual might flee, it was impossible for them to escape his grasp today, he replied. "I appreciate your assistance." At this juncture, he subtly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What brings you here?" In his previous life, Xia Bai did not recall such vibrant activity in Zhuhe City. Yi Qizhi chuckled softly, extracting a pack of cigarettes from his waist, leisurely pulling one out, lighting it, and taking a slow drag before stating, "Behind Shijue Mountain, there is a research base where our group is collaborating with government agencies to develop a cure for the zombie virus." Yi Qizhi's candidness took Xia Bai by surprise. What astonished him even more was his ignorance of the existence of a research facility in this area. Just a few months had elapsed since he last arrived here. Yet the dynamics within the city seemed to have undergone a dramatic transformation. Xia Bai felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. Noticing Xia Bai's silence, Yi Qizhi exhaled a plume of smoke, casting a glance at the nearby RV. "Remarkable equipment. This isn't something you procured from the military, is it?" "Initially, we intended to remain inconspicuous. The research institute is classified, and we are not military personnel. For safety reasons, we have been monitoring the movements of zombies and survivors in the city, with limited manpower, and had no intention of intervening. However, your recent activities have garnered considerable attention, and given our acquaintance, I felt compelled to greet you." Xia Bai responded, "I must admit, I am quite flattered." Yi Qizhi replied, "That was not my intention. Rather, I wanted to inquire if you would be interested in joining our West Wilderness group." "Ha, this time I am sincere." Xia Bai glanced at the soldiers behind Yi Qizhi who were firing at the surrounding zombies and said, "For now, I prefer not to hitch a ride with the military." Yi Qizhi paused momentarily, observing the RV, seemingly grasping the implication, and chuckled, "I won't press further, but previously, we were under military jurisdiction. We emerged when the survivor base at Ice City Prison was established and had been receiving their support. However, now that the Ice City Prison survivor base has fallen, they are scattered, fleeing from the multitude of zombies, reportedly heading towards Changbai Mountain. Our research must continue, and unless new developments or directives arise, we anticipate remaining here." Xia Bai had a recollection of this matter in his previous life. Approximately during the first 2 years of the apocalypse, a significant number of survivor bases in the 3 eastern provinces, pressured by the overwhelming tide of corpses outside their walls, began to undergo a mass migration. At that time, several factions of survivors allied themselves with military forces around the Changbai Mountain region, where they established the most renowned survivor base in northeast China, known as the Changbai Mountain Survivor Base. This base became the largest in the entire northeast, gathering a considerable amount of military personnel and advanced weaponry. Coupled with the natural geographical advantages of Changbai Mountain, it was exceedingly difficult for zombies to pose a threat to the survivors there, aside from the harsh local environment. Among the notable figures among the ordinary survivors was the infamous 13 Kings. However, at that time, Xia Bai was situated quite far from Changbai Mountain. By the time he sought to reach it, intelligent zombies had begun to emerge, and the sheer number of zombies outside the perimeter of the Changbai Mountain survivor base was staggering, forcing a retreat towards Liaoning province. Later, around the 4th year of the apocalypse, the Changbai Mountain survivor base completely collapsed. It was said that an internal uprising led by the 13 Kings, composed of 13 exceptionally powerful awakened beings, sought to oust the governmental faction, resulting in a fierce struggle among various forces that ultimately ignited chaos and provided an opportunity for the intelligent zombies, leading to the complete disintegration of the survivor base. Had it not been for the downfall of the Changbai Mountain survivor base, the subsequent growth of the Shenyang survivor base would not have transpired, nor would it have become the next target for the zombie hordes in the 3 eastern provinces. Of course, at this moment, all of this was yet to unfold. Reflecting on it now, even Xia Bai felt a sense of disconnection, as if he were reminiscing about a past life. At this juncture, Yi Qizhi remarked, "There are quite a few who wish to join our Shihuang group. Those who have rejected us, well, not many have turned us down twice. Ha! But that is of little consequence. I have some free intelligence to offer you. Would you like to hear it?" Chapter 95. Snowy night snapping back to reality, Xia Bai inquired, "What intelligence?" Ichiji kicked the gradually cooling body of the awakened one on the ground and said, "I know where his lair is." Immediately, Ichiji noticed a shift in Xia Bai's expression and clarified, "After all, we are part of the government, primarily focused on maintaining the normal operation of the research center. Yet we are quite aware of the happenings in Juhua City." Xia Bai responded, "Why such goodwill then?" Ichiji replied, "Even if I don't tell you, you would seek it out anyway, so why not do a favor? Moreover, there are some survivor supplies lacking in combat capability that you can take entirely, but I wish to take the survivors with me." Xia Bai cast a glance at him and asked, "What do you want the survivors for?" "To protect them," Ichiji smiled, "so that you won't eradicate them completely." This person was not being entirely truthful. However, Xia Bai had no intention of probing further. Despite their limited interactions, he had gained a certain understanding of Ichiji and recognized that even if he asked, the other party might not divulge the truth. Xia Bai calmly remarked, "In this city, as long as you do not harm my people, there will be no conflict between you." Ichiji smiled slightly and glanced towards the RVs, saying, "That is precisely my sentiment. Otherwise, I would not have ventured out today. Let us exchange pleasantries to ensure a future devoid of conflicts." Xia Bai interjected, "May I inquire, to what extent has the research center on Shijua Mountain progressed in its antiviral development?" "Such matters are trivial, as there are currently no significant confidential issues at hand." Ichiji responded, "I have heard that the progress is not particularly promising. They discovered a segment of genetic material in the virus that resembles the infinite growth found in sharks. I have been informed that this means the zombies will not perish naturally over time. As long as they have sustenance, they will maintain this state of half-life, thereby becoming more of a threat to us living beings who can be considered food." Xia Bai felt a chill at this revelation. Although he had survived for over 5 years during the apocalypse, he had always been a lowly figure and was unaware of such matters. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, it became clear that Ichiji's intentions were straightforward. He sought to avoid conflict with Xia Bai, and likewise, Xia Bai was equally disinterested in confrontation with Ichiji. They found common ground, engaging in lively conversation despite their true thoughts. When the surrounding zombies increased in number, they would inevitably take action, as for the supplies within the lair of the awakened. Xia Bai and Ichiji devised a plan. Ichiji disclosed the location to Xia Bai, and that evening, Ichiji's group would first evacuate the survivors from that area, allowing Xia Bai to return the following day to gather the supplies. In this way, they demonstrated mutual goodwill. That moment, Xia Bai set off in his warship, with Ho Zhuang leading the way back to his villa. Watching Xia Bai and his companions vanish into the vast, snowy night, Ichiji exhaled a sigh of relief. Their group roamed the city daily, avoiding direct encounters with other survivors while gathering information, not only about the survivors but also about the zombies and even the extreme variants. Thus, as Ichiji himself stated, they had a considerable understanding of the city's situation. He was already aware of Xia Bai's arrival, and when the conflict erupted between Xia Bai and the awakened, Ichiji was informed almost immediately. However, he was taken aback by the scene he encountered upon arrival. Xia Bai's warship had obliterated the formidable extreme variant, resembling a giant wolf, with overwhelming force. Ichiji had been observing that extreme variant for quite some time, recognizing it as one of the most formidable mutants in Juhua City, now vanquished by Xia Bai's thunderous prowess. Along with that aircraft, this was precisely why Ichiji felt compelled to step forward. Xia Bai's strength far surpassed his expectations. Ichiji even considered that Xia Bai might have the capability to level their research center. Hence, he hurriedly approached Xia Bai to establish a rapport, recognizing the importance of maintaining a connection to prevent any potential future crises. As he watched the RVs of Xia Bai and the others whizzing away, Ichiji couldn't help but entertain a fleeting thought. If only that vehicle were his own. However, he quickly shook his head, shouting amidst the heavy snowfall and the ever-increasing horde of zombies surrounding him, "Get that extreme mutant out of here." He mused to himself, imagining the excitement among the researchers upon receiving such a substantial specimen. Would they not treat him like a revered ancestor? Although he hadn't been the one to slay it, the prospect of bragging about it was tantalizing. At that moment, Xia Bai was navigating the streets of Juhua City under the cloak of night. The snowfall intensified, and the external temperature plummeted further. The winter in Longjiang province was beginning to unveil its formidable power. A zombie swaying in the middle of the road was struck head-on by Xia Bai's vehicle, yet he found himself momentarily distracted. Was it due to his solitary existence in his previous life, or the brevity of his stay that led to no interactions or discoveries about that research center? As they continued onward, they re-entered the villa district. By now, the aftermath of the explosion had been largely cleared, with Bai Lan, Chen Tiancheng, and Li Jingyang outside dealing with the corpses and dispatching the zombies drawn by the commotion. their task nearing completion. The snow continued to fall heavily, quickly accumulating on the ground, significantly diminishing the zombies' ability to detect humans through scent. By the time Xia Bai and his companions had thoroughly resolved the situation, the sky had begun to show faint signs of dawn. Xia Bai had intended to take a brief respite in the vehicle, anticipating the successful production of the drone, eager to examine it closely as it was his first experience with such a device. However, upon returning to the RV parked in the yard, he noticed a figure perched on the edge of the villa's rooftop, by lawn. She sat there amidst the swirling snow, swinging her legs and gazing blankly at the sky. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Bai entered the building, donned a padded coat, and made his way to the rooftop. Sitting down beside her, he glanced at the awakened girl still clad in a thin jacket and inquired, "Aren't you cold?" Bai Lan cast him a glance, seemingly unfazed, and replied with a smile, "Perhaps it's due to being an awakened one. I don't feel particularly cold at the moment." Xia Bai was taken aback, expressing a slightly envious lament. Ah, the perks of being an awakened one. Chapter 96. The drone seemingly catching the hint of jealousy in his tone, Bai Lan shot him a sidelong glance and teased, "You, who drives a battleship chasing after awakened ones, would envy someone like me?" Xia Bai retorted, "Then I might as well stay in the vehicle. What if a zombie bites me? An awakened one wouldn't fear a bite." At his words, Bai Lan glanced at the bandaged wound on her arm and remarked, "To be honest, even though many days have passed, I still feel like I might turn into a zombie." Observing her furrowed brow, Xia Bai chuckled, "That seems to be more of a psychological issue, doesn't it?" Bai Lan smiled gently, turning her gaze towards the distant sky. The heavy snowfall had persisted well into the night, casting a faint crimson hue across the heavens. After a moment of contemplative silence, Bai Lan suddenly inquired, "Have you heard of De Aomida Island?" "Which De Aomida are you referring to?" Xia Bai replied, "If you mean some other cultural capital, I probably haven't heard of it, but if it's a remote place like De Aomida, I'm well acquainted with it." Bai Lan asked with curiosity, "Why is that?" "Survival rules in the apocalypse," Xia Bai responded matter-of-factly. "When you're navigating through the end of days, even if you find yourself trapped in a minuscule locale, it's essential to know about those deserted sanctuaries devoid of both people and zombies. Of course, De Aomida hardly qualifies as a sanctuary. The environment there is too dire, lacking both zombies and essential supplies, making human survival nearly impossible." Bai Lan chuckled, "You certainly speak as if from experience. Just a moment ago, I was pondering whether we could escape from here to the great De Aomida Island, thinking it might provide us safety from the zombies. But after hearing you, I realized that notion isn't particularly wise." Xia Bai remarked, "The reason there are no zombies in such places is that prior to the apocalypse, very few people inhabited them. And the scarcity of residents is precisely because those locales are inhospitable to human life. A place like De Aomida, if they aren't killed by zombies, they are likely to perish from hunger and extreme conditions." Bai Lan extended her hand, catching a snowflake, watching as the crystalline flake slowly melted in her palm. She turned to Xia Bai with a smile, and under the gradually brightening night sky, her expression possessed a captivating beauty. Shortly thereafter, Bai Lan clapped her hands, stood up, and declared, "I'm heading back, you food fanatic." Upon hearing such a moniker, Xia Bai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yet he refrained from commenting. After Bai Lan had returned to the villa, he remained seated for quite some time, squinting at the distant sky. The night here was remarkably tranquil. From this perspective, the far-off zombie city appeared less menacing, instead evoking an indescribable sense of peace. Xia Bai understood why Bai Lan chose to linger here. This feeling was indeed delightful. It had been rare for him to experience such serenity. Prior to the apocalypse, as he grew up, he seldom gazed at the sky in idle contemplation. Back then, with smartphones and computers at his disposal, scrolling through social media seemed far more meaningful than appreciating the beauty of the sky. When the apocalypse struck, during those 5 arduous years, Xia Bai had been relentlessly struggling for survival. His experiences had been painstakingly forged during that time, with insights gleaned from the minutiae of hardship. In grand schemes, his petty experiences might hold little value, yet in the intricacies of life, they proved immensely beneficial. It was only in this lifetime that Xia Bai felt he had finally been granted such an opportunity. Before him lay his warship, the greatest asset for survival in this apocalyptic age, while the villa housed a group of individuals he could genuinely trust, companions worthy of the title. They may not have been particularly remarkable, but it was their very presence that allowed Xia Bai to rest easy at night, free from the fear of being ambushed by other survivors or having zombies encroach upon his space. In every small endeavor, there were hands to assist, and even conversations to share. The apocalypse was indeed a dire affair, Yet life continued to unfold. While the end of civilization might amplify certain dark facets, it did not imply that the world would succumb entirely to darkness. Although the apocalypse signified a regression of civilized society, unless the world were to plunge into a new ice age. Severing the continuity of civilization, the deeply ingrained aspects of humanity and culture could not so easily deteriorate. Some may resort to extreme measures for survival, but such behavior could not encompass everyone. Furthermore, as long as the military remained intact and survivor bases upheld their systems, the world could not truly devolve into absolute chaos. The marvelous aspect of this world lies in the absence of true absolutes. Does it not? Xia Bai lingered on the villa's rooftop until the dawn sun gradually ascended to the edge of the sky before making his way downstairs. Bai Lan was still awake, preparing breakfast for everyone. Upon spotting her, Xia Bai offered a faint smile. However, Xia Bai was not one to remain idle. After partaking in breakfast, he ventured into his warship, eager to tinker with his drone. The drones crafted by the warship belonged to the category of combat robots. While their functionality bore similarities to that of advanced civilian drones, their design retained the warship's signature sleek and cold aesthetic. According to descriptions, these drones were equipped with an external armor that rivaled the strength of a Tier 2 warship's plating. Although they had been constructed, Xia Bai did not intend to operate them himself. Managing the warship alone was a considerable challenge, let alone controlling a drone, unless he possessed extraordinary abilities. Moreover, in Xia Bai's view, the significance of this drone extended beyond merely luring hordes of zombies to gather energy points. It could also serve as a tool for reconnaissance, enabling him to glean critical information in advance. Thus, he devoted some time to studying the drone before taking a position at the rear entrance of the warship, awaiting any passers-by to recruit. Following the battle of the previous night, aside from Bai Lan and Xia Bai, the others had retreated to catch up on sleep. Bai Lan had prepared breakfast ahead of time, and even the awakened girl had ventured outside to inspect the perimeter, while the rest remained in slumber. However, there was one exception. After a brief wait, Xia Bai spotted a robust figure. Li Jingyang. He was the only member of the team to rise so early, having eaten breakfast and stepped outside with the intention of assisting Bai Lan, only to be called over by Xia Bai. Xia Bai beckoned him closer and explained the functions of the drone. Initially, Li Jingyang appeared somewhat disinterested, but as he listened, his eyes began to light up. Whoa, Xia Gu, where did you acquire such a drone? Its capabilities are astonishing. Xia Bai chuckled softly a couple of times, intending to say something, when he suddenly heard Bai Lan seemingly calling out to him, as if someone was approaching. Xia Bai furrowed his brow slightly, deciding to let Li Jingyang ponder over this matter himself, while he stood up and moved toward the exit. Outside, a group of survivors had arrived, and to Xia Bai's surprise, they were familiar faces. It was the cluster of high school students from the neighboring Chengyu High School. Chapter 97. We are truly ordinary survivors. At the forefront of this group was a girl adorned with tattoos on her face, whom Xia Bai recalled was named Yi Hanyu. She had brought along two delinquent girls, arriving on a rather comical small electric scooter, parked somewhat awkwardly to the side. Yet, one could say this was a prime example of the various paths people took in the apocalypse, at that moment. However, Yi Hanyu was being confronted by Bai Lan, creating a palpable tension in the AIR.as. Xia Bai approached. Yi Hanyu addressed him. You must be Xia Bai, right? Keep your little brother in check. He has no manners whatsoever. True to her usual demeanor, she exuded the bravado of a female gang leader, effortlessly carrying a flamethrower on her shoulder, thanks to her awakened abilities. Bai Lan frowned, finding Yi Hanyu's delinquent attitude somewhat off-putting. Despite her somewhat aloof nature, Bai Lan was a high-achieving student who had always been regarded as the exemplary child in her family. Xia Bai inquired, "What brings you here?" Yi Hanyu waved her hand dismissively, replying, "Of course, we came to offer our condolences. We are neighbors after all. With all the commotion last night, we thought we should check in, just in case anything went awry, we could lend a hand." Bai Lan retorted with irritation, "You mean to scavenge, don't you?" In Xia Bai's eyes, Bai Lan hit the nail on the head. If Yi Hanyu had genuinely come to help as a neighbor, she would have arrived yesterday. Her presence now suggested she was more interested in assessing the situation for any potential gains. However, it appeared they bore no ill intentions. Their calculations seemed to indicate that if Xia Bai's group had perished, they might scrounge for any leftovers. Otherwise, if they truly intended to stir up trouble, it was unlikely they would come with just 3 individuals or arrive on a mere small electric scooter. Upon realizing there was nothing to scavenge, Yi Hanyu's tone swiftly shifted to one of condolence and assistance. "What scavenging are you talking about? We are here out of goodwill," she began, only to be interrupted as her gaze suddenly caught sight of a small drone ascending gracefully from the villa's yard behind Xia Bai and the others. It shot up into the sky as if propelled by a rocket, disappearing into the air in the blink of an eye. The drone, entirely cloaked in a dark hue, emanated an aura of cold technology and sophistication. Resembling a cutting-edge military model, in truth, its actual capabilities were far less impressive, merely appearing flashy. Nevertheless, Yi Hanyu found herself momentarily taken aback by the sight. She pondered over the tremendous explosion that had resonated from this place the previous night, unable to restrain herself from asking, "Who on earth are you?" Xia Bai turned his head to glance back, chuckling. "Ah, that was merely our newly acquired drone. As for who we are, there is nothing remarkable. We are just ordinary survivors, truly just ordinary survivors." Yi Hanyu gazed at Xia Bai before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Xia Bai continued, "We appreciate your kindness. Indeed, we are neighbors. We should communicate more in the future." Yi Hanyu opened her mouth, momentarily stunned. She had come here intending to showcase her own prowess and strength, but given the current circumstances, it seemed that they were far more formidable than she could have anticipated. The ability to lure and explode zombies, coupled with this military-grade drone and the events of last night's explosive battle, could they genuinely be mere ordinary survivors? In that instant, Yi Hanyu's thoughts began to shift subtly. It was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with this group of so-called ordinary survivors. Having played the role of a campus bully for an indeterminate period, this was the first time she actively desired to forge connections with others. However, before Yi Hanyu could gather her thoughts to say anything, Xia Bai interjected, "Well, if there is nothing else, I shall pay you another visit. You see, my drone is already prepared, ready to hunt zombies." Xia Bai was speaking nonsense? His true intention was to raid the stronghold of the awakened individual from the previous day. Yet, as Yi Hanyu regarded Xia Bai, recalling his grand ambition of eradicating all the zombies in the city, she found herself, surprisingly, with a glimmer of belief in his words, and she nodded in agreement. "Then I shall not disturb you further. We should take our leave." Following this, Xia Bai and Yi Hanyu exchanged a series of polite remarks, engaging in a rather standard display of mutual flattery. Bai Lan, observing this exchange, opened her mouth as if to say something, revealing a conflicted expression, but ultimately just sighed, saying nothing, and turned to retreat inside. After a brief period of feigned nonchalance, Xia Bai bid farewell to Yi Hanyu and her companions. The commotion from the previous day, though not overwhelming, had certainly caught the attention of numerous survivors nearby. Once Xia Bai felt that the group was sufficiently gathered, he piloted the warship towards the hideout of the unfortunate survivors who had attempted to steal a vehicle the day before. Following the coordinates provided by Yi Qiji, Xia Bai quickly located the hideout of that group, which was not far from their current position. The other survivors who had previously allied with that group had already been taken away by Yi Qiji the night before. Upon their arrival, Xia Bai and his companions noticed a small cluster of 2 or 3 survivors stealthily rummaging about, clearly also in search of leftovers. However, upon realizing that Xia Bai and his companions were the very survivors responsible for the annihilation of their former owners in this villa area, these survivors promptly set down everything they had been handling and engaged in warm pleasantries with Xia Bai, their sentiments mirroring those of Yi Hanyu. Eventually, they all departed. This group of survivors, lacking even firearms, naturally dared not confront Xia Bai and his cohort. Moreover, given the abundance of resources in Juha City, aside from the southern urban district, the presence of zombies was minimal, rendering any conflict over such trivial matters unnecessary. Xia Bai recalled an age-old adage: the scarcity or abundance of resources dictates the severity of conflict. However, in the current scenario, all was proceeding smoothly. Xia Bai had secured the resources here and eliminated this band of individuals, thereby firmly establishing his foothold in Juha City. Although he was unaware of the exact number of survivors in the vicinity, most of them were now aware of the existence of Xia Bai and his formidable group, and none dared to act recklessly. Yet, Xia Bai could not afford to rest. Once matters here were settled, he would once again commence his hunt for zombies to level up. Chapter 98. Harvest on November 30th. In the outskirts south of the southern urban district of Juha City, Xia Bai was ensconced in a private garage with his warship. The garage was currently in a fully enclosed state, the large door lowered, rendering the interior dark and shadowy, while the RV inside radiated a warm glow. Reclining in the driver's seat with a cigarette dangling from his lips, Xia Bai was engrossed in watching Mad Max on his solar-powered phone. Exuding an air of utter relaxation, in stark contrast, Li Jingyang beside him was far from at ease. He was intently focused on a holographic display, gripping a control panel as he maneuvered a drone produced by the warship, which Xia Bai had whimsically named Black Hawk 13.as for the origin of the name. Only Xia Bai, the namer, could elucidate. Under Li Jingyang's deft control, The drone was luring a horde of zombies by playing Little Apple at full volume. This was no simple task. To ensure the zombies were drawn in, the drone had to maintain a low altitude, which posed the risk of being ambushed by zombies lurking in the nearby buildings. Although dubbed Black Hawk 13, the drone was devoid of any weaponry, leaving it reliant solely on evasion tactics. Consequently, Li Jingyang was soon drenched in sweat, desperately attempting to attract the surrounding zombies, a striking contrast to Xia Bai, who lounged like a prosperous landlord. Ultimately, the zombies were successfully drawn in. Accompanied by the increasingly boisterous strains of Little Apple, the terrifying, collective howls of the undead became clearer, their frenzied roars and pounding footsteps audible even through the garage door. Some zombies seemed to keenly sense the presence of the two living souls, turning to charge towards the garage. Yet the majority were irresistibly drawn to the small two-story building across from the garage. Once the zombies were successfully enticed inside the building, Li Jingyang, now elevating the drone's altitude, could hardly contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Xiagu, we did it." As Xia Bai roused himself, he quickly elevated his seat and retrieved his detonator. Once Li Jingyang confirmed that their Black Hawk 13 had successfully ascended to a safe altitude, he promptly triggered the pre-prepared remote-controlled explosives, detonating several gas canisters that had long since been depleted of air within the building. In an instant, the sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the skies of the southern district. Through the drone's perspective, Li Jingyang could clearly observe that the entire structure and the surrounding hordes of zombies were engulfed in a massive conflagration. The shockwave even sent numerous zombies flying from their positions. Yet, the detonation served as an irresistible allure for these creatures. They recklessly abandoned their posts, whether by running or crawling, frantically charging towards the flames and the chaos, akin to moths drawn to a flame. The garage where Xia Bai and his companions were situated also bore the brunt of the impact. Despite the presence of a wall of zombies outside serving as a barrier, the main entrance of the garage was riddled with holes created by the debris from the explosion. Xia Bai's warship sustained several dents, but this time, thanks to the defensive measures in place, the damage was significantly less severe, amounting to only 2%. Subsequently, Xia Bai set down the detonator and his phone, as he raised the battered garage door and maneuvered his warship out with a fierce roar, crashing through the multitude of zombies at the entrance, charging aggressively towards the epicenter of the explosion. That location had already transformed into a hellish landscape. The zombies drawn in by the drone met a horrific fate. While the air was permeated with the scent of charred flesh, those who recklessly plunged into the flames had become living torches. Under the dim winter sky, they resembled demons clawing their way out of a fiery abyss. Even as their bodies blazed, they exhibited a fearless ferocity, rampaging wildly, some even pursuing Xia Bai and his mobile home. Xia Bai circled the burning building several times, and when his energy reserves surged beyond 300, he executed a sharp turn, racing away from the scene. Li Jingyang maneuvered the Black Hawk 13 to land atop the mobile home, activating the drone's adhesion and stabilization mode to secure it firmly in place. As Xia Bai departed, he collided head-on with a massive tide of zombies lured by the explosion. The throng was dense, stretching across half the street. Even a tank would be overturned in the face of such a horde, leaving all occupants trapped within, awaiting a grim fate. However, for Xia Bai and his warship, this posed no significant challenge. At the moment of impact with the horde, he transformed the mobile home into a warship. Activating the anti-gravity engine, soaring over the densely packed zombies, he then descended onto a less populated street, accelerating away from the scene of the incident. Xia Bai's urgency in leaving was undoubtedly due to the overwhelming density of zombies in the southern district. The population of China is inherently vast. Even a provincial capital like Ice City boasts a population exceeding 10 million. Although Zhuhai City has only over 600,000 inhabitants, based on the conversion rate of the undead, at least 400,000 have succumbed to zombification. Moreover, due to the military presence and a significant number of survivors stationed and retreating here, the concentration of zombies in the southern district is unparalleled, with at least 200,000 amassed. Previously, Xia Bai triggered an explosion towards the inner areas of the southern district, causing the horde to begin spreading into the urban center. This time, however, Xia Bai has opted to detonate the explosives near the outskirts of both the southern district and Zhuhai City. Consequently, the source of the sound will emanate from outside the city, ensuring that even those zombies that can only perceive vague noises will not venture into the city but instead disperse outward. This strategy will inevitably slow the resurgence of zombies throughout the city. However, this location also harbors the densest concentration of the undead. To create a significant disturbance and ensure a complete escape, Xia Bai must act swiftly. Yet, this does not imply that he can entirely divert the zombies and remain carefree in the villa. Such a notion is impossible. Zombies possess an acute sensitivity to the scent of the living. Perhaps due to external distractions and the heavy snowfall, their pursuit of the living may diminish in speed, but ultimately, they will undoubtedly swarm into the villa area. Chapter 99. Treasures. This is no jest, but rather an undeniable truth. The capability of these zombies, birthed from an extraterrestrial virus, to locate the living is astonishing. Ordinary individuals, or even typical survivor groups, may manage to evade detection in a corner of a city devoid of zombies, or devise strategies to divert the nearby undead. However, as time progresses, the lingering scent of the living left behind by those who remain in one place will inevitably attract hordes of zombies from afar. Given sufficient time, even the most distant of zombies can detect the faintest trace of life, gradually tracing the scent back to its source. Initially, ordinary survivors might withstand the onslaught, but eventually, when thousands of zombies converge, escape becomes impossible. The notion of a handful of survivors gathering in one location and thriving for years without incident, akin to a scene from a film, is utterly unrealistic. Even if one seeks refuge in a remote area for a time, the surrounding zombies will inevitably be drawn in, as the very existence of this virus serves the purpose of exterminating humanity. By the second year of the apocalypse, the nature of zombies had become well known, and independent survivors, as well as those within survivor groups, rarely dared to establish bases within urban areas. They either amalgamated into larger survivor enclaves, relying on fortified walls to fend off hordes, or formed convoys, meandering through the chaotic remnants of the world. However, by the fourth or fifth year of the apocalypse, such convoys had dwindled significantly. As time passed, the resources available for scavenging within cities drastically diminished, and many items became unusable. Furthermore, the risks associated with searching for supplies escalated, rendering survivor bases increasingly vital. Moreover, by that time, the global situation had reached a state of complete stabilization. Although the circumstances in the northeast provinces were still less than ideal, large-scale survivor bases began to emerge in cities across the world, gathering a significant number of survivors. In certain areas, plans were even underway to systematically eliminate the zombies. Reflecting on this, Xia Bai considered that the appearance of extraterrestrial beings in the fifth year of the apocalypse, marking the onset of their final extermination activities, was not without reason. At that time, humanity began to congregate on a large scale, slowly recovering from the indiscriminate chaos of the zombie apocalypse. After this period, it seemed plausible that humanity might catch its breath amidst the devastation wrought by the undead. Prior to this, the remaining survivors had not yet formed substantial groups, thus avoiding complete annihilation. Indeed, as soon as the aliens made their presence known, Earth was nearly devastated. Reports suggested that the invaders were not particularly advanced, yet they remained beyond the capacity of humans to resist. At that time, the publicly recognized survivor city in Imodu was among the first to suffer. Although the survivor base in Shangjing, where Xia Bai resided, was relatively sizable within the northeast provinces, it paled in comparison to the Long Bai Mountain survivor base, which had crumbled under internal strife and external threats. While there were ample hands, they lacked a significant arsenal of advanced weaponry. According to Xia Bai's recollections, the alien spacecraft had only revealed a fragment of its silhouette amidst the clouds, and after a brief assault, it merely drove the zombies away, breaching the Shangjing survivor base. Xia Bai had never laid eyes on an alien ship, but during the final days at the Shangjing survivor base, he heard others liken the situation to a cricket fight, where the zombies were the crickets bred by the aliens and humanity was the one being fought to death. In the end, whether alive or deceased, it seemed that the entirety of Earth was merely a resource to the extraterrestrials. What Xia Bai regretted most was not daring to glimpse the alien spacecraft or inquire in earnest with a soldier about the nature of their attacks. Now, he was left in the dark. However, this was not entirely his fault. At that time, his survivor group had been tasked with repelling zombies in another direction, and as a mere minor player in the grand scheme, he was overwhelmed by the immediate threat of the undead, leaving no room for thoughts of alien vessels. Especially amidst rampant rumors that those who had seen the aliens met with death, no one truly knew what their ships looked like. Had he been able to foresee what would transpire in the future, it would have been nothing short of miraculous. Nevertheless, due to the nature of the zombies, Xia Bai and his group could not remain in Zhuhe City for too long. They planned to depart after this winter. In the meantime, Xia Bai was determined not only to accumulate energy reserves for warships and solar batteries, but also to gather the funds necessary to upgrade to a level 4 battleship. Once they left Zhuhe City, Xia Bai had further plans in mind. As a reincarnated individual, he could not afford to wander aimlessly through the apocalypse as he had in his previous life. Although the breach of the Ice City prison had taken him by surprise, the overall situation remained largely within the confines of Xia Bai's original plans. At this very moment, He and Li Jingyang swiftly eliminated the zombies in their vicinity and raced towards the villa. Having dealt with the situation at hand, they now set their sights on the persistent siege of the Zhuhua City Hospital, accompanied by the group of survivors from their previous encounter who had scavenged for supplies. The city had grown eerily quiet in recent days, whether or not there were other survivors remaining, as none dared to extend their hands towards Xia Bai and his companions any longer. Simultaneously, within Chengyu High School, Yi Hanyu, who had been taking a nap, was abruptly awakened, not for any trivial matter, but due to the muffled sound of an explosion linked to Xia Bai. Zhuhua City, neither too large nor too small, had the explosion occurring at a considerable distance, rendering the noise merely a dull thud. Nevertheless, Yi Hanyu remained highly vigilant. She rose and hurried to the window to take a look at Yi that moment. The bespectacled girl whispered, "Could it be that Xia Bai and his group?" Yi Hanyu clicked her tongue and remarked, "What a bunch of brutes, do they truly wish to eradicate all the zombies in the city?" A girl beside her inquired, "Leader, what should we do?" To which Yi Hanyu replied, "What else can we do? We must cultivate good relations." She rubbed her chin, contemplated for a moment, and then declared, "All right, I shall make my rounds tonight. Where are those 2 bottles of precious yogurt I had saved?" The bespectacled girl paused and said quietly, "Hanyu, but they expire today. Is it really wise to give them away like this?" Yi Hanyu countered, "Isn't it still technically not expired? We must hurry and deliver them while we can. I tell you, this stuff is a treasure. I can hardly bear to drink it myself." The bespectacled girl responded, "Who besides you would drink such a thing?" The girl who had previously spoken suggested, "How about we send that bottle of 82 Lafite we dug up last time instead?" All right, let us go with the yogurt then," Yi Hanyu acquiesced. After all, it's just about building connections, without asking for anything in return. It's merely about maintaining appearances. Furthermore, you think I'm unaware of how you cherish that bottle? The girl mumbled in retort. Aren't you treating that yogurt like a treasure yourself? Chapter 100. Friends, the Zhuhua City Hospital had long been a target of Xia Bai's keen interest. During the turmoil in Ice City, amidst the chaos and the presence of zombies, the hospitals had transformed into veritable nests of corpses. In the early days of the apocalypse, many were reluctant to believe in the existence of zombies or the onset of a cataclysm, leading numerous victims to seek refuge in hospitals, while others, even upon realizing the impending doom, rushed headlong into these medical establishments, hoping to procure something that might offer protection against the virus. The population of Ice City was excessively large, resulting in an overwhelming number of zombies within the hospitals. Consequently, during his time in Ice City, Xia Bai never entertained the notion of raiding the hospitals. Such locations were impenetrable fortresses for their forces, densely populated with zombies, and relying solely on human efforts to search them posed an unacceptably high risk of unforeseen calamities. Upon arriving in Zaheshi, Xia Bai inevitably began to contemplate the hospital's resources. Numerous medications and related items were unavailable in the local pharmacies and could only be procured from the hospital. Given that the battleship was currently capable of conducting even rudimentary surgical procedures, Xia Bai found himself in dire need of surgical supplies. Unable to locate the suppliers within the city, he resolved to seek out the hospital. However, this plan had been meticulously formulated over several days yet remained unexecuted due to a formidable obstacle that stood in his way. At this very moment, Xia Bai sat in the living room of the villa, observing the footage captured by a drone. The recording was taken from a considerable altitude, revealing that the vicinity of the hospital was not heavily infested with zombies. Nevertheless, the Black Hawk 13 refrained from descending, and the reason was quite straightforward. In the footage, a tree, potentially a century old, stood in the hospital's courtyard. Winter had already settled in, with a thin layer of snow blanketing the ground. The tree had long since withered, yet upon its branches perched nearly 20 zombie sparrows. These small creatures, with their vacant stares and blood-soaked fur, bore visible signs of decay in their injuries. They stood motionless on the barren branches, resembling phantoms amidst the profound silence. It was said that these zombie sparrows were manifestations of the deceased in the apocalypse. Diminutive animals. Their likelihood of succumbing entirely to the virus was significantly higher than transforming into zombies, rendering them a rare occurrence. Nevertheless, they had become the nightmares of countless survivors in this desolate world. Once transformed, these creatures no longer feared humans. Instead, they craved flesh and blood, their flight speed enhanced. Even Xia Bai found it challenging to ensure a precise kill. While their lethality surpassed that of many foes, survivors fleeing in vehicles dreaded these creatures, for they could penetrate like arrows, shattering glass in confined spaces. Failing to eliminate one of these entities immediately meant doom for all aboard. If Xia Bai remained within the battleship, he would be safe from such threats. However, venturing into the hospital necessitated the elimination of nearly 20 of these zombie sparrows first. In his previous life over the span of 5 years, Xia Bai had never encountered such a multitude of zombie sparrows. Not only was Xia Bai considering strategies, but Ho Zhuang and the others were also pondering solutions. They all huddled together to review the aerial footage. Chen Tianqing suggested, "What if we send the drone to play music and lure them away?" Xia Bai shook his head, and before he could respond, Ho Zhuang interjected, "Are we discarding the drone? It flies faster than a fighter jet. If our Black Hawk 13 attempts to circle around, it will likely be shot down by those sparrows before it even accelerates. Instead of wasting the drone, we might as well launch a missile. When it arrives, those foolish zombie sparrows might mistake it for a living being and inadvertently collide with it." Chen Tianqing, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Are you suggesting we use a missile to target sparrows?" Indeed, there were numerous methods to eliminate the zombie sparrows, yet minimizing collateral damage proved to be a daunting challenge. Drones are indispensable, and the remaining 3 Thunder 8 missiles on the battleship cannot be used to target sparrows. Xia Bai felt a slight headache. It was impossible to lure the sparrows with the battleship, as these creatures possessed an incredibly swift flight speed. Xia Bai certainly could not engage the battleship mode and activate the anti-gravity engine to dash out several kilometers merely to shake off this flock of sparrows. As they debated animatedly, a voice suddenly broke through from the side. "What about ignition?" The crowd turned to see young Xian, who had somehow left the monitoring room. She glanced at the screen displaying the zombie sparrows and said, "What I mean is, we could use a remote-controlled toy car, attach some flammable material, drive it under that tree, and set it ablaze. These zombie sparrows wouldn't dodge the fire or even sense the high temperature. And wouldn't they all be incinerated?" The group exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment, Chen Tianqing murmured, "Where are we supposed to find a toy car?" Young Xian's face turned slightly red as she replied, "I picked up a toy car last time at the mall in Zhuhe City." Ho Zhuang remarked, "Have we been overcomplicating things?" Xia Bai shook his head with a smile, while young Xian added, "There's someone outside our villa, standing right beneath the surveillance camera we set up. It turned out she had come for this very matter." Xia Bai clapped his hands and stood up, first heading to the monitoring room to take a look. He was surprised to find that he recognized the person was Yi Qizhi, the safety officer from the Shihuang group. This fellow was still dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, looking every bit the successful businessman even in this apocalyptic world, and somehow it did not seem absurd or out of place at that moment. He was holding a cigarette in one hand and a live chicken in the other, standing beneath the camera with a smile directed at it. Exuding an air of cultured elegance, it seemed he had come alone. What was his purpose? Xia Bai stepped outside to greet him. Yi Qizhi exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "The placement of your camera is quite discreet. But it's rather amateurish. I'll send someone from my team to teach you." Xia Bai responded, "That would be splendid." Yi Qizhi chuckled, "With all the commotion you've been causing, how could I just sit idly by? I thought I'd come by, mingle a bit, and make some friends. Everyone says that in the apocalypse, friends and social connections are useless, but I beg to differ. Before the apocalypse, one relies on friends to get things done. And after, it's better to have friends wherever you go. It makes life easier. Only fools spend their days killing each other. Wise individuals understand the value of friendship. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 101. "Miss, care for some chicken?" Even in the apocalypse, even with an armed entourage at his command, Yi Qizhi maintained the demeanor of a successful individual. Xia Bai understood that a safety officer in ordinary circumstances might simply be a fancy term for a security chief. But in a corporation like Shihuang Group, the concept of a safety officer held significant weight. Seeing that Xia Bai remained silent, Yi Qizhi continued, "However, considering the previous occasion and today's events, the commotion caused by the slaughter of zombies is quite significant." Upon hearing this, Xia Bai fully comprehended the situation. This fellow had also been somewhat bewildered by the recent explosions, which is why he had come over. Indeed, Yi Qizhi had come to ascertain Xia Bai's intentions. To be frank, with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of zombies in Zhuhe City, anyone would be dazed by Xia Bai's sporadic gatherings of undead followed by explosive detonations. Thus, Yi Qizhi had rushed over to discern whether Xia Bai was perhaps some kind of doomsday pyromaniac. Xia Bai had no explanation to offer. He simply smiled and said, "If we wish to bring an end to this apocalypse, we must eliminate the zombies one by one." Xia Bai implied that he harbored a grand ambition: to eradicate all zombies on this planet, starting with the individual undead. Yi Qizhi cast a skeptical glance at Xia Bai, awkwardly chuckling. "Ha, that is indeed." He hesitated for a couple of seconds, seemingly unsure how to rephrase his thoughts before continuing. "So you intend to keep detonating in the future, correct?" Xia Bai nodded decisively, stating, "More or less." "More or less." Yi Qizhi pondered for a moment, feeling a chill run down his spine. He hesitated but felt compelled to caution. "But, I must remind you, Our Biological Research Institute is located on the nearby Shurjua Mountain. Although it's partially underground, during your zombie explosions, please exercise some caution. Xia Bai replied with calm assurance, rest assured, I primarily detonate in the southern district. To be honest, nearly 3 months into this apocalypse, Ichiji considered himself well acquainted with the various types of individuals that had emerged. However, encountering someone like Xia Bai, who had managed to find a semblance of stability yet still chose to engage in explosive zombie extermination, was a novel experience for him. Why Ichiji absurdly mused. Perhaps this was what it meant for a terrorist mindset to awaken in the face of doom. He exhaled deeply, lifting the chicken he held, and remarked, This is from our research institute. It hasn't been infected. It was originally intended for experimental purposes, but taking one for consumption is not an issue. Had this been before the apocalypse, a living chicken would have been something someone of Ichiji's stature could scarcely afford to part with. Yet now, amidst the apocalypse, such a living chicken was more valuable than anything else. Xia Bai, exuding a spirit of generosity, accepted the chicken and said, Perfect, we still have beef in the fridge. You must join me for a meal today. Xia Bai harbored the same intention as Ichiji, to establish a good rapport. The Shihuang group was a significant force in the eastern provinces during the apocalypse, remaining discreet yet powerful. In Xia Bai's recollection, they wielded considerable influence in both the Changbai Mountain and Xinyang survivor bases, possessing military backing and controlling several crucial resources. It was said that even in these dire times, they maintained operational production lines, continuously generating vital supplies. At present, Xia Bai and Ichiji walked side by side towards the villa. Ichiji elaborated on the conditions within the Biological Research Institute, and as he had previously indicated, in this apocalyptic era, any advancements or outcomes in research were no longer secrets, but rather matters that could be openly discussed. However, as Xia Bai had anticipated, the Biological Research Center at Shurjua Mountain had been studying this virus for an extended period, yet had failed to yield any significant results or find a means to combat it. They had not even thoroughly examined its characteristics. It was merely noted by Ichiji that this virus had variants and was continually evolving. Why Ichiji even remarked, to be frank, the development of antiviral medications does not appear optimistic. I heard Director Zhang mention that this virus might not even originate from Earth, but could have been brought here by a meteorite from space, turning our planet into a breeding ground for it. Furthermore, he stated that it has the potential for multiple mutations. Even if a serum is developed, it may prove ineffective against the mutated strains. The Shihuang group placed immense importance on this biological research center, investing substantial resources and manpower. However, the situation remained grim. When Ichiji was invited by Xia Bai to stay for dinner, he was taken aback, for Xia Bai's table was not only laden with beef, but also an astonishing array of rare delicacies that were seldom seen in this post-apocalyptic world, rivaling the standards of a grand feast from before the catastrophe. Just as they were halfway through their meal, an unexpected guest arrived, Yi Hanyu, who brought with her 2 bottles of sour milk. Her purpose was essentially akin to that of Ichiji. Both were sufficiently alarmed by Xia Bai's incessant commotion and had come to ascertain the situation. Upon seeing the 2 bottles of sour milk, Xia Bai's eyes lit up, and he enthusiastically called out, Miss, would you care for some chicken? Yi Hanyu. By the end of the meal, the relationships between Xia Bai and the 2 newcomers, Yi Hanyu and Ichiji, had significantly deepened. Among the survivors in this desolate world, beyond the struggle for survival, a sense of peaceful coexistence was also prevalent. It would be foolish to engage in constant conflict. The following day, Xia Bai remained industrious, setting off with Ho Zhuang and others. They ignited the desiccated tree in front of the hospital, incinerating the zombie sparrows, before surging into the Zhuhua City Hospital to scavenge its contents. Numerous zombies congregated near the entrance, and with concentrated firepower, they swept through, pairing off into teams of 2 to venture deeper into the hospital. Inside, the zombies exhibited grotesque forms. Some former patients had grown immense tumors upon their bodies, creating a scene of gruesome horror. Among them were young nurses, their skin marred with large patches of purplish black, epitomizing the grotesque and terrifying nature of a hospital in the apocalypse. Xia Bai even encountered an overweight zombie blocking an entire corridor. Undeterred, he raised his shotgun and advanced, blasting the creature's head apart. Immediately afterward, the colossal zombie slowly toppled backward, crashing down onto the ground with a thunderous sound, causing the entire building to tremble as if in response. Li Jingyang, standing behind Xia Bai, raised his firearm and moved forward. However, Xia Bai suddenly turned around, casting a glance into the dimly lit corridor behind him. He could not discern whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he had an unsettling feeling that something was watching him from the shadows. Yet the corridor was devoid of any presence. There was no one to be found. Meanwhile, Ho Zhuang and his group encountered peril on the third floor, where they came across over 30 children-turned-zombies huddled together. Xia Bai swiftly wielded a flamethrower, expelling the threat with a sweeping motion. From that point on, their progress was remarkably smooth. However, upon their withdrawal from the hospital, perhaps due to the presence of a withered tree outside that had yet to burn completely, the number of approaching zombies far exceeded Xia Bai's expectations. Nonetheless, this overwhelming horde could not hope to impede the advance of Xia Bai's warship, which soared into the air in the blink of an eye, racing away. Unbeknownst to him, as his vessel departed the scene, a small boy stood on the rooftop of the hospital, gazing vacantly at the receding warship. This boy watched with wide eyes as Xia Bai's craft vanished into the distance, then glanced at the throng of zombies below, a clear expression of confusion etched upon his face. Chapter 102. Development. The expedition to the hospital in Jua City proceeded remarkably well, resulting in the retrieval of a substantial quantity of essential supplies. Coupled with the items gathered by Bai Lan, Ho Zhuang, and their companions in recent days, their small villa was on the brink of transforming into a vast storage facility. With the logistical concerns addressed, Xia Bai could now wholly devote himself to the pursuit of hunting zombies. Energy points were of paramount importance. Since upgrading his warship to level 3, the array of useful and valuable items he could craft had significantly increased. However, the energy points required for these creations were astonishingly high. Consequently, since reaching level 3, Xia Bai had scarcely managed to accumulate any energy points, utilizing them almost as swiftly as he obtained them. Now that he finally had time to spare, he embarked on a citywide explosive campaign in Jua City. Collaborating with Li Jingyang, they meandered through the southern district, luring zombies, identifying explosion points, and subsequently gathering the undead for detonation, which allowed them to amass energy points rapidly. Amid the heart-pounding anxiety of Yi Qizhi and Yi Hanyu, Xia Bai unleashed chaos throughout the southern district, the sounds of explosions and the roars of zombies echoing incessantly in Jua City. Some small groups of survivors, gripped by fear, fled from their hiding places, unable to bear the terror any longer, dashing into the snowy night. Meanwhile, Xia Bai reveled in his audacity, wreaking havoc across the city. In what seemed a genuine attempt at friendship, Yi Qizhi dispatched a professional, a retired, versatile special forces soldier, within a couple of days to teach Xia Bai and his companions various combat techniques, ranging from individual tactics to the meticulous placement and distribution of concealed cameras. While Xia Bai's survival skills appeared impressively proficient, he was acutely aware that much of his knowledge stemmed from experience or was pieced together from fragments learned from other survivors, lacking the depth of true expertise. Consequently, Xia Bai has learned a great deal from that special forces soldier, reaping significant benefits. Simultaneously, as time progresses, the rate at which Xia Bai's energy points increase accelerates. Initially, his growth was rather sluggish, but it soon gained momentum. With the rise in energy points, the enhancement and abundance of weaponry and equipment bolstered Xia Bai's confidence. When a massive explosion erupted in the southern district, he remained unhurried in his departure, even transforming his RV into a battleship form, firing cannons in the streets, and disembarking to deliver finishing blows. As the horde of zombies surged forth, he ascended into the sky aboard his battleship, gracefully maneuvering through the tide of the undead. During this time, he encountered Yi Hanyu and her companions on several occasions. Yi Hanyu even jested, "If I marry you, you'll protect us." Although Yi Hanyu appeared to be a rather brash and carefree older sister figure, Xia Bai discerned that she was, in fact, a remarkably decent young lady, open-hearted and devoid of malice, possessing a keen understanding of the fundamental principles of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. It is noteworthy that, as time passed, the search parties led by Ho Zhuang frequently encountered dangers, yet they rarely faltered. The supplies within the villa were already abundant, eliminating the necessity for desperate measures, so upon encountering a sizable horde of zombies, they would promptly retreat. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, encountering zombies had become an all-too-common occurrence, and no one regarded it as unusual. With the acquisition of energy points, Xia Bai's ability to manufacture items also accelerated. After all, once the energy points accumulated, the creation of objects was merely a matter of time. The battleship, equipped with 2 manufacturing facilities, significantly expedited this process. The 12 solar battery arrays Xia Bai had planned were completed in just over a month, even yielding an additional one dedicated to powering other devices. Although integrating the solar battery arrays onto the battleship took considerable time, the computer systems within the vessel were not of high caliber. Following the recommendations and guidelines provided by the unified system, Xia Bai and Ho Zhuang spent several days installing this apparatus atop the RV, arranging 2 rows of 6 solar batteries each. When shifting to battleship mode, these rows would extend outward, resembling the solar panels found on space stations, horizontally positioned along the battleship's sides. However, given that it was a modification made by Xia Bai himself, it exhibited a clear vulnerability in terms of defense. While he had reinforced the sides with steel plates, to truly integrate this enhancement into his battleship, it would require upgrading from level 3 to 4 through the system, necessitating the merging of new modules and the additional payment of energy points. Only then would this become a genuine component of the battleship's framework, seamlessly incorporated into its defensive system. On the inaugural day, when the matrix constructed from 12 solar cells successfully established a connection, Xia Bai was the first to experiment with an electromagnetic shield. This time, his shield was no longer the ephemeral entity it had been during the Ice City incident. Under the advanced technology of the 12 system solar cells, the battleship's electromagnetic shield could maintain its maximum power for nearly half an hour. This signified that, at this moment, the battleship had finally acquired the capability to maneuver amidst a horde of zombies. With the successful deployment of this technology, Xia Bai also commenced the creation of the primary energy units required for the battleship. Priced moderately at 200 energy points each, these units were vital for the battleship's prolonged operational capacity. Despite their compact size and ease of storage, Xia Bai deemed that a minimum of 20 such units was necessary for a truly complete reserve. As time progressed, the weather in Longjiang province, the northernmost part of China, grew increasingly dire. The cold intensified, and the snowfall became heavier. Amidst the apocalypse, the streets, bereft of sanitation workers, became increasingly impassable. Fortunately, the battleship's remarkable capabilities allowed it to navigate steadily through such adverse conditions. As time trickled by, Xia Bai's energy points accumulated steadily, allowing him to invest in essential upgrades. Beyond the two indispensable items, he also sought to develop the battleship's second weapon module and various other components. Although from the exterior, the battleship appeared unchanged, internally, all its functions were fully operational. Xia Bai even procured a small truck, preparing to load their surplus supplies when they eventually departed from Zhuhua City. As the battleship's multifunctionality and strategic reserves peaked, Xia Bai's efficiency in exterminating zombies surged significantly. By early January, he truly began to accumulate energy points to transition from level 3 to level 4. However, at this juncture, some zombies, drawn by the presence of the living, gradually approached their villa community. To his surprise, the speed at which these creatures converged was much swifter than Xia Bai had anticipated, and their numbers were slightly greater than expected. Chapter 103. A Day in Bai Lan's Life, January 27, 2019, Zhuhua City Villa District. With a sharp sound, blood splattered. Bai Lan plunged a fire axe into the neck of a zombie, and with her forceful thrust, the creature's entire body was pinned down, toppling forward as it witnessed its head severed by the very axe. Strangely, the decapitated head of this decaying monster did not yield much blood. What oozed forth was a foul-smelling, dark red liquid. Ordinary zombies possessed strength surpassing that of regular humans, but as an awakened individual, Bai Lan's power far exceeded that of typical zombies in one-on-one confrontation. She could vividly demonstrate what it meant to utterly dominate a zombie in battle. Bai Lan slayed the zombie, allowing herself a moment to exhale lightly. At that very moment, behind her, in the corner of the villa district, lay 5 or 6 dismembered zombie corpses, sprawled haphazardly across the ground. After surveying her surroundings, she let out a long breath, resting the fire axe upon her shoulder, and turned to venture deeper into their residence within the villa area. However, whether it was merely her imagination or not, she felt an unsettling chill, as if something lurked in the shadows, observing her intently. Bai Lan was inherently cautious. She halted to confront this mysterious sensation. Even in the absence of any visible threat behind her, she turned back to meticulously inspect her surroundings once more, ensuring that no zombies had been overlooked. The presence of even a single unaccounted zombie could spell danger for anyone in her group, and Bai Lan would not entertain such recklessness. Nonetheless, after an exhaustive search, she found no additional zombies. With a slight sigh of relief, she murmured to herself, "Have the sheer number of zombies that have surged in these past days become a psychological burden?" Resolving not to dwell further on the matter, she pivoted towards the direction of the villa. Shortly after she departed, atop a nearby villa's rooftop terrace, a young boy emerged slowly. He was strikingly handsome, his eyes vibrant and full of spirit, yet his face was inexplicably wrapped in tape, stained with blood. He gazed silently in the direction where Bai Lan had vanished, murmuring awkwardly to himself, "That is, their home block this place, and they will have nowhere to run to, right?" Moments later, from behind the young boy, a creature resembling a centipede began to crawl forth. Its body was covered in black scales, and the bloodied head that emerged was grotesque and terrifying. As it opened its maw, Rows of shark-like teeth were plainly visible, emitting a low, eager growl. Upon her return to the villa, Bai Lan found that Xia Bai and the others had not yet returned from their outing. From a considerable distance, she heard the earth-shattering sound of an explosion. With a sigh, she listened, just as Xiaoqi dashed out from a corner of the villa, calling for Bai Lan with a desire for a hug. Bai Lan quickly intercepted the little girl, saying, "I have zombie blood on me. Don't just hug me recklessly." Wai Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue playfully. Bai Lan chuckled softly and walked into the villa. Discovering that everyone was absent, Xia Bai had taken Ho Zhuang to hunt zombies, likely in search of supplies in the house. Only the typically reticent Li Qing remained. Li Qing, with her introverted nature, was the least noticeable member of the team, timid and soft-spoken. Though she had practiced shooting, she rarely dared to confront zombies unless absolutely cornered. Yet, she consistently labored quietly, and upon Bai Lan's return, she was seen busily sorting and organizing supplies. Bai Lan glanced at her and inquired, "What is this?" Li Qing smiled faintly and replied, "I heard from Xiagu that we might be leaving soon, right? Since there's nothing pressing to do, I thought I'd start organizing the supplies we've gathered over the past 2 months. There's quite an abundance." Bai Lan momentarily paused, then said, "I will go wash off the blood briefly and return to assist you. Xiaoqi, you head to the monitoring room. If there are any zombies around, call for me." Ye Xiaoqi nodded, turning and dashing towards the monitoring room. Li Qing interjected, "There's no need. I can manage alone. You should take a good rest. However, I heard that the personnel from the research facility atop Shijui Mountain have withdrawn. Is that correct?" Bai Lan nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed. A couple of days ago, someone named Yi Qiji specifically sent a message stating that the Changbai Mountain survivor base has been established and secured, making it a safer haven, hence their decision to relocate there." Li Qing nodded in understanding. "Once we leave this place, shall we also head to Changbai Mountain?" Bai Lan shook her head. "I'm not certain. I heard Xia Bai mention he seems inclined towards Xinjiang. He always has his own agenda, but it should be reliable." Li Qing remarked, "Yes, Xiagu sometimes appears almost prophetic, as if he can foresee events before they unfold. Perhaps he's akin to a flesh-eating maniac." Bai Lan jested, then sighed. "In recent days, the number of zombies gathering around us has increased significantly. Xia Bai has stated that by the latest after the new year, we won't be able to stay here any longer. With hundreds of thousands of zombies in the city, even after 2 months of slaughtering, Xia Bai hasn't seen a reduction, and no matter how formidable we are, it's impossible for us to remain here for long." Li Qing nodded, her expression tinged with concern. Bai Lan, attempting to lighten the mood, said, "But fret not. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to bear it. Only when Xia Bai falls should we truly worry." Li Qing's expression turned peculiar as she fixed her gaze on Bai Lan for a moment, saying, "If he falls, I won't be worried. You should be the one concerned." Bai Lan was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Oh, so you're seeking death, are you?" With that, she chased after Li Qing, creating a ruckus throughout the room. However, it wasn't long before Yi Xiaoqi's voice echoed from within, "Sister Bai Lan, there are zombies." Bai Lan could only sigh, grabbing her fire axe and venturing outside. Her day consisted predominantly of keeping company with wandering zombies. They had expanded the surveillance range, allowing them to detect the approach of zombies from areas outside the villa sooner. Yet, this villa district, where they had resided for nearly 2 months, was indeed becoming increasingly perilous. It remained uncertain whether the place Xia Bai referred to in Shangjing was truly suitable for long-term habitation. Armed with her fire axe and a prepared firearm, Bai Lan stepped outside, glancing back at the fortress-like structure they had made their home. By the latest after the new year, they would have to depart from this place. Bai Lan exhaled a long breath, suddenly recalling that the new year of 2019 seemed to be fast approaching. Even in this apocalyptic world, the new year held profound significance for the majority of Chinese people. Chapter 104, New Year's Revelry, February 4, 2019, 21. 5/6. Yi Hanyu was startled awake by an unusual sound. Groggily, she opened her eyes and glanced around the classroom. This classroom, situated in the corner of the 3rd floor, once served as their class's sanctuary. However, in the 2 months since the apocalypse began, it has been on the verge of transforming into a vast dormitory. Each night, the female high school students take refuge here. Enveloped in blankets, nestled between desks and various supplies, Yi Hanyu was roused from her slumber, feeling somewhat disoriented. Sitting upon the mat on the floor, she instinctively cast a glance out the window, noticing that the light in the school's security room still flickered. Each night, 2 guards were stationed there, ever vigilant against the encroaching zombies. For reasons unknown, the dim yellow glow emanating from that direction appeared slightly tinged with red this evening. Yet, weariness weighed heavily upon Yi Hanyu. Although it was New Year's Eve, They had ventured out that morning to gather supplies and had to clear the ever-growing horde of zombies outside Qingyu High School, leaving her utterly exhausted. After noting that the light remained on, she dismissed her concerns, feeling a sense of relief, and resolved to return to sleep. After all, it was the new year, and having remained alert for months, a brief reprieve was warranted. Suddenly, Yi Hanyu's attention was drawn to the door of their room, which had inexplicably swung open. She distinctly remembered that the door was to be securely locked before everyone fell asleep, with only the sisters in the security room possessing the key. Perhaps someone had forgotten to close it after a trip to the restroom, and the winter chill of Longjiang province, leaving the door ajar was not an option. Yi Hanyu stifled a yawn, rose to her feet, and approached the door with utmost caution, intending to close it, yet she was startled by the sound of footsteps from outside. Peering out, she glimpsed a looming shadow at the end of the dimly lit corridor. Was it a zombie? Frowning slightly, Yi Hanyu retrieved a fire axe from the doorframe. She contemplated grabbing a flashlight, but hesitated, wary of waking the others who were scattered about the room. She reasoned that a lone zombie would hardly pose a threat to her. A newly awakened survivor, IT was likely just a straggler that had slipped in. If a substantial horde had invaded, the sisters in the security room would have raised the alarm long ago. So, she gently closed the door and ventured towards the shadowy figure. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, and the sound of her footsteps echoed eerily. As she approached, the figure appeared to sway like a specter. It was only when she drew nearer that Yi Hanyu realized it was not a zombie at all, but one of her sisters, grotesquely suspended from the ceiling, struggling for release. Startled, she rushed over, desperate to free her comrade. However, upon reaching her sister's side and touching her body, it suddenly lurched back in the dim light of the corridor. Yi Hanyu finally discerned the horrifying truth. Her sister had succumbed to zombification, half her face grotesquely missing as if ravaged by some monstrous force, blood streaming down her body. Upon detecting Yi Hanyu's living presence, the creature swiftly turned, clawing and gnashing towards her. The darkness, the zombie, the blood that even Yi Hanyu was momentarily taken aback, retreating 2 hurried steps. Fortunately, the zombie remained suspended from the ceiling, unable to reach her. Yet, as she stumbled backward, she felt her thigh collide with something solid. As she lowered her head, she beheld a small boy, around 7 or 8 years of age, standing behind her, his presence unknown until that moment. He wore a bizarre and terrifying smile. Almost immediately, the boy raised a blood-soaked long nail and plunged it directly into Yi Hanyu's leg. A horrifying scream escaped her lips as her body crumpled to the ground, while the boy, with a maniacal laugh, began to crawl onto her, brandishing another hand that clutched a hammer still dripping with flesh and blood. Yi Hanyu, known for her audacity, had endured the apocalypse for quite some time. Although she was initially startled, her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively lifted the fire axe in her hand, bringing it down forcefully upon the boy's face. In the darkness, she witnessed blood erupting forth. As an awakened being, her strength was astonishing. The boy emitted a grotesque shriek, and despite her frantic swing with the axe handle, he was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, as if impervious to pain, he immediately rose to his feet. Stumbling backward, Yi Hanyu quickly regained her footing, but the nail remained lodged in her leg, causing her to cry out in agony. Nearly collapsing once more. Just then, from the classroom ahead, someone rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Filled with joy, Yi Hanyu shouted, "Stop him!" However, as her words fell, she witnessed a colossal and horrifying shadow darting from the depths of the corridor, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, instantly seizing the unfortunate individual and tearing them apart in midair, their screams echoing throughout the corridor. Yi Hanyu's expression changed drastically. Following that, a massive creature resembling a centipede slowly emerged from the darkness. Aside from its head, which retained some semblance of human structure, there was little about it that could be comprehended as a normal biological entity. Meanwhile, the other occupants of the room were awakening in terror, only to be met by the monstrous being that had surged into the classroom. Yi Hanyu's grip on the fire axe trembled slightly, but she was not one to succumb to fear. Pressing her hand against the nail embedded in her leg, she gritted her teeth and stood up, determined to charge forward. However, at that moment, she suddenly sensed something amiss and turned her head to see. At the end of the corridor, a small child-sized zombie, drenched in blood, crawling toward her. The boy at the corridor's end appeared somewhat dazed as he surveyed the scene before him, muttering, "I caught you in your home. Where else can you run?" The wails and screams became the most extravagant celebration welcoming the new year within the halls of Chengyu Middle School. Beneath the teaching building, not far away from the security room at the entrance, lies a scene of utter devastation. A portion of the wall has been inexplicably torn apart by some unfathomable creature, revealing a grotesque tableau of remnants left by beasts that have gorged themselves to satiety, their blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Blood stains the ground, yet the sole antiquated and dim light within the room continues to emit a faint glow. This yellowed illumination, filtered through the blood-soaked glass, casts a hue imbued with a sinister red. Above, frost and snow descend from the heavens, accompanied by a chilling breeze that envelopes the surroundings in an eerie stillness. Meanwhile, the zombies that wander nearby begin to turn their stiff heads, drawn by the sounds of anguished cries, their vacant gazes unerringly fixed upon this crimson-hued school. Chapter 105. The Assailants, February 4, 2019, 10:39 p.m. Xia Bai was the first to notice the anomaly. Unlike Yi Hanyu and her companions who had retired early, Xia Bai and his group were well-stocked and brimming with energy, particularly with Xia Bai, a hedonist at heart. During this festive season, they had already begun simmering beef, and the idea of going to bed early was utterly inconceivable. At this hour, they had just finished their meal and were preparing to watch a movie together as a form of New Year entertainment when Xia Bai observed a strange redness in the distant sky. With his keen perception, he quickly recognized that this was not the reflection of snow but rather flames illuminating the heavens. The intensity of the fire was unmistakable, with the West Wilderness group long gone and the number of survivors dwindling. Who would dare to set fire to something at this time? It was the new year, after all. Had they lost their minds? Sensing something was amiss, Xia Bai sprang to his feet and made his way outside, prompting his companions to share his concern. Upon stepping outside, the situation became clearer. Indeed, a fire blazed somewhere in the distance, seemingly towards Qingyu Middle School. Xia Bai couldn't help but wonder if Yi Hanyu and her group were indulging in some New Year revelry. Although Yi Hanyu was generally decent in her dealings with others and not particularly greedy or malicious, she was certainly the type to act on her whims. A girl who might very well engage in reckless festivities like setting buildings ablaze during the apocalypse. Xia Bai had encountered such individuals before, even witnessing a madman from the 13 Kings burning tobacco, a truly deranged act. Just then, Bai Lan emerged from the villa, gravely stating, "You should come take a look. There's something going on." Following her back into the villa, they arrived at the surveillance room, where Xia Bai was taken aback by the footage displayed. The cameras they had set up at the perimeter were clearly capturing a scene. At two intersections, toy cars had been stationed, each equipped with a music box blaring tunes, drawing in the nearby zombies. Hu Zhuang, who had been monitoring the situation, remarked, "There are no people in sight. It's a remote-controlled car." Chen Tianqing added, "Is someone trying to set us up?" However, Xia Bai merely shook his head. If it were a person, what advantage would there be in luring a horde of zombies to kill Xia Bai and the others? This method seems reminiscent of intelligent zombies. At that moment, Chen Tianqing pointed towards another surveillance screen and exclaimed, "Look, someone is coming in." Upon hearing this, Xia Bai glanced over and saw a throng of zombies chasing a stumbling woman along the road leading to the main entrance. The woman was clad in the uniform of Qingyu High School, staggering as she ran. One of her arms gruesomely torn, still faintly attached to her body, her skin marred by countless wounds, yet she sprinted faster, indicating that she could transform into a zombie at any moment. As she fled, she emitted a heart-wrenching, discordant wail. "Save me!" It appeared that the fire indeed originated from Qingyu High School, which, while not distant from the villa area, was certainly not close either. Given her grievous injuries, if she had made it here on her own, she would have succumbed and turned into a zombie long ago. This was clearly a bait. Just then, Bai Lan remarked, "Is that gasoline on those zombies?" Initially, Xia Bai had not noticed, but now, upon closer inspection, he saw that the zombies pursuing the Qingyu High School girl were drenched in gasoline. Being drawn towards the villa by her frantic flight at that moment, Xia Bai felt almost certain. These were indeed intelligent zombies. They were aware of the surveillance around them, using a living person as bait to attract a massive horde of zombies. If survivors intended to deal with Xia Bai, even if successful, it would be utterly meaningless. The fire at Qingyu High School was a stark wake-up call. He took a deep breath and said, "This might be the work of intelligent zombies. Everyone, stay alert, turn on all the walkie-talkies, and set the lights in the entire building to the brightest setting." Xia Bai had previously mentioned the notion of intelligent zombies to Chen Tianqing and the others, and although their faces paled slightly at this revelation, they remained relatively composed. However, in that fleeting moment, Xia Bai had already discerned the intentions of the adversary. It seemed that the intelligent zombie aimed to divert them, using the gasoline-soaked zombies as a means to lure them out or to draw the warship away. Xia Bai could afford to ignore the toy car. In no time, the zombies, responding to the noise, would likely obliterate that setup. However, if the gasoline-drenched zombies were allowed to infiltrate, they could very well ignite the entire building. The optimal strategy for Xia Bai and his group to preserve their stronghold was to intercept this batch of gasoline-soaked zombies. Xia Bai understood that if the enemy was aware of the surveillance cameras, they must also know of the warship's presence in a city teeming with zombies. Distinguishing intelligent ones was exceedingly difficult. As long as they concealed themselves within the mass of corpses, they could evade detection while silently observing humanity. There were scant military remnants scattered throughout Zhuhe City, and knowing the warship was present, the enemy still dared to approach, likely possessing extreme mutated entities. If Xia Bai's group were to split their forces, the extreme mutated entities would likely spring into action, either targeting the warship first or eliminating the outside individuals before systematically dismantling them. As long as the adversaries execute their hunting sequence with precision, annihilating Xia Bai and his companions does not appear to be an insurmountable challenge. Their audacity to approach on New Year's Eve suggests they possess the confidence to ensnare them entirely. This aligns with the typical modus operandi of zombies, congregating in hordes to leverage their advantages for a decisive strike. The intelligent zombie seems well informed, likely having observed Xia Bai and his group for an extended period without taking action. Xia Bai surmises that this intelligent zombie may exist in numbers of 1 or 2, and has not possessed its cognitive faculties for long. During the preceding months, it has spent considerable time learning, lacking the confidence to confront Xia Bai or impede the survivors from vacating its territory without revealing itself. Thus, it resorts to this method, traversing from Chengyu to the Villa District overnight, aiming to obliterate the scant survivor gathering points in Zhuhe City in one fell swoop. When the intelligent zombie first gained awareness, it bore a striking resemblance to a human infant, albeit with astonishing learning and comprehension abilities. Its limitations stem from its environmental context and the stimuli it can access, leading to many intelligent zombies having knowledge closely tied to their surroundings. Chapter 106. The Dark Hour. Xia Bai surveyed the surroundings thoughtfully and remarked, "Bai Lan, gather your team and start organizing supplies. Chen Tianqing, go retrieve the vehicle we parked outside and bring a truck for the materials. Ho Zhuang, keep monitoring the surveillance feeds. Li Jingyang, guard the entrances of the house. Allow nothing to enter. Tianqing, let us venture out to operate the warship." He patted Chen Tianqing on the shoulder, and they stepped out side by side. Their willingness to exit the house served as both bait and the main force for a counterattack. Should the intelligent zombie lose its composure and target the duo outside, they could swiftly retreat to the RV.T that moment. Once the warship ascended, no matter what approached, it would meet its demise. Xia Bai's intentions were clear. If it came to it, he would abandon the villa. His only goal was to prevent the zombies from breaching the front entrance of their abode. Even if a conflagration ensued, engulfing the entire building, it would require time to spread, and with that time, their retreat would certainly suffice. Ultimately, the intelligent zombie would either helplessly witness Xia Bai's rapid exodus aboard the warship or be compelled to engage directly. However, with living humans present, few, even among the intelligent zombies, could maintain their composure. Upon exiting the villa, Xia Bai immediately activated the colossal searchlight that had been dismantled from the Zhuhe City Stadium, illuminating the area before the villa. Yet, just as he was about to switch on the lights at the back, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The intelligent zombie proved to be even more impatient than he had anticipated. Ho Zhuang's voice crackled through the intercom in a rapid succession of alarmed exclamations. Something unknown is charging in from behind the surveillance feed. It's moving with unbelievable speed. It's an extreme variant. Its velocity is astonishing. As Ho Zhuang's voice escalated to a crescendo of panic, he shouted, "Li Jingyang, it's coming. Everyone, be cautious." Just as Xia Bai reached the corner of the villa, a thunderous crash resonated from behind the building. The intelligent zombie had no intention of first targeting Xia Bai and Chen Tianqing, the two bait, nor did it seek to neutralize Xia Bai's battleship. Instead, its focus was directed towards the villa itself. Although the adversary acted recklessly, it proved to be even more cunning than Xia Bai had anticipated. The enemy quickly realized that their side was outnumbered, and while retreating and fortifying their defenses, the true vulnerability lay within the villa itself. In an instant, Xia Bai grasped the purpose of their assault, to sever the power supply. He promptly seized the intercom, sprinting towards the villa while exclaiming, "Who is on the second floor?" "Immediately, never mind. Everyone withdraw at once. We shall board the battleship first. They may engage in direct confrontation, but we shall." His words were abruptly cut short, for at that moment, the once brightly lit villa was plunged into an abyss of darkness. The circuit breaker on the second floor, linked to the solar panels, had been severed. Outside and within the villa, darkness enveloped everything in an instant. Simultaneously, Gunfire and the howls of extreme mutants reverberated from the first floor. The intelligent zombie, likely brought in by this extreme mutant, had swiftly reached the second floor to cut the power supply. At that very moment, a timid voice crackled through the intercom. "I am on the second floor." It was Yi Xiaoqi's voice. At the same time, the dying woman from Chengyu Middle School, accompanied by a horde of zombies, had arrived at the entrance of the villa where Xia Bai and the others were situated. Xia Bai inhaled sharply, yet he forcefully pulled back Chen Tianqing, who was rushing towards the villa, and commanded in a low voice, "To the battleship." Meanwhile, within the villa, darkness reigned supreme. As the extreme mutant crashed in, she seemed to catch sight of a shadow darting into the second floor, soon followed by a cacophony of sounds intertwined with screams, including Yi Xiaoqi's voice, before the world darkened. Yet, everything transpired too swiftly. Bai Lan was almost instantaneously targeted by the enormous centipede-like extreme mutant. However, she also realized that the intelligent zombie must have already discerned the internal structure of these buildings through other villas. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to sever the power so swiftly. She inhaled slightly, a sense of urgency welling up within her, yet the building was shrouded in darkness. All she could hear were the unsettling sounds of the extreme mutant crawling on the ground, its numerous limbs producing an eerie noise. Just then, the sound of the battleship firing echoed from outside. The centipede-like creature swiftly turned its head, and illuminated by the external firelight, Bai Lan once more beheld the terrifying form of the extreme mutant. Simultaneously, she noticed Ho Zhuang gesturing for her to ascend the stairs to assess the situation. Following this, Ho Zhuang opened fire, drawing the extreme mutant's attention and creating an opportunity for Bai Lan. Ho Zhuang was not acting blindly. He and Yang Xian appeared to have prepared ahead of time, seamlessly coordinating as they retreated into the cramped confines of the villa, while the extreme mutant relentlessly pursued them, growing increasingly swift. Ho Zhuang and Yang Xian sprinted forward, firing and using various objects to hinder its advance. Bai Lan gritted her teeth, glanced back for a moment, and then charged upstairs. The intelligent zombie, with Yi Xiaoqi and Li Qing positioned above, must be dealt with promptly. Meanwhile, the exterior of the villa has transformed into a raging inferno. As Xia Bai's warship ascended, a girl from Chengyu Middle School displayed a glimmer of hope. However, she was gravely infected. All Xia Bai could do was grant her release with a burst of bullets, and soon after, the 30mm cannon unleashed a torrent of firepower, toppling the dozen or so zombies that surged in from outside. Gasoline ignited by gunpowder ignited wildly. At that moment, amidst the ordinary zombies, an unusual entity emerged. It was an extreme mutant resembling a humanoid form, distinct from the centipede. Its mutation was not as pronounced. Clad in metal sheets on both sides, it had previously blended into the horde under the cover of darkness, but now it suddenly leapt forth, soaring 6 to 7 meters in a brutal assault towards Xia Bai's warship. Smaller than the centipede, its speed was astonishing, a mere shadow darting through the darkness and flames. Xia Bai instantly activated the warship's shield, swiftly redirected the cannon, and with 30mm rounds, forced the creature back to the ground. Lowering the warship's altitude, he engaged in close-range fire, reducing the extreme mutant to a gory mess, leaving a small pit, wreathed in smoke, upon the ground. Subsequently, Xia Bai redirected the cannon once more to cleanse the remaining zombies. Should this horde set the building ablaze, the resources they had gathered over the past months would be utterly wasted. Chapter 107. The big black Italian cannon Yi Xiaoqi spotted a small boy at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Shrouded in shadows, appearing exceedingly vague eye in his hand, he clutched a hammer, while the other hand held a bloodied plastic mask of a gray wolf, obscuring half of his face. Beneath his feet lay a person. It was Li Qing. The woman's skull had been brutally shattered by the seemingly frail boy, now sprawled on the ground, her brain matter and blood pooling around her. The individual capabilities of intelligent zombies are akin to those of awakened beings. Even a child, under the virus's enhancement, could possess astonishing strength. Li Qing was the first to notice the boy. She had heard Xia Bai mention him, but seeing him merely as a child, she never anticipated such an exaggerated disparity in power. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, the stench of blood permeating the air, while heavy gunfire resonated from below. Yi Xiaoqi felt a twinge of fear, retreating 2 steps, yet tremblingly withdrew a gun from her embrace. She had practiced shooting before, though she had never hit anything. But from Xia Bai's recent voice through the communicator, she realized that this boy, seemingly of her age, was the intelligent zombie. If she could eliminate him here, it would spare everyone considerable trouble. Thus, a gun is indeed a valuable tool. The boy spoke, his vocal cords seemingly damaged, his voice resembling metal scraping against metal. "But I am not proficient with it, so I prefer not to use it. Don't you think that smashing someone's skull with a hammer is a far more entertaining method of killing?" Bang. Yi Xiaoqi pulled the trigger. Her gun was raised at an angle of over 60 degrees, so misaligned that she herself fell to the ground. In that moment, Yi Xiaoqi was not paralyzed by fear. She quickly sprang to her feet, clutching her hand and retreating hastily. Simultaneously, the boy also dashed forward, smashing the mask in his hand onto the ground and sprinting like a wild beast. Beneath the mask, half of his face was shattered, exposing stark white bone fragments embedded in flesh, a horrifying sight wrought by Yi Hanyu's axe. Yi Xiaoqi glanced back, shouted loudly, and stumbled forward. Just then, a figure burst forth from the corridor behind, wielding a shotgun and firing at the boy. The distance too short, a burst of blood erupted from the boy's body as he was flung backward. Yet he did not perish. Meanwhile, Bailan rushed up from downstairs, lacking the time to finish him off. She swiftly pulled Yi Xiaoqi behind her, pivoting the gun towards the staircase as a colossal centipede-like creature, nearly 4 meters in length, pursued her with astounding speed. Without hesitation, Bailan opened fire in the dimly lit corridor, the shotgun's muzzle exhaling flames of fury. However, the creature flailed its numerous limbs chaotically, blood and flesh splattering. Yet none of her shots found their mark. Bailan's expression shifted dramatically. She shoved Yi Xiaoqi into the shadows, gripping the shotgun with one hand while drawing a tactical dagger with the other. Clearly prepared to fight for her life, at that very moment, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the scene, followed by light streaming in from the window, illuminating the corridor in transparency. It was the launch of Xia Bai's battleship. In that instant, Bailan instinctively exhaled in relief, and soon after, the 30mm cannon fired, piercing through the building's structure to inflict a barrage of wounds upon the massive target, causing both the grotesquely mutated creature and the building below to collapse into the first floor. Clouds of dust billowed upwards, while the battleship hovered low in the night sky, unleashing its firepower. With people and supplies still inside, Xia Bai dared not use artillery recklessly, yet the mutated creature exhibited astonishing ferocity, braving the cannon fire and lunging towards the battleship's low-hanging frame with its mangled flesh. Nearby, the boy, half of his body shattered, struggled to prop himself up, gazing at the monster leaping towards the battleship, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he mockingly addressed Bailan. "Do you know the secret to taming such a beast? You must first become a zombie." He turned his head, grinning as he watched the extreme mutation leap towards the battleship. He had witnessed the might of the battleship before. It was not something an ordinary zombie could withstand, nor could it be contained by a typical zombie. Yet this extreme mutation surely possessed the capability to overturn it. These perilous humans must perish tonight. A terrifying grin flickered across his grotesque visage, but it soon froze, akin to the dried blood congealed upon his face. Had Xia Bai been aware of this fellow's thoughts, he could only have retorted with a dismissive "you think too much." While such an extreme mutant might pose a threat to the battleship structure, the presence of shields rendered it virtually harmless. This was merely a misjudgment on the part of the intelligent zombie, which had never witnessed Xia Bai's battleship unleashing its full power. At this very moment, Xia Bai, having already cleared the outer area of burning zombies, eagerly awaited the creature's emergence. Although he hesitated to unleash his full firepower while the adversary remained indoors, the situation would dramatically shift should it dare to step outside. Where was my Italian cannon? Taking a deep breath, Xia Bai ruthlessly deployed the cannon of the second weapon module, which had already had its safety protocols disabled. From an external viewpoint, beneath the battleship, a massive cannon materialized with a thunderous sound. Subsequently, facing the colossal, centipede-like extreme mutant, he fired a shot directly at it. The caliber of the battleship's cannon exceeded 100 meters, and as the shot was fired, the space erupted with a resounding boom, followed by the mutant's body exploding in a gory shower of blood and viscera. Bailan quickly turned to shield Yi Xiaoqi, tightly covering the girl's mouth and nose, aware that the extreme mutant also carried infectious viruses. Much of the creature's body had been obliterated, and the remaining portion crashed to the ground with a loud thud, only to be swiftly dispatched by Xia Bai. Meanwhile, Xia Bai transitioned from the cannon's control panel to the position of the machine gun, cigarette in mouth, observing the boy zombie below through a 360-degree holographic screen, slowly pressing the fire button. "You little rascal, no matter how quickly you learn, have you ever encountered my 100mm Italian cannon?" The intelligent zombie boy had indeed never seen Xia Bai's battleship cannon. His knowledge stemmed from observation and self-learning. Although their growth rate far surpassed that of humans, in a post-apocalyptic world devoid of the internet, Even their rapid development would leave gaps in knowledge. While Xia Bai had been brazenly blasting zombies throughout the city, this was the first time he fired his cannon, not for lack of opportunity, but because the ammunition was exorbitantly expensive, each shot costing 20 energy points. Using it against ordinary zombies, which often resulted in missing the head, could mean failing to recoup even the investment, rendering it akin to using a cannon to swat flies. Chapter 108. A man's single by strength thus. When Xia Bai's cannon fired, the intelligent zombie was left in a state of shock. Meanwhile, the machine gun on Xia Bai's side was unable to take further action, as Bai Lan had already reloaded her weapon and was advancing step by step. With 3 successive shots, she obliterated the zombie's head. Casting a glance at Li Qing's distant corpse, Bai Lan kicked the bloodied hammer, still smeared with flesh, away. Outside, Xia Bai found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He had initially planned to capture the intelligent zombie alive, hoping to see if any companions would come to its rescue for a chance at a massive haul, but he had not anticipated Bai Lan's swift intervention. He maneuvered the warship as it descended from the heavens. The death of Li Qing cast a pall of gloom over the crowd, and Li Jingyang had also sustained injuries. He was knocked unconscious when a colossal centipede crashed through a wall. Undoubtedly, had he attempted to confront that extreme mutant at that moment, he would have met a similarly grim fate. However, after this fierce battle, the villa had been left in ruins, and around it, a multitude of indistinct zombies began to emerge, confirming Xia Bai's earlier hypothesis that if a confrontation were to ensue, they could not remain here. They lifted Li Jingyang onto an RV and commenced gathering supplies. Xia Bai and his companions had long prepared for this day, having procured an UMAC S3, a medium-sized box truck, in anticipation. Over the past few months, they had amassed a considerable quantity of resources, rendering the space within the RV rather cramped, thus making the existence of the box truck quite essential. Their movements were swift, and with Bai Lan, an awakened individual, contributing labor, they completed the loading in less than an hour, just as the front line of the zombie horde began to encroach upon them. Like phantoms in the midnight hour within the villa's courtyard. Observing this, Xia Bai promptly boarded the vehicle, while Bai Lan and Chen Tianqing took charge of the box truck, and the remaining individuals crowded aboard Xia Bai's RV warship. Without hesitation, he took the wheel and sped forth, racing through the throng of zombies before a true tide could form, successfully breaking free from the confines of the villa district. However, upon exiting the area, Xia Bai spotted a small car approaching them head-on, driven by someone clearly inexperienced, swerving haphazardly and nearly colliding with them. Xia Bai hurriedly brought the vehicle to a halt, only to discover that the driver was none other than the bespectacled woman from Yi Hanyu's group. She stood before their vehicle, gasping for breath, and upon meeting Xia Bai's astonished gaze, she said, "Hanyu sent us to warn you. We were attacked by a horde of highly aggressive zombies, and she instructed me to inform you." Xia Bai raised his hand and shot a zombie that lunged at him from behind the woman. He recalled that her name seemed to be Chen Yingying, and he was pleasantly surprised by Yi Hanyu's thoughtfulness. She truly exemplified the spirit of a good neighbor. However, such sentiments were not to be voiced aloud. He smiled and replied, "Thank you." His gratitude was sincere. In this era, few would rush to inform others of impending danger. Chen Yingying nodded slightly, hastily making her way towards the electric vehicle, but after taking just 2 steps, she paused, recalling something important. She turned to Xia Bai and whispered, "Do you have any medicine? Anything for stopping bleeding or for inflammation?" Xia Bai furrowed his brows and asked, "What is the matter?" Chen Yingying bit her lip, and after a moment, she said, "It's Hanyu. I doubt I left her at the church up ahead." The church up ahead. Upon hearing this, Xia Bai displayed a peculiar expression, yet he held a favorable impression of Yi Hanyu and her group. Offering assistance was not out of the question, and what was most pivotal was that Xia Bai indeed yearned to venture into the church ahead. He had not forgotten how, in his previous life, he had nearly been fed to the undead by an individual within that very church. Thus, Xia Bai instructed the girl to board the vehicle, slightly adjusted their course, and sped towards the direction of the church. During this journey, he inquired briefly about the situation and gleaned the details. The intelligent zombie-s plan seemed aimed at exterminating survivors, and inexplicably, Yi Hanyu and her companions had become the shields for Xia Bai, bearing the brunt of the attacks. Approximately 10 individuals had perished, and Yi Hanyu had ignited the entire building, relying on her awakened powers to barely escape with Chen Yingying, despite her severe injuries. Yet, she insisted that Chen Yingying notify Xia Bai without soliciting aid for herself. From this account, Xia Bai discerned a deeper implication. Yi Hanyu was likely aware of her grave condition and felt she might not survive, prompting her to send Chen Yingying not only to alert Xia Bai but also in the hope that he would extend a helping hand to Chen Yingying upon receiving the warning. However, Xia Bai was not inclined to overlook the situation. His medical bay aboard the warship was akin to a mobile surgical table. Yi Hanyu, being an awakened one, might still have a chance of survival, and she indeed was a commendable individual. If he could bring her along, he would then have 2 awakened ones on his side. In a survivor team of fewer than 10, having 2 awakened individuals was a luxurious arrangement that Xia Bai had never dared to dream of in his previous life. Yet, Xia Bai's subsequent actions appeared somewhat peculiar to Bai Lan and others who were somewhat familiar with him. Having lingered in this place for a considerable time, the man in the church possessed some understanding of Xia Bai and his group of survivors. When they arrived at breakneck speed, he greeted them with cordiality, but Xia Bai, without uttering a word, delivered a punch that sent the man sprawling to the ground, followed by a vigorous beating. Ultimately, he drew his firearm, swiftly loaded it, and fired a shot. In truth, Xia Bai was not one to harbor grudges. Although he was fully aware of the man's presence, he had been disinclined to seek trouble. However, since the opportunity presented itself, he could no longer restrain himself. In his previous life, he had navigated the vast ice city without incident, only to come perilously close to being fed to the undead by this very individual. After dispatching the man, Xia Bai ascended the stairs and eliminated the man's zombie wife as well. Regardless of the man's emotional entanglements, his deceitful actions had no bearing on Xia Bai. Should he attempt to ensnare Xia Bai, he would find no respite in either lifetime. Upon Xia Bai's return, those present regarded him with an odd expression. Yi Hanyu had already succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, yet it seemed she had sensed the church's sinister nature, clinging desperately to the leg of a table within, requiring significant effort to be pried away. That moment, Chen Yingying was inconsolable, weeping uncontrollably, convinced that Yi Hanyu was doomed. Indeed, Yi Hanyu's injuries have reached a perilous state, as her leg has been pierced by a stake, and her back bears a gaping wound, over 10 centimeters in length, with flesh grotesquely torn. Upon witnessing her condition, Xia Bai comprehended that before they were attacked, the initial victim was likely from Qingyu High School. The nature of both the stake and the subsequent injuries is such that they could not have been inflicted by an ordinary zombie. Moreover, Yi Hanyu bears numerous other wounds, with blood flowing in abundance. Under circumstances prior to the apocalypse, there might have been a chance for salvation. However, in the present moment, Chen Yingying, engulfed in despair, clutched Yi Hanyu and wept uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, Xia Bai, upon seeing Chen Yingying, was reminded of his former roommate, a sobbing boy from Ice City Prison. After much coaxing, he managed to pry her away and placed Yi Hanyu into his medical pod. Following a scan by the pod, he set a series of procedures based on its intelligent recommendations. Observing this sequence of events, Chen Yingying was momentarily rendered speechless as the semi-transparent medical pod transitioned to an opaque state, entering a closed, sterile surgical mode. She glanced at Xia Bai, then pointed at the medical pod, her eyes brimming with tears, her mouth agape in shock, utterly at a loss for words. Xia Bai, unnerved by her tears, found himself curious about how someone like Yi Hanyu could be associated with such a weeping, bewildered girl. The church was still a considerable distance from the villa area, and with the night deepening, Xia Bai and his companions decided to temporarily seek refuge in the church. Just as he alighted from the vehicle, he spotted Chen Tianqing sneaking up to him, saying, "Xia Ge, speak honestly, do you have feelings for that girl Yi Hanyu? What nonsense is this? Hey, stop pretending. If you weren't anxious, why would you have beaten that girl at the church so fiercely?" Xia Bai. Chapter 109. He holds a grudge against zombies the following day. On the first day of the Lunar New Year in 2019, Xia Bai and his group departed from Zhuhua City early in the morning. The inferno engulfing Qingyu High School had burned throughout the night. Leaving the sky tinted with a dark crimson as they drove away, they could still see thick smoke billowing from that direction. The atmosphere within the group was far from cheerful. Although Li Qing had always been somewhat inconspicuous, the ease with which she had perished after their prolonged companionship left a lingering sense of disbelief. Meanwhile, although Yi Hanyu's condition had stabilized, she remained unconscious. The previous night had been a harrowing ordeal for Chen Yingying, as they were relentlessly tormented by zombies. Had Yi Hanyu not awakened and used her abilities to repel the extreme mutated and intelligent zombies by setting the building ablaze, their survival would have been exceedingly precarious. Yi Hanyu eventually regained consciousness. The medical treatment not only addressed her injuries but also erased the tattoos from her face. Ironically, her lack of tattoos rendered her even more attractive, especially with her pallid complexion. The defiant, fearless demeanor she once possessed as a tough girl faded, revealing a vulnerability befitting a true young lady. Xia Bai, although relatively well acquainted, found himself overseeing the lives and deaths of both familiar and unfamiliar faces. In a world on the brink of collapse, the sudden demise of a few individuals was hardly unexpected. However, following the upheaval caused by the intelligent zombies, Xia Bai's plans to depart from Jua City in March became rather chaotic. At this juncture, the Bai mountain survivor base had just been established and was gaining a foothold. As evidenced by the arrival of Xia, was evident that, for the foreseeable future, survivors from the entire Northeast would likely converge in that direction, in the previous life. During this phase, intelligent zombies had yet to manifest. Even if they had, they were still in their infancy. Thus, for human survivors existing in this transitional period, it was a precious opportunity amidst the apocalypse. While a visit to the Bai mountain survivor base was certainly on the cards, Xia Bai's true destination remained the future Shangjing survivor base. At this time, it was likely still inchoate, with few inhabitants, yet for Xia Bai, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. As for the Bai mountain survivor base, Xia Bai had no intention of establishing a long-term presence there for two primary reasons. Firstly, there was the issue of warships. Although a level 3 warship was formidable, it could still provoke disputes in the face of overwhelming military power. Secondly, the Bai mountain survivor base was constructed in the early days of the apocalypse, effectively consolidating the majority of organized armed forces in the Northeast, making it both powerful and chaotic. Most critically, the faction that Xia Bai found most unpalatable was the 13 Kings, which further dissuaded him from mingling in the tumult of Bai mountain. The Bai mountain survivor base stands as one of the largest in the entire Northeast, and apart from the influence of the military and government, the power of the survivors within it is also significant. However, each survivor faction operates under different modes of existence and behavioral patterns. For instance, the Shihuang group, with its military background, remains robust, maintaining its corporate business acumen even amidst the apocalypse, while groups like the Mutual Aid Society are driven by the survivors' internal need for assistance. Possessing lower internal cohesion, yet still representing a formidable force with a relatively moderate approach, in contrast, the 13 Kings embody an entirely different style. If the first two factions adhere to a minimum standard of reasoning, the 13 Kings are characterized by their disregard for logic. As their name suggests, they were originally formed by 13 formidable awakened beings. Although these awakened individuals lack exaggerated abilities such as lightning control, there are distinctions in strength among them, akin to the differences seen in extreme mutants. These individuals were among the exceptionally powerful awakened beings from the outset, adopting a domineering approach to their endeavors, which only intensified within the Bai mountain survivor base in the apocalypse, where the weak are preyed upon, and violence and theft are rampant. The situation for these traditional bullies often becomes precarious in a military-established survivor base such as Bai mountain. Thus, even the 13 Kings were taken aback by the rapid expansion of their influence. Moreover, among these awakened beings were individuals with a knack for management, which ultimately allowed them to consolidate power and emerge as one of the most formidable factions within the Bai mountain survivor base. In a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, it is often the malevolent who thrive more than the virtuous, a sentiment that, while unpalatable, rings true. Ultimately, the survivor base at Bai mountain encountered internal strife. While this cannot be entirely attributed to the organization, it certainly played a role. Should Xia Bai truly venture to the survivor base, the complexities of human affairs would multiply, inevitably stalling the advancement of his warship's upgrades. In the latter stages of the previous world's end, circumstances deteriorated almost overwhelmingly. Besides the internal issues plaguing the survivor base, the outside world saw a rise in intelligent zombies, including a faction referred to by survivors as scavengers. This term denotes a militarized group composed of intelligent zombies, each possessing strength akin to that of an awakened individual. Once organized into a cohesive force, they began to sweep across the periphery of the 3 eastern provinces, not directly assaulting survivor bases but targeting those who ventured out, survivors and military personnel alike, as well as those wandering in external survivor groups. Their formidable combat prowess and sheer numbers, albeit dispersed, afforded them a natural advantage in the apocalyptic landscape, enabling them to act with impunity, all in an effort to transform survivor bases into isolated islands. Presently, Xia Bai possesses just over 7,000 energy points. Although circumstances have shifted and he departed from Jua City before amassing a full 10,000 points, a focused effort could see him complete his upgrades by March or April without issue. Moreover, the current strength of his warship is sufficient for self-sustaining development. Enhancing its hard power is paramount. Xia Bai might consider a brief visit to the Bai mountain survivor base to barter for materials he cannot currently procure or fabricate with energy points, yet it is ultimately unfeasible for him to linger there. Setting forth from Jua City, they skillfully circumvented major urban centers like Ice City, traveling intermittently along a route that skirted the expressway. After approximately half a day of navigation without GPS and lacking experience in traversing other provinces, they found themselves lost, unable to chart a proper course through such an expansive territory. Naturally, the likelihood of encountering zombies and other survivors along the expressway was heightened. As Xia Bai dispatched zombies along the way, he observed that the few survivor groups they encountered remained exceedingly wary, merely exchanging glances from a distance. Xia Bai remained unperturbed, for time was on his side. When confronted with small clusters of zombies, he even paused to hunt them down, accumulating energy points. After half a day's journey, they arrived at the border between Liaoning and Jilin provinces, halting near a gas station to rest. He was not in need of fuel, rather, he stopped due to the presence of numerous abandoned vehicles and the scattered zombies that roamed the area. Each of these outdoor zombies represented energy points that Xia Bai eagerly sought. Hojua volunteered to assist him. The others disembarked to rest, and Yi Hanyu, demonstrating the resilience of an awakened individual, managed to rise after a half-day of weakness. With the support of Qin Yingying and Bai Lan, she settled on a bench at the edge of the gas station, silently observing Xia Bai and Hojua for a moment before turning to Bai Lan and asking, "Does he have a grudge against zombies? I noticed that while others tend to avoid them, he seems more excited upon encountering them than he would be at the sight of sour milk." Bai Lan paused for a moment before responding. "He does have a grudge against zombies." Chapter 110. If we don't go soon, it will be too late. Yi Hanyu merely asked casually, without any intention of delving deeper. The loss of her companions during the night weighed heavily on her heart. They were not mere strangers encountered after the apocalypse, but friends she had known before the world fell apart. Overwhelmed by weakness, she soon closed her eyes once more to recuperate. Qin Yingying, however, appeared somewhat concerned and suggested, "Hanyu, perhaps we should return to the vehicle. Lying around like this will only render us useless." Bai Lan, seated nearby, chuckled softly. Having interacted with Yi Hanyu on several occasions, she understood her character well and did not find her demeanor troubling. Just as she was about to speak, Li Jingyang, who was on lookout, suddenly exclaimed, "A convoy is approaching." Bai Lan immediately rose to her feet and looked in the direction he indicated. It was a group of survivors. Leading the way was a Desert King vehicle, followed by a diverse assortment of 5 other cars. They had noticed the presence of people at the gas station and had stopped their vehicles to disembark. Meanwhile, Xia Bai, who had just finished clearing out the zombies from the gas station, stepped out to meet them. Tio Xia Bai. This group appeared somewhat peculiar. Although there were 6 vehicles, each car contained at most 2 individuals, and they carried little in the way of supplies. Were it not for the bloodstains on their vehicles and the weapons they bore, they could easily be mistaken for a pre-apocalypse road trip group. The leader of this group was a middle-aged man, dressed lightly for the frigid winter, yet every part of his body was wrapped in various makeshift materials. He wore sunglasses, his face adorned with stubble. Exuding an indescribable aura of hardship from the end of days, from a distance, he raised his firearm and waved it at Xia Bai before holstering it at his waist. Nearly half a year had passed since the apocalypse began. Firearms were no longer the rare commodities they once were, and certain unspoken rules had long since taken shape among survivors. Xia Bai, in turn, holstered his weapon and approached slowly. The stubbled man inquired, "Brother, have you claimed this gas station?" Xia Bai turned his head, nodding curtly. Truth be told, he had no need for fuel, and he had no intention of taking any from the station, as both his RV and truck were already filled to capacity. However, he posed the question to gauge whether this group of survivors possessed anything of value. The man replied, "Could we procure some fuel from you? I am willing to trade a handgun and ammunition." In the early months of the apocalypse, even a handgun held significant value, but in exchange for fuel, Xia Bai found himself unimpressed by the offer of a firearm and bullets, especially given the apparent emptiness of the 6 vehicles behind the man, indicating they likely had little else to barter. "What else do you have?" he asked, seeking more options. The stubbled man exhibited a look of distress before removing a gold ring from his left hand and stating, "We left in a hurry and truly brought nothing of worth. If I add this, I can offer you 150 liters. What do you think?" To be frank, Xia Bai could discern a single word etched upon the faces of these survivors: impoverished. However, this individual is not entirely malevolent. Even in such dire circumstances, he remains courteous while discussing matters with Xia Bai, showing no inclination to resort to the most rudimentary violence typical of apocalyptic scenarios. Xia Bai glanced at the gold ring and inquired, "Is this a wedding ring?" The stubbled man hesitated momentarily before responding, Yes. How did you? You don't seem like someone who adorns themselves with gold and silver. Having such an item on you is likely indicative of a wedding ring. Yet, in this day and age, why not opt for a grand diamond ring?" The man sighed and continued, "With the person gone, Even if one were to procure a diamond ring from a jewelry store, it would hold no significance. Xia Bai remarked, well then, this trinket is not worth much. Feel free to take it. The stubbled man's face lit up with joy. Really? Xia Bai affirmed, indeed. But tell me, what are you planning to do? You seem to be equipped with nothing but people and firearms. Upon hearing this, the man displayed a curious expression and replied, haven't you heard? What have you heard? I heard the military is making significant moves today. The stubbled man hesitated briefly, pressed his lips together, and continued, you are quite generous. I'll share this news with you. The military has confirmed the presence of intelligent zombies in Liu Family Town ahead. They dispatched 2 battalions today, in coordination with airstrikes, to thoroughly eliminate Liu Family Town and capture a live intelligent zombie. Therefore, I see you're an astute fellow. I needn't elaborate further, right? Xia Bai understood perfectly. The Changbai Mountain Survivor Base is not comparable to the Ice City Prison Survivor Base. The 37th Division stationed at the Ice City Prison was a local unit, caught unprepared by the sudden onset of the apocalypse, struggling with both personnel and weaponry. In contrast, the Changbai Mountain Survivor Base amassed forces from 3 provinces, and from the outset, they began to reclaim territories surrounding Changbai Mountain. Their strategy against zombies primarily involved blanket bombing followed by ground troops to manage the aftermath. It was said that plans were even in place to reclaim the 3 eastern provinces. Those circumstances later changed, thwarting those efforts. Following the bombings, a wealth of supplies remained in the old urban areas, presenting an opportunity for survivors to scavenge alongside the military, which was certainly preferable to venturing into a city teeming with zombies. For the majority of survivors, this was akin to a fortuitous windfall. If what the stubbled man claimed was true, that the military was embarking on a cleansing operation in Liu Family Town, located on the border of Longji and 2 provinces, to capture a live intelligent zombie, then the bombing would be limited in scope, resulting in an abundance of salvageable supplies. This group, setting out with minimal provisions, seemed intent on collecting resources. After exchanging a few words with the man and confirming Liu Family Town's location, Xia Bai allowed them to proceed with their fuel gathering, while he himself appeared to be deep in thought. According to the bearded man, there are approximately 20 to 30,000 zombies in Lujia Town. If the military were to position themselves at the forefront to divert the attention of the horde, one could safely infiltrate the city from the periphery, significantly reducing the risks associated with unleashing full firepower. The potential energy points to be harvested. Xia Bai stroked his chin, as if he had conceived a delightful idea, and the corners of his mouth began to lift slightly. However, Bai Lan, standing nearby, cast a wary glance at Xia Bai and inquired, we are not lacking in supplies. You don't intend to go and slay zombies, do you? Xia Bai replied, indeed. Let us proceed as such. Let us mobilize and advance at a brisk pace. If we delay any longer, we may miss our chance. The soldiers will have wiped out all the zombies. Chapter 111. Lujia Town. The bearded man was refueling his vehicle while Xia Bai and his companions had already